Dragon-Marked War God Chapter 3259 to Chapter 3346. Xianxia also took a step forward and blocked Wu Da's path. He said coldly, Wu Da, Wu Da. If you don't want to go out, you can kill him. Xianxia knew that they must be trapped in the stone formation of the armless men and couldn't find a way out in a short time. The two of them stared at each other with coldness in their eyes. Enough, Bai Qi. Enough. Bai Qi, he's the benefactor who saved our petrified sect in the wilderness, Xianxia. Tantai Jingzong said faintly. The blue-cloaked youth's cold face revealed a faint smile. The killing intent in his eyes was also restrained as he said with a smile, so it's the benefactor of my fossil sect. It's true that we don't get to know each other without fighting. It's a pleasure to meet you. 100 Qi Rain. Xianxia's expression was calm. 100 Qi Rain, he had already guessed it. His strength was not bad. Although he hadn't reached the Divine Emperor realm, he had to admit that it would be difficult for him to win against his talent and battle strength. The Central Region Divine Land's geniuses were really arrogant. Xianxia. Xianxia nodded slightly and said no more. You guys are also trapped here, right? This stone formation is really strange. With my qualifications, I couldn't find the exit in a short time. It's really shameful. Although I dare not say that I'm the most powerful formation grandmaster in the entire Central Region Divine Land, I'm still famous. In terms of the strength of formation, I'm afraid that it's hard to find someone who can surpass me in the Central Region Divine Land, Wu Da said with a serious face. Wu Da said with a solemn expression. He was extremely calm and composed. He glanced at Xianxia, but he was actually panicking inside his heart. Xianxia couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This old Taoist really cherished his reputation. Forcefully showing off was the most fatal. Now that he couldn't find the way out, he still wanted to show off in front of others. According to Grandmaster's estimation, how much longer do we have to get out of here? Tantai Jingzong asked softly. Since Xianxia had stood in front of him to protect Wu Da, even Tantai Jingzong completely trusted Wu Da. He was filled with anticipation for Wu Da. After all, they had been trapped here for several months, but they had yet to find a way out. At the same time, the other sects were also in the same situation. All of them were trapped in the stone formation. No matter how powerful their strength was, it was hard to break the formation. So, in the end, they gave up on the idea of using force to break the formation. Instead, they used a roundabout strategy and began to slowly search for the flaws in the formation. However, none of them were real formation masters. They couldn't find the way out at all. In the end, they were even completely separated. I can't guarantee that, but I'll do my best. Maybe in 10 days, maybe in 10 years, maybe even in 100 years. It all depends on our luck. Wu Da said faintly with an extremely profound attitude. I hope you won't lie to us. Otherwise, I'll let you have a look at the 18 levels of hell first. Bai Qi Huayu sneered. At this moment, they had grasped onto a life-saving straw. However, they had no idea when they would be able to get out. Xianxia glanced at Bai Qi Huayu. This fellow was full of arrogance and had his eyes on the top of his head. It seemed like he wasn't someone who was easy to deal with. If it wasn't for Sun Xiaolong, I wouldn't have been able to come here. Xianxia said. At this moment, Tantai Jingzong was even more relieved. At the very least, this fellow wasn't a person who would go back on his word. He was still trustworthy. So it's that fella, Sun Xiaolong. It seems like he really doesn't know what's good for him. The 5 palaces aren't a place where just anyone can come in. Brother Jiang, don't you think so? Bai Qi Huayu said with a faint smile. It was obvious that he was mocking and pointing the spearhead at Xianxia. In his opinion, Xianxia was very unhappy. Even Tantai Jingzong's mood fluctuated a little when he appeared. Usually, Tantai Jingzong rarely showed any emotion. Whether it was good or bad, Xianxia was a fella that he hated very much. Any Tom, Dick, or Harry will definitely be trapped here. Only those who can get out are true heroes. Xianxia said sarcastically. Bai Qi Huayu didn't say a word and just smiled slightly. However, he was choked by Xianxia's words. In other words, you're not even comparable to a nobody. What qualifications do you have to be arrogant? If you have the ability, get out of this formation first. Grandmaster, I hope you can give us some pointers. Tantai Jingzong said in a low voice. Grandmaster, you have a long way to go this time. Everyone's hopes and lives are all tied to you. Jiangchen patted Wuda's shoulder and said with a smile. However, Wuda knew what Jiangchen meant. He smiled and nodded awkwardly. Then, he started to study this obscure formation again. 3 days had already passed, but no one knew what was happening within the stone formation. A terrifying shockwave continuously spread out, and the surrounding stone pillars also began to shake. As they shook, they began to crazily collide with each other. The stone pillars of the armless people collided with each other, and in the end, they were bounced back. The thousands upon thousands of stone pillars of the armless people were like giant stones dancing in a chaotic dance. Rumble, what's going on? Didn't you say that it wouldn't take long to break the formation? Baichi Huayu said while glaring at Wuda. When did I say that? I said that it might take 10 days. It might also take 10 years. How would I know when I can break the formation? Wuda rolled his eyes and said with a face full of disdain. Smelly Taoist, I think you're tired of living. Baichi Huayu's face was as gloomy as water. However, at this moment, the surrounding stone pillars were constantly colliding with each other. The power was quite great. Even with their strength, they didn't dare to be hit by the stone pillars. They rushed forward and backward, taking advantage of the situation. However, as the collision between the stone pillars became more intense and faster, everyone's face changed. The indestructible stone pillars were like giant sticks being waved by someone. The friction between them constantly created sparks. Danger was everywhere. I can't take it anymore. I'm scared to death. Wuda screamed again and again. However, his speed was extremely fast. Even Jiangchen could not catch up to him. At this moment, Wuda had already disappeared from the trio's sight after a few turns. He had completely avoided the impact of those stone pillars, as if he was taking a stroll in the park. Jiangchen was dumbfounded as he looked at Wuda's departing figure. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He ran away just like that? This Wuda was really, a dog can't stop eating sh*t. Originally, Jiangchen thought that Wuda would share the tribulation with them and search for the exit of the stone formation. However, Wuda had actually slipped away. However, Jiangchen knew that Wuda wouldn't be able to find the exit in a short time. He just didn't want to be hit by the huge stone pillars. The stone pillars were like a flock of lambs waiting to be slaughtered. That kind of earth-shattering collision gave Jiangchen a headache. However, at their level, their skin and bones were as hard as copper and as hard as steel. If the collision wasn't strong enough to shake them, they wouldn't be able to hurt them at all. However, the strangeness of this formation was something that Jiangchen had never heard of before. He initially thought that it was just a maze, but now it seemed that the formation's lethality was very strong. If this went on, they would probably die of exhaustion here. Half a day had passed, but the giant stone pillars did not show any signs of stopping. Jiangchen kept using all sorts of techniques to protect himself. The 100 Qi Rain technique was out of everyone's expectation that Jiangchen could withstand such a powerful attack with his peak hierarch realm strength. The speed of the stone pillars' transformation was getting faster and faster, and the impact force was getting stronger. If this goes on, we'll all die here. 100 Qi Huayu frowned and said in a deep voice while glancing at Tantai Jingzong. It seems that it's impossible to enter the 5 palaces. Tantai Jingzong also said softly. They were constantly resisting the strange stone formation around them, and their strength was constantly being suppressed. If this continued, they would definitely be exhausted to death. There was no doubt about it. At this moment, Jiangchen had no distractions. He must find a way to break this stone formation as soon as possible. Previously, when he used the no-beginning formation to evolve the stone formation, there was a huge change. However, he still needed 3 more days. Looking at the current situation, he must hurry up. A day had passed. Jiangchen finally understood this stone formation. The formation also required a great impact. After all, this was a formation set up by an Emperor realm expert. If it was not for Jiangchen's no-beginning formation, they would probably all die here today. This stone formation was too terrifying. It was closely linked with each other, and these stone pillars would eventually be completely destroyed, explode, and die. It was just that the final formation hadn't been formed yet. However, the price that Xianxia had to pay in order to break the array was also relatively high. He needed 1 day and 1 night to control the core of the array with his mind. At that moment, his soul force and essence chi would be completely locked by the stone array. In other words, he would have to become one with the array. Otherwise, all of them would die without a doubt. Xianxia had no other choice, because not only was he saving others, he was also saving himself. If he did not break the stone formation, he would be trapped here until he died. The 5 great monarchs sure are ruthless. To think that they would use such a terrifying formation right off the bat. They really don't want anyone to enter their temporary residence. Even a divine emperor would be crushed to death here if he's not strong enough. Xianxia inhaled a breath of cold air, but he did not dare to be careless. He quickly began to break the formation. Once the formation was broken, it would be a great loss for both sides. Time passed by. Xianxia began to use his soul force to control the stone formation, and finally, to break the stone formation bit by bit. This step was too difficult for Xianxia. If he didn't have an Emperor Realm soul, he wouldn't be able to do this. Xianxia endured the danger of being heavily injured and began to break the formation. The stone formation gradually stopped colliding and returned to its original position. At this moment, Xianxia's face was covered with sweat, and his veins were bulging. The divine origin chi in his body was almost completely used up. Because controlling the stone formation consumed too much of his soul force and essence chi. However, in order to save himself, Xianxia could only do this. He would rather die than rely on those guys to break the formation. Break it! Xianxia shouted. All the stone pillars were pushed into the ground by his soul force. At this moment, Xianxia spurted out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale. He had almost used up 80% of his soul force and his strength was also exhausted. However, the stone formation was finally broken. However, a white shadow quickly disappeared from the stone formation. Xianxia squinted his eyes. He didn't know what that guy was. He only saw it once at the entrance. It looked like a fox. However, he didn't get to see its face and it disappeared from his sight in an instant. It was too fast. Xianxia knelt on the ground with one knee. His face was pale and he was sweating profusely. When he slowly raised his head, the public square in front of him had already turned into a flat ground. More than 10 people were standing on the public square. Although they were all in a sorry state, Xianxia was the one who suffered the most. Xianxia let out a long sigh of relief. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and smiled. It seemed like his efforts weren't in vain. Bah, I've finally broken this formation. Sigh, I'm really ashamed. I actually used so much time to break this formation. Wuda shook his head and sighed. He stood there with his hands on his hips, looking calm and composed. The people around him cupped their hands towards Wuda and expressed their gratitude. Thank you, Daoist. Ha ha ha. I can't thank you enough. Daoist is really good. Daoist is too polite. I won't forget the favor of saving my life. Haha. Everyone admired Wuda and was overjoyed. If it wasn't for Wuda, they might have been trapped here until they died. The horror of this stone formation made everyone feel the pressure of being on the verge of death. Fortunately, they met a benefactor. Breaking the formation was only a matter of time. Sigh, Brother Jiang, it's all my fault. If I broke the formation faster, you wouldn't have suffered such a serious injury. Wuda hurriedly ran over and helped Xianxia up. He said with a face full of shame. Xianxia almost vomited blood. Big brother, I risked my life to get the method to break the formation. How dare you say that you're the one who broke it? Don't you have any shame? However, Xianxia was too lazy to argue with him. Even if he said it, no one would believe him. After all, his strength was only at the peak hierarch realm. He should be the weakest among the crowd. Since Wuda wanted to show off, he would let him do it. Daoist Wuda is really good. You said you'd break the formation in 10 days and you actually did it. I'm impressed. Xianxia said with a smile. Wu De slightly nodded with confidence as if he was enjoying it. Brother Jiang, you're overpraising me. It's just a small trick. It's not worth mentioning. Ha ha ha. Compared to a real formation grandmaster, it's not worth mentioning. Xianxia stared at Wu De fiercely. Looks like this fella is really thick-skinned. He's not hesitant when he's flattering himself. Looks like Brother Jiang's strength has yet to reach the half-step Divine Emperor realm. You almost died here. Such a tragedy. However, Brother Jiang's courage is really commendable. Even I admire you. Bai Chi Huayu gave a thumbs up to Xianxia. Everyone could hear the sarcasm in his words. You're just a hierarch realm fella. Why are you here? Now that he almost died here, he deserved it. Bai Chi Huayu sneered. The smile in his eyes was full of sarcasm. You don't have to worry about me. I'm still alive. I won't die yet. Jiang brother, why don't you go back? This place is not suitable for you. You haven't even reached the half-step Divine Emperor realm. If you continue to move forward, you might lose your life. It's not worth it. Wu De said seriously. Since I'm already here, why should I go back? Ha ha ha, even if I'm going to die, I want to die here. Otherwise, I'll be a joke to others. Xianxia laughed and said. These words were meant for Bai Chi Huayu to hear. This fella can't wait for me to die. Xianxia could naturally see that this person hated him because of Tantai Jingzong. Women are really femme fatale. However, this Tantai Jingzong did not seem to be interested in him. Obviously, Bai Chi Huayu was not in the right to be jealous. He should just eat shit. Haze, even if you're going to die, Brother Jiang must die by my side. Wu De said in a deep voice. Why? Xianxia looked at Wu De in doubt. Because even if you die, your treasures will belong to me. Good things should not flow to outsiders. Sigh, why are you glaring at me? Brother Jiang, what I've said is the truth. Your treasures cannot be taken away by others. Wu De said with a round face. If looks could kill, Xianxia's look would have killed Wu De thousands of times. This fella doesn't look like a monk at all. He's so shameless and pretentious. It's a miracle that he could live until today. Are you all right? Tantai Jingzong looked at Xianxia and asked. Logically speaking, Xianxia shouldn't be this weak. When he was fighting against the evil Dragon Emperor, he was much more powerful than he was now. How could he be in such a miserable state? He almost lost his life. I won't die for now. The corner of Xianxia's mouth arched slightly as he looked at everyone coldly. These people should be the experts from other sects that Sun Xiaolong mentioned. Each of them was at least a half-step Divine Emperor. However, Xianxia could feel the domineering aura of a dragon and a tiger from them. Each of them was at least 100 Chi Huayu. Moreover, each of them looked like a raging bull. That kind of terror was not something that ordinary people could achieve. These guys were all peerless geniuses. Each of them was an outstanding figure even in the central region Divine Land. He wasn't a deity emperor, but he was stronger than one. A hierarch dares to come here to die? Looks like he's tired of living. That's right. It looks like this kid really thinks that this is a good place to go. Ha ha ha. If I'm not strong enough, there will come a day when I'll be blinded by greed. Death is like an extinguished lamp. Kid, you better get lost. This place is not suitable for you. Everyone mocked and ridiculed Xianxia with extreme disdain. After all, they were all at the half-step Divine Emperor realm. However, their talents were not comparable to hundreds of millions of people. Their status in their clans was not any weaker than a Divine Emperor expert. An ordinary Divine Emperor was not even a match for them. This was a genius, a one-in-a-million genius. This kid is quite fated with me. Haha, this poor Taoist will bring him along. There's no need for you guys to worry. Now that the door is open, we should all have our own plans. Why don't we go in and have a look? Wu De said with a smile. Only then did everyone stop targeting Xianxia. Xianxia looked at Wu De. Although this fellow likes to show off, he's not a bad person. He's not a selfish person like the rest of them. Only Tantai Jingzong looked at Xianxia silently. She did not believe that Xianxia would be so weak. Otherwise, would he still be the Xianxia that she knew? Baichi Huayu, is this kid from your petrified sect? Haha, you look so weak, and you're still struggling at death's door. Do you think you'll be able to walk out alive later? A bulky man said with a loud laugh. He seemed to be full of hatred towards the petrified sect. Jiahedong Lu, don't think that I, Baichi Huayu, am afraid of you. The matters of my petrified sect do not need outsiders to intervene. Your Shuoyun sword sect should take care of yourselves first. Shut up if you don't want to die. Baichi Huayu said with a sneer. Haha, you don't have to worry about that. Baichi, looks like you've forgotten what happened 3,000 years ago. Back then, you were chased by us two brothers all over the world. How dare you talk to me like this? Jiahedong Lu curled his lips and looked at Baichi Huayu with disdain. Back then, if it wasn't for you two brothers being so shameless and fighting 2 against 1, would I have lost to you? Don't flatter yourself. Is your Shuoyun sword sect only capable of this? Baichi Huayu retorted sarcastically. You, Jiahedong Lu said in a deep voice. His face sank and his eyes became colder. However, he was stopped by his elder brother. Why are you so angry? Haha, it's not a good sign for us to kill each other before entering the 5 Palace. Brother Baichi, don't you think so? Jia Quanshan smiled indifferently. He was dressed in white and looked like a modest gentleman. That's more like it. It's better than some people who don't know what's good for them. If the Shuoyun sword sect falls into the hands of Jiahedong Lu, it's estimated that it will deteriorate day by day. Baichi Huayu Lunglung said. Jiahedong Lu was so angry that his face became extremely gloomy. Haha, let's see who the 5 great emperors are first. What's the point of getting entangled here? Wu De said with a smile. He came out to smooth things over. However, the people around him didn't say much. Except for the people of the Shuoyun sword sect, the remaining 5 people were watching the show silently. It seemed that no one was willing to say a word. I hope I won't be a stumbling block for everyone. Humph. Baichi Huayu sneered and turned to walk deeper into the underground square. Everyone followed closely behind. These words were obviously meant for Jiangchen, but Jiangchen didn't care at all. If it wasn't for him, they would all be trapped here. However, he was also trying to save himself, so there was nothing much to say. It seemed that this Baichi Huayu was really a narrow-minded person. He's just a little perverse. Don't mind him. Tantai Jingzong saw Ling Yi in Jiangchen's eyes and said in a low voice. Which one of you people from the fossil sect isn't perverse? Jiangchen's words made Tantai Jingzong stunned. Only then did Tantai Jingzong realize that Jiangchen was actually talking about her. You can think whatever you want. Those who are clean will be clean, and those who are turbid will be turbid. After Tantai Jingzong finished speaking, he followed the group into the depths of the underground square. Jiang brother, are you really ready? You should know that it's not that easy to enter this place. Life and death are up to fate. Success or failure is up to the heavens. You have to think about it carefully. Wu De said very solemnly. Don't worry. I'll give you all the treasures after I die. Jiangchen said with a smile. Phew, I'm relieved after hearing Jiang brother's words. Jiangchen and Wu De walked at the back. More than 10 people had already entered the depths of the square. At this moment, a vast underground square appeared in front of everyone. The further they went, the narrower the width of the square became. Finally, it was only 20 meters wide. In front of them, there was a huge stone tablet with 8 words engraved on it, Great Emperor's Imperial Abode, trespassers will die. These things were only used to scare people. For them, it didn't have any effect at all. They came here to look for the divine relics and treasures left by the Great Emperor. Walking further ahead, there was a majestic palace. The palace was 1,000 meters long, with exquisite carvings and painted pillars. There were also some small pavilions and a gurgling stream of water flowing slowly. However, this underground palace seemed to be very cold and desolate. In front of the palace, there were 5 weapons, each with a divine weapon. Even Jiangchen frowned. Although the 5 divine weapons were covered with dust, their terrifying power still made him feel a strong fluctuation. All of them are primal origin treasures. Incredible. Xianxia was shocked. The 5 divine weapons were instantly reflected in everyone's eyes. Everyone's breathing was heavy as they walked forward step by step. The light in their eyes was hard to conceal. Blade. Spear. Rod. Stick. Halberd. The 5 divine weapons were separated on the 5 weapons platforms. Countless years had passed and they were covered with a layer of dust. However, it was still difficult to cover their unparalleled killing aura in the past. What a terrifying aura. These 5 divine weapons must be the collection of the great emperors of the past. Holding a divine weapon in one's hand, one's strength can fight against the heavens. No wonder they're called great emperors. These 5 divine weapons are actually placed in the main hall. Jia Huanshan took a deep breath and said in a deep voice. The covetous look in everyone's eyes could not be erased. Right now, none of them had made a move because no one had thought of which one they wanted. Once someone made a move, it was very likely that they would flock to snatch it. Even Xianxia was a little tempted. However, he didn't approach the 5 divine weapons immediately. After all, they were the possessions of the great emperors. How could it be so easy to take them? Xianxia looked around and didn't find any danger, but there was nothing strange either. This was the strangest thing. Previously, when they were in the underground square, they were almost trapped to death by the terrifying stone array. Entering the main hall, there was no danger at all. It really made one's imagination run wild. Xianxia didn't move, but he discovered that the greedy Wu didn't move either. He was just beside Xianxia, drooling as he looked at the 5 divine weapons, but he didn't move at all. His steps were as steady as Mount Tai, he didn't move a single step forward. This guy looked greedy, but his heart wasn't swallowed by greed. This divine spear, I want it. Jia Huayu took a step forward and became the first person to rush out. At the same time, Jia Quanshan and Jia Donglu of Water Charm Sword Sect also moved. Tantai Jingzong also didn't want to be outdone. The 4 of them each obtained a divine weapon. A black shadow burst out and also obtained the last divine staff. Jia Huayu obtained the divine spear as he wished. Jia Quanshan of Water Charm Sword Sect obtained a divine blade, Jia Donglu obtained a divine halberd, and finally, Tantai Jingzong obtained a mace. A mace is good. Maybe I can still use it. He. Wuda smiled with an evil smile. Jiangchen's mouth slightly twitched. This smelly Taoist really made him look at him in a new light. A monk was actually so shameless. However, after thinking about it, he didn't care about such a strong pretense. Why would he care about these things? Only Jiangchen knew the whole story and didn't expose him. This guy was really a weirdo. It's him. Jia Donglio's eyes turned cold. He looked at the black-cloaked man and said in a deep voice. Beili Zhongyang, it seems that the extraordinary will sect has also arrived. Jia Huayu said lightly. The black-cloaked man was the top genius of the extraordinary will sect, Beili Zhongyang. Chongyang has arrived. Xingyang should also be here. Jia Chuanshan's eyes slightly narrowed. Ha, brother Jia really has good eyesight. Unfortunately, I'm a step late. All the good things have been taken away by you. My heart is really itching. A burly man arrived in the air. It was Beili Xingyang of the extraordinary will sect, also Beili Zhongyang's twin brother. Beili Xingyang directly landed in the center of the hall. He glanced at Jia Donglu and the others with cold eyes. It seemed that his eyes were filled with greed. It seemed that he would snatch the divine weapons in their hands at any time. Who can you blame for being a step late? But it seems that you don't have a chance. Jia Huayu shrugged. He extended his hand and gently wiped away the dust on the spear. His eyes were extremely blazing. The owner of the spear seemed to be extremely domineering, as if the spear was tailor-made for him. You're right. You can only blame yourself for not living up to expectations. Ha, this time I agree with Jia Huayu. Beili Xingyang, next time when you want to drink milk, try to come earlier. Jia Donglu laughed and looked at Beili Xingyang with disdain. Jia Donglu, you're courting death. Beili Xingyang's eyes turned cold. He shouted in a deep voice with a threatening killing intent. So what if I'm courting death? Do you think I'm afraid of you? Jia Donglu did not care about Bailey Xingyang's dissatisfied eyes at all. He held the divine halberd in his hand and seemed to have an unparalleled domineering aura. With a divine weapon in his hand, what was there for him to be afraid of? Then I'll fulfill your wish. Your divine halberd is mine. Bailey Xingyang and Jia Donglio's eyes met, creating a series of sparks. Their battle intent completely burst out at this moment. Looks like there's going to be a good show. Jiangchen crossed his arms in front of his chest and said calmly. Why don't you go and snatch the divine weapons? Wu De looked at Jiangchen in surprise. He had the chance to snatch the divine weapons, but Bailey Zhangyang was one step ahead of him. Wu De was very surprised. Wasn't the divine weapons attractive enough for Jiangchen? Then why don't you go? Jiangchen asked as he squinted his eyes and stared at Wu De. The smile on the corner of his mouth became brighter and brighter. However, Wu De felt guilty and evaded his gaze, which made Jiangchen even more suspicious. I'm afraid of being besieged by them. My strength is only at the middle hierarch realm. I'm not their match. As long as they snatch the divine weapons, I can get something else. Others eat the meat while I drink the soup. Wu De said with a silly smile. However, Jiangchen did not think that this guy was harmless. However, what surprised Jiangchen was that Wu De's strength was only at the middle hierarch realm. He did not feel anything at all. However, he did not sense any strong energy fluctuation. Why would he lie? With the divine weapon in hand, the world is mine, Jia Donglio's combat strength was unparalleled. His half-step divine emperor strength was comparable to that of a divine emperor. Even Jiangchen couldn't help but sigh in admiration of their strength. This was indeed the gap between geniuses. The Central Region Divine Land was indeed the center of the entire divine world. Even these monstrous geniuses who had yet to enter the super sex were already so powerful. If they were monstrous geniuses from the Buddha Pagoda's Marshal Dan Palace, how powerful would they be? People were most afraid of comparison. In comparison, Jiangchen felt that he had to improve his strength as soon as possible. Otherwise, many people would surpass him. It was impossible for him to fight against the Buddha Pagoda now. Therefore, Jiangchen just wanted to find Yan Qingqing as soon as possible and wait for an opportunity to rescue her. It seemed impossible for him to fight against the Buddha Pagoda now. Jiangchen wasn't a reckless person. He knew what he should do. Therefore, he didn't make a big move until now because he knew that the palaces of the 5 great sovereigns were not that simple. The strength of an emperor realm expert wasn't something that ordinary people could guess. At this moment, Jia Donglio's strength was obviously superior to Bailey Xingyang's. He held the divine halberd in his hand and brandished it in a domineering manner. His strength was comparable to Bailey Xingyang's. Even if there was a gap between them, it shouldn't be this big. Obviously, it was the divine halberd that displayed its peerless divine might. Ha 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 ha, look at my divine halberd. It's indestructible. Who can fight against me? Ha ha ha. Jia Donglu laughed wildly. The divine might was unparalleled. It was the might of the divine halberd that made him feel as if he had the help of the gods. He was like a fish in water when fighting against Bailey Xingyang. What are you without the divine halberd? Arrogant fellow, I don't believe that I can't defeat you. Bailey Xingyang held a long blade in his hand, constantly unleashing a peerless blade light. It was incomparably terrifying. The two of them fought back and forth, crisscrossing each other. Their auras fluctuated, but Bailey Xingyang was still at a disadvantage. The halberd of Gaga Donglu was too powerful. With the help of the halberd, Gaga Donglu could be so savage, which made Bailey Xingyang very angry. This divine halberd is really amazing, amazing. If I can obtain it, my strength will definitely increase greatly. However, it seems that I won't have a chance. Powerful, simply too powerful. Wu De's eyes were filled with envy, his heart filled with joy. However, he was powerless, unable to obtain that divine weapon. With your speed, no one would be able to catch up to you if you snatched a divine weapon and left. Jiangchen said in an indifferent tone. Jiangchen didn't know how strong this guy was, but his speed was insane. When they were escaping, no one had expected this guy to be so fast and decisive. Jiangchen didn't know how strong this guy was. Ha ha ha, brother Jiang, you must be joking. How can a sparrow and a swallow know the ambition of a swan? My ambition is not on the 5 divine weapons at all. Wu De laughed in a low voice. Oh? Could it be that you know that there are more powerful things in the palaces of the 5 great emperors? Xianxia also looked at Wu De with interest. Wu De chuckled and put on a mysterious look. Buddha said, don't say. Are you a Buddhist or a Taoist? Xianxia rolled his eyes. He really couldn't help but want to beat him up on behalf of the Buddhists. Hallelujah, brother Xianxia, this is my home. It doesn't matter who I am. What's important is that I have my own Tao in my heart. That's enough. Wu De said in a competitive manner. Hallelujah? Where the F*ck did this monster come from? Brother Jiang, you might not know this, but there is a holy church in the central region, and they worship Yahweh, who is also our Buddha. Oh, no, the Buddha in your eyes, Amateus Buddha. Xianxia didn't want to listen to Wu De's nonsense anymore. Xianxia couldn't even figure out which side this bastard belonged to. As time passed, Bailey Xingyang's aura became weaker and weaker. He was suppressed by Jihadonglu. The halberd swept across and directly broke the long saber in Bailey Xingyang's hand. Bailey Xingyang's expression changed and he backed off. The veins on his face bulged, and he was full of unwillingness. However, no matter if it was Jia Quanshan or Bailey Zhongyang, neither of them went to help them. As long as they fought, it would be a true life and death battle. Since they wanted to fight, they would let them fight. As long as it was not a life and death situation, Jia Quanshan and Bailey Zhongyang would definitely not fight. Second brother, take this. Bailey Zhongyang said in a deep voice. He grabbed the godly staff in his hand and threw it at Bailey Xingyang. Bailey Xingyang's eyes lit up, and he was overjoyed. Holding the godly staff in his hand, he instantly became spirited, and the battle spirit in his eyes intensified. After getting the godly staff, he also sensed an astonishing power emerging from the inside out. A terrifying aura filled the air. The 2 soldiers who weren't afraid of death collided fiercely again. It's a waste to give you the godly staff. You are no match for me. Ha ha ha. Jihadonglu said in disdain. That's not necessarily true. Take good care of the godly halberd in your hand. Perhaps its owner will be me soon. Humph. Bailey Xingyang sneered. Dream on. Take this. The battle between Jihadonglu and Bailey Xingyang became more and more intense. It had to be said that after Bailey Xingyang got the godly staff, his fighting strength had increased a lot. The 2 of them fought back and forth, and it wasn't as one-sided as it was at the beginning. It wasn't hard to believe that the Emperor divine weapons in their hands had played a crucial role in their battle. Both of them seemed to be on par with each other. If it wasn't for the 2 of them sealing the circle, the people around them would have suffered great injuries. Even if they didn't die, they would have been suppressed. At least, Xianxia and Wu De did not have the chance to escape from such a powerful expert. Wu De and Xianxia's strength was too great. Xianxia and Wu De's strength was too great. Jihadonglu and Bailey Xingyang became more and more furious as they fought. They were originally suppressing him, but they didn't expect that after Bailey Zhongyang gave him the godly staff, the 2 of them fell into a stalemate. Ha ha ha, this divine halberd is a real treasure. If you want to get it, you have to kill me first. This divine weapon has already recognized its master. You are not my opponent at all. Jihadonglu approached again and again. Everyone could see that after the divine halberd recognized him as its master, Jihadonglu's combat strength had obviously improved again. The biggest difference between an object with a master and an object without a master was that the former could not be fully understood. But it was different now. Jihadonglu had integrated the divine weapon into his body. Now, he was the divine halberd, and the divine halberd was him. Bailey Xingyang glanced at his elder brother. Bailey Zhongyang nodded slightly, indicating that there was no need for him to worry. Bailey Xingyang's eyes turned cold. He also completely fused the divine staff into his body and bound it with his blood, completely turning it into his own. At that moment, both of their battle prowess rose once again, reaching an extremely balanced state once again. This divine weapon attracted more and more people's attention. Because Bailey Xingyang and Jihadonglu, who were holding the divine weapon, had reached their peak strength. There was no doubt that their strength was beyond anyone's reach. As long as they integrated with the divine weapon, they could reach such a level. Who wouldn't be envious? Moreover, such a terrifying primordial essence treasure was in existence at the level of a sex guardian treasure, even in their sections. Get out of my way. Jiga Donglu was incomparably furious. His eyes gradually turned blood red. Bailey Xingyang didn't give in at all. Gradually, his eyes also turned blood red. The moment their gazes met, their eyes turned completely blood red, and there seemed to be raging flames burning in their eyes. At that moment, the two of them fought with their lives on the line, disregarding everything. It was a choice of life and death. Even Bailey Zhangyang and Jia He Quanshan did not expect this at all. After all, the two of them were fighting at the cost of their own lives. If this continued, one of them would definitely die first, and the other would suffer fatal injuries. However, their battle did not stop. Their combat strength kept rising, as if they were about to break through to the half-step Divine Emperor realm. The terrifying aura continued to spread. Jiangchen frowned. He felt that something was wrong. The blood-red color in the eyes of these two fellows was getting more and more concentrated, becoming more terrifying and demonic. In an instant, Wu De was the first to shout. They've already lost their minds. Wu De's words caused everyone's expression to change. However, they were still skeptical. How could that be? A single battle had caused the two of them to become so deranged? Xingyang, return quickly. Come back, Donglu. Bailey Zhangyang and Jia He Quanshan both called out. However, the battle between the two of them still did not stop. Terrifying waves of air shot out again and again, inflicting a great deal of damage to both sides. The two of them madly fought with everything they had, as if they wanted to kill the other. Bailey Zhangyang frowned. Normally, Xingyang would not be so disobedient. His elder brother's words were like his life, but today, Xingyang was ignoring him. This made Bailey Zhangyang very confused. Donglu, get your ass back here. Jia He Quanshan roared angrily, but Jia He Donglu still did not stop at all. The battle between the two was a battle of life and death. At this moment, Jia He Quanshan and Bailey Zhangyang glanced at each other. They both noticed that something was wrong. Brother Changyang, how about we work together to separate the two of them? Jia He Quanshan looked at Bailey Zhangyang and said with a deep voice. All right. Bailey Zhangyang nodded heavily. The two of them quickly flew up and approached the two of them, wanting to separate them. However, in an instant, the two of them suddenly turned their heads and aimed at Bailey Zhangyang and Jia He Donglu. The two of them were almost directly knocked back and flew away. They only stabilized themselves after taking more than 100 steps back. Looking at each other, Bailey Zhangyang and Jia He Quanshan's eyes were filled with shock. The two of them were actually knocked back by Bailey Xingyang and Jia He Donglu, and in an instant, they actually stopped and attacked them. Xingyang, you're crazy. Bailey Zhangyang roared angrily. His eyes were like arrows, but when he looked at Bailey Xingyang's eyes, there was no longer a trace of light in his eyes. Only endless blood was left in his eyes. Jia He Donglu was the same. Jia He Quanshan was greatly shocked, but Bailey Xingyang did not take his elder brother seriously at all. They became extremely angry and shocked. How could this be? Why did the two of them seem to be possessed? They even lost their minds, and there was only killing intent in their eyes. It's a divine weapon. A great emperor's divine weapon. Only after the two of them recognized the great emperor's divine weapon as their master did they discover this scene in front of them. Jiangchen said. His eyes were filled with doubt. The two of them seemed to have an extremely terrifying killing intent. In their consciousness, there was only fighting intent and killing intent. That's not their will, that's the will of the great emperor's divine weapon. It's the soul of the great emperor's divine weapon. Jiangchen said in a deep voice. Now, everyone's expression changed greatly. When they looked at the great emperor's divine weapon in their hands again, whether it was Jia He Quanshan, or Jia He Quanshan, they couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. Fortunately, they didn't recognize the great emperor's divine weapon as its master right away. Otherwise, wouldn't they be devoured by the great emperor's divine weapon? Why didn't you say it earlier? Why did you say it now? Jia He Quanshan roared and looked at Jiangchen with cold killing intent. I don't even have the great emperor's divine weapon. I don't even have the chance to have my mind corroded by the divine weapon. You're really silly. Humph. Moreover, what does your death have to do with me? Xianxia said with a sneer. This guy was too naive and unreasonable. Did he really think that he was the emperor? Kid, I think you're tired of living. I'll kill you now. Jia Chuanshan's killing intent shrouded Xianxia. He took a step forward, intending to kill Xianxia. Xianxia sneered and struck out a punch without any hesitation. Both of their fists and palms collided. This punch shocked everyone, including Tantai Jingzong. She thought that Xianxia would be able to withstand Jia Chuanshan's attack, but she did not expect that Xianxia was not at a disadvantage. One should know that Jia Quanshan was not an ordinary half-step divine emperor, he was not even afraid of an ordinary divine emperor. However, Xianxia's punch completely blocked Jia Chuanshan's attack. The mountain crumbled and the earth cracked. Jia Quanshan looked at Xianxia in shock. His punch could kill 3 to 5 ordinary half-step divine emperors, but Xianxia was not affected at all. This guy is only a peak hierarch, how could he be so strong? If you want to fight, then let's fight. I, Xianxia, will accompany you to the end. Xianxia pointed at Jia Quanshan. Jia Quanshan was filled with anger, but at this moment, he couldn't kill Xianxia with a single strike. He didn't have the chance to continue because Jia Donglu and Bailey Xingyang were already walking towards them. Their eyes were bloodshot. They were the most terrifying assassins right now. Brat, wait for me to settle the matter in front of me and save my brother. It won't be too late to kill you then. Humph, my water charm sword sect will not be bullied by anyone. Jia Quanshan roared, but he didn't continue to attack. He knew that now wasn't the time to kill each other. At least, for the sake of survival, they could only target the 2 puppets that were enraged by the emperor's divine weapon. Although one of them was his brother, he had already lost his mind. He was just a puppet of the emperor's divine weapon. Xianxia couldn't help snorting disdainfully. They didn't believe that Bailey Xingyang and Jia Donglu had already lost their soul. They had been completely devoured by the soul of the emperor's divine weapon. They were now the puppets of the emperor's divine weapon. What a great emperor's divine weapon. It seems like we've all been deceived. 100 Chi Huayu said. Although he said that, he still wouldn't easily throw away the emperor's divine weapon in his hand. However, it wasn't the right time for it to recognize him as its master. Our real enemy now is them. Bailey Zhangyang suppressed the anger and sorrow in his heart. He didn't think that the divine weapon he had just obtained was actually the murderer of his brother. Bailey Xingyang was no longer his brother, but a slave enslaved by the emperor's divine weapon. Their target seemed to have already locked onto them. Everyone's gazes were focused on Bailey Xingyang and Jia Donglu. Their eyes were filled with bloodlust. The killing intent on their bodies had completely enveloped the entire hall. At this moment, they seemed to want to kill everyone. Trespassers, die. A hoarse voice rang out from Bailey Xingyang's mouth, but his lips did not move. His hoarse voice made everyone shudder in fear. Are you the soul of a great emperor's divine weapon? 100 Chi Huayu asked in a deep voice. However, Bailey Xingyang and Jia Donglu did not return to 100 Chi Huayu's position, because the next moment, they finally moved completely. The 2 people who were directly facing them were 100 Chi Huayu and Jia Quanshan. The 2 of them bore the brunt and directly collided with the 2 puppets of Bailey Xingyang. The terrifying aura caused 100 Chi Huayu's expression to change greatly. The divine blade in his hand slashed out, but it was directly smashed back by Bailey Xingyang's divine staff. It was a direct move, giving 100 Chi Huayu no chance to counterattack. It was the same for Kei Quanshan. He was sent flying by Kei Donglio's attack. His aura was like a rainbow, overbearing and terrifying power erupted in an instant. Now, they were completely under the control of the soldier soul. Without the slightest hesitation, Kei Quanshan was instantly turned into a sandbag. It was extremely tragic. Bastard! You bastard! Kei Quanshan roared furiously. The anger in his heart was indescribable. However, the only thing they could do now was to repel the 2 soldier souls. Otherwise, they would not have any chance of surviving. It was impossible for them to advance any further. What are you waiting for? What are you waiting for? Could it be that you will only act after we die? Kate Quanshan snorted coldly. At this moment, Bailey Zhangyang also knew that they did not have much chance. They must kill the two soldier souls as soon as possible. Regardless of whether they could save Bailey Xingyang or not, they must save themselves now. Tantai Jingzong, Kate Quanshan, 100 Qi Huayu, and Bailey Zhangyang, the four great experts attacked at the same time. Without any hesitation, they directly stood together with the two soldier souls. The soldier souls wielded the great emperor's divine weapon. They were like their left and right arms. They could exert 100% of the great emperor's divine weapon's power, while Tantai Jingzong and Kate Quanshan could only exert 30% of the divine weapon's power. Although it was more than enough to deal with others, it was nothing compared to the soldier souls who could exert 100% of their power. You're so strong. Why didn't you attack? Wu De looked at Jiang Chen in surprise. He did not expect Jiang Chen to be so strong. Wu De could not help but look at Jiang Chen in a different light after witnessing his attack with Kate Quanshan. Jiang Chen seemed to be only a peak hierarch, but his real battle strength was unpredictable. Even Kate Quanshan could not take advantage of him. Of course, it did not exclude the possibility that Kate Quanshan did not use his full strength. However, it was enough to prove how terrifying Jiang Chen was. At least in Wu De's opinion, Jiang Chen's strength was comparable to Tantai Jingzong and the others. I'm not their slave. What does their life and death have to do with me? Then why didn't you attack? I think you're quite capable. Jiang Chen looked at Wu De with a smile. Amateus Buddha, there's something you don't know. Brother Jiang Chen, I'm not that strong. I survived because of my Dragon Tiger steps. If I use the Dragon Tiger steps to the extreme, even a Divine Emperor realm expert would not be able to stop me. I'm not talented and I can't win in a fight. That's why I can only use unorthodox methods. Hee. Wu De said embarrassedly. However, Jiang Chen didn't really believe this Wu De who was full of lies. He was more willing to believe that Wu De would only be happy when everyone was dead. At that time, all the treasures that fell from the sky would belong to him. It was the best choice for a person like Wu De. He couldn't catch up with them and he couldn't outrun them. This guy was born to be a thief. You're very honest. Jiang Chen curled his lips and said. Wu De really fulfilled the requirements of a sinister and cunning villain. The only thing that made Jiang Chen look at him in a different light was that Wu De had yet to deceive him. However, if Jiang Chen did not take precautions, he felt that this day would come sooner or later. I hope so. No one is a fool these days. It won't be that easy to take advantage of others. Wu De hid far away. He moved a small stone stool and watched the battle between Tantai Jingzong and the others and the two soldier souls from afar. It was undeniable that the two soldier souls were too strong. They were the divine weapons of the great sovereign after all. Moreover, they had inherited the battle memories of the great sovereign. Most importantly, after they devoured the bodies of Bailey Xingyang and Jiaga Donglu, they had completely turned into themselves. The soldier souls had their own souls. They had their own consciousness. That's why they were immortal. Even if the great sovereign had passed away, they would still not be covered in dust for thousands of years. However, Tantai Jingzong, Bailey Zhangyang, and the others were all true experts. With the four of them working together, they were able to fight the two weapon souls to a standstill. The situation was extremely dangerous. Jiang Chen, what are you waiting for? 100 Qi Huayu roared furiously. Although they were able to fight the two weapon souls to a standstill, no one knew about the pressure they felt other than themselves. The halberd and staff in the hands of the two weapon souls were basically unstoppable. They smashed down horizontally, and every single move caused the earth to shake. If I do something just because you want me to do it, won't I lose a lot of face? Weren't you very arrogant before? Why should I help you? I've come here because I'm acquainted with Tantai Jingzong. What does your life or death have to do with me? If it weren't for Tantai Jingzong's handkerchief, why would I come here without any regard for my life? I only care about Tantai Jingzong's life or death. Whether you die or not has nothing to do with me. Jiang Chen said proudly, causing 100 Qi Huayu's face to turn green. Even Tantai Jingzong's face reddened. However, they had no time to pay attention to Xianxia right now. That guy had actually left behind the handkerchief she had used to wipe his blood. She could not help but feel rather conflicted. Seeing how Xianxia was waving the handkerchief in his hand, which was clearly something Tantai Jingzong had used before, and he kept calling him Tantai Jingzong in such an intimate manner, there was definitely something going on between the two of them. Otherwise, why would Xianxia risk his life to come here? He was definitely afraid that something would happen to Tantai Jingzong, yet she was still acting all high and mighty. Who was she putting on an act for? The more Chi Huayu thought about it, the angrier he became. She pretended to be aloof in front of him, looking down on everyone in the sect with an incomparably cold and elegant demeanor. He had never thought that she had already been hanging out with that bastard Xianxia. How was this guy better than him? Tenli was not as good as him, nor was he as handsome. His background was also not as noble as one of the successors of the fossil sect. What did he do to deserve Tantai's heart? Bastard, I'll kill you sooner or later. Chi Huayu thought. He glared at Xianxia, but he didn't dare to be careless. If something happened, they would all die. In the face of such a terrifying crisis, the oppression of the soldier souls made them want to leave this place. Xianxia, Taoist priest, please help us find the exit. If we continue to be entangled with these two fellows, we will be doomed. Tantai Jingzong looked at Xianxia and Wu Da and said in a low voice. Wu Da hurriedly kept the small stone stool and nodded with a smile. Let's go, brother Xianxia. For the sake of preventing little sister Tantai's chest from being too big, no. It's too bad. Let's hurry up and find a way out. Otherwise, it'll be difficult for us to escape misfortune. Xianxia rolled his eyes. This Wu Da is too much. The two of them quickly searched for the next exit in the surroundings. Because at this moment, their exit had been completely sealed without them noticing. The two of them searched for a long time and finally found a mechanism to change the situation of the hall on the stone pavilion on the left side of the hall. This hall wasn't the last layer. After activating the mechanism, a huge door was pushed open. At that moment, a blue light appeared in front of the two of them. Xianxia and Wu Da looked at each other. This seemed to be a terrifying ocean because they saw countless fishes swimming in the water. They saw countless seaweed swaying along with the waves. It was extremely beautiful and pleasing to the eye. The water blue world was completely isolated. It didn't seem to be the same world as this hall. It was like a private harem. However, in front of this world of seawater, it was completely sealed by a formation. The seawater couldn't enter the hall at all. It was like a water curtain wall. Xianxia, come and lend us a hand. Force these two soldier souls to retreat so that we can retreat together. Tantai Jingzong was also helpless. Now, the only person she could rely on was Xianxia. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have saved this guy. Let him fend for himself. Xianxia sneered and looked at Chi Huayu. The two of them didn't give in to each other. The legend is true. The 5 great emperors have the ability to connect to Shikuhai. Could that be Shikuhai? Chi Huayu's eyes froze as he looked at the water blue door. Everyone was staring at this scene, but they were once again forced to retreat by the two soldier souls. Shikuhai? What Shikuhai? Xianxia looked at Wu Da. This guy must know where Shikuhai was. I don't know whether Shikuhai exists or not. No one has ever found it, and no one has ever walked out of Shikuhai. It's just a legend. The 5 great emperors have the ability to enter Shikuhai, but the later generations don't know where Shikuhai is. They don't even know what kind of existence it is. Wu Da also shrugged, indicating that he didn't know what Shikuhai was. Xianxia, what are you waiting for? Tantai gritted his teeth and said. At this moment, it was the last moment. If they combined their strength and forced Xianxia to retreat, then they would have a chance to escape. At least, these two soldier souls couldn't do anything to them. Xianxia nodded his head after hearing what they said. Then, he quickly struck out with his fist, shattering the mountains and rivers and shaking the heavens. Xianxia's strength was not any weaker than the 4 of them. His attack immediately pushed the 2 soldier souls back. The 5 of them quickly retreated into the blue door, but the 2 soldier souls were still chasing after them. They didn't want to let them go at all. At this moment, When all of them approached the water blue door, Bai Chi Huayu and Jia Quanshan looked at each other and their expressions changed. They attacked forcefully, directly forcing Jiangchen back. Meanwhile, Bailey Zhangyang also interfered. Jiangchen couldn't resist the attack of the three people at all. At least at this moment, Jiangchen was forced into the middle of the two soldier souls. Jiangchen's fists surged and whistled, hitting the Emperor Divine weapons. However, there was no effect. Instead, he was forced back. You've gone too far. Tantai Jingzong's expression was gloomy. Her eyes were filled with anger. Jiangchen saved them from danger, but he was once again forced into the palace by the three people. Moreover, he was completely surrounded by the two soldier souls. Jiangchen was forced back by the two soldier souls with his strength alone. The situation was extremely dangerous. He only has himself to blame. Who told him to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight? Do I need him to save me? Humph, Jia Quanshan sneered. Brother Jia is right. This kind of scum should die. You bunch of bastards, I, Jiangchen, will never let you go. Jiangchen's eyes were sharp as he said angrily. He didn't expect that Bai Chi Huayu and Jia Quanshan could be this shameless. He had already prepared himself, but the impact of the three made it hard for him to resist. He was instantly stuck by the two soldier souls, which made his situation even more dangerous. Ha ha ha, this is your end. You still want to come out? Dream on. Even the four of us couldn't defeat those two soldier souls. Do you think you can do it? Die without a burial place, boy. This is your destiny. Jia Quanshan said with a laugh. The only pity was that his brother was already dead. I'll leave you to be my brother's Zongzeng. That's not a bad thing. Jia Quanshan said disdainfully. Jiangchen's death was a good thing for them to have one less competitor. This guy was really arrogant, so they couldn't wait to kill Jiangchen, especially Bai Chi Huayu. One could imagine the anger in his heart. The girl of his dreams gave him a handkerchief. The two of them were entangled. Bai Chi Huayu was always thinking about how to kill Jiangchen. How could they let go of such a great opportunity? It's over, it's over. I'm afraid Jiang brother is in danger this time. Wu De said in a low voice, his eyes were filled with pity. However, at this moment, the aqua blue door was about to close, but Tantai Jingzong still jumped out of it without hesitation, rushing towards Jiangchen. Tantai. Bai Chi Huayu's expression changed. He wanted to grab Tantai Jingzong's hand, but he was pushed away by the latter. There was no joy or sorrow in Tantai Jingzong's eyes. He looked at Bai Chi Huayu coldly. Tantai Jingzong didn't want to owe anyone, especially Jiangchen, who risked his life to rescue her. However, he was tricked by those people. If Jiangchen died, the guilt in her heart would never be erased. Jiangchen had fallen into this predicament because of her. If it wasn't for her, he could have left with Wu De, but he didn't do so. Instead, he stepped forward bravely and saved her. But now, he was trapped in this predicament. How could Tantai Jingzong just stand by and watch? He must advance and retreat with Jiangchen. You crazy woman. 100 Chi Huayu couldn't help but say. But at this moment, the aqua blue door was completely shut, trapping Jiangchen and Tantai Jingzong in here. This was equivalent to a dead end. Bai Chi Huayu hesitated over whether he should save Tantai Jingzong or not, but his rationality still prevailed over his so-called love. As long as he became an emperor that attracted the attention of the world one day, would he still have to worry about not having a woman? All the women in the world would throw themselves at him. The allure of an emperor was just too great to them, so they had to do this. Even if it was their younger brother, they could only give up. Bailey Changyang was like that, and Jia Quanshan was the same. A coward was not a gentleman, and a man could not be ruthless. As he watched the door of hope slowly close, Jiangchen glanced at Tantai Jingzong. The latter's expression was calm, but there was an obvious apologetic look on his face. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Tantai Jingzong and Jiangchen fought the two weapon souls together, but they were unable to resist at all. The two of them were constantly forced back. It had to be said that the weapon souls were just too powerful. They could not resist them at all. Even if Jiangchen used everything he had, he might not be able to defeat them. After all, the two of them were indestructible, and they were puppets with a mind of their own. That was the most terrifying thing about them. With a weapon in hand, it was like they had the help of the gods. They were no weaker than god kings. There's nothing to say. The human heart is unpredictable. I saved them, but they repaid my kindness with enmity. That's pitiful human nature. Hee, but they might not have a good ending either. Xianxia said as he fought the weapon souls, but their situation was becoming more and more difficult. Tantai Jingzong fell silent because she had nothing to say. You didn't leave either, did you? If you didn't abandon me, then everything I've done for you is worth it. I don't care if they leave me, but if you abandon me, I will really be sad. Xianxia said in a deep voice. Tantai Jingzong's face turned red. Xianxia's words caused ripples in her heart. Xianxia was indeed a person with a strong character. Although he was annoying, he was loyal to his friends. The two of them were similar in this aspect. Thank you for saying that to me. Don't overthink it. I didn't come here for you. I'm here to search for treasures, but I didn't expect to be dragged down by you. Xianxia said. Tantai Jingzong rolled her eyes in anger. I didn't say anything. You're just being sentimental, aren't you? Tantai Jingzong was originally very grateful to Xianxia, but at this moment, she hated him very much. He was clearly sacrificing himself for others, but it made people feel that he had his own motives. This guy was really too annoying. We're still in deep trouble and can't get out of it. We should at least think of a way to leave, right? If we sit and wait for death, we will only be tortured to death by these two guys. Tantai Jingzong said coldly, regaining her coldness. This Xianxia couldn't be nice to him. Otherwise, he would take advantage of him. Let me go. I can do it alone. Xianxia said. We're already at this point, so why are you still talking about us? How can you handle it alone? Even the four of us were almost seriously injured by these two guys in the previous battle. Tantai Jingzong said angrily. Xianxia was really dragging it too much. At the moment of life and death, he actually wanted to bear it alone. Tantai Jingzong would never put all the pressure on Xianxia. Sigh, why don't you believe me? Xianxia smiled bitterly. He was helpless. Was he so untrustworthy? I know your strength very well. It's impossible for you to deal with these two soldier souls. Tantai Jingzong shook her head and said. Xianxia knew that she was worried about him, but at this time, he only had one way left. Now, it's time to unsheath it. The corner of Xianxia's mouth curved into a cold smile. Although he couldn't deal with these two soldier souls, the heavenly dragon sword would definitely not let him down. Get out of my way! Xianxia shouted angrily. The heavenly dragon sword roared and the sword's soul was unsheathed. At that moment, the two soldier souls were shaken off. Yua! There's something good to eat. Let's see whose weapon soul is more powerful. Xianxia glanced at Tantai Jingzong. He held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and moved forward. At this moment, the two weapon souls seemed to have seen the devil and quickly retreated. However, they were still being chased by Xianxia. To be exact, they were suppressed by the sword soul of the heavenly dragon sword to the point that they could not even lift their heads. The terrifying dragon might was unparalleled. The two weapon souls could not resist at all and were directly enveloped by the heavenly dragon sword. Spare me, a hoarse voice reverberated in the hall. However, in Tantai Jingzong's eyes, it was so crisp and sweet. The two weapon souls were actually so dispirited and listless under the pressure of Xianxia's sword soul. Didn't you want to kill me before? Now, all of you must die. Xianxia said coldly. Xianxia's eyes were filled with excitement. These weapon souls, for them, could not be avoided. However, for Xianxia's heavenly dragon sword, they were a great tonic. The sword soul of the heavenly dragon sword could absolutely devour them completely. Swords had spirits, tools had souls, especially primal origin treasure. Each primal origin treasure had its own soul. Some of them had not awakened, some of them had died. These primal origin treasures were quite weak. Although they were called primal origin treasures, they were not much stronger than a peak primordial divine tool. At most, the difference was in quality. A primal origin treasure with its own weapon soul was a real primal origin treasure. The moment the sword soul of Xianxia's heavenly dragon sword was awakened, it was filled with endless sword qi. Although Xianxia did not know how powerful the heavenly dragon sword was, the two weapon souls gave him the answer. The two divine weapons of the five great emperors did not dare to stop in front of the sword soul of the heavenly dragon sword. This was enough to show how powerful and terrifying the sword soul of the heavenly dragon sword was. There's something delicious to eat. Baby is going to grow up again. Yua. Even Xianxia was not affected by the sword soul's childish voice, because it was so powerful that the two soldier souls had no room to resist. Moreover, it was still so cute at this time. Xianxia knew that his sword soul was still in the growth stage, which meant that the heavenly dragon sword still had enough room to grow. At least for now, among the primordial treasures, there should be no divine weapon that could compete with Xianxia's heavenly dragon sword. In the blink of an eye, the heavenly dragon sword swept across the void and the two soldier souls were completely devoured. The heavenly dragon sword shone even more brilliantly. The terrifying sword qi was even more shocking and intimidating. This is simply appalling. Tantai Jingzong murmured. She still couldn't believe what she was seeing, but it was the truth. This guy was really terrifying. Tantai Jingzong didn't know where he came from, but his loyalty was admirable. The sword soul of the heavenly dragon sword instantly devoured the two soldier souls. The bodies of Bailey Xingyang and Jia Donglu finally fell to the ground. They were dead because their spirit, qi, divine spirit and soul were all devoured by the soldier souls. What was left was just a bag of skin. Tantai Jingzong looked at Xianxia in disbelief. This guy was really too handsome. He held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and looked disdainfully in all directions. His momentum was like a dragon. This was a real peerless genius. At this moment, the two of them were finally out of danger. The two soldier souls were unstoppable in their eyes, but in Xianxia's hands, they were nothing. The difference between them was like the difference between heaven and earth. Tantai Jingzong couldn't help but think, how many tricks does this guy have that I don't know? Sun Xiaolong leading Jiangchen to the palace of the five great sovereigns was definitely a good thing for the fossil sect. However, this matter was messed up by the 100 Qi Huayu. This guy could not bear to see others doing well, and it was mostly because of Tantai Jingzong that he held a grudge against Jiangchen. However, Tantai Jingzong never cared about such a narrow-minded person. Although Jiangchen's true strength had not reached the half-step Divine Emperor realm, his ability was something that even Divine Emperors could only look up to. From this point alone, Tantai Jingzong knew that he would not be in any danger if he followed Jiangchen. How is it? I have already said that I can handle it alone, but you still don't believe me. Are you scared by my handsome side now? Ha ha ha. Jiangchen looked at Tantai Jingzong with a smile. At this moment, the corner of her mouth finally revealed a smile. Although it was full of disdain, Jiangchen noticed that this was the first time Tantai Jingzong smiled. You look beautiful when you smile. Why don't you smile a little? Isn't life meant to be happy? If you're not happy, then what's the point of living? Jiangchen said meaningfully. Tantai Jingzong stopped smiling again. Even if it was just a gentle smile, it was still a sweet smile that could move people's hearts. Everyone's fate is different. I don't have the right to laugh at you for being crazy, and you don't have the right to laugh at me for being crazy. There are many meanings to life. It's not necessary to live for happiness. Tantai Jingzong said Lin Leng as if there was a hidden meaning in her words. Just like what she said, it was the truth. It's fine if you don't want to laugh. How can you have such a great understanding of life? Forget it, we should go in and have a look. Oh right, the place that those fellas entered, is it called Shikahai? Jiangchen frowned and asked. This fella was really reasonable. He couldn't be bothered to bicker with her. Tantai Jingzong shook her head. No, Shikahai is an incomparably huge ocean. Rumor has it that the five great sovereigns can connect to Shikahai, but it doesn't mean that they can take it in their hands. Shikahai is mysterious and unfathomable. There are countless legends about it. No one knows about it. Every time Shikahai appears, it will be accompanied by a terrifying disaster. Some people want to find Shikahai, but there's no trace of it. The five great sovereigns is the last one to enter Shikahai. His strength might not be the strongest in the history of the divine world, but the secret on him is something that everyone wants to know. Where is Shikahai? How did he break through the barrier of the Emperor realm? These are all things that people want to know. Tantai Jingzong's words made Xianxia even more curious about the five great sovereigns. What was this person's background? He actually had such a glorious history. Were the five great sovereigns really so fascinating? However, the first thing that the two of them needed to do now was to catch up with those Phallus and enter the deep sea hall. It was hard to determine whether this place was Shikahai or not, but if they didn't go in, they would never know the secret inside. After the great Emperor divine weapon lost its soul, it became a masterless object. Although it could not be compared to before, it was still a primordial origin treasure, which was much stronger than a peak primordial divine weapon. As for the soul, it was formed by the spiritual energy of the user or when it was refined. Therefore, even if a primordial origin treasure did not have a soul, it could still be nurtured slowly. Every divine weapon that had its own soul was quite terrifying. Xianxia took the two great emperor divine weapons without hesitation. Although Tantai Jingzong was a little envious, he had nothing to say. After all, the great emperor divine weapons were obtained by Xianxia. If it were not for him, they would have died without a burial place. He had no objection to the two great emperor divine weapons. Moreover, he did not like any of the two great emperor divine weapons. Now it's time to see where these guys have gone. Whether it's Shikahai or something else, I want to find out the truth. These bastards have deceived me. I want to kill all of them here. Xianxia said with a cold look in his eyes. He stared at the closed door without blinking. Don't be too full of yourself. Those guys are not easy to deal with. They did not use their full strength at all. The major sects can send the real mainstay of the great emperors, the best of the younger generation, to the temporary imperial residence of the five great emperors. Firstly, the temporary imperial residence is very important. Secondly, if they are not strong enough, why would they be entrusted with such a heavy responsibility? If they use all their trump cards, even a divine emperor expert would have to avoid them. I know you are not weak, but you want to make all of them your enemy? You are too arrogant. Tantai Jingzong glanced at Xianxia. This guy is still so arrogant. I hope he will not do anything too reckless. Otherwise, even I can't save him. I hope they won't let me down. Xianxia smiled evilly. The two of them opened the closed door again. An aqua-blue world entered Xiaoqian's eyes. Countless fish swam through the water, creating a beautiful scene. The underwater world was a beautiful sight to behold. Tantai Jingzong looked at the beautiful underwater world and was instantly captivated by the scenery. Were they going to enter the underwater world next? He couldn't believe it. What an underwater world. Xianxia looked at this scene solemnly. Even he felt that this place was very spectacular, but he didn't know what kind of existence it was. The two of them looked at each other and stepped into the underwater world. The bone-chilling coldness penetrated their hearts, but to Xianxia, he didn't care at all. As soon as they entered the underwater world, they quickly moved forward. The seaweed, corals, and fish were all within reach. However, after admiring it, Xianxia and Tantai Jingzong didn't have the mood to linger. Instead, they quickly caught up. This underwater world was connected to the palaces of the five great emperors. It was not simple. The two of them moved forward for several thousand meters. The fish around them were getting bigger and bigger. They were only the size of a palm at first, but as they walked out of the door, the fish became bigger and bigger. The ordinary deep-sea fish had already reached the size of a human, the giant turtle the size of a stone lion, and the octopus the size of a house. Gradually, there were more and more fish around Xianxia and Tantai Jingzong. Look, there's an underwater divine palace. It's all made of ice. Tantai Jingzong's eyes moved. The incomparably huge divine palace in the distance had attracted their attention. It was surrounded by incomparably huge schools of fish. The horrifying schools of fish had almost completely blocked the underwater divine palace. Only through the gaps could they see a trace of the underwater divine palace. The two of them kept swimming forward, but at this time, there were countless giant fish rushing towards Xianxia and Tantai Jingzong. Let's go! Xianxia shouted. His face was gloomy as he grabbed Tantai Jingzong's hand. A gigantic shark brushed past the two of them. Its terrifying bloody mouth almost swallowed the two of them. That terrifying gigantic shark bared its bloodthirsty fangs. It was 40 to 50 meters long, and its body was incomparably sturdy, covering the sun and sky. Tantai Jingzong looked at Jiang Chen. The scene just now was too thrilling. Even a half-step Divine Emperor expert might not be able to dodge it. Even if he managed to dodge it, he would definitely be attacked by that gigantic shark. Jiang Chen and the gigantic shark looked at each other. The shark's eyes emitted a terrifying killing intent. It wanted to eat Jiang Chen and Tantai Jingzong. These two humans would be great nourishment for it. This fella has actually reached the half-step Divine Emperor realm. But this is its territory. It'll be very difficult for us to defeat it. Under such circumstances, its strength might increase tenfold, and our strength will be weakened by a lot. We must be careful, Tantai Jingzong said in a low voice. At this moment, the two of them were facing the terrifying gigantic shark. Their eyes were extremely solemn. They were like fish in water in the other party's territory. Therefore, this gigantic shark was extremely crazy. It was not afraid of Jiang Chen at all. Two lowly humans. Your flesh and blood are the perfect ingredients for me. Roar, roar, roar. At this moment, that incomparably massive giant-toothed shark bared its fangs and spoke sinisterly. All living things have spirits, let alone this ferocious gigantic shark. Its strength had already reached the half-step Divine Emperor realm. Most importantly, they were under the sea, not on land. The attack power of the gigantic shark was far beyond that of an ordinary half-step Divine Emperor. Now, the gap between the two of them was non-existent. It would depend on their luck as to who would win. This damn gigantic shark. How dare it provoke us? The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth carried a cold expression. Looks like if I don't teach him a lesson, he really won't know how many eyes Lord Ma has. Roar, roar, roar. Lowly humans. I am your Supreme Emperor. I am not a shark. I am the Tidal Sea Spirit. My name is Yuan Hua. Tidal Sea Spirit, Yuan Hua? Never heard of it. But you are still able to leave your name in front of me before you die. That's a pretty decent death. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Brat, I see that you don't know what's good for you. You still don't know what's good for you. You're courting death by fighting me. Then just take it that I'm not afraid of death. I'll capture this big guy and get to the bottom of this. Jiang Chen's eyes turned cold as he exchanged glances with Tantai Jingzong. Be careful. Tantai Jingzong was prepared to join forces with Jiang Chen to deal with this so-called Tidal Sea Spirit. However, Jiang Chen did not plan to let Tantai Jingzong take action. He alone was more than enough to deal with it. Just watch carefully. Leave this kind of laborious work to me. A woman should have a woman's attitude, Jiang Chen said. Tantai Jingzong was slightly stunned. She did not expect Jiang Chen to say such considerate words. In fact, she did not know that Jiang Chen was worried that if Tantai Jingzong took action, the Tidal Sea Spirit would definitely target her. Then, she would be restrained instead. Just you alone? You dare to clamor at me? Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. Go to hell for this sovereign. Roar. The Tidal Sea Spirit let out a furious roar. The fishes at the bottom of the sea retreated. No one dared to approach their battle circle. Jiang Chen stood proudly without fear. Roar. Jiang Chen also let out a deep roar. Compared to the Tidal Sea Spirit, his voice was not loud, but it was deep and resounding. Even Tantai Jingzong was surprised. This voice was filled with a domineering aura, the aura of a king. It's actually the roar of a dragon. In an instant, the eyes of the tidal ocean spirit were filled with shock as it took a step back instinctively. Its eyes were filled with fear. It had not expected that this inconspicuous-looking fellow would be a member of the dragon tribe. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The tidal sea spirit was filled with disbelief. But that was indeed the roar of a dragon. Otherwise, why would it retreat? The pressure that came from its bones was something that it could not resist. The dragon roar resounded, startling the entire underwater world and causing it to go berserk. Why you? Are you a dragon? That's impossible. You're clearly a human. You're definitely not a dragon. The tidal sea spirit said fiercely. It did not expect that it would be forced to retreat by a human. This was its territory. Don't you know whether I'm a dragon or not? You better think it through if you want to fight with me. Xianxia smiled. All of this is just an illusion that you created. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. The tidal ocean spirit roared furiously and dashed towards Xianxia. It didn't believe that Xianxia was really a descendant of the dragon race. Although its heart was filled with greed because the dragon roar had made it feel a tremendous pressure, it wouldn't be willing to let these two bastards go just like that. It couldn't even get its hands on those bastards before as they escaped together. Now that these two were alone, it wouldn't show any mercy to them. If such delicious food were to escape, how could they lead the underwater creatures here? The tidal sea spirit recklessly charged at Xianxia. Xianxia knew that this would be a tough battle, so he immediately used his dragon transformation. The moment the tidal sea spirit appeared, the tidal sea spirit felt that this guy was not someone to be trifled with. However, the arrow on the bowstring had to be released. It had already launched its attack. Even though it could feel the increasingly terrifying dragon might coming from Xianxia, it did not want to give up. Most importantly, this was its territory. That was why it dared to be so unbridled. Although the dragon might was suppressing it, it was not enough to turn it into a soft-footed shrimp. At this moment, it had to make a swift and decisive move. Xianxia stood at the bottom of the sea. His eyes were extremely clear, completely disregarding the tidal sea spirit that was charging at him. Xianxia punched out. The water rippled and whirlpools were formed. The punch landed on the tidal sea spirit's head. The tidal sea spirit trembled and felt dizzy. After being hit by Xianxia's punch, all its preparations were in vain. It did not expect this guy to be so terrifying. His strength seemed to have increased. A peak hierarch realm could actually make a half-step divine emperor like this. The tidal sea spirit's heart was filled with shock. However, it could not stop. This battle must be fought to the last moment, for its delicacy and to verify whether this guy was a true dragon or not. Roar, 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 the tidal ocean spirit kept roaring, as if it was declaring its ownership over Xianxia. It was fearless and unflinching. That terrifying airwave had changed the color of the heavens and earth. Under the sea, the tidal ocean spirit was twisting the universe. Numerous whirlpools were rising up from the bottom of the sea, and the tidal ocean spirit was crashing towards Xianxia. Xianxia sneered. The tidal sea spirit that was charging towards him was also shocked. The whirlpools that it created could not move Xianxia at all. Moreover, it seemed that his strength was not limited to this. The horrifying dragon prestige had suppressed at least 20% of its strength. The tidal sea spirit felt that this guy must have come prepared. No matter how strong the dragon prestige was, it must give this reckless human a head-on blow. The tidal sea spirit swung its tail and slashed horizontally. It was like a sharp long blade, slashing through the water. It was extremely fast and light, making it hard for one to defend against it. Xianxia looked calm. He grabbed the tidal sea spirit's tail in an instant. What the tidal sea spirit did not expect was that Xianxia started to grab its tail and swung it around crazily, causing the entire underwater world to become violent. An extremely horrifying whirlpool was formed with Xianxia as the center. The tidal sea spirit was swung around by Xianxia, as if its flesh and blood were going to fly out. Xianxia was extremely strong. His head was above the sky, and his feet were on the ground. He looked calm as he swung the tidal sea spirit that weighed hundreds of thousands of kilograms as if it was nothing. It was extremely shocking and terrifying. This guy is too much of a freak. Tantai Jingzong murmured. Xianxia's strength, speed, and strength were not affected at all in this underwater world. Even the overlord gigantic teeth shark was helpless in his hands. He was simply a ferocious beast in human form. Needless to say, the tidal sea spirit was in a miserable state in Xianxia's hands. It was swung around until it reached its limit. Finally, it fell to the bottom of the sea. Countless corals and boulders were smashed, sinking deep into the seabed as if they were embedded there. "Spare me, Lord Long, spare me." The tidal ocean spirit was extremely shocked. Even if this guy wasn't a dragon, he was most likely a close relative of the dragon race. Not only did he have such a terrifying dragon aura, he even had the body of a human dragon. Now you know how to beg for mercy? Where's your ferociousness from before? Xianxia grabbed the tidal ocean spirit's tail and fiercely swung it up, once again smashing it into the giant rock in the underwater world. Blood dyed its body red, but strangely, the blood didn't spread across the entire ocean. It only lingered within a 10-meter radius around the tidal ocean spirit. Even Xianxia was surprised by this. He didn't know if it was because this tidal ocean spirit was different from a human, or it was because of the strange nature of this ocean. Spare me, Lord Long. I know I was wrong. I beg you to be magnanimous and spare this lowly life of mine, the tidal ocean spirit's miserable voice echoed in the underwater world. Xianxia frowned, but he didn't kill it. After all, he had to ask the tidal ocean spirit if he wanted to know something. He knew nothing about the underwater world. In order to avoid taking a detour, he might be able to learn some secrets from the tidal ocean spirit. Now you know how to surrender? Hee, what were you thinking just now? I love eating fish the most. You're so big, you should be enough for me to eat for 8 to 10 years. I heard that it's best to dig out the eyes. What do you think? Xianxia said with a smile. The tidal ocean spirit's eyes were filled with fear. It had already witnessed Xianxia's strength. How would it dare to be disrespectful now? Lord Long, please be magnanimous. I beg you to let me go. It's not easy for me to cultivate for thousands of years. Are you saying that if you eat me, my cultivation will be easy? Xianxia said with a cold smile. No. I didn't mean that. Lord Long, please forgive me. Facing the tidal ocean spirit's attitude, Xianxia found it funny. Xianxia still had use for it. There was no meaning in killing it. Then I'll ask you a few questions. If you answer me well, I might be happy and let you go. Lord Long, please ask me. I'll tell you everything I know. The tidal ocean spirit said hurriedly. What is this place? What kind of place is the ice palace? Xianxia said in a low voice. The tidal sea spirit trembled in fear, not daring to be negligent. This is the Xianxia Sea, one of the largest oceans in the world. As for the ice palace, it was built by a great emperor. It's called the ice palace of the sea. Xianxia? Could it be that in front of them was the endless Xianxia Sea? If we go out of the sea, where will the outside world be? Tantai Jingzong asked. I don't know. I've never been out. I haven't even been to the surface of the sea because I can't go out. All the creatures here can only live at the bottom of the sea. They can't jump out of the water. Although I really want to go out and see the outside world, I can't. The tidal ocean spirit said helplessly. Xianxia and Tantai Jingzong looked at each other. This was really Xianxia, so why couldn't they break out of the sea? Not even the creatures of the sea like them could. What's going on with this ice palace? Was it built by the 5 great emperors? Xianxia continued to ask. I don't think so. This ice palace has always existed. It wasn't built by the 5 great emperors. As for what's inside the ice palace, I don't know either. All the Divine Emperor realm experts under the sea have entered this place. However, I don't know why they have never broken through to the next realm. Moreover, they have left an ancestral rule in the underwater world. Those below the Divine Emperor realm are not allowed to enter this ice palace. This ice palace seems to be a place protected by our number 1 clan. I wonder what kind of place this ice palace is. I'm also very curious about it. However, I can't enter it now. The tidal ocean spirit sighed. It was also very curious about this ice palace. However, they were not allowed to enter the ice palace unless they had reached the Divine Emperor realm. Is this ice palace that strange? Moreover, all the Divine Emperor realm experts under the sea have entered the ice palace. However, none of them came out. Don't you think that this is an ominous place? Xianxia asked doubtfully. It can't be. All the living beings in the underwater world, almost all the experts within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles are here. That's because the ice palace has extremely dense divine origin energy for us to cultivate in. Cultivating around the ice palace can yield twice the result with half the effort. The tidal ocean spirit said. Xianxia was shocked. He had also noticed this. However, there was no reason for him to do so. The ice palace had an extremely dense divine origin chi for billions of living beings under the sea to cultivate endlessly. This ice palace was not any weaker than the dragon vein. It even made people curious. Such a dense divine origin chi was irresistible. These living beings came to this ice palace for cultivation. This ice palace is 100 miles wide. It's very grand. I really don't know who built it. Was it really not built by the 5 great emperors? Tantai Jingzong was even more curious. The ice palace's magnificence was rarely seen. The ice palace of 1,000 miles was a huge project. Even if the great emperors were to personally build it, it would not be completed in a day. However, what Xianxia cared about the most was the tidal ocean spirit's words. All the divine emperor experts had entered the ice palace, but none of them came out. Could it be that this is a holy land for cultivation? But why didn't any of the experts come out? This was the strangest thing. Moreover, the descendants of the underwater world were also warned that they must reach the divine emperor realm before they could enter the ice palace. What's the meaning of all this? Xianxia always felt that this ice palace was not a good place. The existence of this ice palace was quite thought-provoking. It was in the palace of the 5 great emperors, and it was in the Xianxia Sea. However, the Xianxia Sea could not break out from the sea. Xianxia felt that everything here was quite strange and inexplicable. Even divine emperor realm experts couldn't come out after entering. I also want to see what's in here. Xianxia was getting more and more curious. No one could stop him from exploring this place. Even though he knew that there were tigers lurking in the mountains, he still had to find out the truth. Plus, those bastards had already disappeared. He couldn't stay here any longer. What kind of place was this ice palace? He had to find it as soon as possible. Have you seen anyone enter the ice palace before? Xianxia asked. Yes, there were 4 of them. However, it's not easy for them to enter the ice palace. I tried to enter the ice palace before, but I couldn't find the entrance. It's very difficult. The tidal ocean spirit shook her head and said. Why don't you go down with us? I don't know if you're lying to us now. Half-step divine emperor, could it be that you can't transform into human form? Xianxia said Lung. This? I can't go against the ancestral behest. Master Long, the tidal ocean spirit, was in a difficult position. You should be very clear about the other path. Xianxia said. Alright, I'll go with you. The tidal ocean spirit hurriedly said because it knew that if it disobeyed, there would only be one ending for it. Although this peak hierarch realm human was not strong, his means were shocking, especially his terrifying human dragon body. Even the tidal ocean spirit was defeated by him. The tidal ocean spirit instantly turned back to its human form. It was wearing tattered clothes, holding a trident in its hand, with seaweed in its mouth. Its hair was messy, making it look like a fool. You're Yuan Hua, right? Don't worry. Since I'm asking you to come with me to this so-called ice palace, I won't use you as cannon fodder. However, you must not harm anyone. Otherwise, you'll die a horrible death. Xianxia said coldly. Yuan Hua nodded with a smile on his face. It was not easy for Xianxia to spare his life. He had always wanted to enter the ice palace and explore it. However, due to his weak strength and the existence of the ancestral behest, he did not dare to recklessly search for the ice palace. Ah, help! Help! A shriek resounded through the water. Xianxia frowned. The source of the shriek was Wu De, who was running for his life not too far away. At this moment, Wu De was being chased by an incomparably huge tortoise crazily. Under the sea, even a slow tortoise's speed was extremely shocking. As for the fast legs on land, it was completely useless in the underwater world. Wu De looked like he wanted to cry, but no tears came out. He was being chased by the tortoise until he fled in all directions, narrowly escaping death. It's him? Tantai Jingzong looked at Xianxia in surprise. Taoist Wu De, I didn't expect you to be so fast in the water. Ha ha ha. Xianxia said with a laugh. However, he was being chased by a giant tortoise. Brother Jiang. You're still alive? Save me, I really can't run anymore. Wuda's face was full of fear. He didn't expect Jiang Chen to be able to enter this place alive. He originally thought that he would definitely die, but he actually came back from the dead. He was really a powerful character. However, Tantai Jingzong probably played a big role. Otherwise, how could Jiang Chen turn the tide and destroy the two great soldier souls by himself? However, for now, Wuda's life was on the line. He was being chased by the giant turtle until he swam back and forth in the water. It was extremely tragic. You can play with it first. I'm willing to bet that this giant turtle won't be able to catch up to you, Taoist Wuda. Jiang Chen stood with his arms crossed in front of his chest. Since this matter had nothing to do with him, he sat on top of a mountain and watched the tigers fight. Previously, when he was in danger, this old Taoist turned and ran. Now that he was being suppressed by this giant turtle, he was quite depressed. Brother Jiang, you are a righteous and magnanimous person. You can't be so petty. Previously, I was also forced to abandon you. You don't know, but I thought your soul had already returned to heaven. My heart has always been filled with anxiety. If that's the case, how could I not be able to get rid of a mere old turtle? Wuda said with a solemn face. After being bitten by the giant turtle a few times, his clothes were torn to shreds. His Taoist robe had completely turned into a beggar's outfit. Seeing that you are so pitiful, I'll save you once. Jiang Chen smiled and stopped teasing Wuda. Other than being a timid person who was afraid of death, Wuda didn't seem to be a bad person. Yuan Hua, do you know this giant turtle? Jiang Chen said. Yuan Hua nodded and said in a deep voice, Master Turtle, give me some face and let it go. This person is our friend. Roar, roar. The giant turtle roared angrily. Its eyes were filled with anger. If it wasn't for you, I would have swallowed this guy alive. This is infuriating. Taoist Wuda, what did you do to infuriate the heavens? This master turtle has never had a temper. Even if some marine creatures went to provoke him, he would never get angry. You must have provoked him. Yuan Hua said with a straight face. No, no. We are all friends. We are friends, after all. Don't be angry, don't be angry. Wuda chuckled and quickly stood behind Jiang Chen. This stinky old Taoist shit on my back. The giant turtle gritted its teeth and said. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes and the corner of his mouth twitched. This Wuda was too immoral. He was just like his name, completely immoral. Do humans have 3 needs? Who doesn't have priorities? We're all friends, so please forgive me. Wuda smiled awkwardly. Even Jiang Chen couldn't help but want to give him a kick. You shit on someone's back and you are still in the right? Where's your Taoist charm? Where's your noble demeanor? Forget it. This poor Taoist has indeed done something wrong. I hope Master Turtle can forgive me. We are all friends. Wuda was also very sensible. He quickly apologized to the giant tortoise. After all, it was indeed his fault for this matter. Master Turtle, we are going to explore the Ice Palace. Do you want to go? Yuan Hua asked. The giant tortoise was the person with the highest seniority in this underwater world. That's why Yuan Hua was extremely respectful towards him. Although his strength was not at the Divine Emperor realm, even Jiang Chen was curious about how long he had lived. No, no, no. I will never go. You guys go if you want. The giant turtle shrunk its head and said in a deep voice. It stared at Jiang Chen with a sneaky look. Why not? Is there something bad in this ice palace? Jiang Chen squinted his eyes as he looked at the giant turtle. If you want to go, you guys go. I am not going. I haven't lived long enough. None of those Divine Emperor realm experts came back. They must have died in there. I will never break through to the Divine Emperor realm in my life. I am also too lazy to cultivate. I will not go and join in the fun. The old turtle curled its lips and said. You know that there is danger in there? Jiang Chen was even more curious about this old turtle. White skeletons under the ice palace, take care of yourselves. I've lived for more than 130 million years and no one has ever walked out from the ice palace. At least 20 divine emperors have entered, but none of them have come out. I don't want to die, Xianxia sneered. The old turtle acted like it was afraid of wolves and tigers. It stayed in its shell and refused to go out no matter what. Old Senior is knowledgeable. We are not asking you to go with us. We just want to know what kind of place this ice palace is. That's not bad. The old tortoise glanced at Xianxia and sighed. I've never been inside, so I naturally don't know what's inside. I've never entered before, so I naturally don't know what's inside the ice palace. However, there's definitely danger in there. Otherwise, no one would have entered and never come out. However, I've heard from my ancestor that the ice palace has existed since the ancient times. It's a mysterious place. During the era when the divine world was collapsing, the ice palace was a place that military experts fought for. I don't know who managed to enter the ice palace in the end. However, the ice palace is definitely not a good place. It's like a graveyard of thousands of people. So many divine emperor experts wanted to enter because they wanted to find a chance to escape from here. It's not that I don't want to, I just don't dare to. Death is a terrible thing. It's better to be alive. The old tortoise's eyes were filled with loneliness. He sighed as he recalled the things that happened hundreds of millions of years ago. Xianxia's brows furrowed even more. From the old tortoise's words, he was even more certain that the ice palace had existed since ancient times. It was not built by the 5 great emperors at all. Moreover, many divine emperor realm experts entered the ice palace just to find a way out. Xianxia was shocked. He did not know what was ahead of him and what was above this underwater world. However, he knew that this place should be a sealed death zone. No one could get out of this place. Entering the ice palace was their only way out. Moreover, the divine origin chi in the ice palace was the densest in the entire underwater world. All of these had left those cornered experts with no other choice but to enter the ice palace and search for a way out. Xianxia's heart trembled slightly. He did not know what was in front of him, nor did he know what was on the top of the underwater world. The mysteriousness of the ice palace was even more thought-provoking. Tantai Jingzong did not say a word, but Xianxia could see that she had the same feeling as him. Since they had entered the zone of death, they would not take a step back even if they knew that there were tigers in the mountains. Xianxia, Tantai Jingzong, Wu De, Xianxia, and the others went to the ice palace without hesitation. Old Tortoise looked at the backs of the 4 people as they left. He sighed meaningfully and murmured, looks like the ice palace is going to change. The closer Xianxia got to the ice palace, the denser the divine origin chi became. It had even reached the point of bursting. The terrifying divine origin chi was constantly stimulating the energy in his body. A surging feeling made him feel carefree and incomparably joyful. With the tidal sea spirit leading the way, all the fishes at the bottom of the sea made a path for them. In front of the ice palace was an extremely deep whirlpool of divine origin chi. The terrifying divine origin chi was enough to make a person explode. Divine origin chi. If I were to cultivate here, I would get twice the result with half the effort. If I would. Of Tao, spirit, of divine. Wuda said in a low voice. His eyes were solemn. It could be seen that he was very happy with the ice palace's divine origin chi. Although the divine spirit chi here is extremely rich, no matter how good it is, if one absorbs too much of it, one's body will explode. Every year, countless underwater life forms that are eager for quick success die in this underwater world. If it weren't for the strong reproduction ability of the underwater world, I'm afraid they would have been completely extinct by now. Xianxia said in a low voice with a calm expression. If he wanted to break through as soon as possible, he might have reached the divine emperor realm a long time ago. However, the price he had to pay was that his body would explode from the divine origin chi here. For those greedy people, this place was like an invisible grave. Xianxia, do you know where the entrance to the ice palace is? Xianxia asked. I know, but I can't get in. Xianxia sighed. He really didn't have the ability to get in. The ice palace's gate weighed more than 1 billion pounds. With his strength, he couldn't break through the gate at all. Take me there. Perhaps someone has already opened the door to the ice palace for us, Xianxia said with a smile. The four of them quickly went to the entrance of the ice palace. As expected, just as Xianxia had expected, the gate had already been opened. The huge gate was completely pushed open. The dark abyss of the ice palace was like an incomparably ferocious beast that opened its bloody mouth to devour the world. It was extremely terrifying. Let's go in. Someone has already led the way for us, Xianxia said. Yuanhua was still a little hesitant, but with Lord Long here, he was also filled with curiosity. He knew that he wasn't strong enough to reach the Divine Emperor realm. Once he reached the Divine Emperor realm, he would definitely choose to enter this place. Because he had cultivated for millions of years without being able to leave this place. It was really like a prison. Yuanhua had the heart to improve, so he was unwilling to be trapped here. Unlike the old tortoise, who had lived for more than 100 million years in this underwater world, he didn't want to leave this place at all. Xianxia took the lead and rushed to the front. Obviously, the road in front of them had already been passed by Baiqi Huayu and the others. Even if there was danger, it should be impossible to kill them. Gradually, Xianxia and the others entered about 1,000 meters. The entire ice palace began to light up gradually because of the surrounding luminous pearls and colorful ice, which illuminated the dark underground palace. On both sides of the ice palace, there were colorful ice sculptures. The sculptures were of the people who had sacrificed their lives to build this ice palace. There were tens of thousands of them. Some were driving the carriages, some were transporting the ice, some were supervising the construction, and some were struggling to walk, all for the sake of building this ice palace. Those people are really pitiful. Wuda revealed a rare sorrowful expression. Those tens of thousands of people had suffered a great deal of pain when they were building the ice palace. Only then did the ice palace gradually build up. Although it was 100 miles wide, it carried the lives of countless people. They walked for more than 5 miles before the ice palace's relief murals completely disappeared. The huge palace in front of them was actually filled with broken ice sculptures. Obviously, there were traces of a battle here. Above the palace, there were hundreds of ice statue guards guarding this place. At this moment, all of those ice statues had shattered, and the scene here was extremely chaotic. It should be Baiqi Huayu and the others, Tantai Jingzong said in a low voice. She was extremely familiar with the traces. The three of them should have gone deeper, but for some unknown reason, they had experienced an extremely terrifying battle here. Less than half of the hundreds of ice sculpture guards were left. Be careful. Xianxia frowned. He suddenly turned around and grabbed the divine weapon of the ice sculpture. With a roar, the ice sculpture was shattered by Xianxia's roar. That ice sculpture was at least a half-step divine emperor. These fellas look majestic and powerful, but they're actually so weak. Looks like I don't have to be afraid of them, Wuda said with a smile when he saw Xianxia shattering the surrounding ice sculpture with a roar. It turned out to be a false alarm. That might not be the case. Tantai Jingzong gently crushed a piece of ice in his hand. However, the ice did not melt at all. Instead, the surrounding ice fragments began to reform at this moment. In less than 10 breaths of time, the bodies of the dozens of ice guards that had fallen were all reconstructed. Although they did not have souls, the terror of these hundreds of ice sculptures was self-evident. 100 Qi Huayu, Jiahe Quanshan, and Bailey Chongyang seemed to have spent a lot of effort to break through these ice sculptures. Your words are truly accurate. Xianxia looked at Tantai Jingzong. Tantai Jingzong's face turned red. However, being surrounded by hundreds of half-step divine emperor ice sculptures, they became nervous, especially Yuanhua and Wuda. When Xianxia turned around, the two of them hugged each other, their eyes were filled with fear. Master Long, you must protect me. Brother Jiang, you and Sister Tantai won't be bothered by these ice sculptures. I'll stand guard for you. The two of them did the same thing and quickly retreated, filled with fear. Think about how to escape. I can't protect you too. Xianxia harumphed coldly. Hundreds of ice spears swept through everything in their path, closing in on Xianxia and the others. Xianxia held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and swung it. Every time he swung his sword, he would shatter an ice sculpture. He killed 10 of them with a single step. Countless ice statue guards rushed towards Xianxia one after another, but they were mercilessly chopped into pieces by Xianxia. The ground was covered with ice shards, and the ice spears were also fiercely deflected by Xianxia. 1 against 100, Xianxia did not seem to be at a disadvantage. Xianxia's sword chi was terrifying. He was fearless in the midst of the hundreds of ice statues. Wu De and Yuanhua looked at each other and felt relieved. Fortunately, Xianxia was strong. Otherwise, these hundreds of ice statues would be too terrifying for them. Wu De and Yuanhua looked at each other and felt relieved. Fortunately, Xianxia was strong. Otherwise, these hundreds of ice statues would be too terrifying for them. Tantai Jingzong was also merciless. She followed behind Xianxia. It was impossible for Xianxia to face these ice sculptures alone. It was extremely difficult for Tantai Jingzong to deal with these terrifying ice sculptures. Tantai Jingzong encountered more than 20 ice sculptures at most before he was entangled. Xianxia, on the other hand, was fearless. No matter how many ice sculptures there were, he would shatter them with his sword. Tantai Jingzong couldn't help but look at Xianxia in awe. This guy's monstrous strength was reflected in every aspect. He couldn't even see Xianxia's sword clearly, but his sword was merciless. Every single one of the ice statues couldn't even last a second against him. In less than half an incense stick's time, the two of them had already chopped down all the ice sculptures. Xianxia's back view was like a mountain, and his arrogance was like a dragon. Yuanhua was shocked. Fortunately, he did not fight with Lord Long, otherwise, he would have died in a very ugly way. The scene before them completely shocked Yuanhua and Wu De. The two of them looked at each other. Xianxia's unstoppable manner was like a demon god descending from the sky. He was unstoppable, domineering, and extremely handsome. Beautiful. Brother Jiang is really not satisfied with our expectations. I said that you are a dragon among men. My foresight is still top-notch. You can't help but be impressed. Wu De said sincerely. What are you waiting for? Otherwise, those ice sculptures will reform again. Xianxia frowned. These ice statue guards that could resurrect infinitely were quite strange. Hundreds of half-step Divine Emperor ice statue guards, what kind of place would need so many experts to guard it? Although they were just ice sculptures, their strength wasn't weak. If it wasn't for Xianxia, they wouldn't have been able to break out of the encirclement in a short period of time. Furthermore, they would have been severely injured. During the battle, Xianxia had seen traces of blood. It should be left behind by 100 Qi Huayu and the others. It seemed like they had encountered much more difficulties in breaking out of the encirclement of the ice sculptures than Xianxia and the others. Wu De and Yuanhua heard Xianxia's words and immediately rushed to the front. At this moment, Xianxia, who was at the back, felt that someone was following them. When he turned his head, he saw a white fox. Yes, this time, Xianxia saw it clearly. It was a white fox. The white fox and Xianxia looked at each other. Xianxia frowned. When did this white fox appear? It seemed to be the one that he met when he entered the Five Great Emperor's palace. At this moment, the white fox smiled faintly and looked at Xianxia and the others with a playful look. Xianxia's heart trembled. This fox really smiled. When it looked at him, there seemed to be a meaningful look in its eyes. Xianxia? Why aren't you leaving? Tantai Jingzong called out to Xianxia. When he turned his head, there was nothing left on the ground. Xianxia frowned. Was it an illusion? Definitely not. The white fox's smile was still fresh in his mind, it was incomparably real. What is it? Xianxia murmured in his heart, but he wasn't sure where that white fox came from. The ice sculptures had started to gather together again. Xianxia dared not to be careless. If he continued to stay here, there would be no end to it. These ice sculptures seemed to be indestructible. No wonder Yuanhua and the others had a rule that only divine emperors were allowed to enter the ice palace. Even a divine emperor would not fare any better than Xianxia in dealing with these hundreds of half-step divine emperor ice sculptures. Xianxia didn't think that he would be able to deal with them. Yuanhua turned his head with lingering fear. He felt lucky that he did not take the risk to enter the ice palace. Otherwise, he would have died a horrible death. Even if he wanted to enter, it would not be that easy. The terror and mysteriousness of the ice palace had piqued everyone's curiosity. This poor Taoist is really lucky. But it's all thanks to Brother Jiang. If I were to follow those short-lived fools, I would not have a good life. Jiang Chen and the others moved forward quickly. They passed through several palaces, halls, and ice sculptures. They felt very familiar, but he could not remember where he had seen them before. Jiang Chen's head felt like it was going to split open at this moment. He wanted to remember where he had seen these ice sculptures, but he could not remember. It felt like his brain was going to be dug out. It was extremely painful and his head felt like it was going to split open. That is, my ancestor. That's my ancestor. Yuan Hua's expression was incomparably solemn as he looked at the sculpture at the end of the 7th hall. His eyes flashed with a hint of sorrow and nostalgia. Are you sure that's your ancestor? Jiang Chen asked in a deep voice. The person on the ice sculpture held a long spear in his hand. His long beard was like a waterfall, his eyebrows were cold, and his aura was vigorous. However, his entire body was sculpted from ice and looked very lifelike. I'm sure that's my ancestor. When I was young, I even played on his lap. I will never forget my ancestor for the rest of my life. Yuan Hua's expression was desolate, and his eyes seemed to be struggling. Amateus Buddha. Could it be that the people on the ice sculptures are all dead? We've already seen dozens of ice sculptures. Don't tell me they're all dead? Buddha said with a surprised expression. However, no one dared to confirm who the ice sculpture was. Would it be like the ice sculpture guards from before, pointing its spearhead at them? Everything was unknown. It seems like most of these ice sculptures are the ancestors of your seabed clan. After they entered this place, they were frozen here for some reason and turned into ice sculptures. They probably can't find the way out. Jiang Chen said in a slightly regretful tone, but the truth was that every one of them was in a precarious situation. Once those ice sculptures moved, they would be trapped once again, and this wasn't a good sign. Yuan Hua seemed to be a person who valued relationships, especially the kinship between him and his ancestor. He knelt in front of the ice sculptures and felt sad. Jiang Chen's eyes turned cold. He actually saw the divine blade that Bai Chi Huayu obtained in the corner. Why was it here? Jiang Chen quickly walked over and picked up the divine blade. This divine blade had not been recognized by Bai Chi Huayu as its master. Otherwise, Bai Chi Huayu would have been completely devoured by the weapon soul. Why is this divine blade here? Tantai Jingzong was also very surprised. This should have been the 100 Qi transforming rain item. Could it be that the 100 Qi transforming rain encountered some mishap? It must be because of some reason that 100-foot rain didn't have the time to deal with the divine saber and escaped by himself. Looks like this ice palace is getting stranger and stranger. Jiang Chen furrowed his brows. It seemed that he couldn't stay here for long. At the very least, he had to find 100 Qi Huayu and the others first. Are you saying that 100 Qi Huayu isn't dead yet? Tantai Jingzong said. He shouldn't die so easily. Haven't you heard that good people don't live long, while scourges live for thousands of years? Humph, Jiang Chen sneered. This time, Tantai Jingzong didn't refute. She thought that 100 Qi Huayu was just a little selfish, but he would stand above the sex benefits. However, he dealt with Jiang Chen without any reason, causing their relationship to fall apart. Moreover, he went alone at this time, completely leaving her and Jiang Chen behind. This made Tantai Jingzong very disappointed. However, everyone had their own ambitions. She couldn't say anything more. Some people always liked to think that they were infallible. She just let him be, because she felt that Jiang Chen was more reliable than 100 Qi Huayu. Although she hadn't spent a lot of time with Jiang Chen, and she had been friends with Bai Chi Huayu for tens of thousands of years, it was hard to tell what kind of person Bai Chi Huayu was. After this incident, she had a clearer understanding of what kind of person Bai Chi Huayu was. He was narrow-minded, and sinister. People who walked different paths couldn't make plans together. Tantai Jingzong was a very righteous person. Otherwise, she wouldn't have turned back to save Jiang Chen and Tyrant even though she had already escaped. It was because she didn't want to owe anyone. It seems like you don't care about his life. Jiang Chen smiled. What does his life have to do with me? Although we are from the same sect, we aren't the same kind of people. Tantai Jingzong said coldly, full of disdain for 100 Chi Huayu. Just like Jiang Chen, she looked down on people like 100 Chi Huayu. It seems like we are kindred spirits. Ha ha ha. Jiang Chen said with a big laugh. However, he was also very vigilant, looking at the ripples in the surrounding space. Nothing could escape his eyes. Hee hee. Hee hee. However, at this moment, Wu De discovered a small pond. The pond was square, only 7 feet wide. In the pond, there was water as clear as a hot spring. Moreover, it hadn't frozen yet. Although it looked clear, it was like a mirror, and the bottom of the pond couldn't be seen. When Wu De saw the pond, she couldn't help but exclaim. The three of them quickly rushed over. Wu De's face was pale, and she almost fell to the ground. Her whole body revealed an unnatural expression. This. How is this possible? There's something wrong with the water in the pond. There's definitely something wrong. Wu De said with a pale face. Even her voice was trembling. Jiang Chen and the other two also had a serious expression, as if they were facing a great enemy. None of them dared to take another step forward, for fear of any accidents. What's going on? Jiang Chen asked in a deep voice, staring at Wu De. This pond actually turned me into a pig. It's too terrifying. I looked at it several times, and it was always a pig. How can I not be afraid? Wu De said while patting her chest. I don't believe it. Is there really such a strange thing in this world? Yuan Hua took a step forward and stood in front of the pond. Sure enough, he was a refined scholar in his previous life. This should be the pool of rebirth. It can see a person's previous life and current life. I've read about it in an ancient book. Tantai Jingzong said in a low voice, looking at the pool of rebirth with a complicated expression. Eh? It's true. I was really a refined scholar in my previous life. I've also seen something else. I actually won first place in a literature competition in the city. The title was My Father, the City Lord. It was a voluminous poem with several hundred words. Her writing was vigorous, and she was respected by thousands of people. Yuan Hua said with a face full of excitement. Looks like I was really a powerful person in my previous life. Jiang Chen and Tantai Jingzong looked at each other. At this moment, even Jiang Chen was quite interested. He wanted to see his previous life. However, at this moment, he heard a wave of pig-like shrieks. F***CK. According to what you said, I was a pig in my previous life. No. I don't believe it. The corner of Wu De's mouth twitched as he said with a hideous expression. He couldn't help but beat his chest and stomp his feet. This can't be true. This can't be true, Jiang Chen smiled and said with a disdainful expression, smelly old Taoist, you don't have to struggle anymore. No matter how much you struggle, you can't change the fact that you were a pig in your previous life. Ha ha ha. Jiang Chen's ridicule made Wu De speechless. After all, he was the one who said that pig's head. This damned pool of rebirth. Wu De flew into a rage out of humiliation. He turned around and sat on the ground, sulking like a child who couldn't afford to lose. How could this be? Could it be that you were a cloud of mist in your past life? Yuan Hua said with a surprised look on his face. Jiang Chen shook his head. It's good that I can't see it. There's no next life after all. It's better not to know about some things. Life will become boring if you know about it. Tantai Jingzong did not believe Jiang Chen's words. However, she could not understand. Did this fella not have a past life? What's going on? Chaotic Qi, Tantai Jingzong was curious but she could not understand. Perhaps even Jiang Chen did not know why. At this moment, Jiang Chen looked at Tantai Jingzong. You come and try. I'll forget about it. It's just as you said. Now that I know, my life has become boring. Tantai Jingzong said faintly without any emotion. Before Jiang Chen could speak, a terrifying flying dagger pierced through the void and shot towards Jiang Chen. It was a close call. Jiang Chen caught the terrifying flying dagger with 2 fingers. His eyes were cold. 3 yellow-cloaked men looked at Jiang Chen coldly. Kid, you're really lucky to be able to be together with the heavenly lady of the fossil sect. He. Even Bai Chi Huayu was abandoned by you guys? The yellow-cloaked man who was leading said with a smile. Huang Baidang, watch your mouth. Tantai Jingzong frowned and said coldly. Ha ha ha. Could it be that Miss Tantai has flown into a rage out of embarrassment? As far as I know, Bai Chi Huayu has also entered this place. However, his figure has disappeared. This is really intriguing. Huang Baidang said with a smile. Jiangchen frowned. This fella is really annoying. Jiangchen stretched out his hand. With a flick of his finger, 3 ice arrows shot out from the rebirth pond, heading straight for the trio. The 3 of them felt a chill down their spines. They did not dare to be careless and instantly melted the ice arrows. However, their faces turned gloomy. This peak-late hierarch kid was so strong. He fought against 3 of them alone and made them look like they were facing a formidable enemy. Interesting. It's impolite not to reciprocate. Jiangchen said coldly. He looked at them coldly. These 3 fellows were not good people. They should be from Zhongxing sect. Brat, you're courting death. Huang Daqi's eyes turned cold as he took the initiative to attack, closing in on Jiangchen. He immediately executed a terrifying attack, causing a terrifying gust of wind to sweep across the place, causing the hearts of his opponents to tremble. Jiangchen wasn't afraid at all. He met the attack with one hand and punched out with his fist. All of the palm winds were dispersed by Jiangchen. Huang Daqi and the others were shocked. They didn't expect Jiangchen's strength to be so abnormal. Not to be outdone, Huang Daqi still wanted to make a move, but he was stopped by his big brother, Huang Baidang. Third brother, come back. Huang Baidang shouted in a deep voice. Huang Daqi's face turned gloomy. He was extremely unwilling. He was confident that he could defeat Jiangchen, but his big brother asked him to come back. How could he not be angry? Why did his big brother not let him teach this guy a lesson? Zhongxing sect, Huang Baidang, Huang Chenglong, Huang Daqi. Brother, looks like you're quite skilled. No wonder you're able to win Miss Tantai's heart. He, we're all here for the hidden treasure. There's no need to fight, right? Huang Baidang said with a smile. His facial expression changed rapidly. This kind of person was the most dangerous because you never knew when he would appear behind you and give you a fatal blow. All right. Sure enough, Jiangchen had guessed the identity of these 3 people. Jiangchen did not continue to fight with these 3 people. Although he was not afraid, if there was an accident at this time, things would not be so easy to solve. Huang Baidang's intention was the same as Jiangchen's. If it was a soft persimmon, they could play with it. However, this guy's strength was obviously not ordinary. The ice arrow just now was just a warning. Moreover, there were Tantai Jingzong and 2 unidentified guys. In this battle, they would not have any advantage. These 3 guys are not easy to deal with. You have to be careful. Tantai Jingzong transmitted his voice to Jiangchen and said. I'm not easy to mess with. If they have evil intentions, I won't be merciful. Jiangchen sneered in his heart, transmitted his voice, and glanced at Tantai Jingzong. Miss Tantai, is Brother Baichi really gone? Huang Baidang asked doubtfully. He and Jia Huanshan are already in front of us. We are just trying to catch up with his pace. Tantai Jingzong said in a low voice. I see. I knew that Brother Baichi wouldn't die so easily. I know his strength. Even an ordinary divine emperor might not be able to withstand his attack. Huang Baidang said with a smile. We should go too. Otherwise, Brother Huang, aren't you afraid that all the good things will be taken away by those people? Baichi Huayu and Jia Huanshan have already taken away 2 great emperor divine weapons. Tantai and I almost died in the hands of this bastard. Jiangchen said with a faint smile. There's such a thing? Huang Baidang said with a surprised expression. However, his heart was as calm as still water. In the palaces of the 5 great emperors, all of them came for the hidden treasures. If they died, it would only mean that they were not strong enough and were not qualified to continue. However, it seemed like they had completely fallen out with Baichi Huayu. This was a good opportunity. Brother, I know Bai Chi Huayu's character. He's just a cunning and treacherous person. He won't be able to achieve anything great. If we join hands, we will surely be able to kill him and avenge you. Huang Baiding said confidently. Let's catch up with them first. Jiangchen said faintly. The group quickly entered the deeper palace. Tantai Jingzong was the last one. He couldn't help but look back at the rebirth pool with a complicated expression. Is this the place where the 5 great emperors hid their treasures? Oh my god, it's so magnificent. Bai Chi Huayu stared at the palace in front of him. Countless treasures blinded his eyes. Even though he was a half-step divine emperor, he couldn't control his emotions. I have never seen so many treasures in my life. Jiahe Quanshan murmured. In this incomparably huge palace, there was a mountain of treasures, and there were 5 guards standing around it. Every one of them had a ferocious aura. Although they were ice sculptures, they were vivid and lifelike, giving off an intimidating feeling without being angry. At the back of the Great Hall, there was an incomparably gigantic relief sculpture. This relief sculpture was made from bluestone and wasn't made from ice. On the surface of the relief sculpture, there was a man riding on a majestic eagle, wielding a divine weapon and piercing it into the body of the majestic eagle. The scene was extremely brutal and majestic. However, no one paid attention to the magnificent carvings. Everyone's gaze was focused on the treasure mountain at this moment. Ha ha ha, it's all mine. Everything here is mine. 100 Chi Huayu's eyes were filled with greed. At that moment, the 3 of them, Jiahe Quanshan, and Bailey Changyang were all extremely excited. Who would not be tempted by a treasure that could be described as a mountain of treasure? Is that a divine origin crystal? There are dozens of them. That's too terrifying. Jiahe Quanshan murmured. A piece of divine origin crystal was priceless. Even a supreme-grade divine origin stone could not be exchanged for it because it could provide an endless supply of divine origin chi for one's cultivation. Who wouldn't be shocked? Dozens of divine origin crystals were simply a windfall from the heavens. With the 7 chaotic origin treasures in hand, Bailey Zhongyang seemed to become incomparably powerful. His face glowed with radiance. With so many treasures, they had completely lost themselves. With all these items added together, it was enough to establish an everlasting sect, so why would they still need to live under someone else? With these things, even divine emperors could be ordered around by them. This was the true glory and wealth. You too, we'll split it among ourselves. We'll all have meat to eat. If anyone has any evil thoughts, I'm afraid it'll be very difficult to leave this place alive. So, we'll split into 3. Do you two have any objections? Bai Chi Huayu said indifferently. All right. I agree. I agree as well. Bailey Zhongyang and Jiahe Quanshan looked at each other and silently nodded. Although they did not trust each other, in the face of absolute benefits, they had no choice but to establish that fragile trust. Otherwise, it would be just like what Bailey Huayu had said. If they killed each other, it would be too difficult for them to leave. Fortunately, that stinky old Taoist did not follow us. Otherwise, we might have to take a share. Bailey Zhongyang said. If he comes, I'll kill him first. That guy wants to take a share of my things? Humph, he's dreaming. Bai Chi Huayu sneered. The boundless wealth in front of them all belonged to him. Dozens of divine weapons, dozens of divine origin crystals, countless spiritual herbs and cultivation techniques. This was something they could never imagine before. You're right. You're right. A guy who hasn't even reached the half-step divine emperor realm. I don't know how that stinky old Taoist and Jiang Chen have the courage to come here. They're just courting death. Now it seems like we've made the right decision. Even if we don't keep them there, they're still doomed to die in this ice palace. Jiahe Quanshan said indifferently. His eyes were filled with boundless wealth and treasures. Ha ha ha, after going out, I'll establish my own sect. Once my strength reaches the Divine Emperor realm, I'll definitely establish my own force in the Central Region Divine Land. 100 Feet Huayu's eyes shone brightly. It was as if he could already see the moment when he established his own sect. Tens of thousands of people would respect him, and countless people would come one after another to congratulate him. He would become a true sect master instead of being a parasitic child of someone else's sect. He would also have to experience the cruelty of a life-and-death battle. If he lost, it would be a crushing defeat. But now, he already had this strength. Why would he return to the fossil sect to ask for trouble? Bai Chi Huayu was ambitious and heroic. He had already calculated everything. The moment he got out of this ice palace would be the day of his rise. Bailey Zhongyang and Jia Quanshan were basically the same. They would only survive if they went crazy. They were now completely caught in the battle for the treasures. Fortunately, there wasn't too much of a fight. Even if the treasures were to be divided among the three of them, there were still countless of them. Who wants to kill me? Let me see. I promise I won't beat you to death. Just when the three of them were extremely excited, an extremely discordant voice rang out. Bai Chi Huayu and the other two's expressions instantly became extremely gloomy. They suddenly raised their heads. In that instant, their hearts could not help but thump. How could they still be alive? Tantai Jingzong and Jiang Chen had survived the attacks of the two great soldier souls. How was that possible? The two weapon souls were crazy and powerful. They could not control them at all, but Jiang Chen and Tantai Jingzong still managed to escape. This was extremely bad news for them. More importantly, there were three existences behind Jiang Chen and Tantai Jingzong that they were rather fearful of. So many treasures. It's simply a huge treasure trove. Yeah, looks like we've made the right decision this time. Ha ha ha, big brother, how many treasures do we want? Huang Daqi and Huang Chenglong both looked at Huang Baidang. Huang Baidang smiled, but the softness of his lips was even more unfathomable. Naturally, we want as many as we have. The three tigers of the Huang clan. Huang Baidang, Huang Chenglong, and Huang Daqi. The three of them were powerful cultivators from the Renaissance sect. Their strength was no weaker than theirs. One could imagine that the current situation was no longer as simple as they had imagined. After all, after seeing so much wealth, who wouldn't be shocked and go after it like a flock of ducks? Bailey Zhongyang and the other two understood that it was very likely that they were in the most danger right now. The appearance of the three tigers of the Huang clan and the fact that Tantai Jingzong and Jiang Chen were still alive posed an unimaginable threat to them. So many treasures. We're rich. We're rich. At that moment, Wu De directly leapt into the pile of treasures. He was so happy that he could not close his mouth, rolling around and kicking his legs. Jiang Chen could not help but roll his eyes. This guy was still so shameless. He actually rolled into the pile of treasures as if no one else was around. Tantai, you're still alive. That's fantastic. Our petrified sect definitely won't be the same as them. Bai Chi Huayu exclaimed in joy. A sliver of excitement flickered through his eyes. You still have the face to say that? Ha ha ha, when you left Tantai Jingzong there, why didn't you think about whether you're a part of the petrified sect or not? I originally wanted to help you, but you bastards are so cruel and unscrupulous. Without me, would you be able to split the spoils here in peace? Jiang Chen sneered. Bai Chi Huayu's face darkened as he glared at Jiang Chen. If it weren't for you, why would Tantai return? You're a jinx, Bai Chi Huayu said shamelessly. 100 Chi Huayu said shamelessly. At this moment, all he wanted was for Tantai Jingzong to stand on the same side as him. That way, the three tigers of the Huang clan would definitely not dare to take the initiative to attack them. However, Bai Chi Huayu had never thought Tantai Jingzong would be so decisive. My petrified sect does not have a shameless person like you. Haha, isn't it because of the fossil sect? This guy deserves to die. He's not strong enough, yet he still came to cause trouble. If it weren't for him, would you have become enemies with me? We grew up together as childhood sweethearts. Don't tell me you've forgotten all of this? Tantai, step by step, we became the strongest geniuses of the rock sect, the cornerstone of the sect. How magnificent and peerless were we? How peerless were we? But ever since he appeared, everything changed. That's why I have to kill him. Only by killing him can I obtain you. Only then can I let you know who is worthy of you. Bai Chi Huayu said hysterically. His eyes were bloodshot. At this moment, he revealed his boundless love for Tantai Jingzong, the love that was hidden deep in his heart. Jiangchen sneered. This guy just wanted to use the trick of injuring himself to gain Tantai Jingzong's sympathy. However, his acting was too clumsy. It's too late to say anything now. Baichi Huayu, do you really think it's for love? Ha ha ha, do you believe what you just said? It's really despicable. It's disgusting to have a scum like you in the fossil sect. Are you worthy of Tantai Jingzong? You're not even worthy of carrying her shoes. Jiangchen sneered and pointed his spear at Baichi Huayu. Their eyes met, and a shocking battle intent burst out from their eyes. Baichi Huayu must kill Jiangchen. Only by killing him could Tantai Jingzong change his mind. Baichi Huayu could not be delayed. This time was the best opportunity to kill Jiangchen. Jiangchen was also full of killing intent as he faced Baichi Huayu. This guy must die. He must get rid of the hatred in his heart. Otherwise, it would be a stain on his heart. Jiangchen wanted to kill Baichi Huayu as a warning to others. Both of them were at each other's throats. The killing intent in their eyes gradually converged and was filled with an explosive effect. Jiangchen, today, 100 feet rain, will sacrifice you to the 5 great emperors. 100 Chi Huayu said in a deep voice. He shouted angrily and pointed his long saber at Jiangchen. The fact that Jiangchen was holding the divine saber that 100 Chi Huayu had obtained before made 100 Chi Huayu even more furious. His eyes lit up. This fellow had actually obtained his divine saber. Give me back my divine saber. The 100 feet transformation rain was like a dragon as it charged towards Jiangchen. The terrifying waves of air rolled over. After all, the 100 feet transformation rain had the ability to fight against a divine emperor. The peerless genius of the petrified sect was evident. Jiangchen did not dare to be negligent. He held the divine saber in his hand just to anger this 100 chi rain. If you have the ability, come and get it yourself. Jiangchen smiled faintly, the coldness in his eyes became more intense. You're courting death. Even if you manage to escape from the hands of the weapon soul, I will definitely let you die knowing the truth. 100 Chi Huayu was furious. This fellow had made things difficult for him time and time again. So what if the petrified sect was indebted to him? After obtaining these treasures, he would definitely leave the petrified sect. At that time, he would be the sect master. He did not need to care about anyone's feelings. He wanted to become a true ruler and occupy a place above the central region divine land. Let's see if you have the ability to do so. Jiangchen and 100 Chi Huayu clashed together. Rays of saber light crisscrossed. The 3 tigers of the Huang clan, Jia He Quanshan and the others were happy to watch the show. Because if one of them died, there would be one less person competing with them for the treasures. Tantai Jingzong frowned. Although she hated 100 Chi Huayu very much, he was still a member of the petrified sect. If he really died now, she would definitely be surrounded by enemies. However, from the looks of it, the two of them did not have any intention of stopping. They would definitely not let the matter rest even if they were to kill each other. At this moment, the smelly old Taoist Wu De had disappeared without a trace. As for Yuan Hua, he was staring at the 5 ice sculptures. That was because he felt that his state of mind was still restless, and the source of this restlessness was the 5 ice sculptures. These 5 ice sculptures seemed to be the guards of this place. Ever since Yuan Hua had entered, his gaze had already been focused on this place. However, there was no change in his expression. Only when Jiangchen took out the divine saber in his hand did Yuan Hua realize that the 5 ice sculptures had actually started to tremble slightly. What's going on? Yuan Hua murmured. Why was he the only one who felt this way? The ice sculpture had actually started to move. Although it wasn't a big movement, it was enough to make people feel a great sense of danger. Miss Tantai, did you see the ice sculpture move? I didn't see it. Are you seeing things? Aren't you a little too nervous? Tantai Jingzong said faintly. At this moment, Yuan Hua only noticed the battle between Jiangchen and 100 Chi Huayu. However, he did see the ice sculpture move. There was no mistake. Could it be that Tantai Jingzong did not see it? Did everyone turn a blind eye to the movement of the ice sculpture? After all, Jiangchen's saber technique was not his forte. After putting away the divine saber, Jiangchen held the heavenly dragon sword again. His entire person became incomparably powerful. In addition, the heavenly dragon sword had previously obtained 2 soldier souls, so the heavenly dragon sword became even more terrifying. Wild Snow Saber. Ice Seal 10,000 Zhang. The 100 Qi Huayu saber technique was exquisite. It blocked Jiang Chen's path. Jiang Chen's sword might surged and the boundless sword interweaved with the 100 Qi Huayu saber. It was actually a draw. Between the two, no one gained the upper hand. Jiang Chen's heart was in awe. This 100 Qi Huayu saber was indeed quite capable. It wasn't considered as deceiving the world. There was a reason why he could become one of the strongest disciples of the fossil sect. Under the dragon transformation, Jiang Chen's sword Qi was released again. The Sword of Solitude, the 7th sword move, sword shakes the wind and clouds, the terrifying dragon might was unparalleled. Jiang Chen's aura was like a tiger that could devour 10,000 li. This sword move directly caused 100 Qi Huayu's expression to change drastically. Countless saber shadows turned into layers of defense, completely unable to block Jiang Chen's 7th sword move. With Jiang Chen's strength, even if he was unarmed, he could already kill a half-step divine emperor. After using the dragon transformation, his strength was even stronger. In addition to the Sword of Solitude, it was naturally easy for him to destroy the might of 100 Qi Huayu saber. The wind and clouds were stirred up, and the sword Qi was released. The sudden change of the sword move had shocked everyone on the scene. Their strength should be on par with 100 Qi Huayu. At this moment, they all looked at Jiang Chen in a new light. No wonder he could escape from the 2 soldier souls. It turned out that his strength was strong enough. Even the 3 tigers of the Huang family had to re-evaluate Jiang Chen's true strength. Puff, 100 Qi Huayu saber was forced to retreat by Jiang Chen. Blood spurted out from his mouth, and the blood in his body was boiling. This move had directly injured him. He did not expect Jiang Chen's strength to be so terrifying. His previous prediction was all wrong. This guy was comparable to a divine emperor. How could he be a peak hierarch? The gap between them was too huge, the sword shadows dispersed. 100 Qi Huayu saber retreated step by step and instantly fell into a passive position. I don't need to use a butcher's knife to kill you. Jiang Chen kept his heavenly dragon sword and looked straight at 100 Qi Huayu saber. He took a step forward and his aura was like a rainbow. His fists were cold and powerful. Jiang Chen was incomparably tyrannical. Barehanded, he clashed head-on with 100 Qi Huayu. At this moment, 100 Qi Huayu was completely stunned. Everyone's expression became extremely marvelous. Jiang Chen's punches landed on 100 Qi Huayu's divine weapon. Saber light flickered, and Jiang Chen's fists were actually comparable to Vajra. Waves of terrifying qi surged as Jiang Chen clenched his fists and attacked. Each of his moves contained the power to destroy the heavens and extinguish the earth. This battle caused 100 Qi Huayu to be completely dumbfounded. He had unleashed all of his strength, yet he was still heavily injured by Jiang Chen. Not only that, he couldn't even subdue the barehanded Jiang Chen. On the contrary, he was suppressed by Jiang Chen's unparalleled momentum. This scene caused the spectators to involuntarily click their tongues. Jiang Chen is like a human-shaped weapon. He's too scary. Yeah, I don't want to face this fellow. He's too ferocious. Looks like 100 Qi Huayu isn't a match for Jiang Chen. He's too terrifying. Everyone feared Jiang Chen like a tiger, because the methods he displayed were simply too shocking. Each of his punches was comparable to the mountain and river Great Seal. Tsunami surged forth, and his attacks were like tigers, causing people to feel dread. Jiang Chen's punches shook people's hearts, landing on 100 Qi Huayu's saber. 100 Qi Huayu's entire body trembled, and the webbing between his thumb and forefinger cracked. His entire being was forced back by Jiang Chen's unparalleled tyrannical aura. It was an indescribable tyrannical aura. 3000 flame heavenly imprint. True dragon palm. Each of Jiang Chen's attacks was ruthless, forcing 100 Qi Huayu to be unable to face Jiang Chen head-on. He could only passively defend, retreating in order to advance. Exquisite indestructible blade. The 100 feet rain saber light slashed out, cutting through the thistles and thorns as it swept out, colliding with Jiang Chen. However, he was pushed back by Jiang Chen's seal. He staggered and fell to the ground. Fortunately, he had a weapon to support him, otherwise, he would have lost even more miserably. The saber light shattered and shattered. There was no room for Xianxia to retaliate at all. After using the dragon transformation, he had unleashed his strongest battle prowess. Otherwise, it would not have been so easy for him to defeat the 100-feet rain. Trash, it will always be trash. Xianxia coldly looked at 100 Huayu. 100 Huayu's face turned ashen as he gritted his teeth. At this time, he could no longer contend against Xianxia. Xianxia, you cannot kill me. Otherwise, the petrified sect will definitely not let you off. 100 Huayu said in a deep voice. At this moment, his face no longer had the arrogance from before, nor did he have the domineering aura from before. He only wanted to live. Living was more important than anything else. In the past, he was the true pride of the petrified sect. However, he did not expect that he would be in such a difficult situation at this moment. The affairs of the world were unpredictable. All of this was due to the despicable Xianxia. His past glory had all turned into a bubble. The monstrous genius of the petrified sect had also become a laughingstock. Oh? Is that so? Do you think that I will put the petrified sect in my eyes? Xianxia said with a smile. The coldness in his eyes did not weaken in the slightest. 100 Huayu's breathing stagnated. His face turned gloomy. Then, he turned to look at Tantai Jingzong. Right now, Tantai Jingzong was his only hope. Tantai, on account of our many years of friendship, save me. You can't just watch as Xianxia kills me. How are you going to explain this to the petrified sect? 100 Huayu was extremely emotional, but Xianxia was walking towards him step by step. The threat of death was also approaching step by step. 100 Huayu's inner struggle had already reached the most dangerous moment. Xianxia would really kill him. Tantai Jingzong was still a little soft-hearted. After all, they were from the same sect, and their friendship was hard to break. If he were to watch as Xianxia killed 100 Huayu, then he would not be able to explain this to the petrified sect. Xianxia, on account of me, spare his life, right? Has he ever spared my life because of you? Ha ha ha, I have never been lenient to my enemies. Xianxia said indifferently. This sentence also made Tantai Jingzong understand that he had nothing to say. Yes, when had 100 Huayu ever spared Xianxia's life because of him? If 100 Huayu hadn't forced Xianxia into a bottomless abyss back then, Xianxia wouldn't have hated 100 Huayu so much. Life and death, gratitude and grudges, everything is determined by fate. Your death today is directly proportional to the sins you have committed. You don't have to feel wronged. Even without me, you would still have died here. Because this is your destiny. Xianxia said coldly. His eyes grew even colder as he took a step forward and approached 100 Huayu. 100 Huayu's expression turned ugly as he roared. I'll fight it out with you. 100 Huayu wanted to perish together with Xianxia, but how could Xianxia give him such a chance? The saber gave Xianxia a lot of pressure. This was 100 Huayu's strongest attack, but Xianxia's method was even more terrifying. The azure lotus star flame in his hand turned into a stream of light and entered 100 Huayu's body. 100 Huayu still wanted to charge forward, but in the next second, his body actually started burning. Everyone's expression changed. What kind of method had Xianxia used? It was simply too shocking. Ah, save me, Tantai, save me, I don't want to die. I don't want to die. I'm a disciple of the petrified school, I'm the heavens of the petrified school. 100 Huayu directly turned into ashes under the azure lotus star flame. The moment the flames burned, he knelt down and eventually turned into ashes. Everyone couldn't help sighing. This guy was purely reaping what he sowed. Otherwise, Xianxia wouldn't have wanted to kill him. Beili Zhangyang and Jiahe Quanshan glanced at each other. They didn't expect Xianxia to be so strong. He killed 100 Huayu just like that. In this way, Xianxia became one of the strongest existences among them. At least for now, it seemed that no one could contend against him in a one-on-one fight. At least, Jiahe Quanshan and Beili Zhangyang didn't dare to try. The three tigers of the Huang clan were inseparable, and they definitely wouldn't fight alone. Tantai Jingzong could not bear to see Xianxia kill Yachi Huayu. However, he had already killed Yachi Huayu. He only had himself to blame. Jiangchen wouldn't be so ruthless if he had no intention of harming Jiangchen. Tantai Jingzong knew that it was useless for him to say anything because Jiangchen would never go back on his words. 100 Qi Huayu's death was a huge blow to them. After all, the strength that Jiangchen had displayed was something that no one dared to easily try. Jiangchen had killed the chicken to warn the monkey, letting them understand that they weren't easy to bully. It's moving, it's finally moving. The ice sculpture is moving. Jiangchen's facial expression changed. All of the ice sculptures were facing him. It was really hateful. It was really hard to guess what was going on. These ice sculptures can actually move, murmured Tantai Jingzong. Tantai Jingzong murmured. She knew that she had wronged Yuanhua. Yuanhua had seen it, but she hadn't. Retreat quickly. These ice sculptures are very strong. They've even reached the Divine Emperor realm. Huang Baidang dismissed his two brothers and quickly retreated. However, the ice guards did not charge at the three of them. Even Yuanhua and Bailey Zhongyang managed to avoid a disaster because the ice guards seemed to have a purpose. 3 of the ice sculptures charged at Jiangchen, while the other 2 charged at Tantai Jingzong and Jia Huanshan. None of the 5 ice sculptures charged at the 3 brothers. At this moment, everyone looked at the scene in disbelief. How can this be? Jiangchen frowned. He was puzzled. However, the 3 ice sculptures blocked him at the entrance. It was the power of 3 divine emperors. Jiangchen could not fight back at all. These ice sculptures were completely different from the ones at the entrance. These 5 ice sculptures were extraordinarily strong. I know. They must be the great sovereign divine weapons that we obtained earlier. Jiangchen yelled. He had already obtained 3 of the great sovereign divine weapons, while Jia Huanshan and Tantai Jingzong only obtained 1 each. Therefore, each of them had 1 ice sculpture charging at them. On the contrary, the 3 ice sculptures were charging at Jiangchen. Damn it. Jia Huanshan smiled bitterly in his heart. This ice statue was too strong. He did not dare to be careless. He exerted all his strength to stabilize his body. This ice statue wanted to snatch the divine spear in his hand. Its goal was clear. We can't let them obtain the weapons. Otherwise, they'll become even more powerful and we'll struggle to stop them. Jiangchen looked at Tantai Jingzong and Jia Huanshan. If they gave up the divine weapons in their hands now, it would be equivalent to digging their own graves. Once the 5 ice sculpture warriors got their hands on the 5 divine weapons, it would be a horrifying massacre. Jiangchen's situation was the most dangerous. He was fighting 1 against 3. He had already used all his strength, but he still could not defeat the 3 of them. I'll help you. Yuanhua roared and charged forward to fight against the 3 ice sculptures with Jiangchen. However, it was still like a drop in the bucket. There was no guarantee at all. At this moment, the 3 Huang brothers glanced at each other. None of them had the intention to help. Instead, they picked up their treasures. The scene was extremely chaotic. Bailey Zhongyang was the same. He did not have the intention to help Jiangchen. Instead, he only cared about the treasures in front of him. Jiangchen didn't panic at all. Although those treasures were very tempting to him, without absolute safety, they could be the talisman that could change their life and death. These 3 fellows in front of Jiangchen were the most terrifying ones. The combat strength of these 3 ice sculptures didn't seem like puppets at all. In their eyes, Jiangchen could see an unyielding will. It was an unyielding will, as if they were trying to protect something. Yuanhua's help was out of Jiangchen's expectation. This bastard was quite generous. He didn't even think of running away. Although he was captured by Jiangchen, he was willing to do so. After all, he wanted to know what kind of place this ice palace was. Jiangchen was surprised. Thank you. Jiangchen said with a smile. Although Yuanhua was in a difficult situation and did not help him much, Jiangchen would always remember this favor. The most hateful one was the smelly old Taoist Wu De. Even Jiangchen did not know when this fella disappeared. He could not even see his shadow now. At the critical moment, this fella would definitely run away. Jiangchen did not know where he got his sharp sense of smell from. I also want to go out and have a look. I want to see what color the sky is and smell the ground. Yuan Hua said with a serious face. Xianxia glanced at Yuan Hua. His belief was just that simple. Even though he was a half-step divine emperor, he could not see the sky outside. He had been trapped here for thousands of years. He was born here and he did not even have the slightest right to choose. Xianxia looked at Yuan Hua. I will definitely bring you out. Xianxia said solemnly. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. The three ice warriors became fiercer. However, Xianxia managed to resist the pressure even though he was in a difficult situation. Tantai Jingzong and Jiahe Quanshan were not so lucky. Both of them were almost completely suppressed by the ice warriors. At this time, Xianxia was also helpless. Yuan Hua had helped Xianxia become an ice statue warrior. In any case, Xianxia could finally relax a little. However, the ferocity of the ice statue warrior was still as strong as before. Plus, their target was the 5 great sovereign divine weapons that they had obtained in the main hall. Once they obtained those weapons, their strength would probably rise to a whole new level. At this moment, Jiahe Quanshan still couldn't withstand the ice statue warrior's attack and the spear in his hand was snatched away by the ice statue warrior. At this moment, a terrifying scene had occurred. Xianxia watched as the ice warrior sent Jiahe Quanshan flying with 3 spear strikes. Jiahe Quanshan did not even have the strength to fight back. Jiahe Quanshan found it hard to believe that the ice warrior's strength was terrifying. The terrifying spear technique followed like a shadow. Jiahe Quanshan was severely injured in less than 10 moves. Xianxia squinted his eyes. It didn't matter if Jiahe Quanshan died, but after the ice sculpture warrior obtained the divine spear, their situation would become more and more dangerous. Because the ice sculpture warrior would be in a completely different state when it didn't have a divine weapon and when it had one. Tantai Jingzong was also in a difficult situation. He might be defeated by the ice warrior at any time. Even the mace in his hand was in a precarious situation. You step back first. Leave it to me. Xianxia squinted his eyes. This fellow was really not easy to deal with. However, he would rather die than to let this ice sculpture warrior get the divine weapon. Currently, it was getting more and more difficult for them, but the 3 Huang brothers and Bailey Zhangyang were still busy collecting the treasures. Can you do it? Tantai Jingzong asked worriedly. I have to do it even if I can't. Xianxia clenched his teeth. He glanced at Tantai Jingzong and forced a smile on his face. Although the 3 Divine Emperor Realm experts were not real Divine Emperor Realm experts, the terrifying oppressive aura still put him in a worrying situation and put him in deep danger. Xianxia knew that he had to take on the attack of the ice sculpture guards. Huang Baidang, Bailey Zhangyang, and Huang Baidang didn't care about them at all because the 5 divine weapons had nothing to do with them. Even if it was Xianxia wouldn't poke his nose into other people's business. Wouldn't it be perfect if he just stood aside and harvested the treasures? However, now that Xianxia had become the first to bear the brunt of the ice sculpture guards, he had to take the lead in this battle, because the 5 divine weapons and treasures were extraordinary. Xianxia knew that these items must be the most precious treasures of the 5 great sovereigns. Otherwise, the 5 ice sculpture guards wouldn't ignore anyone who tried to steal the treasures. They only had one goal, and that was to snatch the divine weapons and treasures from Xianxia's hands. Whoever had the divine weapons and treasures would become their target. Xianxia was fighting against 4 at the same time. At this moment, it was already extremely difficult for him. However, the limitless sword allowed him to move in and out with ease. Even when he was being attacked by the 4 ice sculpture guards, he was still able to resist all the pressure. However, even though Xianxia was strong enough, it was a pity that his teammates were like pigs. Moreover, they were more of a hindrance than a help. Under the attack of the ice statue, Kaga Quanshan was instantly defeated. The shadow of the spear pierced through the void. He had no way to evade it. The divine spear in his hand had already been taken away. The ice statue seemed to have the help of a god. Its momentum was unstoppable. Kaga Quanshan had no strength to fight back. Radiance of charm of water, bloom. Jiahe Quanshan struck out with his palm. Streaks of melodious water sword chi descended from the sky with an imposing aura. However, under the spear of the ice statue, it seemed to have no power to resist at all. The streaks of melodious water sword chi were pierced by the spear, shattering the ice flowers. Jia Quanshan was seriously injured by the ice statue. Ice flowers and blood interweaved, resplendent and tragic. Damn it. In the end, it's still 1-5. Xianxia said while gritting his teeth. There was nothing he could do about it. However, the most terrifying one was the ice statue guard with the divine spear. If the other 4 were ordinary divine emperor experts, then the ice statue guard with the cold spear was almost at the mid-divine emperor realm. Although it didn't have its own consciousness, its terrifying techniques had already been integrated into its body. Each of its moves was natural. As long as Xianxia could obtain their divine weapons and treasures, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. Xianxia's eyes narrowed. This Jia Quanshan was too useless. He was defeated so quickly. However, Xianxia didn't hesitate at all. If he hesitated, he would only become a stepping stone for others. Especially when these ice sculptures were entangled with him, he could only fight with his life on the line. Tantai Jingzong's expression was solemn. She had been supporting Xianxia from the beginning. Yuanhua was not to be outdone. Although his strength was limited, he was still able to block the ice sculptures and solve the problem for Xianxia. At this moment, he didn't run away. This was enough to prove his character. The most unreliable one was that bastard Wu De. No one knew where that bastard had gone. Xianxia was forced to retreat again and again. Tantai Jingzong and Yuanhua weren't any better. Their paths were blocked, and they were even forced out of the hall. The situation was extremely dangerous. Huang Baidang threw a glance at Xianxia and the others who were running away in a panic. A sneer could be seen on his face. Later on, it would be the perfect time for them to reap the benefits from their fight. Azure Lotus Starfire, burn for me. Xianxia brandished his sword Qi, and the flames rose. The Azure Lotus Starfire burned unceasingly. A terrifying heat wave rushed towards them. The scorching feeling made even Tantai Jingzong and Yuanhua feel uncomfortable. They didn't dare to face it head-on. Other than the ice sculpture with the long spear, the other 4 ice sculptures were all struggling to resist. Xianxia's Azure Lotus Starfire had caused them great pressure, but the spear guard didn't show any mercy. He fought back and forth with Xianxia. It was very enjoyable. Moreover, the longer they fought, the more shocked they became. Xianxia didn't expect that this guy could actually raise his strength to this level. He had the attitude of having a divine spear in his hand. Dragon Rider Celestial Guards, kill for me. These guys had completely aroused the anger in Xianxia's heart. As soon as the Dragon Rider Celestial Guards made their move, they instantly blocked the ice sculpture's momentum and blocked its path. However, even with 7 Dragon Rider Celestial Guards, it was still quite difficult to repel this warrior with a long spear. It wasn't easy for them to hold him back for a while. Cold River Stone, suppress for me. Xianxia held the Cold River Stone in one hand and the Azure Lotus Starfire in the other. He attacked the ice sculpture from both sides. Finally, the ice sculpture began to melt and was gradually suppressed by Xianxia. Kill, kill without mercy, kill, the ice sculpture holding the long spear was still murmuring. It seemed to be filled with unwillingness, but Xianxia didn't show any mercy. In order to kill this guy, he used all his means. The ice sculpture's body gradually melted, turning into a pool of ice water. Only the long spear was left. Xianxia held the long spear tightly. His eyes were incomparably sharp. Those guys, I will never let them go. The remaining 4 ice statue guards were melted by Xianxia's Azure Lotus Star Fire and melted into icy water, dispersing into the air. Xianxia finally let out a long breath. In the end, the 5 ice sculptures were defeated by him. This mace should also belong to you. Tantai Jingzong held the mace in her hand and directly threw it at Xianxia. Even Xianxia didn't know what she was thinking. Did she not like the design of the mace? Or did she think that the mace should belong to him? After all, he was the one who defeated the 5 ice sculptures, and each ice sculpture corresponded to a divine weapon. However, this mace was a primal origin treasure after all. Tantai Jingzong was willing to part with it, which made Xianxia a little surprised. He even looked at her in a new light. Jiangchen held the mace tightly and looked at Tantai Jingzong with a smile. No one knew what he was thinking. It seems that I should thank you. Jiangchen already had 5 divine weapons in his hands. However, at this moment, he felt that he would get into trouble because of his wealth. It was going to happen. Brat, so many divine weapons and treasures, can you swallow them all? Huang Chenglong said with a smile. He stopped what he was doing. At this moment, the 3 of them were extremely envious of the divine weapons in Jiangchen's hands. From your tone, I can't swallow them. Could it be that you still want to help me? Jiangchen said with a faint smile. How could he not know the intentions of these guys? We won't force the 3 of us and brother Changyang. A chaotic origin treasure will be enough for each of us. What do you think? Huang Baidang put on a righteous look and said lightly. Ha ha ha, this is truly a good plan. To be able to display shamelessness to the extreme, the few of you can be considered to have made quite an achievement. In the end, I, Jiangchen, am still far behind him. Jiangchen said with a sneer. These people actually wanted to give each of them a primordial essence treasure. They were simply daydreaming, indulging in the wildest fantasies. So, you're not willing? Little fellow, don't blame me for not warning you. If our big brother makes a move, you won't be far from death. Huang Chenglong said proudly. It's not too late for you to kowtow and admit your mistakes and offer up your divine weapons and treasures. How many shameless drugs are there in the world? All of them have been eaten by you brothers. I've finally seen it today. However, I, Jiangchen, specialize in treating all kinds of shamelessness. Looks like you won't give up until you see your coffin. Jiangchen, oh Jiangchen. Do you really think you can dominate the world all by yourself? So what if you have the assistance of the fossil sect? My revival sect will never give you any chance. Since you don't want to hand over the treasure artifact, I can only send you to paradise, Huang Baidang said indifferently. Huang Baidang said faintly. Since Jiangchen was acting recklessly, there was no need for them to continue talking nonsense with him. You 2 brothers are geniuses for being shameless to the limit. If you want the treasure artifact in my hands, you'll have to get past me first, Jiangchen said sternly. His eyes shone like torches. His gaze was filled with a sense of unflinching death. He did not fear Huang Baidang at all. Alright, then let's see who's stronger. Second brother, third brother, brother Changyang, kill Jiangchen first. It's not too late to collect the treasures afterwards. Huang Baidang's cold voice seemed to announce Jiangchen's death sentence. In his eyes, no one dared to oppose the revival sect. Jiangchen was basically looking to die. He was only a peak hierarch. What did he have to fight so many of them? Those so-called ice sculpture guards were merely mediocre people. They could not even enter the limelight at all. Be careful. Tantai Jingzong cried out. There were actually 5 ice sculpture guards behind Jiangchen, and they all struck out. Jiangchen gasped at this sight. The 5 ice sculpture guards were actually still alive? In other words, were they unkillable? They had been completely melted by his azure lotus starfire, so how could they still stand up? This was simply unimaginable. Right now, Jiangchen was basically surrounded by enemies. In front of him was Huang Baidang, and behind him was the 5 ice sculpture guards. He was immediately caught between a rock and a hard place. Jiangchen furrowed his brows, retreating in order to advance. However, the 2 groups of people disregarded everything and rushed towards him. At this moment, he had 5 divine treasures in his hands, and was being targeted by Huang Baidang's group. It was extremely difficult for him to move forward. Ha ha ha, the heavens are really helping me. Let's see how you are going to contend against me now. Looks like this ice sculpture guard is not as simple as you think it is. Huang Baidang said with a laugh. He was like a tiger that had grown wings. The 4 of them were half-step divine emperors and the 5 ice sculpture guards. It would be a piece of cake for them to kill Jiangchen. It's too early to be happy now. Jiangchen said coldly. He held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and stood up to fight again. Under the dragon transformation, his roar was like a mountain and his sword was like a raging wave. Huang Chenglong was the first to bear the brunt of the attack and he was pushed back by Jiangchen's sword. The terrifying power almost caused Huang Chenglong to be defeated in one move. His chi and blood were boiling. Xianxia's sword was like a flying immortal from the heavens, and it completely shocked him. Big brother, this guy is very strong. Be careful. Huang Chenglong gasped. He initially thought that Xianxian was just a peak hierarch. Even if he had some ability, it would be limited. However, it seemed like this guy's combat strength was quite extraordinary. Huang Chenglong felt that he was not a match for him after just one sword. Xianxian squinted his eyes. He was not at a disadvantage even when fighting against 10 people alone. This time, he was completely enraged. Whether it was the Renaissance sect or these ice sculpture guards, Xianxian wanted to kill all of them. Ancient Soaring Dragon Technique. Xianxian's strength continued to increase. The current him was not weaker than anyone. Huang Baidang was in the front and wanted to kill Xianxian, but he did not have the chance to do so. Xianxian's strength had really shocked them. Under the siege of 9 people, he still did not reveal his true strength. Each of his moves was ruthless and he forced all the strong enemies to retreat. Xianxian's dreadfulness had made Huang Baidang and the others realize what true terror was. Huang Baidang and the others couldn't compete with Xianxian at all. If it wasn't for the ice statue guards helping them to bear half of Xianxian's strength, they wouldn't have been able to remain undefeated. Xianxian's aura was like a peerless emperor from the 9 heavens. It was unstoppable. The limitless sword shocked the heavens. No one could withstand its sharpness. Huang Chenglong and Bailey Zhangyang were heavily injured by Xianxian and were on the verge of death. At this moment, they finally felt Xianxian's dreadfulness. But at this moment, there was no way for them to back down. Xianxian would never give them a chance to back out of the battle. Motherf *Ker, let's fight. Huang Baidang said while gritting his teeth. He could only fight with his life in this battle. He had no other choice. Yellow Dragon Sword skill, Lone Wind Oriole rises, sword leads the heavens to crack. Huang Baidang turned into a long sword and roared. The sword's shadow was buzzing, tearing the heavens apart and pressing down on Xianxian. His aura shook the heavens and earth. 15th sword. Xianxian roared furiously. He drew out his sword and swung it. The terrifying peerless sword shadow was completely torn apart by Xianxian. Huang Baidang's facial expression changed drastically. His body trembled and he was sent flying backwards. Xianxian was furious. The sword shadow was broken and he was heavily injured, blood spurted out. Xianxian's aura was like a rainbow. He took advantage of the situation and chased after them. The Ling Tian sword will seal the void. Thunder rumbled and the heavens and earth changed color. Xianxian was unstoppable and killed 3 people from the Resurgence sect. The 3 Huang brothers were also completely annihilated at this moment. They could not believe that they were killed by Xianxian so mercilessly. It was too shocking. Bailey Zhangyang was completely dumbfounded. At this moment, he couldn't believe that the 3 Huang brothers were killed by Xianxian just like that. It happened in a split second, he didn't even have time to react. How crazy and shocking was that? He couldn't believe it. Just like that, they're all dead? Bailey Zhangyang sucked in a breath of cold air. He wanted to retreat, but he found out that he had been locked by Xianxian. Brother Xianxian, let's talk it out. I didn't mean to harm you. You can't kill me. Bailey Zhangyang said with a bitter smile. But how could Xianxian listen to his side of the story? Since Xianxian had decided to stand on the same side with the Huang brothers to deal with him, there was no room for negotiation. Don't you think it's a bit too late to say this now? Xianxian said in an indifferent tone. He didn't plan to let any of them go. These guys were all fence-sitters who bullied the weak and feared the strong. If he wasn't strong enough, he might have been killed by them by now. The 3 Huang brothers are still waiting for you. How can you live alone? The smile on Xianxian's face became colder. He took a step forward and the sword shadow blurred. Blood splattered and souls were destroyed. Bailey Zhangyang clutched his throat tightly, but his eyes gradually lost their luster. Xianxian's power was completely displayed at this moment. No one could resist him. As Xianxian turned around abruptly, the 5 ice sculpture guards had also arrived. These fellows were extremely annoying and could not be killed. Even Xianxian had no idea how to completely wipe them out. Xianxia frowned and retreated again and again. He did not have the time to fight against these ice sculpture puppets. The 7 dragon rider celestial guards appeared and blocked the path of the 5 ice sculpture guards. For a moment, they were in a deadlock. Xianxia no longer had the mood to care about these ice sculpture guards. Pa. 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 Marvelous. This is too marvelous. Jiang brother, you're truly domineering. Truly admirable. A voice of praise rang out. Xianxia frowned and realized that Wu De had just popped his head out from the pile of treasures and said with a surprised look on his face. You coward. I thought you were dead. Xianxia said with a cold expression. At the crucial moment, this fellow had disappeared without a trace. Now that he had come out, Xianxia was naturally furious. He. I'm a virtuous man. Heaven helps me. Although this place is strange, it can't trap me. Wu De said with a chuckle. Xianxia should have known that this fellow had burrowed into the pile of treasures. At this moment, the scene of him climbing out from the pile of treasures looked extremely comical. You're quite confident. Xianxia said with a cold smile. Jiang brother, don't be impatient. I only found a place to hide because I didn't want to be a burden to you. Otherwise, you'll have to worry about my safety while fighting. You'll definitely be distracted. Wu De said with a straight face. You're quite narcissistic. You're so useless and useless. Why should I save you? Xianxia said straightforwardly. Cough cough cough. Jiang brother, you can't say that. You should know that I'm the one who broke through the stone array and helped you guys escape from danger. Time is like a grain of sand. Even a grain of sand has its use. My use isn't limited to that. Who broke through that formation? Don't you have any idea? Xianxia asked. Wu De's eyes widened as he looked at Xianxia in disbelief. On one hand, he felt guilty. On the other hand, he was shocked by Xianxia's strength. In other words, he was the one who broke the stone array? Brother Jiang is really a godly person. This poor Taoist really admires you. This old Taoist's admiration for you is like an endless torrential river, like the overflowing Yellow River, which can't be stopped once it starts. You are simply a dragon among men, a rare talent in the world. Wu De kept on praising Xianxia, his face full of solemnity. Alright, if you have something to say, hurry up and say it. Otherwise, I would have thought that you would be a coward for the rest of your life. Xianxia glared at Wu De. This guy ran away the moment he encountered danger. This was something that even Xianxia couldn't catch up to. Moreover, Wu De was still able to talk in such a dignified manner. His shamelessness had been cultivated to such an extent. It was truly shocking. Brother Xianxia, under the treasures, there are 5 grooves. Can you guess what they are? Wu De said with a smile. Could it be that there are other mysteries under the treasures? Xianxia frowned and said. If you have something to say, just say it. Why are you acting like an official? Yuan Hua curled his lips and said. He didn't like this smelly old Taoist who ran away in the face of danger. It was already very fortunate that Xianxia didn't kill him. What's the hurry? Haste makes waste. Hee. I think you should have guessed it, right, Brother Jiang? After Wu De finished speaking, Xianxia also frowned. He already had his own guess. However, whether it was true or not, he didn't know. Those 5 divine weapons and treasures? Are they the keys to open the grooves? Xianxia looked at Wu De with a puzzled expression. Not bad. Brother Jiang is really knowledgeable and talented. Possessing both wisdom and courage is rare in this world. Wu De boasted about Xianxia again. Moreover, his face was filled with admiration, causing Xianxia to feel a little uneasy. This guy was really a clown. These 5 great emperors are really scheming. Who would have thought that with the treasures, they would be able to defeat the great emperors? I didn't expect that under the treasures, there would be other mysteries. Yuan Hua said with incomparable astonishment. Let's move the treasures away first. Xianxia and the others began to move the treasures away. As expected, it was just as Wu De had said. Under the treasures, there was actually a door. There were 5 grooves on the door. They were the 5 divine weapons in Xianxia's hands: saber, spear, staff, halberd. Xianxia held the 5 divine weapons in his hands. With a wave of his hand, the 5 divine weapons fell into the grooves. The bluestone door that had been sealed for God knows how many years slowly opened. Dust flew everywhere. What appeared was a pitch-black staircase. Below the staircase was a deep and bottomless cave, emitting a cold and oppressive aura. "Looks like this is the real divine palace, right?" Yuan Hua murmured. In front of the door, there were 4 incomparably huge words. The words were written with strong strokes and silver hooks: Sea Ice Palace. "Looks like we finally found the real treasure of this underwater divine palace." He he he. Wuda's eyes lit up. Although those treasures were incomparably precious, he didn't seem to care about them at all. Tantai Jingzong silently looked at the entrance of the Sea Ice Palace. His expression was incomparably solemn. At this moment, there were only 4 of them left. Entering the Sea Ice Palace was even more relaxed. "Let's go down and take a look first. This Sea Ice Palace is really quite secretive," Jiangchen said. "Of course. If it wasn't for my underground scouting method, I'm afraid you guys wouldn't be able to find the location of the Sea Ice Palace in such a short period of time. You might even have overlooked it," Wuda said proudly. He glanced at Jiangchen. Jiangchen didn't put him in his eyes at all. This fella only knows how to flatter himself. The 4 of them entered the Sea Ice Palace. The path under their feet became colder and colder. They walked down the stairs for a full 100 meters before they finally entered the Sea Ice Palace. Jiangchen moved his palm. Green light flickered and flames rose. The entire Sea Ice Palace appeared in front of him. It was an ancient hall with a radius of 100 zhang. However, there was a bronze coffin in the middle of the hall. In front of the coffin, there was a stone tablet. "Heavenly tomb. What does this mean? A heavenly tomb?" Yuan Hua murmured. He was extremely puzzled. Behind the stone tablet, the bronze coffin was what shocked them the most. In front of the bronze coffin, there were 5 experts holding sabers, spears, rods, and halberds. They were kneeling on one knee. They seemed to be the most loyal guards guarding the bronze coffin. The 5 great emperors. Could this be the tomb of the 5 great emperors? In the bronze coffin should be the 5 great emperors. Jiangchen suddenly raised his head and saw a figure standing at the end of the hall. The figure was full of power, unparalleled majesty, and dominance. Jiangchen involuntarily walked towards the figure. Even Wu De and the others were shocked. When Jiangchen stood more than 10 zhang away from the figure, he suddenly realized that it was just a statue. However, this statue gave Jiangchen an extremely oppressive feeling. The back view of the statue was extremely similar to the mysterious man in the ice. However, Jiangchen was sure that this person was not the same person as the man in the ice. Moreover, the man in the ice had disappeared a long time ago. This statue made Jiangchen feel that the ice palace of Sihai was not as simple as it looked. The 5 great sovereigns, even if they were the last great sovereigns of the divine world, it was impossible for them to have such a powerful technique. This underwater divine tomb, in the ice palace of the divine sea. Just by looking at this statue, Jiangchen was sure that the master of this underwater divine tomb was not an ordinary person, and it was impossible for them to be the 5 great sovereigns. Even the 5 great emperors were not so terrifying. The statue's face couldn't be seen clearly. No matter which angle Jiangchen looked at it from, he could only see the back of the statue. However, the chi of the back of the statue was very similar to that of the frozen man. Jiangchen had no idea what kind of connection they had, but at this moment, he felt the greatest pressure he had ever felt in his life. "Smelly old Taoist, this is not the temporary imperial residence of the 5 great emperors, right?" Jiangchen suddenly turned his head and met Wuda's eyes. Both of their eyes were filled with extreme determination. Wuda smiled bitterly and shook his head, but then he nodded his head. "You found out. This is indeed not the temporary imperial residence of the 5 great emperors. Because the 5 great emperors are not qualified to build their temporary imperial residence in the Xianxia Sea." Wuda's words made Tantai Jingzong and Yuan Hua confused. Even Jiangchen was no exception. Although he knew that this should not be the temporary imperial residence of the 5 great emperors, he did not know what kind of place it was. This place was still mysterious to Xianxia. Then what is this place? Tantai Jingzong also looked at Wu De with a blank face. Would you believe me if I said that I don't know? Wu De looked at Xianxia and said. I believe you. Xianxia nodded. I only know that this is the place of an extremely terrifying almighty. The heavenly tomb should be the place of an extremely terrifying almighty. The 5 great emperors, in fact, should be 5 people. The 5 emperor realm experts guarding this mysterious almighty are divided into 5 directions: north, south, east, west, and center. To be able to make emperor realm experts guard the tomb, it's not something an ordinary person could do. Wu De continued with a solemn expression. Now that they had finally entered the ice palace of the Xianxia, he had nothing to hide anymore. This was also the problem that he discovered after walking in step by step. From the beginning, I only had my suspicions. However, when I saw these 5 terrifying guards standing before the bronze coffin, I was able to confirm my suspicions. Xianxia glanced at Wu De. This fellow was indeed hiding his strength. He felt that Wu De was not simple from the beginning. Now, it seemed that he was right. However, who was the mysterious almighty in the bronze coffin? Looks like it's not easy for us to reach this step. Yuan Hua said with a sigh. The 5 great emperors were just small soldiers. The true master of the ice palace of the Xianxia was the ultimate almighty. However, until now, no one knew the identity of this mysterious almighty. Xianxia stared at the bronze coffin silently. Everything that they wanted to know would be verified in the bronze coffin. However, at this moment, the pressure in the ice palace of the Xianxia made Xianxia feel that it was hard to breathe. This was definitely not a good place. I don't know who the tomb of the ice palace of the Xianxia is. So, the only way now is to open the coffin. Only by opening the bronze coffin, we can find out which unparalleled almighty it is. Wu De said in a deep voice as he withdrew his mischievous smile. Opening the coffin, especially the coffin of an ancient almighty, was definitely not an easy task. Even though they had already reached this step, they could not be certain that the next step would be safe and sound. If we open the coffin, perhaps there will be danger. Xianxia thought for a long time and said in a low voice. At this moment, even Wu De looked at Xianxia. Whether to open the coffin or not, it all depended on him. Whether it was Tantai Jingzong, Wu De or Yuan Hua, they all looked at him. Along the way, Xianxia had overcome many obstacles and killed many enemies. He was the most qualified person to say this. Whether to open the coffin or not, it all depended on him. This time, Wu De did not act recklessly. He stood quietly beside Xianxia. He was no longer laughing or cursing like before. He was completely like an otherworldly master. His Taoist robe fluttered even though there was no wind. He was full of vigor. Open it or not? Wu De asked in an incomparably solemn manner. No one knew what would happen after the coffin was opened. It was also unknown if that unparalleled expert, who had died tens of thousands of years ago, still had any tricks up his sleeves. Hence, the danger within the sea ice palace could descend at any time. Xianxia turned his head and looked at the back of the majestic figure. He still decided to open the coffin. After all, they could not come here for nothing. Since things had come to this, they had no way out. If they were afraid of the wolves in front of them and the tigers behind them, could they still be called cultivators? The reason why the almighties from generation to generation could step into the almighty emperor realm was because they had an indomitable spirit and faith. The strong were always fearless. Xianxia knew that he had no way out. He had to open the coffin. Even he was not sure what kind of danger he would face. At the very least, the pressure brought by the ice palace of the sea was hard to resist. Xianxia was ready. Perhaps the real outcome of this battle would be revealed at this moment. The heart of the strong was fearless. Xianxia cultivated the way of reaching the heavens. There was no fear. They only had one choice, and that was to move forward and be the hero. Open the coffin. Xianxia nodded silently. If it was a blessing, it would not be a curse. If it was a curse, it could not be avoided. At this moment, he had no other choice. This step was imminent. No matter how terrifying the person in the bronze coffin was, he had to take a look. Perhaps, to them, this was a great fortune. No one knew whether it was a good or bad thing. Life and death were separated by a single thought. No one knew whether it was good or bad. All right. Xianxia took a deep breath. At this moment, he held his breath and concentrated. They were about to open the coffin, and all the mysteries would be completely revealed at this moment. Tantai Jingzong and Yuan Hua were extremely solemn. Wu De murmured with a serious expression. Amateus Buddha, every debt has its debtor. We are just curious to know your identity after offending you. We hope that you will forgive us. Wu De's expression was respectful. At this moment, both of his hands slowly landed on the green stone coffin. At this moment, the green stone coffin actually began to vibrate. Wu De's expression changed, and he instantly retreated. Xianxia was also on guard. There shouldn't be a big rice dumpling in here, right? Wu De carefully retreated and looked at the bronze coffin with shifty eyes. However, he did not take another step forward. You bastard, Xianxia could not help but stare at Wu De. As long as there was a little bit of danger, this bastard would definitely retreat to the back. Even if he was tortured, he would not take another step forward. There must be a demon behind this abnormal situation. Brother Xianxia, you must be careful. Wu De said seriously. You shameless bastard. Xianxia stared at Wu De. Wu De laughed dryly and said, It's more important to stay alive. It's more important to stay alive. Xianxia could not be bothered with him. He held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and was about to lift the bronze coffin. However, the bronze coffin shook even more violently. I would like to see what kind of demon is causing trouble. Humph, Xianxia snorted coldly. He slashed out with his sword and the bronze coffin was sent flying. Within the bronze coffin, a purple gold coffin appeared in front of everyone. There must be a great secret in this coffin. Xianxia increasingly believed that the Almighty in the Ice Palace was not simple. Open for me. Xianxia slashed down with his sword. The void shattered and the heavenly dragon sword fell directly under the purple gold coffin. He did not care so much and wanted to break the coffin first. The vibration just now must be the existence of an extremely strange thing. Clang, the sound of metal clashing resounded through the void. Silver spear, white hair, clothes whiter than snow, a thin figure appeared on the other side of the bronze coffin, staring at Xianxia. The man's robes fluttered in the wind, his aura suppressing the universe as he stood there proudly. His gaze was like a torch as he stared at Xianxia, his gaze filled with a chilly aura. You don't deserve to stand here. Get out. The white-robed man said indifferently, ignoring everyone here. Hee hee, interesting. Are you talking to me? Who do you think you are? Xianxia sneered. If you don't leave, all of you will die. The white-clothed man said arrogantly. He looked at Xianxia coldly as if he had already announced his death sentence. If Xianxia didn't leave, he would be killed mercilessly. I can't deny that your strength is indeed very strong. However, it doesn't seem possible for me to leave this place without a fight. How about this, you kneel down and kowtow to me twice, and I won't fight with you. Xianxia said with a smile. You're courting death. The white-robed man moved his silver spear, causing it to buzz and tremble. The killing intent in his eyes became even denser. These guys were simply challenging his bottom line. Since he became famous, no one dared to talk to him like that. Xianxia was the first one. Why don't we leave? This guy seems to have broken through the hierarch realm and reached the emperor realm. As the saying goes, where there's life, there's hope. Am I right, Brother Jiang? Wu De said softly. He was worried that he would be killed by the white-clothed man in a moment of desperation. He still wanted to live for a few more years. How can I let go of the treasure that I've obtained? You can leave if you want. I won't leave anyway. Xianxia shrugged and glanced at the white-clothed man disapprovingly. The atmosphere between the two of them was getting more and more intense, as if an earth-shattering battle could break out at any time. His strength is indeed extraordinary. Tantai Jingzong said in a low voice, but she also had no intention of retreating. It was not in their character to return empty-handed from a treasure mountain. They had already come to this point. If they really retreated, then what was the difference between them and a cowardly tortoise? The arrow on the bowstring had to be released. This battle was unavoidable. You only have 10 breaths time. If you don't get out of here within 10 breaths time, don't blame me for being ruthless. The white-clothed man said coldly. He did not take action for a long time, not because he was waiting for something, but because he felt that Xianxia and the others were not worthy for him to take action. Looks like you're quite confident in yourself. Do you think you're very powerful? I don't think so. I think you're trash and a retard. Who do you think you are to ask us to get out of here? If I give you face, you're an expert. If I don't give you face, you're a retard. Do you still think that you're above everyone else? Pfft. I hate people like you who only know how to show off the most. I, Xianxia, have killed countless geniuses. I only beat geniuses. If you think that you're a genius, perhaps you're qualified to stand here and be beaten by me. Are you very angry? Do you want to beat me up? You wanted to act high and mighty, but I won't fall for it. Look, you're burning with anger, aren't you? Your eyes are filled with anger. Come, I, Xianxia, specialize in dealing with all kinds of geniuses. You're lucky to have met me. Xianxia's smile became brighter. The white-clothed man's expression became more and more livid after hearing Xianxia's words. He was on the verge of going berserk. At this moment, even Tantai Jingzong and Wu De were at a loss. This fella is not giving face to this expert, is he not? He's a divine emperor expert. How can he live in this world in the future? Even now, he has lost all his face. Brat, I, Leng Ruyan, will tear you into pieces today. The white-clothed man's voice was filled with coldness. He said it while gritting his teeth. He held the divine spear in his hand tightly. As a divine emperor expert, no one dared to go against him. However, he was ridiculed by a peak hierarch. This kind of anger was unbearable. Leng Ruyan, you're the peerless genius of the Smoke Beacon sect, Leng Ruyan? Tantai Jingzong's expression changed slightly, becoming extremely solemn. She took a deep breath and looked at Xianxia again, her eyes filled with shock. The Smoke Beacon sect is one of the few super sects in the Central Region Divine Land. It's easy to imagine how terrifying it is. It's even comparable to the sword-drawing sect. This Leng Ruyan is known as the White-Clothed Spear God and is also known as the peerless treasure of the Smoke Beacon sect. One of the monstrous geniuses who has the highest chance of breaking through to the Emperor realm. The white-robed spear god, Leng Ruyan, this name might not be too shocking for Xianxia, but it was quite shocking for Tantai Jingzong. What Leng Ruyan represented was self-evident. He represented the strongest young expert of the Smoke Beacon sect, the white-clothed spear god. The reason why he was called a god was because his reputation was like that of a god, invincible. There was a rumor that the white-robed spear god could defeat 10 divine emperor realm experts with a single spear in his hand. One should know that even if there was a gap between them, it would not be that big. However, he was invincible among the divine emperor realm experts, and he even fought against 10 at once. This was an achievement that no one could achieve. There was no need to doubt Leng Ruyan's strength. At this moment, her appearance had also added an endless amount of danger to the situation in the ice palace of 10 seas. The white-robed spear god's pride was well-defined and arrogant. Xianxia silently looked at Leng Ruyan. This fellow was very strong, even he did not dare to say that he could win. However, he must not retreat at this moment. So what if he was a divine emperor realm expert? As long as he was not an emperor realm expert, Xianxia would not easily admit defeat. At this moment, Xianxia was reminded of Shui Liang. Shui Liang used to be in a white robe, holding a spear in his hand. He was also peerless and had an unparalleled aura. However, compared to the fella in front of him, he was obviously weaker. Xianxia did not know where Shui Liang was now. However, Xianxia believed that Shui Liang would definitely not be a mediocre person. He had inherited the inheritance of a mortal execution-grade emperor, he would definitely not be quiet. When Xianxia saw him again in the future, Shui Liang might already be famous in the world. A man fought for his dignity. Now that the bronze coffin was about to be opened, he naturally wouldn't give up the fat meat that was already in his mouth to others. So what? Even if you want to leave now, you won't have the chance anymore. because I've already sentenced you to death. In this world, no one who dares to oppose me has been born yet. Leng Ruyan said faintly as she gently stroked the silver spear in her hand. Just now, Xianxia had completely infuriated her. Even if she wanted to apologize now, it was impossible. I gave you all a chance, but you didn't know how to cherish it. Therefore, only by dying will you all understand what it means to be an expert in this world, and how they should act. Then bring it on. I'll wait for you here. Come on. Xiangqian's gaze was blazing and sharp. It seemed that this battle was unavoidable. If he didn't get rid of this fellow, he would absolutely not be able to open the bronze coffin. Prepare to die. Remember, this will be the most glorious moment of your life, because your opponent is the white-clothed spear god, Leng Ruyan. At this moment, there was no way to retreat anymore. Xiangqian raised his sword and the two of them clashed. Leng Ruyan's silver spear was like a roaring dragon that could devour the heavens and earth. The mightiness of a divine emperor expert was displayed in its entirety. Just one move was earth-shattering, just one move was enough to change the weather. It was also the first time for Xiangqian to fight against a divine emperor expert. At this moment, he could finally fight to his heart's content. His sword was like a bull that soared to the sky while his spear was like a coiling dragon that shot out in all directions. Xiangqian and Leng Ruyan's silhouettes were constantly clashing with each other. Their auras were fluctuating and incomparably powerful. Leng Ruyan was overbearing. Her spear was like a hot knife cutting through butter. Xiangqian retreated in order to advance, but he was still suppressed by Leng Ruyan. At this moment, he had no way to retreat anymore. No wonder he was so confident. Xiangqian took a breath of cold air. He had never thought that Leng Ruyan would be so much stronger than what he had imagined. Even after using the dragon transformation, he still couldn't withstand more than 20 strikes from her. Plus, Leng Ruyan's spear technique was too fast and terrifying. It was similar to his limitless sword. Both of them had a very high cultivation realm. Under Leng Ruyan's heavy suppression, it didn't take long for Xiangqian to show signs of fatigue. He became a little timid. A true divine emperor expert was countless times stronger than those half-step divine emperors. Without breaking through to the divine emperor realm, one would never know how terrifying a divine emperor expert was. Brother Jiang, let me help you. Yuanhua rushed forward without hesitation. He knew that only Xiangqian could protect him in this ice palace. He came with Xiangqian. How could he ignore Xiangqian now? Tantai Jingzong did not want to be outdone by Yuanhua. He could tell that Xiangqian was quite powerful when he killed Brother Huang, but it was a different story when he met a true divine emperor expert. The mightiness of a divine emperor was unstoppable. Moreover, this divine emperor expert was not an ordinary person. She was the peerless expert of the Smoke Beacon sect, Leng Ruyan. Xiangqian had already lost his invincibility against those below the divine emperor realm. Instead, he was advancing step by step. Brother Jiang, victory! Brother Jiang, victory! Wu De did not take any action as his cultivation realm was only at the late hierarch realm. At this moment, Xiangqian did not know whether to laugh or cry as he saw Wu De standing at the side and cheering for him. Xiangqian had to admit that Wu De was utterly impressed by him as he never suffered any losses. This was the first time Xiangqian withdrew from the battlefield as he was afraid of being involved in the battle. However, Xiangqian's pressure was slightly reduced after Yuanhua and Tantai Jingzong joined the battle. However, Leng Ruyan did not feel any pressure as she fought against 3 opponents. On the other side, Xiangqian was the first to bear the brunt of the pressure. Although Yuanhua and Tantai Jingzong helped him to bear some of the pressure, Leng Ruyan's attacks were getting stronger and stronger. In just a blink of an eye, Leng Ruyan had forced Xiangqian to take a few steps back. The attack of a divine emperor expert finally made Xiangqian feel the gap between him and a divine emperor. 15th blade. Xiangqian's limitless sword continued to slash. The wind blew and the sky dried while the sword shattered the stars. However, Leng Ruyan's silver spear was even more domineering. She did not care about Xiangqian's attacks at all. She even managed to injure Yuanhua and Tantai Jingzong at this moment. She fought against 3 opponents with ease. Leng Ruyan was extremely domineering, her eyes were cold and disdainful. Xiangqian was completely suppressed. This was the most humiliating battle he had ever fought. However, Xianxia did not feel ashamed because his opponent was a divine emperor expert, a 1 in a million divine emperor experts. To him, this was a trial and a battle of life and death. Only by surviving this battle of life and death could his strength become stronger. Puff, in the end, Tantai Jingzong still couldn't block Leng Ruyan's domineering spear radiance. Leng Ruyan didn't have the slightest bit of tenderness for the fairer sex either. She directly crushed down and struck Tantai Jingzong's shoulder. Yuan Hua was even more miserable than Leng Ruyan. His chest was pierced. Fortunately, it wasn't his heart. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to escape death. You don't have much time left. However, I have to admit that I am impressed by your strength. Countless half-step divine emperors are no match for me, but you were able to hold on until now. You are strong and I like it. However, you are still not my opponent. Because, in my eyes, you are still too weak. Xianxia said with a smile on his face. That's right. Leng Ruyan shook her head and said. As one of the strongest geniuses of the Smoke Beacon sect in the past hundreds of millions of years, Leng Ruyan had her own pride. Otherwise, she wouldn't have attacked Xianxia and the others in the beginning. If it wasn't because Xianxia didn't know what's good for him and insisted on staying here, Leng Ruyan would have killed this reckless guy. Nobody knows who will be the one laughing until the very last moment. Xianxia wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, still wearing a smile, completely unaffected. Facing this Leng Ruyan, Xianxia finally became serious. If you weren't so stubborn, there might be another extremely powerful divine emperor in 10,000 years. However, you're simply digging your own grave. Leng Ruyan shook his head. The silver spear in his hand moved slightly. He had lost the interest to continue playing with Xianxia. The most important thing now was to finish this battle as soon as possible. Killing this monster and opening the bronze coffin was the most important thing for him right now. Not necessarily. Xianxia held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and grasped the vast sky. His sword clashed with Leng Ruyan's long spear. His aura was completely enhanced. Under the ancient soaring dragon technique, Xianxia's strength had reached the level of an ordinary divine emperor expert. However, his opponent was Leng Ruyan, a true divine emperor expert. I wonder if Xianxia can defeat this so-called white-cloaked spear god. Yuan Hua murmured. Yuan Hua murmured. At this moment, his only chance of survival depended on Xianxia. TSK, this fella has hidden his strength well. To be able to fight against the white-cloaked spear god, looks like we've underestimated him. Wu De said with a smile. At this moment, Xianxia was already on par with Leng Ruyan, but Leng Ruyan was clearly winning. Xianxia's attacks were too powerful, each attack of a divine emperor was enough to destroy the world. You know him too? Then why didn't you do anything? Tantai Jingzong said coldly. Wu De smiled and looked at her. Don't you know how powerful the white-cloaked spear god is? If I go, wouldn't I be courting death? It's fine for me to die, but if I delay Jiang Brother's battle, wouldn't it be a great sin? If Jiang Brother is defeated because of me, I will regret it for the rest of my life. So, I will cheer for Jiang Brother. This is the safest way. Wu De's serious look made Tantai Jingzong want to give him a slap. You know how powerful the white-cloaked spear god is, why don't you think of a way? Yuan Hua said in a bad mood. If I had a way, I wouldn't be here talking nonsense with you too. The only way now is for Jiang Brother to defeat him, then we can escape. Otherwise, we can only pray for Ba. Wu De curled his lips and said, expressing his helplessness. Sword of solitude, sword of wind and cloud. Xianxia activated his sword intent again. At this moment, Leng Ruyan's spear was like a dragon, extremely domineering, entangling with Xianxia. The spear radiance and the sword shadow interweaved, converging into a dazzling cold light that burst out. Reign of God's spear. Leng Ruyan's strength was much stronger than Xianxia's. At this moment, even Xianxia, who used all his skills, couldn't gain any advantage in front of Leng Ruyan. The spear was like a dragon, irresistible, and Xianxia was forced to retreat again and again. Looks like it's time to play with you. Xianxia was pushed back and his face was extremely gloomy. If you have any skills, just use them. Otherwise, you will die without a burial place. Leng Ruyan said domineeringly. Jiang Chen was forced into a very difficult situation. At this moment, Leng Ruyan was already very angry that she couldn't kill Jiang Chen with one move. Limitless Sword, 16th Blade. Jiang Chen once again evolved the Limitless Sword to the most powerful realm. His strength was more than 10 times stronger than the 15th blade. The sword directly pushed Leng Ruyan back. Even Leng Ruyan's face suddenly changed. He never thought that Jiang Chen could push him back with one move. It was too terrifying. Jiang Chen was only a peak late hierarch realm, he didn't have such strength at all. How did he do it? This sword could be said to be earth-shattering. Leng Ruyan took 3 steps back. His face was extremely gloomy. It was not as simple as pushing him back, it was also his glory. His strength was challenged by Jiang Chen. At this moment, he finally started to respect Jiang Chen. This guy seemed to be much stronger than he had imagined. You have made me unable to tolerate you anymore, Leng Ruyan said in a deep voice. She clenched her long spear and moved her hands. A spear light shot out, piercing through the starry sky. Jiang Chen raised his sword. The 16th blade's limitless sword became more skillful and exquisite. Jiang Chen began to gradually understand the horror of the 16th blade. It was not inferior to Leng Ruyan's domineering silver spear. The two of them exchanged blows. Their sword momentum changed drastically. Jiang Chen and Leng Ruyan were evenly matched. Leng Ruyan was getting angrier and angrier. His attacks on Jiang Chen were getting stronger. The entire hall was filled with spear light and sword shadows. After countless attacks, Jiang Chen had turned into a series of afterimages. However, Jiang Chen was able to avoid danger every time. The 16th blade's strength made Jiang Chen more and more proficient. Long spear setting sun, 8-point desolation. Leng Ruyan's silver spear fell like a mad tiger. The spear pierced through the sky. Jiang Chen had no way to retreat. He was directly repelled by Leng Ruyan's spear. Divine Golden Bell, God-sealing prohibition. Jiang Chen used the Eastern Emperor limitless art to resist. However, the Divine Golden Bell was directly shattered. Jiang Chen was forced to retreat for more than 20 steps before he could stabilize his body. The bluestone floor under his feet was already cracked. You are still not my opponent. Leng Ruyan pointed her spear at Jiang Chen. She was incomparably proud and arrogant. Jiang Chen was finally repelled by her this time. Leng Ruyan knew that he could no longer be her enemy. A peak hierarch realm was just a peak hierarch realm. It was incomparable to a divine emperor realm expert. No matter how strong he was, it was impossible for him to defeat her. That's not necessarily true. There are many people who want to kill me, Jiang Chen. However, you are not qualified. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth slightly curved. At that moment, his eyes slightly narrowed. His Emperor Realm soul spread out at this moment. The third style of the soul-snatching divine technique filled the sky. Terrifying spiritual energy spread out in an instant, covering the sky and covering the earth. In an instant, it enveloped the entire sea ice palace, causing everyone's faces to drastically change. This is such a terrifying soul power. Wuda's face was filled with shock. The soul power had almost suppressed him to the point that he could hardly breathe. This was because Jiang Chen's target was not him but Leng Ruyan. Otherwise, he would have died instantly. After all, a full-powered attack from an Emperor Realm soul was extremely terrifying. Looks like we've underestimated Jiang Chen. Yuan Hua was extremely shocked. Ever since he followed Jiang Chen into the Ice Palace, the strength that Jiang Chen displayed had shocked and amazed him. It had even reached an extreme level in the end. Yuan Hua sighed in his heart. His strength was a level higher than Jiang Chen's, but he was still incomparable to him. Tantai Jingzong silently watched the scene. His beautiful eyes flickered and slightly narrowed. At this moment, his eyes seemed to be filled with a complicated expression. Leng Ruyan's body trembled and she staggered 3 steps back. Her face was extremely solemn. Her eyes were filled with shock and horror. Puff, in the end, Leng Ruyan couldn't bear it anymore and spurted out a mouthful of blood. Jiang Chen's attack had caused him to suffer a serious injury. His expression became extremely ugly. This mouthful of blood indicated that he had been seriously injured by Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes. He had exerted all of his strength in that strike just now. His spiritual strength was almost depleted. Leng Ruyan did not expect that. She did not expect a late hierarch fella to be able to inflict serious damage on her. But now, it seemed like she had underestimated Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen had already comprehended the third form of the soul-stealing divine technique. However, his current soul realm was not stable enough. If he forcefully used the third form of the soul-stealing divine technique, he might suffer a backlash. However, it seemed that it did not affect him at all. It was just that his soul power was depleted in an instant. Jiang Chen had already expected this. However, it was worth it to injure Leng Ruyan with the soul-stealing divine technique. Leng Ruyan's face was also filled with shock. At that moment, both of them looked at each other. Neither of them took a step forward. Jiang Chen's aggressiveness and Leng Ruyan's calmness. Both of them knew that the other party was at the end of his rope. Whoever made the first move would be exposed. Clang, Leng Ruyan fiercely slammed the green steel silver spear on the stone floor. Leng Leng looked at Jiang Chen. You should be proud to be able to force me to this point. You're not only a hierarch but you're also so aggressive. You've really opened my eyes. However, you're still not my match. Even if you manage to injure me with a soul attack, my soul realm has already reached the mid-divine emperor realm. Therefore, you're not strong enough to kill me. However, you're already at the end of your rope. Now, it's my time. Leng Ruyan was extremely proud. Although she was severely injured by Jiang Chen, the final loser would still be Jiang Chen. Because she could feel that Jiang Chen's strength was not even a tenth of his original strength. Although the attack just now was powerful, it had also sent him into a hopeless situation. He did not have the strength to fight back. That attack was not enough to kill her. Then, he would not have any more chances to kill her. The one who laughs in the end is the real king. You're still too young to be compared to me. Leng Ruyan sneered. She twisted her silver spear and approached Jiang Chen again. This time, Jiang Chen's strength was indeed not as good as before. However, Jiang Chen had already laid out the Ashura sword formation during the battle. The 108 primordial divine weapons were finally going to be fully displayed at this moment. Jiang Chen knew how terrifying the 108 primordial divine weapons were. Although it was enough to enhance the Ashura sword formation by 10 levels, he could only hold it for 10 breaths of time at most. The power needed to fully control the 108 primordial divine weapons was too great. It was not something that Jiang Chen could do at the moment. If he wanted to display the Ashura sword formation smoothly, he would need to at least reach the divine emperor realm to be able to display it perfectly. But now, Jiang Chen could only guarantee that he could maintain the ghost prison Ashura sword formation for 10 breaths of time. However, 10 breaths of time was enough to kill many people, including Leng Ruyan. Go to hell! Leng Ruyan roared furiously. Her silver spear flew and fell, forcing Jiang Chen to take dozens of steps back. However, at this moment, Jiang Chen stretched out his hand and the Ashura sword formation was formed instantly. He had already laid out the formation silently. As long as he willed it, the 108 primordial divine weapons would be able to make a great impact. Ashura sword formation, activate! With just a thought, the Ashura sword formation was formed instantly. The appearance of the 108 primordial divine weapons made Leng Ruyan and the others serious again. The spear was stopped by the Ashura sword formation and Jiang Chen had already left the formation. 108 primordial divine weapons. What a great deal. Leng Ruyan squinted his eyes. Although the primordial divine weapons were rare, he did not put them in his eyes because he had his own primal origin treasure. Therefore, he only had a few more primordial divine weapons. With so many primordial divine weapons gathered together, could they really defeat him? Leng Ruyan did not think so. How terrifying. He actually has so many primordial divine weapons. This guy is the real winner in life. Wu De said with his eyes shining. At this moment, he could not wait any longer. It would be great if Jiang Chen could give him a few of them. These primordial divine weapons had all reached the pinnacle and they were the real peerless divine weapons. Compared to the ordinary primordial divine weapons, they seemed to be a notch better. Because Wu De could see that these primordial divine weapons were made of the best materials and there was not a trace of impurity in them. It was impossible for them to have such sharpness without going through thousands of trials and tribulations. So many primordial divine weapons. This guy is really scary. It's just a sword formation. What can it do to me? Let the storm come more fiercely. Ha ha ha. Leng Ruyan pointed her spear towards Jiang Chen. The spear radiance was terrifying. However, Jiang Chen's sword formation was even more terrifying. 108 Pinnacle Primordial Divine Tools finally started to revolve at this moment. The formation had just been formed. Jiang Chen didn't even know how strong the final attack would be. Jiang Chen's eyes were filled with anticipation. This time, the Ghost Prison Ashura sword formation had finally reached the next level, becoming one of Jiang Chen's ultimate techniques. 108 Pinnacle Primordial Divine Tools. Just thinking about it made his blood boil. This is the real battle of the Heavenly King Mountain. It's too exciting. Wu De said with his eyes shining. Right now, he couldn't wait for both of them to die in battle so that he could take their divine weapons and treasures. However, such an ending could only be imagined. The possibility of both Jiang Chen and Leng Ruyan dying together was almost zero. Yeah, brother Jiang, don't let us down. Yuan Hua stared unblinkingly at the sword formation in the void. The 108 Pinnacle Primordial Divine Weapons emitted a terrifying sword aura that forced them to retreat continuously. This kind of pressure was even more intense than the soul-stealing divine art from before. This spear is called Snow Silver Fangyao. It's the masterpiece of a blacksmith grandmaster. It's a true primordial divine tool. Today, I'll use it to experience your so-called invisible sword formation. 108 Pinnacle Primordial Divine Tools are still trash. They can't even compare to a true primordial divine tool. Leng Ruyan said in a deep voice. The silver spear was like snow, breaking through the wind and waves. Chaotic Sky Overlord Spear. With a sweep of the spear, everything trembled. Heaven and earth changed color. Shadowless was better than thousands of techniques. The spear's shadows covered the void, swallowing mountains and rivers. Jiang Chen's eyes were like torches. He shouted and the Ashura sword formation finally erupted at this moment. Myriad swords returned to origin. World Domination Sword. The sword shadows and the spear lights were intertwined and converged. Jiang Chen had almost exhausted all of his divine origin strength and exerted all of his strength. At this moment, the endless sword rain had dealt a fatal blow to Leng Ruyan. Terrifying sword shadows flew out in an instant, destroying all the spear radiance. Leng Ruyan's spear radiance couldn't be seen in the sword formation, it was filled with an endless rain of swords. The tyranny of the Ashura sword formation was evident at this moment. Leng Ruyan was completely dumbfounded by the rain of swords. He didn't expect his spear radiance to be destroyed in an instant. His attack was completely disorganized and he was directly injured by the rain of swords. What a terrifying sword formation. How is this possible? 1 breath. 2 breaths. 3 breaths. With every breath, Jiang Chen could feel that his body was on the verge of collapsing. However, the terrifying power that erupted from the Ashura sword formation left him speechless. The rain of swords whistled like a gale, wailing like ghosts and howling like wolves. Compared to Jiang Chen, the person who suffered the most was Leng Ruyan. After 3 breaths, Leng Ruyan had completely lost his ability to fight. His Snow Fangyao was also struck down. His powerful attack had become a joke. Whether it was the terrifying silver spear or the supreme strength, it was all gone at this moment. The 5th breath. Leng Ruyan's expression changed completely because he was pierced by thousands of swords. The pain was imaginable. If he wasn't strong enough, he would have been completely crippled. Even so, on the 8th breath, Leng Ruyan finally couldn't hold on anymore. That was because the rain of swords was too powerful, too terrifying. She was completely defeated, and she didn't have the strength to fight back. Her aura was extremely weak. No! Leng Ruyan roared. After the 10th breath, he was on the verge of death, completely defeated. 108 Pinnacle Primordial Spirit Tools constantly appeared in his eyes. He knelt on one knee with his hands trembling. Leng Ruyan's face was as pale as a sheet of paper, as if a gust of wind could knock him down. At this moment, there was no longer any suspense. Leng Ruyan was completely defeated by Jiang Chen. Xianxia slowly raised his head with a trace of gratification in his eyes. I've finally defeated this guy. It seems that this so-called peerless genius of the Smoke Beacon sect is only SOSO. Xianxia said with a faint smile. Every word was like a needle stabbing into Leng Ruyan's heart. However, he indeed didn't have the strength to fight against Xianxia anymore. If Xianxia could hold on for another 5 breaths, then he would definitely die here. He wouldn't even have the chance to take a breather. Facts speak louder than words. Xianxia defeated him, Leng Ruyan had nothing to say. At this moment, he had no other choice but to admit that he was unlucky. This was the ending. I lost. Leng Ruyan helplessly said. Leng Ruyan said helplessly. At this moment, he no longer had the strength to fight. Although Xianxia was also exhausted, at least he still had his brothers and friends. Leng Ruyan was already at his wits' end. So what if he was a peerless genius of the Smoke Beacon sect? She was defeated by a hierarch. Leng Ruyan would never forget this humiliation for the rest of her life. As a Divine Emperor expert, he was famous in the entire Central Region Divine Land. Especially the peerless experts of the Smoke Beacon sect, they were respected by everyone. Ha ha ha, that's right. It's fine if you lose. Why not admit it? Who hasn't lost before? Xianxia laughed and said. Leng Ruyan looked at Xianxia. I've never lost before. Are you angry? Haha. Xianxia's words almost made Leng Ruyan faint. It's fine if this fella defeated me, but he still dared to humiliate me in public. I'm a Divine Emperor expert after all. I'd rather die than be humiliated. Do whatever you want. Since I've already lost, I, Leng Ruyan, have nothing to be afraid of. Leng Ruyan said plainly. At this moment, his heart was as calm as still water. It didn't matter if he died. This was the first defeat he had ever suffered in his life. He had lost to Xianxia. Ever since he started cultivating, this was the first time he had lost to someone who was at the same level as him. Most importantly, Xianxia was weaker than him. Kill you? I don't have that thought because the Smoke Beacon sect will find me no matter what if I kill you. Such a powerful sect, I don't believe that they haven't found the murderer. I don't want to be hunted by the Smoke Beacon sect all over the world. Go. Remember, you've lost to me, Xianxia. Xianxia coldly stared at Leng Ruyan and said proudly. At this moment, Leng Ruyan's expression changed. She held her breath and looked at Xianxia in disbelief. You're really not going to kill me? I said I won't kill you. Why are you still here? You won't be so lucky when I change my mind. Defeating him was enough to prove his strength. Moreover, Leng Ruyan was not someone who was afraid of death. Thus, Wu De had no intention of killing him. Leng Ruyan was very arrogant, but that didn't mean that he was a heinous demon that had to be killed. This guy wasn't afraid of death, which meant that it wasn't a coincidence that he was able to reach his current level. Xianxia did not want to kill an expert who was willing to die. He even felt that a hero cherished a hero. Leng Ruyan gave Xianxia a heavy stare. She didn't expect this man to be so open-minded. From this, she could tell that Xianxia was a true gentleman. Let's go. Leng Ruyan nodded and slowly retreated. The mountains will not change, and the rivers will flow. We will meet again. Next time, I will not lose. After saying that, Leng Ruyan turned around and left. Even Tantai Jingzong and the others did not expect that Xianxia would let Leng Ruyan go just like that. Sigh, what a loss. Even if you want to let that guy go, you should at least leave his primal origin treasure behind, right? Isn't this a great loss? Wu De curled his lips and said. In his heart, he felt that it was a pity. Xianxia was too reckless. He did not even leave such a good divine treasure behind. What a loss. You let Leng Ruyan go just like that? Aren't you afraid that he will come back? Tantai Jingzong frowned and asked in a low voice. I have always been a good judge of character. Xianxia smiled faintly and looked at Tantai Jingzong. She was a peerless beauty. I hope so. Tantai Jingzong murmured. Now, we can finally open the coffin in peace. Phew. Whatever evil spirits, they have finally completely retreated. Wuda's eyes lit up and his gaze fell on the bronze coffin. Finally, it's time to open the coffin. I can't wait. Yuan Hua and Wuda looked at each other. Both of them were looking forward to what kind of secret was hidden in the bronze coffin. Boom, boom, with 2 consecutive heavy blows, Tantai Jingzong directly hit Yuan Hua and Wuda. The 2 of them directly fell to the ground and fainted. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed as he looked at Tantai Jingzong. Sorry. Tantai Jingzong said faintly and glanced at Jiang Chen. He seemed a little helpless, but he was resolute. You shouldn't say that to me. Jiang Chen shook his head and pointed at the 2 people on the ground, Yuan Hua and Wuda. Don't you hate me? Tantai Jingzong gave Jiang Chen a strange look. Why should I hate you? Since you've already decided to do it, why do you care if I hate you or not? Jiang Chen replied with a question. Tantai Jingzong was slightly stunned, and his breathing stagnated. Jiang Chen was right. He had already decided to do this. Why should he worry about whether Jiang Chen would hate him? This seemed to be somewhat contradictory. Tantai Jingzong stared at Jiang Chen with a burning gaze, pondering for a moment. After pondering for a moment, he said, I must kill you. Was it from the beginning? Jiang Chen asked. He didn't know when it started, but he actually ignored her existence. It was also the beginning when he truly believed in her, but in the end, he was still deceived by her. Yes. Tantai Jingzong nodded silently. At this time, she had no other choice. Jiang Chen also had no other choice. Perhaps this was her fate. Why? I don't want to die without knowing why. Jiang Chen continued to ask. Right now, he was already at the end of his rope and had no more strength to fight. Therefore, Tantai Jingzong, who caught this message, couldn't help but take action in the end. Because of this moment, Tantai Jingzong knew that she was 100% confident. She had been hesitating before, but after the battle between Jiang Chen and the white-clothed spear god, she knew that her chance was right in front of her. I can only tell you that the one who wants to kill you is not me. Tantai Jingzong said. Haha, this is a very funny question. The one who wants to kill me is not you, but am I going to die in your hands in the end? Jiang Chen shrugged and said disapprovingly. At this time, Tantai Jingzong was a little speechless. She was still rather hesitant to kill Jiang Chen. After all, he had saved her many times before. In this ice palace, it was also Jiang Chen who single-handedly opened up a broad path and blocked everyone's attacks. Tantai Jingzong wasn't someone who didn't know how to be grateful. That was why her choice was so difficult and painful. I'm sorry. What's the use of saying sorry? Does Yuan Hua deserve to die? He brought us all the way here. Does Wuda deserve to die? He indeed deserves to die. I won't hold it against him if he's dead. Jiang Chen glanced at Wuda who had fallen to the ground like a dead pig and sighed. Do I deserve to die too? Probably. No matter what the reason is, you've already done it. Don't care about the result. Killing me should be extremely beneficial to you, right? Jiang Chen smiled faintly. There was always a faint smile on his face. This made Tantai Jingzong feel extremely regretful. She did not want to kill him, but there was too much helplessness and pain. It was not something she could change alone. Living in this world wasn't just for oneself. A trace of blood flickered in Tantai Jingzong's eyes, but she had to do this. At the very least, she couldn't tell Jiang Chen that death would be the end of all troubles. Why did he have to pursue so many questions? Tantai Jingzong frowned and said in a deep voice, everyone has to die. Everyone has to die. Death can be as light as a goose feather or as heavy as Mount Tai. I don't wish for my death to be grand and spectacular, but I'm still a little unwilling to die in your hands without knowing why. Jiang Chen's words made Tantai Jingzong slightly stunned. It seemed that he still wanted to fight with her. You're already an arrow at the end of its flight. If you continue to fight, you'll only die more miserably. You're not my opponent. In order to suffer less, it's better for you not to struggle too much. Tantai Jingzong shook his head. I, Jiang Chen, am indomitable and have a clear conscience. I've always prided myself on not being wrong about people, but I've misjudged you. However, it doesn't seem to be an easy thing for me to surrender. Jiang Chen held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and stood up. He struggled with difficulty and his face became incomparably gloomy. I'd rather die standing than live kneeling. If you want to take my life, Jiangchen, then I'm here. Jiangchen looked at Tantai Jingzong. It seemed that his conscience had fed dogs with his previous actions. However, being able to see a person's true colors was the most important thing. Why do you have to do this? You know that it's impossible for you to fight with me again. Tantai Jingzong and Jiangchen stared at each other for a long time. She felt helpless, but since this was the path she had chosen, she had to finish it no matter what. Although she might be a heartless person in Jiangchen's eyes, she had no other choice. There were some things that she had no choice in. Jiangchen knew that this battle was unavoidable. One of them had to withdraw from this battle. We know that there are tigers in the mountains, but we still have to go. If we don't have the spirit to fight, how are we different from salted fish? Jiangchen smiled faintly. The smile on his lips made Tantai Jingzong even more puzzled. This fellow was indeed thought-provoking. However, he should not have entered this place. Everything was no longer the same. Although she had returned to the battlefield to save him, things were no longer the same today. Then I can only kill you. Don't blame me. Everything in this world is cruel. Tantai Jingzong did not say the reason, but she and Jiangchen had already reached a point where they would not rest until one of them was dead. Just take it that we've never met. Jiangchen smiled calmly. Naturally, he did not wish to come to this step, but things had already come to this. It was not something that could be changed with just one sentence from him. Life was originally filled with helplessness, sorrow, and the ups and downs of the world. Love and hate, life and death. Who knew who would become one's enemy in the next moment? Jiangchen's heart was as calm as still water. I originally wanted to lean towards the moon, but the moon shines in the ditch. This was not his fault, nor was it something he could control. Perhaps Tantai Jingzong was not wrong. What was wrong was the moment when they met. See you in the next life. Tantai Jingzong's expression froze. She closed in on Jiangchen. She formed a seal with her hand and struck out forcefully. The wind from her palm was like lightning. Life was like a drama, and time was like a song. A glint of tears flashed in Tantai Jingzong's eyes. Perhaps it was because she was complaining about the world, or perhaps it was because of her guilt towards Jiangchen, or perhaps it was because of the unknown feeling in her heart. The moment Tantai Jingzong's seal hit Jiangchen's expression changed slightly. With a flip of his hand, he punched out with the force of a thunderbolt. Both of them retreated more than 10 steps. At that moment, Tantai Jingzong's eyes trembled even more. Your strength is actually still so strong? How is this possible? Tantai Jingzong said in disbelief. Nothing is impossible. Just like how I also felt that you wouldn't attack me. I've always thought that I'm a good judge of character. Even now, I still feel like a lifetime has passed. The impossible has become possible. Now that things have come to this, make your move. Jiangchen said coldly without the slightest emotion. His frosty words made Tantai Jingzong feel extremely awkward. Her face even flushed with sorrow and helplessness. But now, they were like strangers and stood on opposite sides. It was impossible for them to stand together again. Tantai Jingzong clenched her teeth and the corners of her mouth trembled. She was also filled with battle intent. There was no way out for her now. Fighting to the death and living to the death was her only chance. Then there's nothing for me to hide. Tantai Jingzong's body trembled. An incomparably enchanting and majestic aura rippled out. She no longer suppressed her strength. At that moment, even Jiangchen felt a great pressure. The pressure was even greater than when he fought Lin Ruyan. Her long sleeves fluttered even though there was no wind. It was as if no one could compete with her. That kind of unparalleled domineering aura was as cold as frost. She was like a queen above the 9 heavens, arrogant and inviolable. However, the complicated expression in her eyes was something that Jiangchen could not see through or comprehend. Tantai Jingzong's strength had also reached the Divine Emperor realm. However, she had always kept a low profile. At this moment, Tantai Jingzong's strength was completely revealed. Even Jiangchen was quite surprised. The Divine Emperor realm was not something an ordinary person could achieve. No matter what kind of past Tantai Jingzong had gone through, her strength was undeniable. Divine Emperor Realm. Ha ha ha. Looks like you've hidden your strength too well. Even I've been deceived by you. Xianxia laughed. There was nothing that he could not say now. The confrontation between the two of them had once again become one-sided. Xianxia's strength had been exhausted and he was only at the peak hierarch realm. Even if he was invincible, it was impossible for him to defeat Tantai Jingzong. Tantai Jingzong was extremely confident about this. After all, even Lung Ruyan might not be able to defeat him. Currently, Xianxia was almost at the end of his strength. Otherwise, Tantai Jingzong would not have revealed her true strength. Give up. You can't defeat me. Tantai Jingzong tried to persuade Xianxia again. The burden on my shoulders is far beyond what you can imagine. My family, my brothers, and my lover are all waiting for me. How can I give up? How can I give up? Ha ha ha. That's easy for you to say. If I give up, will there still be a place for me, Jiangchen? Today, even if a supreme great emperor is standing here, I, Jiangchen, will not retreat. I can take a step back, but I will not retreat for my loved ones. For them, I, Jiangchen, will fight against everyone in the world. One day, I will let everyone know that I, Jiangchen, am not someone that can be bullied. My brothers and lover will definitely be famous in the central region Divine Land. Jiangchen laughed wildly. He could not retreat because his family and lover were all waiting for him. He could only move forward step by step. He could not even stay where he was. Fighting against the heavens, fighting against the earth, and fighting against other people was a great joy. Jiangchen's face was drenched in sweat, but his back was as firm as a rock. He could not retreat, nor could he fall. You can't retreat, and I can't retreat either. We are the same kind of people, but we are from different worlds. Tantai Jingzong murmured. Jiangchen was the same as her. They had no choice but to be fearless. It was not because they were powerful, but because they had no way to retreat. Strength was forced. Who didn't want to be proud in this life? But only the strong could stand between heaven and earth, look down on the world, and control the universe. Make your move. Life and death are predestined between us. Jiangchen said. All right. The power of lightning crushed the void. Jiangchen's expression was incomparably gloomy. Jiangchen was already at the end of his rope in the hands of Tantai Jingzong. It was impossible for him to recover to his peak in such a short period of time even with the myriad chi body. It was absolutely impossible for him to recover to his peak in such a short period of time. However, Jiangchen's eyes were incomparably firm. He was forced back again and again by Tantai Jingzong. Each time, he narrowly escaped death. Their gazes met again and again. Tantai Jingzong's heart was as still as water while Jiangchen was being pushed into the abyss step by step. The power of 3 lives, palm of annihilation. Tantai Jingzong struck out with his palm. In the void, Jiangchen's path of escape was sealed. He couldn't move at all. A huge pressure landed on Jiangchen's body. Jiangchen didn't know how powerful the palm of annihilation was. However, even he was completely defeated by this palm. He knelt on one knee and his face was ashen. He didn't have the strength to fight anymore. Jiangchen slowly raised his head and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. The battle intent in his eyes didn't diminish. At this moment, Jiangchen slowly merged the lightning in his hand. The dawn sky golden lightning, 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning, Jadrout lightning. 3 types of lightning fused in Jiangchen's hand. At this moment, Tantai Jingzong sighed. Even at this moment, Jiangchen still wasn't satisfied? You can't beat me. Tantai Jingzong sighed. But when Jiangchen fused the 3 types of heavenly lightning together, she felt a tinge of fear. The 3 types of heavenly lightning had completely fused together. A purple lightning lotus slowly blossomed from Jiangchen's palm. At this moment, Tantai Jingzong finally felt a sense of threat. This is 3 types of lightning? But even so, you might not be able to defeat me. Tantai Jingzong shouted. His hand moved again and a black palm appeared. Jiangchen squinted his eyes but didn't say a word. The purple lightning lotus bloomed in his hand and struck out while Tantai Jingzong was still in shock. Fused lightning, activate. The purple lightning lotus clashed with Tantai Jingzong's death palm. In the next moment, the entire divine sea ice palace trembled as a terrifying aura spread throughout the entire divine tomb. That unparalleled domineering aura instantly engulfed the two of them. The lightning lotus blossomed and spread out. Lightning surged and shook the ice palace. The black palm carried a formless might and slowly collided with Xianxia's lightning lotus. Both of their powers reached their peak at this moment. Tantai Jingzong also exerted all her strength because she knew that if she didn't use her full strength, she wouldn't be able to compete with Xianxian. This fella's fusion of 3 types of lightning was already incomparably terrifying. Smoke filled the air. After a few dozen breaths, Xianxian's death lightning lotus slowly returned to nothingness. Tantai Jingzong's expression also changed. Shock was written all over her pretty face. This scene was completely out of her expectations. She originally thought that Xianxian could only rely on the Ashura sword formation to defeat Lin Ruyan. But now, it seemed that even without the Ashura sword formation, Xianxian's strength was unquestionable. Tantai Jingzong knew that she'd underestimated Xianxian. This was something she hadn't expected at all. But then again, she had already thought highly of Xianxian. She had only made a move when he was on the verge of exhaustion, but in the end, she and Xianxian had both suffered heavy losses. This made Tantai Jingzong extremely vexed. However, things had already come to this. Xianxian had no more strength to fight, and she had also suffered heavy injuries. It was impossible for her to make another move. Neither side had gained the upper hand. This was something Tantai Jingzong couldn't tolerate. I still underestimated you. Tantai Jingzong said unwillingly. Her expression was as cold as ever. Perhaps. Xianxian smiled and shook his head. Why didn't you ask me why I wanted to kill you? Tantai Jingzong looked at Xianxian with a frown. If you want to tell me, you will. If you don't, that's your secret. Now, do you still want to fight? Xianxian said. Tantai Jingzong nodded heavily with a complicated expression. She had to kill Xianxian. This was her destiny. Xianxian closed his eyes. A heavenly lightning bead slowly appeared in his right hand. Tantai Jingzong was completely dumbfounded at that moment. The terrifying energy was self-evident. The explosive force within the heavenly lightning bead was enough to kill her, but she had a vague feeling that the heavenly lightning bead in Xianxian's hand wasn't as simple as it seemed. If he fused this heavenly lightning bead with the heavenly lightning bead when he was fusing with the heavenly lightning bead? Would I be dead then? Tantai Jingzong thought to herself. She instantly fell silent. She knew that if Xianxian fused with the heavenly lightning bead, it would be equivalent to fusing with 4 heavenly lightning beads. Perhaps even 2 of her might not be able to withstand the terrifying might. In the end, Xianxian didn't kill her. He could kill her, but he didn't. Tantai Jingzong was extremely furious and resentful. Xianxian had spared her once again. Not only did Xianxian repay her with kindness, but he could have killed her. Why? Why didn't Xianxian do so? Killing himself would be the end of all troubles. Perhaps that would be simpler than anything else. However, Xianxian didn't make a move. Just how deep was he hiding? Tantai Jingzong finally didn't dare to face Xianxian directly anymore. She didn't even dare to look at him because she felt so ashamed that she couldn't show her face. How could she be grateful if the ruler treated her with such affection? Tantai Jingzong slowly turned around. In an instant, her tears fell like rain. She was a goddess of death who didn't cry, but at this moment, her tears poured down. Tantai Jingzong left without saying a word. Xianxian stared at the heavenly lightning bead in his hand. The two of them were evenly matched in the end. However, if he fused with the heavenly lightning bead, then Tantai Jingzong would definitely die. There are always some helplessness in life. Forget it. Xianxian murmured. It was easy to kill a person, but it would take a lifetime to forget a person. In terms of love, how many women in the world had heard of it? If there was no love, the world would be boundless, and time would be traceless. If she was gone, then so be it. This time, Xianxian had let go of Tantai Jingzong's heart. He would not owe anyone anything. Aha, it's so comfortable to sleep. What happened? What happened to me? Wuda looked at Xianxia blankly and said in a daze. Huh? What happened just now? What's going on? It seems like someone hit me and I fell asleep. You're still pretending? He's gone. You stinky old Taoist, I shouldn't have brought you here. Xianxia said coldly. I really didn't. Moreover, you didn't bring me in. I have hands and legs. I came in here with my own ability. Wuda said with a proud face. I accidentally stepped on your hand and you immediately hid your hand. How dare you say that you're not pretending to sleep? Xianxia said lung. Cough, cough, cough. That might be a conditioned reflex. Wuda said with a dry laugh. Can we open the coffin now? Wuda's face was filled with anxiety as he spoke impatiently. Xianxia nodded. At this moment, both of their feelings became extremely complicated. Tantai Jingzong left. Xianxia had an indescribable feeling in his heart. He did not know why, but he always felt that Tantai Jingzong had an indescribable past in her heart. However, she was not willing to talk about it. What else could he do? Xianxia took a step forward and grasped the heavenly dragon sword with one hand. The coffin lid flew away. At this moment, Xianxia and Wuda held their breath and looked at the person in the coffin. In an instant, Xianxia and Wuda looked at each other because the person in the coffin was Yuanhua. To be exact, he looked exactly the same as Yuanhua. He was wearing a golden jade robe. His eyes were closed and there was no sign of life. However, his body did not decay. At this moment, both of them were completely dumbfounded. This. Isn't this Yuanhua? Wuda's expression changed. He glanced at Yuanhua, who was behind him. This fellow was actually still lying on the ground, unconscious. However, the person in the coffin looked exactly like Yuanhua. Xianxia's brows were tightly knitted together. This matter was simply too strange, and filled with a strange feeling. What's going on with the person in the coffin? Is it Yuanhua? Clearly, this was unrealistic. However, the person in the coffin definitely had an extremely close relationship with Yuanhua. At this moment, even Xianxia was confused. Yuanhua, wake up, wake up. Wuda gave Yuanhua a hard kick and shook him awake. Yuanhua looked confused. He raised his head and looked at Xianxia and Wuda. What's wrong? What happened to me? Look, who is this person? Do you know him? Wudella brought Yuanhua to take a look at the person in the coffin. At that moment, Yuanhua was completely dumbfounded. What the hell? How could this be? Why does this person look exactly like me? He can't be my ancestor, right? Yuanhua's words reminded Xianxia of the same thought. This man could possibly be Yuanhua's ancestor. Yuanhua had lived in Xianxia for generations. If this man was really his ancestor, he must be a legendary figure, an invincible expert. Even the 5 great sovereigns were only his protectors. Xianxia looked at Yuanhua's face. Don't tell me that you don't have any memories, or that no one has ever told you anything? Xianxia looked at Yuanhua. Yuanhua's face was filled with confusion as he shook his head. He didn't know anything. He was just shocked that the person in the coffin looked exactly like him. Therefore, Yuanhua was even more shocked than Xianxia and Wuda. If we want to know the answer, we can only ask Grandpa Gue for help. Yuanhua glanced at Xianxia. He didn't understand these ancient secrets, let alone who the person in the coffin was. However, for some unknown reason, Yuanhua's expression was extremely unsightly. He felt that this person was inextricably linked to him. Why do I feel so sad? Yuanhua said faintly. His eyes were filled with confusion. Xianxia and Wuda both looked at Yuanhua. At this moment, they didn't realize that when Yuanhua's tears fell into the coffin, the person who looked exactly like Yuanhua disappeared completely. How could this be? Why is the person in the coffin gone? Wuda shouted. His expression changed. Indeed, it was as he had said. The person in the coffin had completely disappeared. Nothing was left behind. Even the golden jade clothes were not left behind. Everything had turned into ashes. Xianxia frowned. There were only 2 things in the coffin. One was the blue edict, and the other was a giant axe. Xianxia extended his hand and grasped it. The blue edict appeared in his hand. With a thought, the giant axe appeared in Yuanhua's hand. Yuanhua's entire body shook as he tightly gripped the giant axe. Lightning energy continuously lingered in the giant axe. Streaks of lightning spread out. Yuanhua frowned and his expression changed. Xianxia grabbed Yuanhua and absorbed all the lightning energy. Only then did Yuanhua's expression improve a little. "Thank you." Yuanhua looked gratefully at Xianxia and nodded heavily. "It's nothing." Xianxia shook his head and said with a smile. At this moment, the blue edict in Yuanhua's hand was also lingering with lightning energy. Xianxia was extremely confused. Just what is this thing? It didn't seem like a divine artifact. However, it gave Xianxia a strange feeling. Xianxia didn't attach much importance to the giant axe. After all, he had quite a few primal origin treasures. Although the giant axe was powerful, it wasn't as attractive as the blue edict to Xianxia. At this moment, Yuanhua's eyes were tightly shut. Streaks of light flickered on the giant axe and intertwined with Yuanhua. Xianxia and Wuda exchanged a glance. Both of them were filled with shock. In an instant, Yuanhua's strength continued to rise. His terrifying aura nearly lifted the entire Sea of Ice palace. The violent tremors made it difficult for Xianxia and Wuda to stand still. It was as if the Sea of Ice palace was about to collapse. Yuanhua, on the other hand, stood there without moving at all. His expression was calm and indifferent. His strength is constantly increasing. This is simply too exaggerated. What exactly is that giant axe? Why did the two of you get something but I got nothing? Wuda said with a distressed expression. His face was dark. He didn't get anything good. How could he not be angry? In the coffin, there was a giant axe and a blue edict. Xianxia and Yuanhua divided them. He didn't get anything. At this moment, Yuanhua's strength was constantly growing. To him, it wasn't a bad thing. Instead, it was an opportunity. Xianxia and Wuda didn't disturb Yuanhua. Instead, they allowed him to grow stronger. What else do you want? Do you think I don't know how many treasures you've collected? Sai, what's the use of having so many treasures? They can't even be compared to Yuanhua's giant axe. Wuda sighed and said with a bitter expression. Do you know what this blue edict of mine is? Xianxia looked at Wuda and Wuda shook his head. Xianxia felt that this fella definitely knew what this blue edict was. It's just that he didn't want to say it and even wanted to cheat it from Xianxia's hands. Xianxia clearly knew that Wuda, this smelly old Taoist, had no credibility or trust. He entered this ice palace purely to fish in troubled waters. This fellow would hide the moment he encountered danger. No real experts would be willing to fight with him. Moreover, he was good at escaping. He was a treacherous and cunning villain. He was able to reach this stage step by step because no one was willing to pay attention to him. I don't know. This thing is just a broken edict. What can it do? What I'm most curious about is who that person is. He looks exactly like Yuanhua and has disappeared. Do you think he still exists in this world? Wuda looked at Xianxia and asked in a serious manner. Don't change the topic. Do you know what this thing is? Something that can appear in this coffin can't be ordinary. Therefore, when I look at this blue edict, it's definitely not ordinary. I think you're lying to me. Xianxia said in a deep voice. Brother Jiang, why would I lie to you? We are locusts on the same rope. From the beginning to the end, my admiration for you is like an endless torrential river, like the overflowing yellow river that can't be stopped. How can you doubt me? Think about it. Every time you've encountered danger, if it wasn't because of me, you would be saved. Wuda said with a smile. His shameless look made Xianxia want to give him a slap. Saved from misfortune after encountering you? Ha ha ha, smelly old Taoist. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't be in such a miserable state. Xianxia said disdainfully. At this moment, Yuanhua's strength completely shocked Xianxia and Wuda. Yuanhua's strength had actually broken through to the divine emperor realm with a giant axe in his hand. At this moment, his entire temperament was completely different, carrying the demeanor of a true emperor. The trembling of the entire Shanghai Ice Palace slowly came to a stop at this moment. However, the statue in the distance was also shattered. This scene filled Xianxia with shock. That was because he had actually seen something beneath the statue. It was something that he had never been able to explain, yet it was filled with unfathomable mysteriousness, the bronze throne. After the statue shattered, a bronze throne was revealed beneath the rubble. Bronze throne, it's actually the bronze throne. Xianxia flew over in an instant, and Wu De also rushed over. However, Xianxia was still ahead of Wu De in an instant, and directly sat on the bronze throne. What? You still want to snatch it from me? Daoist Wu De. Xianxia looked at Wu De with a smile. This old thing was obviously coveting the bronze throne that Xianxia was sitting on. Wu De glanced at the blue edict in Xianxia's hand, then looked at the bronze throne, and said with a smile, I was wondering what it was. Turns out it's just a bronze throne. I can easily find hundreds or even thousands of such things, what's so strange about it? Ha ha ha. You can have it if you like it. I'm not going to snatch it from you. If it's something good, it's worth snatching. It's not worth it if you want to beat me up for this broken throne. Wu De shrugged his shoulders, completely disapproving. However, how could Xianxia not see it? This guy obviously wanted to take the bronze throne for himself. He could see that this bronze throne was extraordinary, and there was also the blue edict. However, this guy didn't even say a word, which made Xianxia's teeth itch. If you don't say it, I'll let that old tortoise chase you all over the world later. Xianxia squinted his eyes slightly. I really don't recognize this broken throne. Sigh, you've really wronged me. Brother Xianxia, us monks never lie. Ba. Ah, no, ba. Alright, then you can stay here. After I go out, I'll erect a tombstone for you. Don't worry, I'll seal this place completely. I'll definitely not let anyone find your resting place. Xianxia crossed his arms and said indifferently. Look, Brother Jiang, can we talk this out? Do I look like someone who can't be persuaded? Between us brothers, why are you treating me like an outsider? From what I know, this blue edict is a divine edict that can command the heavenly thunder. It seems to be something that belonged to the ancient thunder god. It can command the thunder in the world. However, I don't know what it's used for, but it seems very awesome. Am I right? Wu De said cautiously. He was afraid that Xianxia would really leave him here. If that happened, he'd be finished. Xianxia's strength was incomparable. Even divine emperor experts were defeated by him. Wu De naturally wouldn't fight with Xianxia head-on. A divine edict that can command the heavenly thunder? Xianxia's expression became more complicated. He didn't know what the heavenly thunder edict was used for. Wu De didn't know how to answer. Xianxia also didn't know if this fellow was lying or not. However, if it could really command the thunder in the world, wouldn't it mean that with this heavenly thunder edict, one would be invincible in the world? Of course, Xianxia wouldn't believe Wu De's nonsense. However, it shouldn't be an ordinary item. Otherwise, why would he want to snatch it? As for the bronze throne, there was no need to talk about it. Even the man in the ice was puzzled by this bronze throne. One could imagine how terrifying the origin of this item was. What about this bronze throne? Do you know what it is? I don't know. Isn't it just a broken chair? Seeing that you're so enthusiastic, I'm tempted. This time, Xianxia didn't question Wu De. Even if he knew, he wouldn't know the origin and background of this bronze throne. It was useless for Xianxia to ask him. Plus, the things related to this bronze throne weren't something they could understand right now. Xianxia wasn't in a hurry. However, this bronze throne was a really good thing. Xianxia didn't want to waste his time. At this moment, the entire sea ice palace returned to its peaceful state. Yuanhua slowly opened his eyes. The radiance in his eyes was completely different from before. Holding the giant axe in his hand, his unparalleled domineering aura made Xianxia revere him. This fella had actually become so powerful. Looks like this trip to the sea ice palace was really fruitful for Yuanhua. If we want to know the origin of the sea ice palace, our only hope is the old turtle. We still don't know who the expert in the ice palace is. Looks like it's time to ask Old Tortoise, Xianxia said in a low voice. He was rather happy at the moment, holding the bronze throne and the heavenly thunder edict. Although he still didn't know what they were used for, just the rarity of the bronze throne was enough to satisfy Xianxia, let alone the heavenly thunder edict. However, they still didn't know whose tomb this was. Just who exactly was the person who looked exactly like Yuan Hua was worth pondering. After all, even Yuan Hua didn't know, and that was the most vexing thing about it. I think I should already know something. Yuan Hua looked at Xianxia and said. You know? Xianxia was delighted and looked at Yuan Hua. Yuan Hua nodded heavily with a complicated look in his eyes. In the next moment, Yuan Hua slowly knelt down and kowtowed 3 times to the bronze coffin. His expression was solemn and extremely grave. There's an incomplete inheritance memory in this giant axe. I obtained a part of it when I broke through to the Divine Emperor realm. The person in the bronze coffin should be my ancestor. However, I don't know what they went through. However, he sealed himself here in order to preserve his strength. In the end, he was still killed by someone. Moreover, he was trapped in the bronze coffin and died. I only saw some fragments in the memory, so I can't be sure who that person was. However, I feel that he was too powerful. Even someone as powerful as my ancestor, the Supreme Great Emperor, couldn't fight back after he was injured. He was killed directly. That person is simply too terrifying. He could summon clouds and rain with a flip of his hand. The sky was above and the earth was below. It was as if there was nothing in this world that could restrict him. However, I couldn't see his face. It was just a shadow. I don't know if it was him or not. I don't know if it was a man or a woman. However, that person seemed to be very angry. He left in a hurry after killing my ancestor. I can only see these short and incomplete memories in the giant axe. Even if I want to take revenge for my ancestor, I don't know who killed him. Yuan Hua said shamefully. Even if you know, so what? Even your ancestor couldn't do anything, what can you do? I'm not trying to discourage you, but don't think about those things before you break through to the Emperor realm. What kind of existence do you think he is? You're just an ant in his eyes. TSK, Wuda said in a low voice. The corner of his mouth twitched as he sneered. Obviously, he was trying to anger Yuan Hua by saying this because Yuan Hua and Xianxia had gotten treasures, but he didn't get anything good. How could Wuda not be angry? However, at this moment, Yuan Hua became silent. He didn't say anything because Wuda was right. He was too weak. A divine emperor would be as easy as killing an ant in front of that person. How could he take revenge if he didn't reach the emperor realm? Xianxia fell into silence. According to Yuan Hua, that mysterious expert had killed the ancestor of the great sovereign realm who had sealed him in the ice palace of the sea with a wave of his hand. How powerful was that expert? At least, they didn't dare to think about such a person. Then where are we now? Is this really Xianxia? Xianxia looked at Yuan Hua doubtfully. Yuan Hua nodded and continued, yes. This is Xianxia. But because this place is sealed by the space, we can't get out of the sea. The divine tomb of the seabed is sealed by the 9 realms. It's only connected to the palaces of the 5 great sovereigns. It's impossible to get to the surface of Xianxia from here. So, no matter how many talented people we have, we can't get out of the sea. But I believe that one day, I will find out the truth. Even if I have to die, I will take revenge for my ancestor. My physique has been reborn. It's a good start for me to be able to reach where I am today and break through to the Divine Emperor realm. Also, Brother Jiang, I really have to thank you. If it wasn't for you, I might not have been able to step into the ice palace of the sea for my entire life, nor would I have known that the person buried in the ice palace of the sea was my ancestor. Yuan Hua looked at Xianxia, his eyes filled with gratitude. He knew his own strength very well. If it wasn't for Xianxia, he would have been stuck at the half-step Divine Emperor realm for God knows how long. Moreover, after inheriting his ancestors' memories and the giant axe, his strength and talent had reached a whole new level. That's nothing. What we need to know now is who that person is, or who your ancestor offended, and what kind of past they had. Otherwise, it's impossible to find the truth with just the remnant memories of your inheritance. We should ask Old Tortoise. Perhaps he might know something, Xianxia said in a deep voice. His expression was extremely solemn. Although this matter had nothing to do with him, the Heavenly Thunder Edict and the Bronze Throne were both here. To Xianxia, he was extremely curious about who the master of the Ice Palace was and what kind of past he had. Let's go. Anyway, you guys have returned with great rewards. I'm just a poor kid who didn't even get a single hair. Wuda curled his lips and said unwillingly. However, at this moment, a white feather fell on his face from the top of his head. What the hell is this? What's this feather? Ah. Achoo. A few strands of white hair fell on his face. Wuda couldn't help but sneeze. Xianxia squinted his eyes and lifted his head. However, he couldn't see any trace of it. A white shadow appeared in front of him once again and disappeared in a flash. Xianxia squinted his eyes, but the white shadow had already disappeared. Xianxia knew what was going on, but it was impossible for him to catch up with that thing. As for what the white fox was, it wasn't important anymore. However, its mysteriousness made Xianxia sigh. Even when they left the Ice Palace, they were still in awe of the Ice Palace. The mysteriousness of the Ice Palace was not to be revealed to outsiders. When they left the Ice Palace, they went to the bottom of the sea and found Old Tortoise. At that moment, Old Tortoise looked at them as though they were monsters. You guys are still alive? Little Yuan, you actually broke through to the Divine Emperor realm? Oh my god, even the Ice Palace couldn't keep you guys. Looks like you guys are really lucky. Master Tortoise, since you know about this Ice Palace, I have a question for you. Do you know who the owner of this tomb is? You should know how he died, right? Yuan Hua looked at Old Tortoise expectantly. Old Tortoise sighed and shook his head. Since you were able to come out from the Ice Palace of Shanghai, it means that you already know some things. Why do you need to pursue it so bitterly? Some things cannot be changed. No matter how powerful you are, you cannot change the truth. This is fate. Old Tortoise's words made Xianxia frown. Master Tortoise, I don't agree with you. What is fate? Could it be that fate was to believe in the arrangement of fate and endure the fate of Gongluanu? Everyone has the right to change their own fate. Fighting against the heavens, fighting against the earth, and fighting against other people is also fun. Believing in fate is just the result of not daring to fight against it. If everyone believed in fate, then everything would be at ease. The wheel of fate should have been worn out a long time ago, right? It's those who are unwilling to be ordinary and degenerate who go back to fight against fate. If everything was done according to the rules, why would there be so many injustices in this world? If believing in fate could change everything, then why would there be people who ignore fate? Believing in fate is the same as being willing to be ordinary. If everyone was like you and believed in fate, then where did this Ice Palace of Sea come from? Where did the supreme expert who killed ancestor Yuan Hua come from? Xianxia's eyes were burning as he stared at the Old Tortoise. The Old Tortoise smiled bitterly. Xianxia's words pierced his heart. He was talking about the Old Tortoise. If he was content with his current situation and did not fight against his fate, his ending would be like this. He would be mediocre and there would not be any change in his life. What was the point of living? How to live? It had nothing to do with him. Yes, the person you're talking about is me. I believe in fate's arrangements. There's nothing bad about it. You might even despise me, but that's just how I am. It's just that I don't want to get involved in those chaotic disputes. I can only tell you about the death of the ancient emperor of the Yuan clan. Do not try to take revenge, and do not try to track him down. When you find out about him, that will be the time you die. Sometimes, it was better to believe in fate. Man could conquer nature. That was just a legend, a legend. He. Xianxia and Yuan Hua looked at each other. Both of them were extremely anxious, but Old Tortoise did not want to say much. Just what is the background of the ancient emperor of the Yuan clan? He shouldn't be the ruler of Shikai, right? In the end, he died a worthy death in the Sea Ice Palace. But do you think that the Sea Ice Palace can hide from us? Even if I do not search, Yuan Hua will definitely not give up. He is a member of your seabed tribe, and I believe that the ancient Emperor Yuan also has a deep relationship with you. Otherwise, why would he bury his tomb in Shikahai? Xianxia was still full of curiosity as he exchanged a look with Old Tortoise. Old Tortoise lifted his head and looked at the empty sea region. Above it was a barrier that they could never break through. The ancient emperor of the Yuan clan was unparalleled throughout his life. He was originally a great ancient being, but because of the great chaos of the world, he was swept up in it. I can only tell you this. Some things should not exist in this world, and some people should not fight against the heavens. What you think is only self-righteousness. The world is not as simple as you think. Time is not as short as you think. Even I, in that era, was only a wandering in the sea. In that era, there were no experts. Only those who survived could be called experts. You shouldn't have asked, and I can't tell you. The heavens are watching, and you can't win against the heavens. You have to believe in fate, believe in destiny. Otherwise, no matter how strong you are, you won't be able to escape the punishment of the wheel of fate. There was never a lack of experts in the world, and experts had already completely declined in that turbulent era. The people you want to know, the things you want to know, no longer exist. Forget. 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 Only then can you become strong. The benevolent are invincible. If you want to find the Yuan clan, then leave this place. With the giant axe in your hand, it will not be difficult for you to leave this underwater world. Leave this place, leave this sad place. Shikahai, it should not have been like this. It should not have been like this. Old Tortoise said in a low voice, his eyes full of loneliness. He seemed unwilling to mention the past. But he seemed to be full of hope for Yuan Hua. Xianxia sighed. He knew that this old turtle didn't plan to tell him anything. No matter how hard Xianxia and Yuan Hua coaxed and pestered him, this old turtle remained unmoved and tight-lipped. No matter how hard Xianxia and Yuan Hua tried, he wouldn't tell him anything. Then what is this? Does Old Tortoise know? Xianxia stretched out his hand, and the blue heavenly lightning edict appeared in his hand. Old Tortoise's pupils constricted. After a moment of silence, he said in a low voice, "This thing is an inauspicious object." An inauspicious object. This is that person's 5 thunder edict. Why is it in your hands? That person has indeed been here, but why would he leave the 5 thunder edict here? This is a divine weapon that surpasses a primal origin treasure. Old Tortoise's voice was obviously excited. He looked at the 5 thunder edict in Xianxia's hand with fear. It was obvious that this object had an extraordinary origin. Xianxia had guessed correctly. This 5 thunder edict was not an ordinary object. Wuda also sighed softly. His eyes were fixed on the 5 thunder edict in Xianxia's hand. However, he did not have the strength. If he wanted to snatch Xianxia's 5 thunder edict, he would need to have the courage to do so. After listening to Old Tortoise's words, Xianxia's heart was also filled with confidence. As for who that person was, Xianxia knew that Old Tortoise would not say. Even if he did, Xianxia would not know who that person was. However, he was sure that it was a mighty figure from the Antiquity Age. Xianxia knew that even if he knew these things now, he could not solve them. The Antiquity Age war was not something he could participate in. Even the ancient Emperor Yuan, who had sealed himself in the Sea Ice Palace, was mercilessly obliterated. One could imagine how terrifying the Antiquity Age war was. Then do you recognize this thing? Xianxia took out the bronze throne again. At that moment, Old Tortoise fixed his eyes on it. His whole head was like a rattle drum, shaking desperately. I don't recognize it, I don't recognize it. Old Tortoise, I'm going to sleep. Old Tortoise directly retracted his head. This time, Xianxia also laughed bitterly. He finally understood what it meant to be a turtle with its head in its shell. His entire shell floated around on the bottom of the sea. Old Tortoise, wait. However, what the Old Tortoise said was already a lot for Xianxia and Yuan Hua. They were mentally prepared from the very beginning. It would be harder than ascending to the heavens to dig out everything they wanted to know from the Old Tortoise. There were some things that the Old Tortoise wasn't willing to say, and it was to protect Yuan Hua, lest Yuan Hua be dragged into this historical grudge that he shouldn't have been involved in. However, billions of years had passed. Even in the entire Central Region Divine Land and the Divine World, there were no traces of Emperor Realm experts. The 5 great emperors were the last experts to break through to the emperor realm in the entire divine world. Now, divine emperor experts were already able to establish their own territories in the central region divine land, and even become supreme experts that were respected by everyone. Xianxia was not far from this step, but to find his own path to become an expert, Xianxia knew that there was still a long way to go. The old turtle has left. It seems that there is no hope for us. Yuanhua shrugged helplessly, his face filled with a sigh. He was also eager to know what kind of person his ancient Emperor Yuan was, but it seemed that it was useless now. The old turtle did not give him the chance at all. Xianxia was also looking forward to it, but the old turtle refused to say anything. This was a fact that no one could change. Xianxia was a little annoyed. If it was not for Yuanhua, he really wanted to pry open the old turtle's shell and see if he would still say anything. Now, it's time for me to leave, Xianxia said. This time, he originally wanted to help the fossil sect, but he did not expect that the 100 Qi Huayu and Xianxia would not rest until one of them died, and then the Tantai Jingzong and Xianxia had a decisive battle. In the end, the people of the petrifying sect still could not walk to the end with Xianxia. I also have to leave. After all, this is not my destined place. Since the old turtle wants me to leave, he naturally has his reasons. There is no meaning for me to stay here, said Yuanhua. Yuanhua said. He had already reached the early divine emperor realm, and he had also obtained the inheritance of the giant axe from the ancient emperor of the Yuan clan. Therefore, he was not afraid at all. He would be treated well and respected no matter where he went. This was the capital of an expert. Sigh, all of you have returned with loads of treasures. Poor me, an old Taoist, did not obtain any treasures at all. Sad, truly sad. Wu De said with a bitter expression. Old Taoist, you must be an old fox in the god realm. Have you lived for countless years? Xianxia smiled at Wu De and said in a low voice. Cough cough, how can you say that? I know the sky above and the earth below. Even if I can't say that I know the situation of the divine world like the back of my hand, I'm still quite clear about it. I used to move unhindered through the 9 provinces and 18 counties. I was everywhere, roaming the famous mountains and great rivers. In every domain, I, Wu De, have friends there. Wu De said proudly. From the looks of it, Elder Wu De really does have some ability. I have a question that I hope Elder Wu De can answer. Xianxia said with a smile. Please speak. I, Wu De, will definitely tell you everything I know. Wu De also said with a face full of righteousness. In that case, I will have to thank Elder Wu De first. Does Elder Wu De know where the Thunder Rush mountain range is? I have always wanted to go to the Thunder Rush mountain range. One of my brothers told me about it once. I only know that the Thunder Rush mountain range is in the central region divine land. However, after asking many people, none of them knew where the Thunder Rush mountain range is. Xianxia looked at Wu De. Although this guy looked treacherous and cunning, he should have some tricks up his sleeves. Well, you have to let me think about it. Wu De was caught off guard. With one look, Xianxia knew that this guy wanted benefits. He was indeed a cunning guy. Elder Wu De, if you have any questions, feel free to ask. If I can do it, I will definitely not reject you. Xianxia said lightly. It seemed that if he did not give him some benefits, this guy would not say anything. However, if he could say the specific location of the Thunder Rush mountain range, it would definitely be worth it. Although Xianxia had obtained 3 Thunder Rush diagrams, it was not enough to help him find the Sky Thunder in the Thunder Rush diagram. As long as he could find the Sky Thunder in the Thunder Rush mountain range, then Xianxia, who had the Thunder Rush diagram, would definitely be able to obtain the Sky Thunder. Hee, we are all friends. Naturally, I will not take Jiang Brother's things. Moreover, Jiang Brother has saved my life before. How can I take advantage of him? I just want to see the 5 Thunder Edict in Jiang Brother's hands. I wonder if Jiang Brother is willing? Wu De said with a smile. Xianxia squinted his eyes. This guy couldn't be thinking of snatching the 5 Thunder Edict in his hands, right? However, Xianxia thought for a moment. He had to know the information about the Thunder Rush mountain range. However, Wu De could tell him now, so Xianxia had no choice. Alright. But you have to tell me first. Otherwise, I will not let you see it. Xianxia said coldly. Alright, I trust Jiang brother. Wu De said in a serious tone and without hesitation. The Thunder Rush mountain range is not a big mountain range. Not many people know about it and it is not very famous. However, because it is close to the territory of the Slaughter Pagoda, no one would go to that kind of place. It is said that in ancient times, there was a flash of lightning. Hence, it is called the Thunder Rush mountain range. On the other side, it is close to the Forbidden Land, the Divine Land. It is very dangerous and almost no one would go there. Wu De pondered for a moment and said. Thank you. Xianxia's eyes lit up. After knowing the location of the Thunder Rush mountain range, he flipped his hand and held the 5 Thunder Edict in his hand, handing it over to Wu De. Jiang brother is really generous. You have guts. I will take a look and return it to its owner. Wu De's expression was solemn. Surprise flickered in his eyes as he held the 5 Thunder Edict in excitement. Hee, thank you Jiang brother for your treasure. I will take it and study it for a few days. Once I understand it, I will naturally return it to you. Hee. All of you have treasures in your accounts. Since I have entered a treasure mountain, I naturally cannot return empty-handed. Wu De took a step back and wanted to turn around to leave. However, Xianxia did not give him the chance. Before this, he had already made preparations. If Wu De dared to run away with the 5 Thunder Edict, he would definitely not be courteous to him. However, Xianxia did not expect that Wu De's speed would be this fast. In an instant, Wu De disappeared in the void. Not even Xianxia's great void technique could catch up with him. Damn it. You bastard. My 5 Thunder Edict. Xianxia was infuriated. This bastard was really despicable. No matter how he calculated, he could not defend against old Taoist Wu De. In the end, he still fell into his trap. Smelly old Taoist, I will definitely not let you off. I will take back my 5 Thunder Edict sooner or later. Xianxia's eyes lit up. The 5 Lightning Edict was actually taken away by this bastard. Even though he was prepared, he was still one step behind. This old Taoist was full of tricks and cunning. His strength wasn't that great, but his method of escaping was top-notch. He could only blame himself for being too trusting. This guy had a criminal record of swindling others. Xianxia was filled with anger. His face was extremely gloomy. Even Yuanhua didn't expect this old Taoist to be so cunning. He disappeared in front of them without a sound. Xianxia wanted to chase after him, but it was already too late. Brother Jiang, Yuanhua looked at Xianxia with a bitter smile. This old Taoist was simply a scourge to the world. Forget it. I'll just treat it as feeding the dogs. I'll find this guy sooner or later. Xianxia said fiercely. Since he didn't know how to use the 5 Lightning Edict, he lost it. At least the bronze throne was still there. It was time to leave this place. Brother Jiang, where do you plan to go now? Yuanhua asked. Let's go to the Thunder Mountain Range where I asked that old Taoist. I have something urgent to deal with there. What about you? Xianxia asked. I want to go to the Central Region Divine Land to have a look. After all, it's an extremely vast area. All the experts will gather there. I also want to see if I can stand firm in the Central Region Divine Land. Ha. Yuanhua laughed. He was obviously very curious about the outside world. Although his strength had reached the Divine Emperor realm, he was still looking forward to exploring the unknown. Alright. We'll part ways then. Xianxia nodded. The two looked at each other helplessly. Yuanhua originally wanted to go with Xianxia. However, Xianxia had other matters to deal with. He could only go to the Central Region Divine Land alone. Then, Brother Jiang, let's part ways here. If fate wills it, let's meet again at the Central Region Divine Land. Yuanhua said solemnly. To put it bluntly, everything he had now was inextricably linked to Xianxia. Therefore, Yuanhua respected Xianxia greatly. Alright, I'll see you in the Central Plains Divine Land. Xianxia smiled faintly. Both of them parted ways after leaving the Ice Palace of Shanghai. In front of the ice palace, a spotless white fox jumped onto the ice palace. It looked at Xianxia and Yuan Hua's departing back and murmured in human language, "That's right, Xianxia. The heavens and earth are heartless, and all living things have turned into straw dogs. Time has passed, and the sky is nearing dusk. Another era, another tranquility before dawn. Billions of living beings as soldiers, millions of fiend gods as generals, 3,000 stars as suns, and 10,000 miles of sky as a plate. Ancient emperors of the past, have you all been completely annihilated in the dust of time and space?" Oh woo, the fox that was as fair as jade let out a howl. Its voice was filled with endless sorrow and desolation, as if the sky was collapsing and the earth was collapsing. The Bolt Thunder mountain range was flourishing. Lush foliage covered thousands of miles. The sky was clear, and the sea and sky were blue. Birds and beasts cried out in fear. Birds landed on the ground, making squeaking noises. After 5 years, Xianxia had finally crossed thousands of mountains and rivers and arrived at the Thunder Rush mountain range. In a city near the Thunder Rush mountain range, Xianxia had received accurate information that the Thunder Rush mountain range was located 300,000 miles away from the city. That place was deserted, and it was connected to the forbidden land of the Divine Continent and the Divine Buddha Tower. Therefore, no one would ever set foot in that place. If a monster escaped from the forbidden land of the Divine Continent and was caught by the people of the Divine Continent, that person would definitely die. However, Xianxia didn't care about this. His strength had completely stabilized at the half-step Divine Emperor realm. Within 7 years, he had broken through to the half-step Divine Emperor realm. The speed of his improvement was not fast nor slow. It was within Xianxia's expectation. He only needed an opportunity to enter the Divine Emperor realm. However, Xianxia wasn't in a hurry. He needed to build a solid foundation before he could achieve success. If his foundation wasn't stable, he would always be top-heavy. What Xianxia wanted was to cultivate steadily. Now, he was not facing a Divine Emperor expert like he was in Xianxia. Even if it was a mid-Divine Emperor expert, Xianxia would still be able to put up a fight. Xianxia entered the Thunder Mountain range alone. With his current strength, there were no longer any demonic beasts that dared to approach him. Xianxia ran all the way. After entering the Bolt Thunder mountain range, he found the location of the Heavenly Thunders. After the Bolt Thunder diagram was formed, it turned into an ancient parchment with a mark of Heavenly Thunders. Xianxia could sense the location of the Heavenly Thunders. Xianxia kept moving forward, but he always felt that someone was following him. It was not a good feeling. With his current strength, it was impossible for him to not know who was following him. However, this feeling was unusually strong. As Xianxia was thinking about it, he saw a fiery red spiritual beast flashing past his eyes. Xianxia's eyes lit up. It was a fiery marten. The fiery marten was born with extraordinary talent. An adult fiery marten could reach the Divine Emperor realm. Moreover, the fiery marten's body was a treasure. Its heart, liver, and gallbladder were all top-grade materials for concocting medicines. Although Xianxia didn't have any good prescriptions for concocting medicines, if he could obtain this fiery marten, it would definitely be useful for concocting medicines in the future. Little thing, let's see where you can run to. The corner of Xianxia's mouth curved slightly. This fiery marten, he must get it. Xianxia's figure flashed and sped up. This fiery marten was obviously not an adult yet. It should be below the Divine Emperor realm. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to catch up to it. If it was an adult fiery marten, even Xianxia might not be able to catch up to it. This thing was a combination of a bird and a beast. It was fast, suspicious, and very cunning. Whether it was in the sky or in the forest, once it escaped, it would be hard to catch it again. Xianxia chased after the fiery marten with lightning speed. The fiery marten's strength had indeed reached the half-step Divine Emperor realm. Although it was not an adult yet, it was already showing its outstanding potential. It would be very difficult to catch it. Xianxia continuously casted the Great Void technique, causing the fiery marten to be extremely vigilant. However, Xianxia's strength was still stronger than the fiery marten. After the time it took for half an incense stick to burn, Xianxia finally caught the fiery marten. "Little bastard, you can't run away now, right?" Awoo, the fiery mink continued to struggle, but Xianxia would not let it go so easily. This little guy would definitely be a great treasure for him to refine medicine in the future. It was Xianxia's fortune to be able to encounter a fiery mink in this godforsaken place. This fellow was rarely seen in 1,000 years. Stop, let go of the fiery mink. A deep roar appeared behind Xianxia. Xianxia slowly turned around and saw a group of 4 people standing behind him, looking at him furiously. Are you talking to me? Xianxia said coldly as he stared at the 4 young men in beast skins. We're talking about you. We found the fiery mink first. Hurry up and hand it over to us. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. The leader of the young men in beast skins said coldly with an arrogant expression. He stared straight at Xianxia without any trace of politeness. His arrogant attitude was filled with a domineering aura. This fiery mink is in my hands, what right do you have to take it? Are you trying to outnumber me? Xianxia said with a cold smile. We found this fiery mink first. We've been chasing it for over 3 months. Who do you think this fiery mink should belong to? Humph, another young man snorted, completely ignoring Xianxia. 3 months without catching it, it can only mean that you guys are trash. Shameful things. If I didn't catch this little guy, would you guys show up? Now that I've caught it, you guys still want to take advantage of my perilous situation to steal my things. Do you guys have any shame? Ha ha ha. Xianxia said disdainfully. It was indeed a little embarrassing to say that the 4 of them had failed to catch it after 3 months. The young man in beast skins took a step forward and his expression changed. His eyes were filled with anger. He was rendered speechless by Xianxia's words, as if he could unleash an earth-shattering attack at any time. Gambalata. Back off. The leader of the group said in a deep voice. With a low shout, Gambalata, who was burning with anger, retreated. I am the young master of the infant earth tribe, Xianxia. Brother, the fiery fire marten was indeed found by us first. Moreover, the 4 of us have been searching for it for 3 months in order to capture the fiery fire marten and offer it to my father as a birthday gift. I hope that brother will be willing to part with it. How about it? Xianxia said with a dignified face. Although he was not as arrogant as Balata, he was also arrogant. It seemed that you had to act according to my mood. Otherwise, I would not give you a good look. Xianxia's pride was probably innate, just like his identity. Xianxia was disdainful. No matter what these people were, it had nothing to do with him. If they wanted this fierce fire marten, it was impossible. You haven't been able to catch it for 3 months. This can only mean that you are incompetent. Now that I have caught it, you actually want to rob it. It seems that you, the young master of the infant earth tribe, are not a righteous person. You actually want to do such a despicable thing. It's really despicable. Xianxia sighed. Xianxia's expression became gloomier. At this time, he had already lost his patience. This guy actually refused a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. In that case, he should not blame them for bullying him with numbers. Xianxia's words happened to provoke these people, especially the self-righteous Xianxia. He originally planned to talk nicely with Xianxia, but this guy obviously did not know how to appreciate favors. How could he let him lead him by the nose? The Thunder Rush mountain range was simply his base camp. Anyone who offended him would only have a path of death. Brat, do you know who you are talking to? Do you really think that you are the emperor? In this Thunder Mountain range, no one dares to not give face to my infant earth tribe. It seems that if I don't teach you a lesson today, you won't know who the real boss is. Gambalata said coldly and pointed at Xianxia with a proud look on his face. I don't know who you are and I'm not interested. However, if you still want to continue to pester me, then don't blame me for being impolite. Xianxia said faintly. He did not want to cause unnecessary trouble, but there would always be people who wanted to go against him. These guys did not have the ability. Seeing that he had caught the blazing fire marten, they actually shamelessly came to ask for it. They even said that the blazing fire marten belonged to them. They were really shameless. Xianxia could only sneer at such people. Hey! You still want to go against us? Little brat, I think you are courting death. I'm afraid this is your first time coming to this Thunder Mountain range. For thousands of years, no one has dared to step into this place. You are really a newborn calf that is not afraid of the tiger. Young Master Condi, it seems that we have to teach him a lesson. Otherwise, this guy will not hand over the blazing fire marten. Gambalotta said in a deep voice. It seems that you won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. Let's go and get rid of Gambalotta. I don't want to delay too long, Songzon Condi said faintly. Gambalotta sneered and nodded. He waved at the two people behind him. The three of them slowly walked towards Jiangchen, ready to fight at any time. It seems that you still have to make a move after all. Jiangchen sighed. These guys didn't know what was good for them. He didn't want to provoke them, but these brainless guys just wanted to make life difficult for him. Even though he was a piece of trash, he still couldn't accept it. This was the most frustrating thing. Cut the crap, brat. I will give you one last chance. If you don't kneel down and beg for mercy, I won't be polite anymore. Gambalotta said coldly. Noisy guy. Jiangchen frowned. Before Gambalotta made a move, Jiangchen had already made his move. Facing three half-step divine emperors, Jiangchen was not afraid at all. He took the lead and rushed out of the encirclement. The three of them did not hold back and went straight for Jiangchen. In their eyes, Jiangchen was courting death. They were three half-step divine emperors. How could Jiangchen be their match? This guy was simply hitting a rock with an egg. However, as soon as they clashed, Gambalotta's expression changed completely. He did not expect Jiangchen's strength to be so terrifying. With just a punch, he was forced to retreat dozens of steps. His face turned pale. The terrifying counterforce had caused him to be severely injured. The other two half-step divine emperors could not fight against Jiangchen either. Jiangchen punched with both of his fists and the two of them were sent flying away. The three of them were forced to retreat by Jiangchen. With just one move, Jiangchen was already in an invincible position. The three of them had different expressions. They finally knew how terrifying this guy was. The might of Jiangchen's punch had shocked the three of them. What are you waiting for? When are you going to act? Gambalotta, kill him. Leave no one alive. The glory of my earthen infant tribe will not be trampled on. For the sake of the infant earth tribe's glory, they attacked Jiangchen once again. Compared to the previous attack, this time, it was much more powerful and oppressive. If they were forced to retreat by Jiangchen again, it would definitely infuriate Songzon Condi. This time, Gambalotta exerted all his strength. The long saber in his hand went straight for Jiangchen's life. Jiangchen held his saber in front of him fearlessly. The three's attack was not worth mentioning at all. Three half-step divine emperors. Jiangchen could defeat them as easily as drinking water. Get lost. Jiangchen roared in anger. The seals in his hands were linked together and the true dragon palm was struck out. The moment the three of them were repelled by the seals, they were all sent flying. Their strength was ruthlessly suppressed. Although they were at the same level, they did not have the slightest chance to fight back against Jiangchen. Songzon Condi was also shocked and took a few steps back subconsciously. Songzon Condi's body trembled and he took a step back subconsciously. Although his strength was almost the same as Balada, he was obviously timid when facing Jiangchen. Jiangchen was fighting against three of them casually and the three of them were heavily injured. Such combat strength was unbelievable. In Songzon Condi's eyes, Jiangchen was a celestial being who could fight against a divine emperor expert. How strong was this fella? No wonder they couldn't catch up to the fiery marten after chasing it for 3 months, but Jiangchen caught it in less than a quarter of an hour. This was the gap between them. Jiangchen took a step forward with an imposing aura. Songzon Condi quickly retreated with a pale face and said, "What are you trying to do?" "What am I trying to do?" "I would like to ask, what are you trying to do? Didn't you want the fiery marten in my hand just now? Do you still want it now?" Jiangchen said coldly. His golden eyes swept across the four of them. The four of them shivered in fear. "Don't want it, don't want it." Songzon Condi quickly shook his head and hid behind Gambalotta. At this moment, they could only avoid Jiangchen's attack. After all, Xianxia was too terrifying. If they continued to confront Xianxia, they would only end up in a miserable state. Then, why are you still here? Are you waiting for me to treat you to supper? Xianxia's sharp eyes swept across the four of them. The four of them retreated subconsciously and their faces changed drastically. They did not dare to look at Xianxia anymore because Xianxia was too powerful. They did not expect that they, the aboriginals of the Xianxia, would meet such a tough opponent. Xianxia's appearance was too strange. No one had expected that they would have such a conflict with him. However, Songzan Kondi of Jiang of the Fiery Martin was too. Young Master Kondi, is this the end of this matter? Gambalotta gritted his teeth and said. However, his strength was not enough to fight against Xianxia. Just now, all three of them were seriously injured by Xianxia. Fortunately, that guy did not want to kill them. Otherwise, it would be difficult for them to escape death. Forget it? How can I forget it? In this Thunder Mountain range, there is someone who dares to go against me. Humph, Songzan Kandi sneered. I will definitely make him regret it. Let's go back to the clan first. If it wasn't for my father's birthday, I wouldn't be in such a hurry. Now that it's all in vain, I won't let it go. Let's go find second brother and let him avenge me. Gambalotta's eyes lit up and he said with a sinister smile, hee, if the second young master takes action, then that reckless guy will definitely die without a burial place. He still wants to rise in the Thunder Mountain range. He is not made for it. Humph, the mountains will never change, and the rivers will always flow. Let's wait and see. Little bastard, I will definitely make you pay. In thousands of years, when have I, Songzan Kandi, ever suffered such a loss? I will definitely tear you into pieces and make you die without a burial place. Songzan Kandi clenched his fists and his face was livid. He gritted his teeth and wanted to eat Xianxia's flesh. However, the situation was worse than him, so he naturally could not fight with Xianxia. Only a fool would do that. Asking second brother to avenge him was the safest way. By the way, young Master Kondi, that guy, is he also here for Lei and his mother? You should know that there are very few people who come to our Thunder Rush mountain range. On one side is the Slaughter Pagoda, which is one of the most powerful forces in the Central Province Divine Land. Even the Patriarch has warned us not to step into that area. On the other side is the Forbidden Land of the Divine Prefecture. Very few outsiders come here. If this fellow is really here for Lei and his mother, it looks like we have to be even more careful. Gambalotta was shocked and said in a deep voice. Songzan Kandi raised his eyebrows and pondered for a moment before he said, it's not impossible. It's not impossible. The Green Feather clan has been eyeing Lei and his mother like a tiger watching its prey. They've already sent people over. Now, this reckless guy has appeared. I hope there won't be any new problems. After all, there's only one Lei and his mother. The Green Feather clan is here to send their daughter-in-law. He, but Lord Patriarch has already planned for Lei and his mother. It won't be that easy for the Green Feather clan to get Lei and his mother. Gambalotta chuckled. The Green Feather clan has always thought highly of themselves. This time, they actually sent people to our infant Earth tribe to make peace. They must have some ulterior motives. Lord Father will naturally not give Lei and his mother to them. Do they really think that the princess of the Green Feather clan is a pearl in their palm? Humph, what an arrogant guy. Songzan Kandi said disdainfully. He was obviously dissatisfied with the Green Feather clan. The importance of Lei and his mother could even affect the rise and fall of their infant Earth tribe. It was absolutely impossible for them to give them to others casually. The Green Feather clan wanted to use a woman to exchange for Lei and his mother. It was simply wishful thinking. That's natural. The Green Feather clan has no sense of shame. Our infant Earth tribe is the strongest Forbidden Land god clan in the peripheral area of the Forbidden Land. How could we be implicated by a small bird clan? I believe that Lord Patriarch has his own plans. Gambalotta said with a smile. Our Forbidden Land god clan will never allow outsiders to behave atrociously in our territory. No matter who it is, be it the Green Feather clan or this reckless guy, they will pay the price. That's right. What young Master Kondi said is right. Compared to our Forbidden Land God clan, they are simply not worth mentioning. A bunch of arrogant guys. Gambalotta hurriedly flattered. Let's go back to the clan first. I must take revenge even at this critical moment. I hope that guy won't cause any new problems and become a thorn in our side. Xianxia squinted his eyes and turned his head to look at the 4 men who just left. He didn't want to cause any unnecessary trouble. He hoped that these guys would know the difficulty and retreat. If he killed them, the entire Thunder Rush mountain range would be in an uproar. Therefore, Xianxia didn't kill them. If it wasn't because he was looking for the heavenly lightning and wanted some peace, Xianxia wouldn't hesitate to kill these reckless guys. I hope you guys won't come back recklessly. Let's find the Sky Thunder first. Xianxia collected his thoughts and was about to put the fiery ferret into the myriad chi cauldron. Oh woo brother, don't kill me. I can bring you to find the Sky Thunder. The fiery ferret looked at Xianxia with fear and said in a low voice. Xianxia's eyes brightened up. Does this little guy know where the Sky Thunder is? It seems like I can save a lot of trouble. Xianxia smiled and said, if you bring me to the Sky Thunder, I won't kill you. Really? Brother, that's good. Come with me. I promise you can find the Sky Thunder as soon as possible. The fiery ferret opened his eyes wide and said. His eyes were full of little stars and excitement. It was not easy for him to cultivate to this level. Xianxia killed him directly. It seemed useless now. However, if the fiery ferret could bring him to the Sky Thunder, he would let it go. How do you know where the Sky Thunder is? Xianxia continued to ask. I grew up here. The Thunder Mountain Range is my home. Of course, I know about it. But my mother never allowed me to go there to play. The heavenly lightning there is extremely violent and terrifying. Ordinary Divine Emperor realm experts can't even go there. Even my mother doesn't want to talk about that place. The blazing fire mink grinned. It was very human-like. When it heard that Xianxia would let it go as long as they found the heavenly lightning, it was naturally very happy. Xianxia couldn't help but let out a sigh. This blazing fire mink had a simple and honest nature. It was completely different from the sinister and cunning rumored it to be. Perhaps it had something to do with the environment it lived in. In this desolate forest, only wild beasts could interact with it. The appearance of these 4 fellows was just an accident. Do you know the name of the Sky Thunder? Xianxia asked. He only knew that the heavenly lightning in the spring thunder diagram was extremely terrifying, but he knew nothing about it. I heard from my mother that it's called the Thousand Flame Destruction Thunder. She said that it's an extremely terrifying sky thunder. Legend has it that it fell from the sky in the immemorial era. Who knows? Hee hee. The fiery ferret shrugged and said indifferently. The Thousand Flame Destruction Thunder? This Sky Thunder will be mine. Xianxia squinted his eyes. As long as he could get his hands on this Sky Thunder, his strength would definitely skyrocket. Reaching the Divine Emperor realm would not be a problem. Most importantly, after getting his hands on this Thousand Flame Destruction Thunder, he would definitely be able to gain a foothold in the central region Divine Land. At that time, Xianxia would even be able to ignore a sect like the Petrified Sect. In this world where only the strong were respected, without strength, you would only be trampled by others. This was the day he wanted to soar to the sky. Because at that time, his name would spread across the central region Divine Land. At that time, if Xiao Yu or Han Yan heard about it, they would definitely come looking for him. Only when he reached the Divine Emperor realm, could Xianxia be considered to have truly stepped into the ranks of the strong. Only then could he stand firm in the central region Divine Land. If he wanted to go against the Divine Emperor realm, then Xianxia must have his own strength. Otherwise, how could he fight against a strong enemy? Yan Qingqing was still in the hands of the Divine Emperor Pagoda. How could Xianxia not be anxious? Just like that, a man and a ferret started their journey to search for the Sky Thunder. After crossing over mountains and passing through thistles and thorns, the fiery ferret finally stopped. The canyon in front of us that's hidden among the ancient trees is where the Sky Thunder is. The surrounding ancient trees are so tall that they almost cover the canyon. In the canyon, the Thousand Flame Destruction Thunder is there. Basically, no one dares to get close to it. As long as they get within 100 li of the Thousand Flame Destruction Thunder, they will be burned by the fire. The 1,000-flame destruction thunder can descend from the sky and it even has intelligence. My mother said that it's as wise as a demon. The fiery ferret said with fear. It had listened to its mother since it was young and never dared to get close to that place. Even in this place, it could still feel an extremely strong pressure. It's indeed a terrifying sky thunder. Xianxia murmured. He could already feel the terrifying force of lightning, but the Grand Canyon was like a forbidden zone. If Xianxia went any further, he would most likely trigger the 1,000-flame destructive thunder's counterattack. That's right. That's right. Looks like we've come to the right place. Xianxia looked at the fiery ferret with a trace of gratitude. If he were to look for the sky thunder by himself, it would probably take him a lot of time. You can leave now. I'll keep my promise. Xianxia looked at the fiery ferret and said. I suddenly don't want to leave anymore. I've always wanted to see what this sky thunder looks like since I was young. My mother has never allowed me to come here. Today, I'll make an exception and take a good look. At this moment, the fiery ferret didn't want to leave anymore. Xianxia smiled bitterly. This little guy was really not afraid that he would kill it. However, Xianxia kept his promise. Since he had said that he would let it go, he would definitely not catch it again. The fiery ferret took the lead and rushed forward. Xianxia frowned and said in a deep voice, wait, there's actually a formation in this area. Xianxia took a step forward and actually felt a trace of the formation's ripple. This formation was actually very strong. Even he might not be able to break it in a short period of time. After the fiery ferret was stopped by itself, it was suddenly startled. With a swoosh, it ran back to Xianxia's side. What's going on? What formation is this? Where is it? The fiery ferret said in shock. I'd like to see what kind of formation this is. Xianxia took another step forward and rushed to the edge of the formation. However, he was bounced back by an invisible force. Even Xianxia couldn't dispel that kind of force. It could only mean that this formation was very strong and terrifying. The solemn expression on Xianxia's face became more and more serious. I don't believe it. Xianxia frowned and his face was gloomy. He began to take out the no-beginning formation and constantly deduced the formation in front of him. Xianxia walked with difficulty and advanced with difficulty. However, this formation still didn't seem to find a way to break through. On the contrary, Xianxia was led into a misunderstanding. It made him think that this was a real peerless formation and he couldn't break through it psychologically. Who dares to act rashly? Get out of here! Accompanied by a loud shout, 2 unparalleled attacks were launched from the formation. Xianxia's face changed. He moved his hands and blocked the 2 attacks. However, he was forced to retreat more than 100 steps. Xianxia couldn't help but hesitate. Has this place been occupied? Is the 1,000-flame destructive thunder still around? Playing tricks, who is it? Xianxia roared angrily. His eyes were sharp as he looked towards the canyon. At this moment, 2 figures appeared at the same time, one in black and one in white. Their eyes were filled with incomparable coldness. Kid, you're not qualified to enter this place with your strength. Get out of this area, get out of the Thunder Mountain range, and you might still have a chance to live. The white-robed elder, Lung Lung, said. Does this Thunder Mountain range belong to your family? Why should I leave this place? Xianxia crossed his arms in front of his chest, his face full of arrogance. Do you think this is a good place? Countless people have tried to enter this place, but they all died in the end. Even Divine Emperor experts are no exception. You're just a half-step Divine Emperor, what right do you have to enter? The black-robed elder said coldly. His eyes were calm as if he did not take Xianxia seriously. Who are you guys? Xianxia asked in a deep voice. We're the protectors of this Thunder Mountain range. Leave now, or else, don't blame us for being impolite. The white-robed elder flicked his sleeves. A terrifying astral wind pierced through the void and struck at Xianxia. Xianxia was calm and composed, as steady as empty Tai. He punched out and the astral wind dissipated into nothingness. Good move. But you're still not qualified to enter this place. The black-robed elder and the white-robed elder looked at each other and struck at the same time. Gusts of astral wind covered the sky and earth. Xianxia's face turned pale. After receiving more than 20 strikes from the two, he finally showed signs of defeat. Xianxia knew that the two of them were beyond the early divine emperor realm. If they attacked together, he would not be a match for them. More importantly, they had a formation to rely on. This was the most infuriating part. It was impossible for Xianxia to fight them to the death. F*CKU, mother F*Ker. I'll be back sooner or later. Xianxia retreated in order to advance. He rapidly flew backwards. After suffering a setback in the hands of the two old men, his expression became even more difficult. He didn't expect that there would be such a master in this godforsaken place. The heavenly thunder was protected by a formation and there were masters presiding over it. There must be something in this place that could tempt them. Moreover, the heavenly thunder was extremely untamed. It was impossible for them to covet the heavenly thunder. However, the identity of these two old men was extremely mysterious. It was hard for Xianxia to fathom them. Little brother, are you all right? The blazing fire Martin asked in a low voice with a nervous look on his face. I'm fine. Do you know where these two people came from? Xianxia said gloomily. I don't know. Every time I passed by this place in the past, I never saw these two people. These two old men are so powerful. I feel that they could kill me with a single slap from them. The blazing fire Martin said pitifully. Maybe when you passed by here, you didn't trigger the formation. That's why they didn't appear. Looks like I have to think about it further. Xianxia felt a little troubled. The current situation was extremely unfavorable for him. He had found the heavenly thunder, but it was sealed off. Xianxia felt that something big was about to happen in the Thunder Rush mountain range. Xianxia had a feeling that something big was about to happen. I know. There's a big crocodile that might know where these two people came from. The blazing fire Martin's eyes lit up. Big crocodile? Xianxia asked doubtfully. Yes, there's a dragon pond swamp not far from here. There's a big crocodile living there. My mother said that this guy has been living here for millions of years. He must know what's going on here. The movements in the Thunder Rush mountain range can't escape from him. The blazing fire Martin said excitedly. Alright, let's go and ask this big crocodile. The corner of Xianxia's mouth curled up slightly. Heaven never bars one's way. It seemed like this blazing fire Martin had helped him a lot by not killing it. With no time to lose, Xianxia quickly arrived at the Dragon Pond swamp under the lead of the fiery ferret. This was a vast expanse of water, and it was surrounded by mountains, rivers, and algae. It was extremely muddy. However, Xianxia and the blazing fire Martin searched here for a long time, but they still couldn't find the big crocodile it mentioned. However, Xianxia once again saw a chaotic battle. Above the Dragon Pond swamp, there were two groups of people confronting each other. They were even ready to jump at each other's throats. Princess of the Green Feather Clan, our young masterling Mo would like to invite you to the Forbidden Land of the Demon Clan for a chat. How about it? A person shrouded in a black robe said with a smile. Other than his eyes, the rest of his body was covered by the black robe. They were a group of more than 10 people, and all of them had the same black demonic aura around their bodies. In front of them, there were 5 people. The woman in the lead was dressed in white, and her face was covered with a green veil. However, it still couldn't hide her peerless beauty. Her figure was like jade, and her beautiful eyes were like ice. Her temperament was extraordinary, and no one could compare to her. She was like the stars in the 9 heavens, shining like the stars. The 4 women beside her were dressed in blue. They were all beautiful women, and they were filled with a cold expression. So you guys are from the Forbidden Land of the Demon Clan. The white-clothed woman frowned and said with a cold expression. This time, it seemed like they already knew about the Green Feather Clan coming to the Forbidden Land for a marriage alliance. Hee, that's right. Our young masterling Mo is drooling over your beauty. I wonder if the princess will do us the honor. The black-cloaked man said with a smile. Their intention couldn't be more obvious. To put it bluntly, they were here to kidnap the bride, and not to chat with the Green Feather clan. Currently, the border of the Forbidden Land was in turmoil all year round. The battle between the Forbidden Land's Divine Clan and the Forbidden Land's Demon Clan was getting more and more intense. Now that the Green Feather clan wanted to go to the Forbidden Land for a marriage alliance, the Forbidden Land's Demon Clan would definitely not stand idly by. If they could kill the princess of the Green Feather clan at this moment, or imprison her, then the Forbidden Land's Divine Clan would definitely be despised by the Green Feather clan. At that time, the Forbidden Land's Divine Clan wouldn't be able to take care of everything. You guys are just here to kidnap the bride. Do you really think that my Green Feather clan is a pushover? The white-clothed woman, Lung Lung, said. She had already seen through the thoughts of the Forbidden Land's Demon Clan. At this time, she naturally wouldn't cause any trouble. Hee, since you refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit, then don't blame the Forbidden Land's Demon Clan for not giving you face. The black-cloaked man said with a cold smile. The princess of the Green Feather clan is a peerless beauty. I, Lung Mo, will definitely not use violence against the princess. Young Master Lung Mo, is it? If you don't move aside, don't blame us for being impolite. The princess of the Green Feather clan said coldly. Her voice was pleasant to the ears, but her face turned cold and frosty. Hee, princess is so beautiful. How could I bear to let princess go to the Forbidden Land and have a marriage with the divine race? Why don't princess come back with me? I, Lung Mo, will not mistreat princess. Lung Mo said with a smile. His hoarse voice sounded like an old man in his 70s or 80s. It made the princess of the Green Feather clan extremely uncomfortable. Dream on. Princess, we don't have to talk nonsense with them. Let's kill them first. The woman behind the princess of the Green Feather clan said in a low voice. Everyone was ready for battle, and the battle could start at any moment. The princess nodded, and the 4 female guards attacked in an instant, pressing against the people of the devil race in the forbidden area. Let's do it. Looks like they still want to struggle. Lung Mo said faintly and retreated. More than a dozen demon clansmen from the Forbidden Land did not show any signs of weakness and went up against them. Although the 4 female guards were very strong, they were no match for the large number of demon clansmen from the Forbidden Land. All of them had reached the late Hierarch realm and their attacks were extremely ruthless. The 4 female guards from the Green Feather clan were no match for them. The princess of the Green Feather clan's expression changed slightly. If this goes on, they will definitely lose. Looks like I have to take action. The princess held the green jade sword in her hand and stood up, forcing more than 10 people from the Forbidden Land to retreat. Her sword aura was ferocious and terrifying. The princess of the Green Feather clan was very strong. She had reached the half-step Divine Emperor realm and her aura was unparalleled. At this moment, the corner of Lung Mo's mouth curved into a meaningful smile. Looks like I have to take action. I did not expect the princess of the Green Feather clan to be so powerful. Although she was only a half-step Divine Emperor, she was extremely terrifying and steady. Your opponent is me. Lung Mo sneered and charged toward the princess of the Cyan Feather clan with his bare hands. His attacks forced the princess of Green Feather clan to retreat. Although they were both half-step Divine Emperors, there was a huge gap between their battle prowess. Even Xianxia frowned. This half-step Divine Emperor Lung Mo was extremely powerful. He might not be able to defeat him if he didn't use his trump card. Although the princess of the Cyan Feather clan was engrossed in the battle, her strength was still inferior to Lung Mo's. At that moment, Lung Mo struck out with his palm towards the princess of the Cyan Feather clan. At that moment, the princess dodged, but Lung Mo removed her veil. It's truly too beautiful to behold. Lung Mo smiled indifferently, but the princess of the Green Feather clan flew into a rage out of humiliation. Her pretty face was slightly flushed, and her anger soared to the heavens. It's her. Jiangchen's pupils shrank. Initially, he did not intend to get involved in this battle. From what they said, he knew that the demon race of the Forbidden Land was not simple. However, he did not know the background of the Cyan Feather clan. However, when the veil fell to the ground, Jiangchen had no choice but to take action. Because the princess of the Cyan Feather clan was Yu Jingxian, this was something that Jiangchen did not expect. However, Jiangchen did not want Yu Jingxian to know his identity. Hence, he did not reveal himself. Instead, he changed his appearance and quickly attacked to block Leng Mo's attack. At the critical moment, Xianxia saved Yu Jingxian and exchanged a palm strike with Leng Mo. Both of them retreated and no one gained the upper hand. "Thank you for saving me, master." Yu Jingxian was covered in cold sweat. If she had been hit by Leng Mo's attack just now, she would have been seriously injured or even killed. Leng Mo came to kill her because his purpose was obvious. He wanted to provoke a war between the Green Feather clan and the Forbidden Land, or even become enemies. "You even dare to interfere in the affairs of the Forbidden Land's demon race. Let me give you a piece of advice. Don't make a mistake." Leng Mo said as he looked at Xianxia coldly. "It's our duty to lend a helping hand when we see injustice. How can so many of you men bully a weak girl? How can you do it? Since I've encountered such injustice, I naturally have to interfere." Xianxia had completely changed his appearance. Hence, even when Yu Jingxian saw Xianxia, she did not recognize him at all. "It seems like you really want to be the enemy of the Forbidden Land's demon race?" Leng Mo said in a deep voice. He knew that Yi Shiwen was not simple. Although they only exchanged a palm strike, Leng Mo could already feel how terrifying Yi Shiwen was. If they were to fight to the death, it would be extremely tragic. "I just want to save her. As for who I want to be the enemy, I have never thought about it." Xianxia shook his head and said. "Alright, since you insist, don't blame me for being impolite." Leng Mo took a step forward and his aura was like a rainbow, rushing towards Xianxia. Terrifying devil shadows descended from the sky. That kind of supreme mightiness made everyone's countenance change, including Yu Jingxian. She had never thought that young master Leng Mo would be this powerful. Even an ordinary divine emperor would not be able to match up to him. "I'll accompany you to the end," Xianxia Leng said. Leng Mo's eyes were like torches. His hands were behind his back and his eyes were filled with a cold aura. This battle was unavoidable. Xianxia must save Yu Jingxian. "Alright, I'll fulfill your wish." Leng Mo's palms were like tigers and his fists were like the wind. Both of them fought with their bare fists. Waves of horrifying chi came one after another as their fists collided with each other. That kind of horrifying power directly crushed the surrounding woods. Even Yu Jingxian could only retreat. The people from the devil race and the four girls were almost thrown off their horses. The scene was extremely chaotic. Xianxia's fists were terrifying. However, Leng Mo was not any weaker than him. Xianxia was shocked. Leng Mo's strength was almost the same as his. Leng Mo was able to fight against him with his bare fists. Leng Mo's strength was almost the same as his. Leng Mo was really powerful. He was not any weaker than Xianxia. Fist after fist shook the world. The two of them were facing each other with equal harshness, neither of them retreating even half a step. The terrifying chi waves caused the two of them to raise their auras to the peak. In this close combat battle, they actually came to a draw. For a moment, neither of them could do anything to the other. Xianxia was shocked, but Leng Mo was even more shocked. He was invincible in the forbidden land of the divine continent. There was no one who could be his match. He had even defeated a divine emperor expert, but this half-step divine emperor couldn't even defeat him. There was a meaningful smile in Xianxia's eyes. After exchanging dozens of blows with young master Leng Mo, both of them were evenly matched. At this moment, Xianxia knew that it was impossible to solve the problem in front of him in a short period of time. "Lady, leave first. Don't worry about me. I have a way to escape," Xianxia said in a deep voice. Yu Jingxian's expression changed slightly. The person in front of her was her savior. How could she abandon him and leave alone? It was a critical moment now. If she really left her savior here alone and something happened to him, how could she feel at ease? "Yes, princess, let's go. Otherwise, we'll be in a dangerous situation. Let's go, princess. I'm afraid that something might happen if we delay," the four guards and maids behind Yu Jingxian said nervously. If the princess was in danger, they would be killed as well. At this time, someone had come to rescue them, so it was better for them to leave first. At the very least, they had to ensure the princess' safety. Yu Jingxian's expression was solemn. She would not be at ease if she left him here. Let's go. Don't talk nonsense. Otherwise, we'll be in a bad situation. Don't worry, I definitely have a way to leave this place. Jiang Chen's voice became deep again and he said coldly. At this moment, Xianxia also fell into silence. She knew that this person really wanted to save her. If she continued to stay here, she would not be of much help. She had no choice but to leave even though she felt guilty. Thank you, mister, for saving me. I am Xianxia, the princess of the Green Feather clan. After you've escaped, you must come and find me. Otherwise, I will not be at ease if I don't know your safety. Xianxia said affectionately. All right. Jiang Chen said in a low voice. Xianxia and the others quickly retreated. Xianxia looked back every few steps, but she still left in the end. Otherwise, if the demon race from the forbidden area were to come again, they would be surrounded by enemies. Xianxia was very grateful to her savior. Want to leave? Humph, then you'll have to get past me first. At this moment, young Master Leng Mo became more and more powerful. The battle between him and Jiang Chen was getting more and more intense. However, Jiang Chen's strength wasn't something that anyone could defeat. Not to mention a half-step divine emperor, he could even defeat a divine emperor. Your opponent is me. Jiang Chen said faintly. His movements were not slow at all as he completely blocked young Master Leng Mo's path to chase after Xianxia. At this moment, young Master Leng Mo's face became increasingly gloomy. No one can stop me, not even the heavens. Today, I will kill you first. Leng Mo took a step forward. Lightning flashed and his energy shook the universe. The wind from his fist was invincible and shocking. Jiang Chen held his saber horizontally and wrapped his palm around young Master Leng Mo's fist. Terrifying energy shook the surroundings, but young Master Leng Mo couldn't break the palm of the man in front of him no matter what. Ah Yan, it seems like you've improved quite a bit. Jiang Chen said faintly with a smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. At that moment, young Master Leng Mo's eyes changed a few times. His pupils contracted as he stared at the young man in front of him. The voice was so familiar. The look in the young man's eyes brought him back to the days when he was in high spirits. At this moment, the two of them became completely silent. Needless to say, Jiang Chen could feel his presence. This young Master Leng Mo was Han Yan, his closest brother. Han Yan had a complicated expression as he stared at the person in front of him. Han Yan's expression was complicated as he stared at the person in front of him. Although his appearance had changed, his eyes could still speak. Although he felt that this youth was very familiar, he had never dreamt that he would see Jiang Chen in this place. For so many years, ever since he entered the divine world, he had always been cultivating in the forbidden land of the divine world. You're still the same. Didn't you lose to me? Ha 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 ha. Young Master Leng Mo hugged the young man in front of him. At this moment, Han Yan felt tears welling up in his eyes. When brothers met again, the innocence of a child became incomparably pure. That kind of feeling was irreplaceable. That kind of feeling was something that they could never erase in their lives. The people behind Han Yan were also confused. They didn't expect their young Master Leng Mo to be hugging the enemy. What's going on? Young Master Leng Mo, what are you? As soon as the guards behind Han Yan opened their mouths, Han Yan suddenly turned around and struck out a palm strike, instantly killing all 10 of them. His imposing manner was like a rainbow, and he was decisive in killing without any hesitation. At this moment, even Jiang Chen was slightly surprised. Han Yan's attack was as fast as lightning, swift and decisive. Although he was slightly surprised, he still had his own plans. It's a long story. Sigh, I'll explain it to you later. However, it's a great thing for us brothers to meet here. Ha ha ha, I've been dreaming about when I'll be able to see you again. Little Chenzi, I've missed you so much. Ha ha ha. It could be seen that Han Yan was extremely excited. Both of them had incomparable smiles in their eyes. The greatest joy in life was nothing more than finding sweet dew after a long drought, or meeting an old friend in a foreign land. The two of them had met in the divine world, and they were able to fight side by side once again. Their feelings were completely different. Then tell me slowly. Ha ha ha. Let's drink to our heart's content today. Han Yan and Xianxia looked at each other. At this moment, their hearts were filled with indescribable excitement. Han Yan took out the immortal wine that he brought from the forbidden land of the demon race and sat on the ground with Xianxia. They drank and chatted happily. Meeting brothers was better than countless years. 100 years seemed like a lifetime. Both of them had endless things to say to each other. Ever since they entered the divine world, they had been chatting for 3 days and 3 nights. However, they felt that it wasn't enough and they got to know each other better. Xianxia's dangerous journey was quite exciting for Han Yan. After all, he had been staying in the divine land of the Forbidden Land ever since he entered the divine world. Although he didn't have as much experience as Xianxia, he still schemed and schemed against each other to get to where he was. He cultivated desperately, fought for resources, and fought for status. It was extremely cruel. Oh, right. 13. De Huang, and the monk? You've met them? Han Yan asked. The collapse of the Buddha world is a great blow to him. It's still unknown if he can dominate the West Pole divine region by himself. But at least he has this wish and expectation. Xianxia sighed. In this world where the strong rule, they're just a drop in the ocean. Without reaching the realm of a true expert, who dares to say that they're unparalleled in the world? Looks like my situation is relatively simple. All of you have rich experiences. Ha ha ha. What I can't imagine is De Huang. How could that fella stay in the Luo God clan? Could it be that he's changed his nature? That fellow is someone who's not afraid of anything. I don't even know how much of a price he paid to stay in the Luo God clan. Han Yan smiled. Everyone has their own ambitions. Back then, I had the intention to let De Huang stay in the Luo God clan because the divine world is too cruel. Although my current strength is pretty good, I'm still too weak when compared to the true major forces. With that fella's character of wanting to see the world in chaos, he'll definitely stir up trouble wherever he goes. To him, cultivating in the divine world is a great danger. If he can cultivate in the Luo God clan, he'll definitely not be willing to be ordinary. Our strength has already reached the half-step divine emperor realm. I believe that fellow won't be weak either. Who knows, he might come to the central region divine land to look for us. Xianxia sighed in his heart. It's nonsense to say that he doesn't miss De Huang. The two of them have been relying on each other for survival. They're closer than blood brothers. It's been so many years since he saw De Huang. Xianxia felt a little sullen in his heart. But for De Huang's future development, staying in the Luo God clan is his last choice. If he can get through the toughest period of his cultivation, he'll definitely amaze the world when he comes out from the Luo God clan. What about Xiaoyu and the rest? Han Yan probed. When he saw Xianxia's desolate expression, Han Yan knew that he had said the wrong thing. Up until now, Xianxia had not received any news about them. I've already met Qingqing and Sister Ning. However, their situation isn't good either. It's all my fault for being useless. I wasn't able to protect the two of them. Up until now, both of them are in dire straits. I came to the Central Plains divine land because of them. As for little you, ever since I entered the immortal world, I have not seen her even once. You have all ascended from the immortal world of the 9 prefectures, so she will definitely not fall behind. However, I have never seen her. I know that she must be somewhere in the immortal world, waiting for me. Xianxia spoke in a low voice. Although he was still filled with fighting spirit, Han Yan could sense the pain in Xianxia's heart. He had no one to talk to, no one to confide in. He could only endure it silently. Regardless of Sister Ning, Qingqing, or Little Yu, they were all Little Chenzi's flesh and blood. But now, none of the 3 of them were by his side. One could very well imagine how desolate Xianxia was. Xianxia valued friendship and righteousness. Needless to say, Han Yan knew that Xianxia's heart was filled with guilt and self-blame. But what could he do about it? Up until now, they could only cultivate with all their might. Only by becoming strong enough would they have the ability to protect their family and brothers. Then who was that woman earlier? Don't tell me that the princess of the Green Feather clan has an extraordinary relationship with you? Otherwise, why would you hide your appearance? This isn't like your character at all. Haha. Han Yan looked at Jiang Chen with a profound gaze. AI, back then when her clan was in trouble, I had once lent a helping hand. There is indeed a sad past between the two of us. Let's not talk about it, let's not talk about it. Jiang Chen waved his hand, unwilling to speak any further. Han Yan also didn't probe further. After all, this matter didn't have much to do with him. Even if it did, it was a matter of the devil race of the Forbidden Ground. He wasn't willing to get involved in it. Not to mention that he had even teased the princess of the Green Feather clan. At this moment, he felt even more awkward. Let's talk about you. Have you been staying here ever since you entered the divine world? You can say that. After I entered the divine world, I landed in the forbidden land of the divine continent. I have been looking forward to the day when we can meet again. I didn't expect to see each other here today. I can't even believe it. After I entered the divine continent, I joined the devil race of the forbidden land. The devil race and the divine race of the forbidden land are the two major races above the divine continent. The devil race of the forbidden land claims to be the ancient demon gods while the divine race claims to be the descendants of the divine race. The battle between them has never stopped. As far as I know, their battle has been going on for billions of years. After I entered the devil race of the forbidden land, my strength improved by leaps and bounds. In just over 100 years, I have reached the half-step divine emperor realm. I can be considered as outstanding in the devil race of the forbidden land. One of the 13 young masters of the devil race, Young Master Lung Mo, is my title. Other than him, only the true young masters of the devil race can be called royalty. This time, I was ordered to disrupt the marriage between the divine race and the Green Feather clan. If it wasn't for you, I would have killed the princess of the Green Feather clan. Han Yan said with a smile. If it wasn't for the sudden encounter with Jiang Chen, he would have killed you Xianxia today. It was a coincidence, perhaps it was fate. Oh right, little Chenzi, why are you here? Han Yan drank a mouthful of wine and looked at Jiang Chen. I am here to look for the heavenly lightning. You are familiar with the Thunder Rush mountain range, you should know about the heavenly lightning, right? Jiang Chen said. Heavenly lightning? Are you talking about the heavenly lightning that is guarded by the divine race of the Forbidden Land? Han Yan squinted his eyes and said. Yes, there are two guardians there. They are both divine emperor realm experts. I have been there before but I was forced to retreat. Jiang Chen said solemnly. They are the protectors of the divine clan of the Forbidden Land. They guard the heavenly lightning so that they can use the heavenly lightning. It is said that every 10,000 years, a heavenly lightning mother and child will be condensed. The heavenly lightning mother and child have medicinal effects that even divine-grade medicinal pills can't compare to. They can bring the dead back to life. Most importantly, after eating the heavenly lightning mother and child, they can obtain a trace of the heavenly lightning's origin energy and control lightning. Not only that, their terrifying lightning attribute divine yuan essence is also unrivaled. It is even known as a supreme-grade divine pill. It is not difficult to increase one's cultivation base. Think about it, a heavenly lightning mother and child condensed after 1,000,000 years, that is the crystallization of the heavenly lightning for countless years. Think about it, a lightning mother and child that condensed in 1,000,000 years is the crystallization of the heavenly lightning. It is said that the heavenly lightning has an ulterior motive. Their target is the lightning mother and child. Does that mean that the heavenly lightning has already been taken by the Forbidden Land's divine race? How strong are the two thunder guardians of the god race in the Forbidden Land? Jiang Chen asked. It is said that the two guardians have been guarding the heavenly lightning for millions of years. How could they be weak? It is said that they have already reached the mid-divine emperor realm. But even the people of our Forbidden Land's demon race are not willing to provoke them because there is an ancient grand formation there. It is almost impossible to enter it. The fact that the Forbidden Land's divine race could send two peerless experts to guard the heavenly lightning means that they have everything planned out. Since they have taken the heavenly lightning, our Forbidden Land's demon race did not find trouble with them. After all, having two divine emperors guarding the heavenly lightning day and night is a great pressure to them. Looks like it will not be easy to obtain the heavenly lightning. Jiang Chen said. What? You want to obtain the heavenly lightning? Are you crazy? Once the heavenly lightning touches you, you will either die or be crippled. The power of heavenly lightning isn't something that ordinary people can control. It's already very rare for the mother and son to be able to obtain a trace of the source of heavenly lightning. How do you think you can obtain the heavenly lightning? Little Chen, don't blame me for not warning you. The heavenly lightning isn't that easy to tame. Han Yan said with an ugly expression. Is that so? Xianxia smiled. He moved his hands, the dawn sky golden lightning in one hand and the 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning in the other. Han Yan's expression changed completely as he looked at Xianxia in shock. You are too monstrous. These are 2 types of heavenly lightning, aren't you afraid of playing with fire? Forget it, it's not like I have never experienced your monstrousness before. But this has changed my perception once again. Han Yan could only smile helplessly at Xianxia. Xianxia's heavenly lightning had opened his eyes. It was unbelievable that someone could control the heavenly lightning, but Xianxia did it. You really want to devour the heavenly lightning? Han Yan still couldn't believe it. The heavenly lightning is quite terrifying. It's not unreasonable for 2 Divine Emperor Realm experts to guard this place. It's because the heavenly lightning showed signs of escaping once, so they sent 2 Divine Emperor Realm experts to guard it. Although it's just hearsay, it's still quite shocking. The terror of the heavenly lightning is beyond your imagination. I think you should at least try it when your strength reaches the Divine Emperor Realm. I can't wait any longer. If I don't break through to the Divine Emperor Realm, how can I force my way into the Central Region Divine Land? How am I going to save Qingqing? Xianxia shook his head. This was his only chance. Moreover, he had 3 rushing thunder diagrams in his hands. He should have a certain degree of confidence in seizing the heavenly thunder. Therefore, Xianxia dared to take the risk. However, after hearing Han Yan's words, Xianxia knew that it would be extremely difficult for him to obtain the heavenly lightning with his current strength. Most importantly, the heavenly thunder was protected by Divine Emperor Realm experts and was reinforced by the formation. His chances were greatly reduced. It seems like I have an idea. I wonder if it'll work. Han Yan said. Say it. Xianxia looked at Han Yan. Han Yan had stayed in the Divine Land for a longer time than Xianxia. He had a deep understanding of the surrounding environment, culture, and geography. His words carried a lot of weight. Let's go to Duo Lei and his mother first. No one knows when the mother and son will be formed. We'll just wait for them. The Divine Race and the Green Feather Clan won't wait too long. As long as you can get the mother and son, you'll have more chances to enter the place and obtain the heavenly lightning. Moreover, it'll be very difficult for you to enter the protective formation of the heavenly lightning alone. Therefore, you can only find the princess of the Green Feather Clan. She must have a way to enter the formation. Otherwise, she wouldn't have come here to make peace with the Divine Race. Their purpose is clear. Han Yan's words put Xianxia in a difficult position. It was awkward for him to look for Yu Jingxian right now, but this might be the only way. Otherwise, it would be extremely difficult for him to go in alone. Xianxia looked at Yu Jingxian. It's not a deep hatred. What's there to be embarrassed about? Ha ha ha. Get lost, Xianxia shouted angrily. He glared at Han Yan with murderous intent. You don't have to listen to me. But if you don't believe me, you might have to pass by the heavenly lightning. Ha ha ha. It's up to you to decide who's right and who's wrong. I'm just a bystander. But if you need my help, I'll definitely help you. Han Yan said with a smile. At this moment, Xianxia fell into silence. According to what Han Yan said, even if Xianxia's strength had reached the Divine Emperor realm and he could fight against Divine Emperor experts, it would still be extremely difficult for him to break through the formation guarded by 2 mid-Divine Emperor experts. If he was not careful, he would probably die here. After all, a powerful dragon would not be able to suppress a snake in its own territory. Even the devil race of the Forbidden Land had fought against them for thousands of years without a clear winner. The divine race of the Forbidden Land was definitely not easy to deal with. I think the devil race of the Forbidden Land won't just stand by and watch, right? After all, Duo Lei and his mother are the real treasure. Can the devil race of the Forbidden Land bear to see them fall into the hands of others? Xianxia said with a smile. You're right. The people of the devil race of the Forbidden Land won't let it go. But until now, the higher-ups have not issued any orders. Once they take action, the experts of the devil race of the Forbidden Land will definitely gather. The battle between Duo Lei and his mother will definitely be very shocking. Han Yan said in a deep voice. That's good. It seems like the battle for the heavenly lightning will be a turbulent one. Xianxia smiled. The Green Feather clan, the devil race and the divine race of the Forbidden Land were all gathered here. The appearance of Duo Lei and his mother would definitely make them panic. At that time, he would have a chance to take advantage of them. Buzz, at this moment, the black feather token in Han Yan's bosom began to vibrate. Han Yan frowned and said, that's right. Han Yan frowned and said, it's the order of the young master of the devil race. It seems like the devil race of the Forbidden Land is finally going to do something about Duo Lei and his mother. Let's split up. You go find your old lover. You'll definitely find something. See you later, little Xianxia. Haha. Han Yan turned around and left. He knew that they would meet again soon. Although Xianxia hesitated, this was the only way and the best way. As long as he could sneak into the land of heavenly thunder, he would have the chance to obtain the heavenly thunder. However, Xianxia was too shy to say it out loud. He had to pretend that he did not know Yu Jingxian. Otherwise, it would make Xianxia feel awkward when he reunited with Yu Jingxian. Xianxia headed towards the northwest. He did not expect that Yu Jingxian would wait for him there for so long and did not leave. Benefactor. A soft call startled Xianxia. Only then did he notice Yu Jingxian. After all, she would not reveal herself in order to avoid being tracked by young Master Leng Mo. You haven't left yet? Xianxia said in surprise. Even he felt that his acting was terrible. He originally came in this direction to catch up with Yu Jingxian. Benefactor, how can I leave just like that? Yu Jingxian shook her head and looked at Xianxia solemnly. That so-called young Master Leng Mo has been forced to retreat by me. You don't have to worry about him. Xianxia said. Yu Jingxian's eyes lit up. She smiled and said, thank you, benefactor. Many thanks, benefactor. I will never forget your kindness in saving my life. I am relieved that you are fine. Yu Jingxian nodded slightly. She was no longer worried after seeing that Xianxia was fine. By the way, I am Yu Jingxian. May I know your name? I am the second eldest in my family. You can call me second brother Jiang. Xianxia said with a smile. Jingxian dares not to be presumptuous. May I ask young Master Jiang, where are you going? Yu Jingxian could not help but ask. Xianxia's heart moved. It seems like Yu Jingxian wants him to stay. It's a great opportunity. To Yu Jingxian, second brother Jiang was very powerful. If he had nothing to do with the divine clan in the forbidden area, she could ask him to help her as long as she made a promise. I came here to look for spiritual medicine. I did not expect to get lost here. This Thunder Mountain range is really big. Xianxia nodded. I thought young Master Jiang was someone from the Forbidden Land's divine race. It seems like I was too rash. Yu Jingxian said with a charming smile. Xianxia couldn't help but be slightly stunned as he recalled the charming Yu Ernyang. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. How could he not know that Yu Jingxian had deep feelings for him? But right now, little Yu was in the vast sea of people with nowhere to find him. Qingqing and Sister Ning were both trapped. How could he still have the mood to talk about love? It would be a lie to say that there wasn't even a shred of friendship between them. Xianxia wasn't a man who was as cold as ice. In this wilderness, in a foreign land, this little girl feels apprehensive. I wonder if young Master Jiang can protect me and bring me back to the God race in the Forbidden Land. The Green Feather race will definitely reward me heavily. What does young Master Jiang think? Yu Jingxian asked shyly. Well, Xianxia said, pretending to be embarrassed. If young Master Jiang is in trouble, Jingxian will not dare to disturb you. No, no, no. I didn't mean that. Humans die for wealth just like birds die for food. I won't be courteous with you. If I protect you, what kind of promise will the Green Feather race give me? When Xianxia heard that Yu Jingxian wanted to retreat, he was a little confused. Is this girl playing hard to get? However, in order to be safe, he decided not to be courteous with Xianxia and went straight to the point. If the cooked duck really flew away, Xianxia would be asking for trouble. However, Xianxia had already guessed Xianxia's intention. She was indeed playing hard to get. When she saw Xianxia's eyes lit up, she knew that she had succeeded. Xianxia was her benefactor and his character was definitely good. As long as he could help her, it would be worth it even if she had to pay a price. If young master can really help me, then the green feather race is willing to give you a demigod-grade pill. I, Yu Jingxian, will definitely keep my word. Yu Jingxian said proudly. A demigod-grade pill was also very attractive to divine emperors. However, she did not know that Xianxia was an alchemist grandmaster. Xianxia's expression changed and became dignified. He pretended to be shocked and said, "Really? A demigod-grade pill is definitely worth it for the princess." Ha ha ha. Xianxia laughed and said. Yu Jingxian finally let out a sigh of relief. This matter was finally settled. Xianxia and Yu Jingxian looked at each other and smiled. Both of them had their own thoughts, but the final result was what they were happy to see. Thank you, young Master Jiang. Rest assured, after this matter is settled, the green feather race will definitely not mistreat young Master Jiang. Yu Jingxian smiled gently. The moment she looked into Xianxia's eyes, Xianxia immediately avoided her gaze. Yu Jingxian was slightly startled and blurted out, "Young master, you are the best in the world." Jiang. Young master. What's wrong? Xianxia asked in surprise. Nothing, I just feel that young Master Jiang is very similar to my previous friend. I was rude, I'm really sorry. Yu Jingxian said faintly. It's alright. Let's go, the princess must be waiting anxiously. Xianxia said. Yes, princess, we have been delayed for a few days. It's time for us to go. The female guard behind Yu Jingxian said in a low voice. Yu Jingxian shook her head and smiled at Xianxia. She then stood up and left. Perhaps she missed him too much that she was a little absent-minded at that moment. However, young Master Jiang's eyes were so similar that she almost mistook him for someone else. In an ancient castle of the demon race in the Forbidden Land, a few bats that blotted out the sky were flying above the castle. Their screeches were extremely ear-piercing, making the sky above the ancient castle seem strange and gloomy. The ancient castle was thousands of miles long. It was antique and full of charm. This was one of the largest castles of the demon race in the Forbidden Land, Philip's ancient castle. It was also the residence of one of the three most powerful demon emperors of the Forbidden Land, Louis XVII. On the tower of Philip's ancient castle, the disciples of the demon race were on guard. There was a sentry every 10 steps and a sentry every 100 steps. The surrounding ancient trees were green and towering, covering the 100-meter-tall castle. Even during the day, it still looked very cold and desolate. Han Yan returned to Philip's ancient castle from the thunder-rushing mountain range alone. Along the way, the guards all knelt down and worshipped him. On the top of the silver throne, a middle-aged man in a blood-red robe stared at the storm outside the ancient castle. The eagle on his shoulder had a pair of sharp eyes. Even a hierarch realm expert would not dare to look at it. Below the long-robed man, there were more than 10 people with strong aura. There were men and women on both sides. All of them had sharp eyes and were decisive people. Demon Sovereign, Leng Yamo was incompetent and caused the Green Feather clan to enter the Forbidden Divine clan's territory. Please punish me, Demon Sovereign. Han Yan knelt down on one knee and said solemnly. With your strength, no ordinary Divine Emperor realm expert would be a match for you unless there's an extremely powerful Divine Emperor realm expert. I'm a little disappointed with your failure this time. Leng Yamo, this is not the strength you should have. The long-robed man sighed. He was the only sovereign of Philip Castle, Louis XVII. He was also one of the most powerful experts in the ancient castle and the Forbidden Demon clan. With just a glance, Han Yan felt his entire body tremble. The demon monarch's supremacy was too powerful and he did not even have the urge to resist. Han Yan involuntarily wiped off the sweat on his face with a bitter smile on the corner of his lips. The enemy is too strong. Leng Yamo was incompetent and I'm willing to take all the responsibility. Han Yan said in a low voice. He, looks like our young master Leng Mo is very relaxed. You think you can solve the problem by saying that you're incompetent? How dare you not do what the demon sovereign asked you to do? Do you think you can be so presumptuous just because the demon sovereign loves you? A silver-haired young man sneered and looked at Han Yan with disdain. Leng Mo did not mean that. I hope the demon sovereign will understand. Han Yan coldly said. He glanced at the silver-haired youth without batting an eyelid. This fellow had always been at odds with him. Naturally, he would not sit and wait for death at this time. If he did not add insult to injury, it would instead make the silver-haired youth feel that there was something fishy about this matter. Understand? You should know better than anyone if you've done your best. Humph. The silver-haired youth said in a strange tone. Big brother Leng Mo might have his own difficulties this time. Kong Ledi, even if you want to take revenge on big brother Leng Mo, you don't have to be so anxious, right? Even the demon emperor supremacy hasn't said anything yet. Why are you so anxious? A beautiful woman with long pink hair said with a smile. Her eyes were filled with electricity and she was filled with a charming aura. Her figure was extremely hot and sexy. Once anyone saw her, they would not be able to forget her. She was definitely a beauty that could bring about the downfall of a country. However, there was a strange light in the eyes of the beauty, as if it was full of evil and cunning. Ling Xianxia, don't think that I won't dare to attack you. Kong Jody said with a gloomy face. Enough, all of you shut up. Do you still have father in your eyes? A young man with a purple crown on his head shouted in a domineering manner. As the third prince of Philippe's ancient castle, he was extremely powerful and powerful. He was also one of the princes that Louis XVII was most proud of. He was the undefeated legend of the demons in the Forbidden Land, Xianxia. After being reprimanded by Xianxia, everyone kept quiet out of fear and no longer spoke. This matter is extremely urgent. It concerns the war between the Forbidden Land's devil race and the Forbidden Land's god race. The Green Feather clan must not ally with the Forbidden Land's god race. If that happens, the pressure on us will be even greater. Louis XVII thought for a moment and said calmly. Father, your son is willing to fight against the Cyan Feather clan on your behalf. Xianxia said in a low voice. Alright, you'll go. Leng Mo, you, Kong Ledi, and Xianxia will follow and atone for your mistakes. If you fail again, I will punish the four of you together. I want to see Lei and his mother. Louis XVII said in a deep voice. Everyone knelt down on one knee. Han Yan couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. He looked at Ling Xianxia with a hint of gratitude in his eyes. Yes, father. Your son will not let you down. Bring Lei and his mother back to the castle. Xianxia nodded heavily. As the proudest son of Louis XVII, Xianxia's strength had already reached the early divine emperor realm. Ordinary people couldn't be compared to him. Han Yan was also quite shocked. This time, the demon emperor Exalt had sent Xianxia. It meant that he really valued the alliance between the divine race and the Cyan Feather clan. Xianxia and his mother were just a symbol. What he really wanted to see was for the divine race and the Cyan Feather clan to turn against each other. Han Yan's heart became heavy. It would be more difficult for Jiang Chen to obtain the heavenly lightning now. This Xianxia's strength might not even be weaker than the two guardians of the mountain range. Plus, the reason why Xianxia led the three of them to intercept the Green Feather family was self-evident. He wanted to stir up a conflict between the God race and the Green Feather family in the Forbidden Land. That's right. Xianxia was very strong, and he could ignore all of them. He was extremely arrogant, but he liked Ling Xianxia. However, Ling Xianxia didn't care about him at all. The only person she cared about was Han Yan. Because of this, Han Yan knew that he would be the unluckiest one in this journey. Xianxia had always disliked him. Outside the castle, Xianxia crossed his arms and said faintly, "You just came back today. You've just returned today. Rest for a day and set off tomorrow. Leng Mo, don't disappoint me this time. Otherwise, no one will be able to protect you." After saying that, Xianxia glanced at Ling Xianxia and left. You have to rely on women for everything. I don't think you can go far. Leng Mo, you have to be careful this time. Don't suffer a double loss. Ha ha ha. Conrad sneered and hurriedly followed Louis Genie. Lung Mo, don't worry. I'll be by your side no matter what. I won't let anyone hurt you as long as I'm here. Lung Xianxia smiled faintly. Although she was still filled with a strange and feminine aura, her clear eyes would only reveal such an innocent side when she was facing Lung Mo. I'm fine. Thank you, Xianxia. You've been protecting me for so many years. Han Yan said with a bitter smile. He had a complicated expression on his face. You should understand that I don't mean anything else. I believe that you're stronger than anyone else because you have a strong heart. If Little Chen wanted to obtain the heavenly lightning, he would have to give his all. Otherwise, it would be as difficult as ascending the heavens. At that time, he would never return to the devil race in the Forbidden Land again. Han Yan's expression was dignified. He knew that this trip would be a life-or-death one. Han Yan couldn't help but sigh. After all, he had stayed in this place for more than 100 years. He couldn't just give up so easily. Moreover, there was someone he liked here. However, Han Yan didn't dare to have too many romantic feelings, because his character was too unyielding. If he was too unyielding, it would be easy for him to break. Moreover, he knew that right now, he was wholeheartedly focused on becoming an expert, so he basically didn't think too much about his personal feelings. As a result, he treated Lung Xianxia indifferently. Looking at the night sky, Han Yan knew that it was time for him to leave this place. However, it was still unknown what kind of understanding he would have with the devil race of the Forbidden Land. His dream and sky were not here. He was waiting for a stage where he could display his abilities. He originally planned to enter the Divine Emperor realm before stepping into the Central Region Divine Land. Now that Little Chenzi was here, he could leave with more ease. Little Chenzi, this time, let's see if you can settle your old lover. Let's meet again in the Thunder Mountain Range. At this moment, Jiang Chen had already followed the princess of the Green Feather clan, Yu Jingxian, into the Forbidden Land of the Divine Clan. The second young master of the Earth Infant clan, Songzhan Kanying, personally received them. The entire Divine Clan was filled with laughter and excitement. Jiang Chen followed behind Yu Jingxian with a calm expression. He was quietly paying attention to every move of the Forbidden Land. There were many experts in the Forbidden Land. According to Jiang Chen's estimation, they were not any weaker than some of the big sects in the Central Region Divine Land. Moreover, these experts were quite strong. Young Master Jiang, do you know anything about the Forbidden Land? Yu Jingxian looked at Jiang Chen and asked. I don't know much about it. If Princess knows, please tell me. Jiang Chen said. There are a total of 4 great clans in the Forbidden Land. The Earth Infant tribe is only one of them. However, they are the strongest. The other 3 great clans can only barely contend against them. However, the Earth Infant tribe is still the leader of the Forbidden Land's god clans. The patriarch of the Earth Infant tribe, Songzhan Labrador, was extremely powerful. For millions of years, he had been the true leader of the Forbidden Divine tribe. However, for some unknown reason, there had been news that he had disappeared recently. Some people said that he had suffered from cultivation deviation, while others said that he had entered seclusion for a long time. Currently, the true power of the Earth Infant tribe was in the hands of the eldest young master, Songzhan Liar. Songzhan Kanying, who had come to greet us, was the second young master of the Earth Infant tribe of the Forbidden Divine tribe. To tell you the truth, young Master Jiang, you are my savior, so I have nothing to hide from you. Although I came here for the marriage, I came here to inquire about the old patriarch of the divine race in the Forbidden Land. Most importantly, I want to obtain Lei and his mother. I hope that you can lend me a hand. Jingxian will be very grateful. Yu Jingxian transmitted her voice to Jiang Chen with a faint smile on her face. Yu Jingxian told Jiang Chen the truth. Jiang Chen knew that she was trying to gain his trust. What she said must be from the bottom of her heart. It seemed like Yu Jingxian's trip to the divine race in the Forbidden Land was a great conspiracy. All right. Jiang Chen nodded silently. He had nothing else to say at this time. Moreover, he knew Yu Jingxian's identity and he needed her help to enter the land of heavenly thunder. At this time, he had to do his best to help Yu Jingxian. At this time, Songzhan Kanying walked over with a smile on his face. He was dressed in luxurious clothes and had a mellow smile on his face. However, his eyes gave people the feeling that there was a dagger hidden in his smile. He looked very amiable and elegant. However, in Xianxia's eyes, he looked very disdainful. He was obviously shocked by Yu Jingxian's beauty, and the passion in his eyes was self-evident. I'm Songzan Kongying, the second prince of the Infant Earth clan. Princess Qingyu, nice to meet you. Songzan Kongying nodded slightly with a smile on his face. Behind him, there were 10 men and 10 women. They looked very humble and calm. They were all here to welcome Yu Jingxian. At the side, there were many clansmen with flower garlands on their heads. They were smiling as they welcomed the princess of the Cyan Feather clan. Thank you, second prince. Jingxian is very grateful. I don't deserve it. I don't deserve it. Yu Jingxian smiled faintly. Princess, you're as beautiful as a fairy. You're a peerless heroine. You're admirable and worthy of respect. Songzan Kongying kept praising Yu Jingxian. Jiangchen couldn't help but snort in disdain. This fella looks like a hypocrite. He's really good at flattery. The old patriarch once said that I was betrothed to the prince of the Infant Earth clan in order to build a good relationship between the Infant Earth clan and the Cyan Feather clan. Lei and his mother will be the betrothal gift. Today, I'm here to get to know the prince so that we can get along well in the future. I'm also entrusted by the patriarch of the Cyan Feather clan to welcome Lei and his mother. Yu Jingxian said faintly. Songzan Kongying's expression changed slightly. He smiled faintly and said, of course. However, Lei and his mother have yet to mature. They're still in the lightning pool. It's impossible to get them. Why don't you stay in the Infant Earth clan for a few days and wait for my elder brother to return? As for my father, he's in seclusion. He's trying to break through to the late Divine Emperor realm. I'm not sure when he'll wake up. I'm in charge of all the affairs in the clan. If you need anything, you can contact me. When my elder brother returns, we'll definitely discuss the betrothal gift. The Infant Earth clan will definitely not mistreat the princess of the Cyan Feather clan. As for Lei and his mother, how can they be compared to you? Compared to Lei and his mother, even 10 pearls can't be exchanged for a peerless beauty like you. Ha ha ha. Songzan Kongying's words made Jiangchen even more disdainful. This fella sure has a sweet mouth. It's impossible for Yu Jingxian to trust someone who only knows how to talk. Sure enough, what Jiangchen was thinking was exactly what he was thinking. Yu Jingxian's expression was cold and she did not show any signs of slacking off. It's not up to the second prince to decide who's more important between me and Lei and his mother. I hope that the second prince will behave himself and wait for the first prince to return before making a decision. Songzan Kongying nodded silently after hearing Yu Jingxian's words. He no longer dared to look down on Yu Jingxian. After all, the shrewdness of this woman made him solemn. It seemed like the princess sent by the Cyan Feather clan was not an ordinary person. Haha. Princess, you've seen the results. We're at the border and we don't care about trifles. If I've offended you in any way, please forgive me. However, recently, the holy mountain to the east of the forbidden land of the god race has been frequenting the forbidden land of the devil race. Moreover, that place is a natural moat that separates the forbidden land of the god race from the forbidden land of the devil race. The holy mountain gorge is bottomless. Even if a sovereign realm expert goes in, no one can survive. Therefore, I ask that the princess and her attendants not go out casually. Otherwise, I can't guarantee their safety. I think the princess can understand my good intentions, right? Hee hee. Songzan Kongying's words were full of warning and threat. Although it sounded casual, Jiangchen and Yu Jingxian knew that there was a hidden meaning in his words. All right. Yu Jingxian nodded. Well, the journey must be tiring, the princess, please take a rest. I have prepared the best room for the princess. Songzan Kongying said humbly. However, as a member of the forbidden divine race, Songzan Kongying still had his pride as a descendant of the divine race. One could see his arrogance from his expression. At this time, someone immediately led Jiangchen and Yu Jingxian to a place to rest. Not long after Jiangchen and Yu Jingxian left, Songzan Kongdi and Gonbrada appeared in Songzan Kongying's sight. Second brother, that guy is not found, but I'm sure that he's still in the Thunder Rush mountain range. Second brother, you must help me. Songzon Kongdi said while gritting his teeth. Xianxia had given him a heavy blow and made him lose face in his own territory. How could he just stand by and watch this happen? Edited by Lifer, Fingerfox. How can I help you when we can't even find that guy? If you really feel that you've been wronged, get it back yourself. How can you be bullied in your own territory? Reflect on yourself. I have important matters to attend to now. I don't have time to care about your trivial matters. Songzon Konging waved his sleeve and said coldly. He then turned around and left. Songzon Kongdi smiled bitterly with a helpless expression. He couldn't even find Xianxia's shadow, so he couldn't take revenge even if he wanted to. The ancestral worship ceremony is just around the corner. It's reasonable for the second prince to be busy. Not to mention, the princess of the Green Feather clan came to our Earth Baby clan. Now that the second prince is in charge of the Earth Baby clan, he naturally has no time to take care of this. Gombreda said in a low voice. I'd like to see who this so-called princess of the Cyan Feather clan is. Isn't it all for the sake of my Earth Baby clan's Lei and his mother? However, I am quite curious about the matter of worshipping the ancestors. Why is it that only the princes of the Great Orthodoxy can do the worshipping every time? It should be eldest brother who does the worshipping, but eldest brother went out and didn't return. It seems that second brother is reaping the benefits this time. Humph. Songzon Kongdi was a little distressed. He didn't expect his second brother to ignore him. It was all because of the Cyan Feather clan's princess and the shaman. Worshipping the ancestors has always been the most mysterious thing in the forbidden area of the Protoss. I have never seen it before. Young Master Candy, why don't the two of us go and have a look? Gonbleta said with a smile, his heart full of curiosity. Forget it. If I really angered second brother, then only death would await me. Although we are brothers from the same mother, he treats me the same as the other brothers. Only the princes who inherited the great system are qualified to worship the ancestors. I don't dare to go against my superiors and risk condemnation. Songzon Kongdi shook his head and said. Young Master Candy, aren't you curious? Maybe from now on, young Master Konging can really inherit the great system? When that time comes, won't your identity be different from the other princes? Right now, the second prince must be just putting on a show for others. After all, we are all brothers of the Earth Baby clan, so he must treat us the same. Once he inherits the great system, then you, as his brother from the same mother, will be second only to one and above all. Gonbleta covered his mouth and laughed. You can't say that casually, Bleta. If eldest brother's people hear you, he will definitely kill you. Songzon Kongdi's face changed slightly and looked around to see if anyone was passing by. Young Master Candy, you are the only one who is still in the dark. The first prince hasn't returned for so many years. After going out, there has been no news of him. Do you think he is still alive? During this period of time, it had always been the second prince who had been in charge of the entire Earthen Baby clan, allowing them to grow stronger day by day. Everything was in order, so the second prince would definitely be the one to take over the clan. The two of us are just going to pay respects to the ancestors. What's wrong with that? Gonbleta's words made Songzon Kongdi's face change again and again, but he felt that Gonbleta's words made sense. Moreover, his eldest brother hadn't returned for so many years, so maybe he really. His second brother would inherit the great system for sure. The Earth Baby clan couldn't go without a leader, so it was only a matter of time and a perfect opportunity for his second brother to inherit the great system. Okay, then let's go and take a look. Songzon Kongdi's eyes lit up with excitement. As long as his second brother inherited the great system, he would be second only to one and above all in the future. Wouldn't he be able to do whatever he wanted in the Earth Baby clan in the future? Wouldn't those who didn't like him and his brothers have to be respectful to him? Thinking of this, Songzon Kongdi's face became even more proud. He carefully went to take a look at the ancestors. Even if they were really caught by his second brother would definitely turn a blind eye to it. At this time, along the way, Xianxia felt an extremely oppressive feeling, because he felt that something big was going to happen around him, especially when Songzon Konging mentioned the east. The oppressive feeling was coming from the east. Xianxia's great divination art trembled for some unknown reason at this moment. Xianxia hadn't used the great divination art for a long time, because Xianxia had used the great divination art's prophecies to the extreme. However, after arriving in the divine realm, the effect of the great divination art was minimal. But at this time, when Xianxia used the great divination art, he felt that something unusual was going to happen in the forbidden land of the divine realm, or rather, in the myriad holy mountain in the east. Even Xianxia felt a tearing pain when he used the great divination art. Although it was only for a moment, Xianxia knew that this was something unusual. Especially when Songzhan Kongying said that this myriad holy mountain was a chasm that separated the forbidden land of the divine realm and the demon realm. Both sides were insurmountable. This attracted Xianxia's attention even more. If he didn't go and check it out, he wouldn't feel at ease. At night, Xianxia went to Songzhan Kongying's myriad saints mountain alone. Rather than calling it a mountain, it would be more appropriate to call it a canyon. On the peak of the mountain, there were many giant tablets. The carvings on the tablets were cryptic and there were traces of swords and sabers everywhere. It was covered in dust and looked like a mass grave. The myriad saints mountain was actually built by steels that were hundreds of feet tall. It was unbelievable. Even the Grand Canyon in front of him was the same. However, the closer he got to the Grand Canyon, the more Xianxia could feel a strong wind blowing up from the bottom of the canyon. In other words, it seemed like there was no way to go down this Grand Canyon, and everything would be blown up into the sky. It was the first time that Xianxia encountered such a strange thing. There was definitely something strange about the Myriad Saints Mountain. Xianxia stood in front of the Myriad Saints Mountain and looked into the distance. He could see the ancient castles of the forbidden land of the demon race. It seemed that Songzhan Kongying was not lying. This was indeed the border between the divine race and the demon race of the forbidden land. It was a natural moat that ordinary people could not cross. There was something strange about this place. The Thousand-Li Canyon was made up of steels, and there was a strange evil wind at the bottom of the canyon, blowing everything up into the sky. There was nothing around the canyon, which made Xianxia even more curious about this place. Xianxia picked up a stone and threw it at the top of the canyon. The strange thing was that the stone was blown up into the sky by the wind and landed in front of Xianxia. It seems that I really have to go down and have a look. The corner of Xianxia's mouth curled up. At this moment, he saw a familiar silhouette, Yu Jingxian. Why is she here? Xianxia didn't expect that Yu Jingxian would appear at this time. Initially, he was planning to go to the Myriad Saint Mountain, but her appearance had disrupted his plan. Before Xianxia could think of a way to greet Yu Jingxian, another person appeared. This made Xianxia's eyes become more and more playful. Xianxia noticed the appearance of the two men, but Yu Jingxian didn't. She dashed towards them. At that moment, Xianxia hugged her from behind and covered her mouth. Just when Yu Jingxian was about to resist, she suddenly turned around and threw a punch at Xianxia. The punch was blocked by Xianxia. Both of them looked into each other's eyes. Xianxia gestured Yu Jingxian to keep quiet. Yu Jingxian opened her mouth and looked at Xianxia in surprise. What are you doing here? I should be the one asking you this, my royal highness. Whatever you come here for, I come here for. Are you satisfied with this answer? Xianxia said in a low voice. Yu Jingxian's face turned red. It was unreasonable for her to come here. At this time, she was still acting like a thief. Fortunately, they weren't from the Forbidden Divine clan. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to explain herself. At this time, Xianxia pointed in front of Yu Jingxian. Songzhan Kongdi and Kangbialada had already appeared at the edge of the canyon of the Myriad Saints Mountain. Thank you. Young Master Jiang. Yu Jingxian couldn't help but gasp. If it wasn't for young Master Jiang, she would have become the target of others. Moreover, those two people must be from the Infant Earth tribe. One of them looked very similar to Songzhan Kongying. They should be brothers. The appearance of this person made Yu Jingxian very confused. Young Master Jiang, why are you here? Yu Jingxian couldn't help but ask. I want to see what kind of place this Myriad Saints Mountain is. I didn't expect to see you. Before I could pull you back, those two people appeared again. Princess must be curious and want to go to the bottom of the canyon to see what's going on. Xianxia said in a low voice. I still can't hide it from young Master Jiang. At this moment, Songzhan Kondi and Kangbyalada stood on an octagonal stone plate and activated the formation. The two of them instantly disappeared on the spot. Let's go and have a look. Xianxia took the lead and rushed out. The two of them stood on the octagonal stone plate. Xianxia could tell that it was a small teleportation formation. It wasn't difficult to activate, but the process was extremely complicated. As for where they would be teleported to, Xianxia and Yu Jingxian's eyes fell on the bottom of the canyon. It should be there. We can't activate the formation. We can only wait here. It seems that we are destined to return empty-handed. Yu Jingxian sighed. It's all right. Leave it to me. I have a nickname, Honest and Reliable Husband. Xianxia said with a smile. He purposely revealed his unconventional character in order to divert Yu Jingxian's attention so that she wouldn't suspect him. You know about formations? Yu Jingxian said happily. I know a thing or two. Xianxia smiled. Before Yu Jingxian could react, Xianxia had already broken the formation. Let's go. This should be the formation platform of the teleportation formation, and the landing point is at the bottom of the canyon. Xianxia said. Yu Jingxian was still confused, but Xianxia was prepared. The canyon seemed to be a natural chasm between the divine race and the demon race in the Forbidden Land. It was impossible to cross. Moreover, there was a terrifying and strange wind. From an outsider's point of view, it was impossible to enter. If the two of them did not expose the location of the formation, perhaps it would not be easy for Xianxia and Yu Jingxian to enter the bottom of the canyon. You're amazing, young Master Jiang. I really admire you from the bottom of my heart. Yu Jingxian couldn't help but praise. Although this teleportation formation wasn't a terrifying formation, each of the teleportation formations had different forms. To be able to break it in such a short period of time, one must be a true formation expert. Although Xianxia seemed to be very calm, it wasn't something that an ordinary person could do. The two of them directly went through the teleportation formation and went to the bottom of the canyon. The formation appeared and the two of them were safely teleported to the top of a flight of stairs at the bottom of the canyon. They were surrounded by a square. Walking up the stairs, they saw a huge black stone tablet. Around the stone tablet, there were 8 altars. On each altar, there were carvings of paintings. It was hard to guess what it was. The two of them looked at each other and hurriedly hid themselves. This was because Songzhan Kondi and Gambalada were also carefully hiding in front of them. At the center of the altar, Songzhan Kongying stood there with a solemn expression. From afar, one could see that his face was filled with incomparable solemnity. He was solemn and his mouth was full of eloquence. No one could understand what he was saying. What is he saying? Why can't I understand a single word? Xianxia frowned and said. It seems to be the divine language of the ancient times. This guy is really strange. The Forbidden Land's divine race doesn't seem to be as good as we thought. Yu Jingxian's expression was solemn. At this time, she naturally noticed Songzhan Kondi and Gambalada. Obviously, the two of them had also sneaked in. As for their intentions, it was hard to fathom. The Forbidden Land's divine race has been fighting with the Forbidden Land's demon race for thousands of years in this wilderness. They might not be good people. They're just doing it for their own beliefs. But now, it seems that Songzhan Kongying is very suspicious. If the princess really marries here, perhaps it will be the beginning of a tragedy. We don't know about the battle between the Forbidden Land's divine clan and the Forbidden Land's demon clan. However, it seems that the Forbidden Land's divine clan is also full of intrigue. The old patriarch is in seclusion and the first prince is out traveling. It seems simple, but I think the power struggle is also hard to understand. This second prince, Songzhan Kongying, was full of mystery. This should have been a forbidden area, but there was such a huge altar here. Plus, those two guys are still peeping here. They're not good guys either. Xianxia squinted his eyes and said in a low voice. This Forbidden Land's divine clan was full of oddities. It was hard for Xianxia not to think too much. It seemed like he was right to come to the Myriad Saint Mountain. This prince of the Forbidden Land's divine clan seems to be hiding something. It's fate for us to meet each other here. Young Master Jiang, no matter what, we shouldn't make a move today. Otherwise, I'm afraid this matter will be difficult to resolve. This Songzon Kongying is very strong, Xianxia said in a low voice. She was afraid that if young Master Jiang acted rashly, it would disrupt her overall plan. Don't worry. I'm not a troublemaker, Jiangchen shrugged and said. At this moment, Songzon Kondi and Gambalata looked solemn. It was their first time entering the ancestral worshipping ground. They didn't expect it to be so magnificent. Most importantly, the giant black monument was simply breathtaking. The invisible pressure from it made them tremble. The horror of the ancestral land was really hard to fathom. Young Master Kondi, it seems like we're right to come here. This ancestral land is really magnificent. Hee hee. But it seems like the second prince doesn't want to worship the ancestors at all, Gambalata said with a smile and glanced at Songzon Kondi. Yeah, what the hell is second brother doing? Did he enter the ancestors' land just to solidify this giant black steel? Songzon Kondi frowned and said in a low voice. At this moment, his second brother was still staring at the giant black monument and mumbling something. No one knew what he was saying. This was the ancestral divine language. It was not something that anyone could learn. Could it be that there's some secret in this ancestral land? Gambalata's eyes lit up and said curiously. Secret? Apart from offering sacrifices to the ancestors, what other secrets could there be in the ancestral land? Songzon Kandi asked in confusion. However, at that moment, Songzon Kongying's voice echoed in the plaza. Come out, I've been waiting for you for a long time. These words made Songzon Kondi, Gambalata, and even Jiangchen and Xianxia slightly stunned. Their hearts sank. Did Songzon Kondi discover them? Just as Songzon Kondi and Gambalata were about to come out, a group of 3 people slowly walked over from afar. All of them had condensed qi and were extremely powerful. The 3 of them stood in front of Songzon Kondi with stern expressions. At this moment, Songzon Kondi and Gambalata heaved a sigh of relief. They didn't expect that there would be other people besides them. Those words were not meant for them, but for someone else. Who are these people? Songzon Kandi asked. This is the Prince of the Earth Bull tribe, Wu Yu, the Prince of the Earth Nether tribe, Zhu Qianshan, and the Earth House tribes Jiang Mingho. These 3 people are not simple, Gambalata Nan said. Although I don't know who these people are, they are very powerful in the entire forbidden area. Moreover, their reputations have spread far and wide. They are the best of the 3 tribes. Why would they come to our ancestral land at the same time? Songzon Kondi became more and more confused. However, the person in front of them was none other than his own second brother, the second prince of the Earth Infant tribe, Songzon Kongying. Therefore, Songzon Kondi didn't think too much about it and just silently watched the scene. It seems like we've come at the right time. At this moment, Jiangchen also narrowed his eyes and silently observed. It wasn't a coincidence that these people came here. Looking at their expressions, all of them were incomparably dignified. Xianxia became more and more serious. The divine clan of the forbidden area was too shocking. What kind of complicated relationship did they have? She was dazzled by all the conspiracies and tricks that came one after another. Second Prince, we're here. Today, we can finally open the gate of the divine palace. Ha ha ha, as long as we get the item in the gate of the divine palace, won't we be able to look down on the forbidden area's divine clan? Second Prince, you must have been waiting here for a long time, right? Now that the old patriarch of the Earth Infant tribe is in seclusion and the first prince is wandering around, it's even more dramatic than the 3 tribes. Yeah, the second prince is so busy every day, yet he still has the time to wait. It's really admirable. The 3 of them had smiles on the corners of their mouths as they spoke faintly. Their faces were filled with playfulness as they looked at each other. There's no need to sound me out. You guys know better than anyone else what you should do. If I succeed the throne, you guys will become the true rulers. Songzon Kongying stood with his hands behind his back and said faintly. Thank you, second prince. The second prince is about to ascend the throne and the auspicious day is right around the corner. What else is there to say? We're just waiting for the moment when the second prince soars into the sky. Haha, at that time, the Earth Bull tribe, the Earth House tribe, and the Earth Nether tribe will all follow the second prince. The three of them looked at each other and said solemnly. Right now, the only person who had the chance to inherit the throne was the second prince. They were only the second in command of their respective tribes. Some of them had outstanding achievements, some of them wanted to take revenge, and some of them were depressed. In short, if they wanted to become rulers, they had to rely on Songzong Kongying. Only then would they have a chance. The Earth Infant tribe was the overlord of the four major tribes. Although they couldn't rule the other three tribes, their status among the four major tribes was quite high. This was also the reason why the other three had followed Songzong Kongying from the Earth Infant tribe. They needed to establish their status in the tribe through the Earth Infant tribe. Everyone, just know what you're doing. This time, did you bring the infinite divine stones from your tribes? Asked the second prince in a deep voice. With the infinite divine stones in hand, the world is mine. Haha, second prince, if we didn't bring the infinite divine stones, how would we dare to appear in front of you? Good. 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 Songzong Kongying's eyes lit up as he said good 3 times in a row. His eyes were filled with excitement. At this time, he could finally go boldly without any worries. What is hidden behind the gate of the divine palace? Second prince, you should tell us now, right? I'm very curious. Ha ha ha. Jiang Mingho said with a laugh. The infinite divine stone was known as the treasure of their clan. It had been guarded all these years. Naturally, it had an extremely powerful effect. That's right. Second prince, we should know what kind of existence is behind the gate of the divine palace, right? Could it be that this is the secret of our forbidden area's divine clan? Wu Yu said in a low voice. Compared to Jiang Mingho, he was rather low-key. However, the three of them were also very curious about Songzong Kongying because they had been kept in the dark from the beginning. Songzong Kongying had indeed promised that he would tell them the secret of the gate of the divine palace when they brought the infinite divine stone back. Songzong Kongying nodded slightly. His smile gradually faded and his expression became extremely solemn. It was obvious that what he was going to say next was extremely important to the entire Forbidden Area's divine clan. Even the princes didn't know about it. To Songzong Kongying, this was their greatest opportunity. Once they succeeded, it was very likely that they would surpass their previous patriarch and become one of the strongest experts of the Forbidden Area's divine clan. At that time, it would not be impossible to change the situation between the Forbidden Area's divine clan and the Forbidden Area's demon clan. I've also heard about it from my father. When he was in closed-door cultivation and was about to pass on the infant Earth clan to my elder brother, he said these words to my elder brother. The reason why our Forbidden Area's divine clan is called the Forbidden Area's divine clan is because we are indeed the descendants of the divine clan. Don't you always consider yourselves the descendants of the divine clan? However, who knows who our ancestors were? Were they really the supreme gods of ancient times? The answer is yes, and our ancestors were indeed the strongest of the divine race in the Forbidden Land. They died because they sealed the supreme demon race. The reason why half of the divine land is occupied by the Forbidden Land's devil race is because their ancestors also left them a lot of wealth, which the ancestors of the divine race in the Forbidden Land don't have. Therefore, over the years, the Forbidden Land's devil race has constantly produced countless experts, while our divine race in the Forbidden Land can only remain stagnant. All of this is closely related to the gate of the divine hall that I'm about to talk about. This gate is the place where our ancestors passed away in meditation. It is said that this is their final resting place, and it is possible that their gods are inside. As long as we enter the door of the divine court, we might be able to obtain our ancestors' God's will. At that time, do you think our Forbidden Land's divine race will instantly soar? At that time, even if it's the Forbidden Land's devil race, we will definitely be able to kill them easily. These 4 infinite god stones of the Forbidden Land's divine race are the keys to open the gate of the divine court. They have always been guarded in the important places of the various clans, in order to prevent anyone from entering the gate of the divine court. Songzong Kongying said with an incomparably solemn expression. Then why didn't our ancestors enter and explore it? Wu Yu's expression became more and more complicated. Although it seemed to be a very exciting thing, and it was even the final resting place of the ancient gods, could it really be like what Songzong Kongying said? God's will, it's actually a God's will. If we obtain a God's will, won't we also be able to inherit our ancestors' inheritance? At that time, does that mean that we will be the true gods of inheritance? We will become ancient gods like our ancestors. Haha, just thinking about it makes me excited. Zhu Qianfeng was also shocked. If there really was a god's will, then they would really have picked up a treasure. God's will is too illusory. Only a real peerless god can leave a god's will behind. The ancestors of our Forbidden Land's divine race have never heard of a god's will. From this point of view, aren't you being too optimistic? Jiang Mingho, on the other hand, calmed down. After all, everyone wanted a god's will, but it was hard to say whether a god's will existed. Songzan Konying also nodded and continued, that's right. Even if we really enter the gate of the divine court, there might not really be a god's will. A god's will is illusory. Indeed, there have been legends since ancient times about a god's will, but who has seen a real god's will? Therefore, after entering the gate of the divine court, it's more important for us to obtain some inheritance from our ancestors. As long as we can obtain the inheritance of our ancestors, even if we can't obtain a god's will, we will definitely shine. At that time, wouldn't the entire Forbidden Land's divine race be under our control? Songzan Konying said with a serious face. The three of them nodded heavily. The effect of the infinite divine stone was fully displayed at this moment. As for our ancestors, perhaps they were just following the teachings of their ancestors. Opening the gate of the divine court will open the path to hell and the world will be in chaos. At least, I don't believe that. How could there be a hell? Who knows where hell is? It's just a gimmick to deceive the later generations and warn the world. Perhaps our ancestors just didn't want to disturb the resting place of our ancestors, but now that we are already in front of the divine court, how could we retreat? Songzan Konying smiled faintly. He had already made a foolproof plan. He had been waiting for this day for far too long. He had been waiting for this day ever since he heard the news. However, the arrival of this day felt extremely distant. However, the heavens would not disappoint those who persevere. After all, as long as he obtained the legendary item, he would definitely be able to control the entire Forbidden Land's divine race. He would lead the Forbidden Land's divine race to destroy the Forbidden Land's devil race, walk out of this barren land, and become the overlord of the Central Region Divine Land. Songzan Konying was filled with lofty aspirations. His ambition and desire for revenge were things that his father and brothers didn't possess. He wanted to lead the god race of the Forbidden Land, and once again spread the glory of the god race to the top of the divine world. So this infinite divine stone is the key to opening the gate of the divine court. Second brother, do you really want to open the gate of the divine court? Songzan Konying murmured. Who? Come out. Songzan Konying's eyes turned cold. He had already discovered that someone was hiding from him. Along with Songzan Konying's roar, Songzan Konying and Gambalata could only brace themselves and walk out. It's you? Why are you here? Nonsense. Do you think you can come to the ancestral land to worship? Songzan Konying was furious. He glared at Songzan Kongdi. Do you know that entering the ancestral land is a crime punishable by death? Second brother, I know I'm wrong. Songzan Kongdi lowered his head and said. He was not stupid. He knew that this was not a trivial matter. Moreover, his second brother had gathered the princes of the other three major clans. If this matter were to be known by outsiders, it would definitely cause a great uproar. At that time, more and more people would be implicated. Then why are you still here? Songzan Konying shouted. Yes, second brother. Songzan Kongdi felt as if he had been pardoned. He quickly turned around and left. It was better for him to keep his mouth shut about this matter. Moreover, he would never speak carelessly. He did not need his second brother to remind him of this matter. I said to let him go, but did I say to let you go? Songzan Konying stretched out his hand and pointed his saber at Gambalata. Songzan Kongdi was his younger brother, but Gambalata was just his guard. Although he grew up with Songzan Kongdi and was as close as a brother, he treated him equally in front of Songzan Kongdi. Please spare my life, second prince. Young Master Kongdi, please save me. Gambalata's expression changed. Second brother, please let him go this time. I promise that he will not speak nonsense. He will definitely keep this matter to himself. Songzon Kongdi hurriedly said. He had a very close relationship with Gambalata. He even stood in front of Gambalata without hesitation when his second brother slashed at him. Do you think that I dare not kill you? Songzon Kongying's expression turned gloomy. He roared and kicked Gambalata, but his saber did not move at all. Get out of here. Songzon Kongying's slash sent chills down everyone's spine. Even Xianxia was taken aback. This fella's strength was indeed extraordinary. He was much stronger than Han Yen. No wonder he was the prince of the divine race of the Forbidden Land. His strength had already reached the early divine emperor realm. He was definitely a true sovereign overlord. Songzon Kongdi and Gambalata left, but Jiang Chen and Yu Jingxian were still there. At this moment, Yu Jingxian even had the thought of retreating. Why don't we leave too? Yu Jingxian could feel the power of Songzon Kongying and the 3 early divine emperors. The 2 of them couldn't handle 4 divine emperors. As the saying goes, where there's life, there's hope. I want to take another look. If your highness thinks it's dangerous, you can leave first. Jiangchen said in a low voice. What's there to be afraid of? I'm just worried that we'll be doomed if we're discovered. They're 4 divine emperor experts. Once we're discovered, it'll be troublesome. Yu Jingxian said. It's all right. I'm here. What's there to be afraid of? As the number 1 guard of your highness, I will naturally do my best. Jiangchen said confidently. Yu Jingxian couldn't help but twitch her mouth. You're just a half-step divine emperor. No matter how strong you are, can you fight against 4 divine emperor experts? They're real peerless experts, emperor realm experts. Who would dare to fight against them? Then, young Master Jiang, I'll risk my life to accompany you. Yu Jingxian gritted her teeth and said. She was indebted to young Master Jiang for saving her life. Otherwise, she wouldn't have risked her life to follow Songzon Kongying. Although she was very interested in the conspiracy of the divine race in the Forbidden Land, their current situation was a little too dangerous. However, young Master Jiang didn't seem to care about it at all. Yu Jingxian couldn't help but wonder if he was bold or stubborn. Yu Jingxian didn't dare to flatter young Master Jiang. However, if she retreated now, she would be looked down upon by young Master Jiang. After weighing the pros and cons, Yu Jingxian decided to stand with Jiang Chen. Second prince, the 2 of them won't spoil our plans, will they? Zhu Qianquan said coldly. He squinted his eyes and looked at the back of Songzon Kongdi and Gambalata who were leaving. At this moment, everyone was extremely cautious. He's my younger brother. Songzon Kongying said in a deep voice. The 3 of them said nothing more. Then, Songzon Kongying looked at the 3 of them and nodded slightly. The 4 of them stood on 4 of the 8 altars, ready to open the infinite divine stone in their hands. At this moment, the 4 of them looked extremely serious. They gently placed the infinite divine stone in their hands onto the altar, waiting for the door of the divine palace to open. Rumble, accompanied by an incomparably loud sound, the 8 altars all fell down at this moment and sank into the ground. The largest black monument in front of them actually split into 2 from the middle at this moment. Slowly, a huge door opened up, and the door was only in the middle of the black monument. Between the black door, there was a dense mist. The 4 of them narrowed their eyes and stared at the huge door in front of them. Their hearts were filled with excitement as they prepared to enter. Is this the door of the divine palace? Looks like there's something strange about this ancestor's land. Maybe there's something unimaginable in the door. Zhu Qianquan said in a low voice. The door of the divine palace, I hope you won't disappoint me. Jiang Mingho squinted his eyes. The 4 of them were ready and couldn't wait to enter the door of the divine palace. Jiang Chen and Yu Jingxian looked at each other. Both of them followed without hesitation. Although Yu Jingxian was a little nervous, she knew that young Master Jiang was here. He was a bold and skillful guy, he wouldn't cheat her, right? Remember, after entering this place, you must follow me closely. Don't wander around. Otherwise, I won't be able to find you if you get lost. Moreover, this place is very strange. The door of the divine palace of the divine race might have a great secret. It's better that we don't show ourselves. Do you understand? Your Highness. Jiangchen said in a low voice. He was afraid that Yu Jingxian would cause trouble at this moment. It would be very awkward if he fought against 4 of them at the same time. He would probably be killed without hesitation. Those were 4 Divine Emperor experts. Even Xianxia wouldn't dare to try it. Experts were experts after all. This place is actually littered with corpses. Could this be a battlefield? Yeah, there are corpses and broken weapons everywhere. This place is too big, it's a completely new space. Could it be another world? Don't talk nonsense. This is just a sealed space. How could there be a complete world behind the gate of Divine Palace? Everyone's expression was incomparably solemn, because the world in front of them was like a brand new domain. Around them, apart from rotting corpses and flags of war, there were only a few mottled remnants of weapons. It seemed that countless years had passed, and the surroundings were only left with endless desolation, coldness, and desolation. Have we been deceived? How is this the gate of Divine Palace? This is an ancient battlefield. Zhu Qianjin finally couldn't bear it anymore and said with a gloomy expression. Could they have been deceived by their ancestors? Moreover, they had been deceived for millions of years. The ancestral land that they had painstakingly protected turned out to be an ancient battlefield. Apart from the corpses, they couldn't find anything useful. Such a tragic scene indeed caused people to feel solemn and depressed. However, what they were looking for were treasures, divine weapons, divine treasures, and divine inheritances. But now, they came up empty-handed. If it was anyone else, who wouldn't feel angry? All of a sudden, they felt that the clan that they had protected for millions of years was just a pretense of the divine race? They had been passed down for countless years. Had they all been deceived? Be quiet. We are now in an ancient battlefield. It's definitely not simple. Let's look around first. Song Kongying said in a low voice. He was also angry, but he was not willing to leave this place before he had absolute confidence. After all, this ancient battlefield might have some good things. The blood and tears of ancient heroes were shed here. No one knew what kind of great figures had fallen here. Jiang Chen and Yu Jingxian carefully followed behind them. However, Jiang Chen's mood had also become extremely depressed. Most importantly, he felt that this place was an extremely dangerous place. It was not as simple as they had imagined. There were countless corpses, broken weapons, stones, and sand around them. All of these symbolized that this ancient battlefield that no one had set foot on for millions of years was still full of traces of time. Jiang Chen could see that the weakest among these people was at least a hierarch realm. Because their corpses had reached the hierarch realm or divine emperor realm, that was why they did not rot even after millions of years. It was not only emperor realm experts that could do this. Jiang Chen gazed into the distance and saw at least tens of thousands of experts perishing within 1,000 meters. However, the edge of the battlefield was still boundless. In the foggy ancient battlefield, they could only follow their own footsteps and their own hearts, testing the waters step by step, feeling the stones to cross the river. This place looks eerie. Even a half-step deity emperor like me can feel a great sense of fear. It seems like the experts who died here were all dignified figures. I wonder how many of them died here, how many of them were buried in foreign lands, and how many of them couldn't escape from the pursuit of fate. Yu Jingxian sighed with a hint of sadness on her face. It was not to the extent that she could empathize with him, but this ancient battlefield made her feel uncomfortable and sad from the bottom of her heart. You might be too sensitive. Although this ancient battlefield is very strange, it shouldn't make you this sad, right? He. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Yu Jingxian let out a sigh and did not say anything else. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes and became cautious. It was not easy to guard against the dangers in the ancient battlefield and Song Kongying and the others. Let me help you change your appearance. Otherwise, you won't look good if they find you. Jiang Chen looked at Yu Jingxian and said. All right. You, don't tell me you changed your appearance too? Yu Jingxian was shocked and looked at young Master Jiang with a puzzled expression. Jiang Chen was shocked. Why is this woman so nervous and sensitive? How could that be? If Song Kongying sees you, then it will be very difficult to deal with. I will also change my appearance. Jiang Chen quickly tried to smooth things over. I hope so. Yu Jingxian said. But Jiangchen did not know whether she was saying this for Jiangchen or she was hoping that Songzan Kongying would not find them. At this time, they had already entered the gate of the divine palace. More than 10 li away, there were still accidents everywhere. In front of them, Songzan Kongying and the others finally saw a mountain. The mountain had a strange shape. It was only 500 meters tall, but it was so far away that it looked like a palm that was standing there. Look, brother Songzan. That looks like a giant palm. However, it seems to be in the clouds. There seems to be a flag on top of the mountain, but I can't see it clearly. Jiang Mingho said in a deep voice and pointed at the Five Fingers Mountain. Everyone looked at the Five Fingers Mountain and saw a black flag stuck in the ground. This flag is really strange. However, it seems to be a great treasure. Wu Yu said in a low voice. Jiangchen squinted his eyes and his pupils contracted. He found that this flag was very similar to his divine burying flag. However, it was not the divine burying flag at all. It was much stronger than the divine burying flag. This flag is mine. The corner of Jiangchen's mouth curled up slightly. This flag was definitely 100 times stronger than the divine burying flag. The reason why he did not use the divine burying flag to set up the formation was because he lacked the eye of the formation. The eye of the formation was the finishing touch of the entire formation. Without the eye of the formation, the entire formation would be completely different. The Heavenly Dragon Sword was the eye of the entire Ghost Prison Ashura Sword formation. Without the Heavenly Dragon Sword, the power of the Ashura Sword formation would be greatly reduced. This black flag could allow Jiangchen to completely change the power of the divine burying flag formation. It would definitely be able to increase his strength to the next level. Let's go up and take a look first. Songzan Kongying said as his eyes fell on the black flag. This was the most shocking divine weapon they had seen since they entered the gate of the divine palace. This black flag was definitely extraordinary. Jiangchen was also looking at the scene silently. He did not rush to take action. The 4 divine emperor experts were right in front of him. If he were to take action forcefully, he would be greatly pressured and the result would be unimaginable. Jiangchen did not want to be suppressed by these divine emperor experts. Jiangchen did not want to be suppressed here. What a great black flag. It's indeed majestic. Looks like it's a divine weapon left behind by an ancient divine clan. Zhu Qianqian said in shock. That's the black submerged flag, a genuine primal origin treasure. After so many years, it hasn't deteriorated. That's enough to show how terrifying it is. The person who can wield the black submerged flag is destined to be a peak Emperor Realm expert. Only an Emperor Realm expert can wield it. Songzan Kongying said with a grave expression. He was extremely fond of the black submerged flag. With a wave of the flag would flutter in the wind and incite chaos. It was a true killing weapon. Looks like this trip to the gate of the divine hall wasn't in vain. Songzan Kongying smiled. The corner of Jiang Mingho and the other two's lips twitched. Songzan Kongying's words were very clear. I want the black submerged flag, you guys can forget about it. Songzan Kongying extended his hand and clenched it. An incomparably majestic aura of darkness spread out and lingered in the surroundings. Songzan Kongying clenched his hand but failed to pull out the black submerged flag that was stuck on the mountain peak. It was truly unbelievable. The others also twitched their lips. If you want the black submerged flag, you'll have to pull it out first. Otherwise, you won't be able to pull it out even if it's given to you, right? Songzan Kongying's expression was a little ugly. He exerted his strength again and again, but he still couldn't move the black submerged flag. After a long while, Songzan Kongying finally gave up and shook his head. At this moment, Wu Yu refused to believe that he could not pull it out. However, even after trying a few times, he was still unable to pull it out. In the end, Jiang Mingho and Zhu Qianqiang all ended up in failure. The few of them looked at one another as their mouths were filled with a bitter taste. This black submerged flag should belong to the ancestors of our god race. It must be because we are his descendants that we are unable to move it. This should be a seal. In the end, Songzan Kongying and the others came to this conclusion. Regardless of whether it was true or not, at least their hearts were balanced. Otherwise, it would be too embarrassing. Since the black submerged flag couldn't be pulled out, there must be a reason. It might be a seal left behind by the ancestors of the divine race. Look, there's someone over there. Zhu Qianqian's eyes flickered as he caught sight of a man off in the distance, kneeling on one knee. The man's head was bowed as he punched a boulder into the ground. His expression was one of determination, and his face was vicious, as if he were in extreme pain. His entire body felt as if he was carrying a mountain that weighed millions of kilograms on his back. The fist that smashed into the mountain rock was also extremely shocking. That fist had already fused with the mountain rock. Even that man had become a part of the mountain. Is this our ancestor? Jiang Mingho asked in a deep voice. The pressure in their hearts was getting stronger and stronger. With every step they took, their bodies would tremble, as if a huge pressure was crushing their bodies. Song Zongkong directly knelt on the ground with a thud. Her eyes were filled with respect and seriousness. Why are you still not kneeling? Haven't you seen the portrait of our ancestor? This is our ancestor, Fuxi. Song Zongkong's words made the three of them tremble. They quickly knelt down. At that moment, the pressure on their bodies disappeared. The four of them suddenly understood. Their ancestor was kneeling on one knee, which meant that they were being worshipped by their ancestor. How could they not feel the pressure? The moment they knelt down, the pressure disappeared. It's really our ancestor, Fuxi. We are indeed the descendants of the gods. It's not a groundless rumor. Wu Yu became solemn and excited. As the descendants of the gods, they finally found their ancestor. Then this five-finger mountain is the Fuxi sacred mountain that was rumored to be the myriad saint mountain? Jiang Mingho and the others came to a sudden realization. They had truly found the place where their ancestor had passed away in meditation. However, their ancestor, Fuxi, had already completely disappeared. Right now, all that was left behind was a monument that would last for eternity. Ancestor Fuxi, please bless us so that we can find the thing that belongs to us in this ancient battlefield and find the gift from our ancestor. Song Zongkong said in a low voice with a solemn expression. The four of them knelt down at the same time. At that moment, the entire sky became extremely dark. Thunder rumbled and the wind and rain fell. It was as if a god had descended to the mortal world. An invisible shadow slowly appeared in front of Fuxi. All four of them shuddered. Say. Ancestor, Song Zongkong and the others never thought that they would see the appearance of their ancestor. The shock they felt was naturally indescribable. Even their fathers and ancestors might not have seen the appearance of their ancestor. Jiang Chen's pupils shrunk and his expression was extremely solemn. The appearance of Fuxi had shocked him greatly. Is this an ancient god? In ancient times, those who could be called the god clan could be seen. And this Fuxi was one of the best among the ancient gods. The ancient human ancestor god, Fuxi, although it was only a shadow, Jiang Chen could feel the terror and majesty of the ancestor god. Just a glance was enough to destroy the heavens and earth. Jiang Chen knew that Fuxi ancestor god had discovered him. Jiang Chen's eyes flickered. So what if it's an ancient ancestor god? If he wants to destroy me, not even the heavenly emperor can stop him. Fuxi's figure gradually condensed. His eyes were filled with incomparable coldness and anger. Unfilial descendants. Why did you go against the teachings of your ancestors? Once the gate of the divine court is opened, the path to hell will definitely open. At that time, the entire divine world will fall into eternal damnation. Do you know that? Fuxi's expression was incomparably solemn, and his expression was cold. At this moment, he let out an enraged roar that caused everyone's faces to fall. It was so loud that even the deaf could hear him. Ancestor, is the legend true? Song Zongkong asked with a pale face. Her body trembled uncontrollably. A bunch of fools. I spent my entire life to seal the boundless demon lord. I died and died, but you guys opened the gate of the divine court again. The boundless demon lord will definitely reappear in the mortal world. The gate of the divine court is connected to the path to hell. You guys are simply sinners in this world. Unfilial descendants, unfilial descendants. Fuxi's expression became even more bitter and cold. Is the legend really going to become true? The divine world will face a calamity and the nine heavens demon lord will return to the mortal world. Is all of this fated? Fushi murmured. A trace of sorrow slid down from his eyes. Get out of here. Don't pull out the black submerged flag. Remember, the black submerged flag cannot be taken away by the Devil Clan of the Forbidden Area. That is the unparalleled devil weapon that the Devil King uses to command the world. Just as Fushi finished his words, someone pulled the black submerged flag out of the mountain rock. That scene caused everyone's expression to change drastically. Fushi's silhouette dissipated into the void. At that moment, his silhouette vanished completely. No one knew where Fushi had gone or if he was still alive or dead. There's actually someone else here. Looks like it's a gathering of heroes this time. Xianxia's eyes flashed. 4 black figures had already rushed down from the mountain and pulled the black submerged flag out of the mountain rock. At that moment, the incomparably shocked Songzong Kongying, Wu Yu and the rest were completely dumbfounded. Their ancestor, the ancient human ancestor god, had his soul completely dissipated. Every single one of them was incomparably furious and extremely shocked. Now, they finally understood why the black submerged flag that they couldn't pull out could be pulled out by these 4 black eagles. Louis Tianchen, so it's you 4 brothers. Enemies really do meet on a narrow road. How dare you come to the ancestral land of our god race and court death? Wu Yu bellowed with a dark expression. These 4 were the princes of the Devil Clan. Moreover, each of them was relatively powerful and not any weaker than the rest of them. They had fought each other in the battlefield between the Forbidden Area and the Forbidden Area. Therefore, they weren't unfamiliar with each other. Haha, the ancestral land of the god race? What a joke. Since it's the ancestral land of the god race, why is the unparalleled devil weapon of our Devil Clan, the black submerged flag, in the ancestral land of your god race? That thing should belong to the Devil Clan of the Forbidden Area, right? I'm afraid you won't be able to renege on this. Louis Tianchen smiled as he calmly said with the black submerged flag in his hand. He didn't place them in his eyes at all. Louis Tianchen, who was holding the black submerged flag, was filled with ambition. Their strength wasn't any weaker than Songzong Kongying and the rest. Now that they had the unparalleled devil weapon in their hands, what did they have to fear? It seemed that their peerless devil lord was sealed here. They could take this opportunity. Once the seal was broken, they might be able to save their devil lord from the fire and water. At that time, the entire forbidden land of the divine race would become a land of misery and suffering. I just want to know how you got in here. Does my god race's ancestral land really exist in name to you? What a coincidence. Songzong Kongying smiled faintly. However, the coldness in her eyes was extremely frightening. You'll have to ask your younger brother, ha ha ha. He was the one who told us the good news. Otherwise, how could we have the opportunity to enter this place? Big brother, this black submerged flag should be enough to command the peerless demon weapon. This time, we have really hit the jackpot. The smile on Louis Dichen's face grew wider and wider. Wu Yu and the other 2 looked at Songzong Kongying in unison. Songzong Kongying's face turned gloomier and gloomier. She said angrily, that's impossible. Don't you dare slander me and try to drive a wedge between us? My younger brother would never betray me. It must be Balada. Otherwise, you wouldn't have had the opportunity to enter our god race's ancestral land. It can't be such a coincidence. Songzong Kongying's words were thought-provoking, but Wu Yu and the others fell into silence. Whether it was true or not, this matter might have spread out because Songzong Kongdi had killed Balada and reached the ears of the devil race in the Forbidden Land. Otherwise, how could they have come so quickly? You should know better than anyone whether I'm exaggerating and framing your younger brother, right? Ha ha ha, your younger brother is a spineless coward. Do you think he needs me to threaten or bribe him? Louis Xianxia also spoke up in disdain for Songzong Kongdi. Shut up. Songzong Kongying was currently in a very difficult situation. If Wu Yu and the others really betrayed her, then they would be surrounded by enemies. However, no matter how stupid they were, it was impossible for them to stand on the opposite side at this time. After all, the common enemy of the god race was right there. They wouldn't act rashly. Don't listen to slanderous words. Whether it was my younger brother who led them here or not, the current plan is to resist the enemy together. The 3 of you should understand the importance of the matter. Songzong Kongying glanced at Wu Yu and the others. Although Wu Yu and the others fell into silence, they still knew the seriousness of the matter. At this time, they must stand on the same front. Otherwise, once the factions were dissolved and they were defeated one by one, the losses would outweigh the gains. TSK. You guys have to bear the consequences of your younger brother's mistake. If it were me, I would definitely be dissatisfied. Why? Ha ha ha. Louis Xianxia said with a smile. The four brothers all had a gentle smile on their faces. Although each of them knew that this matter was to provoke Songzhan Kangying, it was indeed a serious matter when they heard it. After all, it was indeed Songzhan Kangying's younger brother who had single-handedly caused this evil deed. Why should they bear the consequences? Even if they were to resist the enemy together, the indignation in their hearts was already considerable. Nonsense. You guys just want to disintegrate us. You've really underestimated the people of our god race. I, Songzhan Kangying, will make you all stay in the ancestral land of the god race. Songzhan Kangying knew that they couldn't continue to drag this matter. Otherwise, these people would simply brainwash Wu Yu and the others. They were already in a very dangerous situation. They couldn't afford to make any more mistakes. Since these people had taken the risk to enter the ancestral land of the god race, they must kill them all. At the very least, they must drive them away. They absolutely couldn't let them act recklessly here. This was the resting place of the ancestors of the god race. Are you angry from embarrassment? Let's fight then. Let's see who will be able to manage the Earth Infant tribe after I kill you, the person in charge of the Earth Infant tribe. At that time, your Forbidden Lands god clan will be the ones to die. It was bound to collapse quickly. Ha ha ha. Louis Tianqian said in a deep voice. The corners of his lips curled up in a feminine manner, but his eyes were incomparably terrifying. I will definitely not let you guys succeed. A mere demon race dares to act violently in the forbidden land of the divine race. Today, let me see how capable you are, you bastard. Songzhan Kangying took a step forward. Her eyes were sharp and filled with fighting spirit. Everyone was ready to fight to the death at any time. I think you're courting death. It's time for the divine clan of the Forbidden Land to be completely destroyed. You are destined to become the slaves of the devil clan of the Forbidden Land for all eternity. Looks like these two groups are finally going to fight. Which side should we help? Xianxia frowned and her pretty face was full of seriousness. Although the Forbidden Land's divine race and the Forbidden Land's demon race were not good people, at least she was still in the Forbidden Land's divine race. If she wanted to get Lei Yu and her son, she had to go through the Forbidden Land's divine race. It's better for us to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. 8 early divine emperor experts, do you think we'll just be cannon fodder? Xianxia said with a smile. Xianxia smiled embarrassedly. Indeed, both of them were only at the half-step divine emperor realm. Once the battle starts, the attacks of the divine emperor experts would definitely be earth-shattering. It would be strange if they could do anything. Then, we'll just wait here? Xianxia looked at young Master Jiang suspiciously. She didn't know why, but she seemed to rely on him very much. He had indeed saved her before, but this time, she was representing the Green Feather clan to come to the god race for marriage. Moreover, she was here for Lei and his mother. It could be said that she had a heavy responsibility, and she could not be controlled by him. Isn't it good to sit back and reap the benefits? I think that these two groups of people have steeled their hearts and want to eat each other up. If this goes on, we might be able to obtain the black submerged flag. Xianxia crossed his arms in front of his chest and said with a smile, as if this matter had nothing to do with him. As expected, at this moment, Louis Tianqian and Songzhan Kangying were fighting against each other. Songzhan Kangying held a long spear in his hand. His aura was like a dragon as he fought against Louis Tianqian. Even though he was holding the black submerged flag, Louis Tianqian still looked extremely solemn. Songzhan Kangying was definitely not a simple person to be able to become the leader of the Earth Infant tribe. Although he was only the acting patriarch in name, he was able to lead the entire Earth Infant tribe when the old patriarch was in closed-door cultivation and the successor of the patriarch had gone missing. He was able to prevent the divine race of the Forbidden Land from collapsing during the battle with the demon race of the Forbidden Land. Since the beginning, Louis Tianqian had been treating Songzhan Kangying with great importance. This was a true showdown between the strong. The black submerged flag fluttered in the wind, causing the surrounding mountains to be filled with ghostly wails and wolf howls. It was eerie and terrifying. As the wind blade flickered, it closed in on Songzon Kongying. Songzon Kongying's expression was solemn, and her expression was extremely repressed. Wherever the spear pointed, it hummed and shook the mountains and rivers, causing thousands of li to sway. In the end, Songzon Kongying had the upper hand against Louis Tianchen. The sharpness of her spear had forced Louis Tianchen to retreat several times. That terrifying cold light had almost forced Louis Tianchen to retreat continuously. He looked extremely miserable. If it wasn't for the black submerged flag, his situation would have been even more difficult. On the contrary, the other three brothers, Lu Dichen, Lu Xianchen, and Lu Huangchen, were pushing Wu Yu and the others back. Although their strengths were almost on par, the three brothers were gaining the upper hand, making things more and more difficult for Wu Yu and the others. Wu Yu, hold on. Help me kill this fiend, and then I'll lend you a hand. Songzon Kongying looked at Wu Yu and the others and shouted angrily. Wu Yu and the others nodded their heads. They had to hold on even if they had to grit their teeth. They couldn't let Lu Dichen and the others gain the upper hand and give them a chance to take advantage of the situation. The battle was getting more and more intense. They didn't want to let the other party leave this place. On one side was the Forbidden Area's Divine Clan, and on the other side was the Forbidden Area's Devil Clan. Their hatred was born from their bones, and their anger would never be extinguished. You should take care of yourself first. Louis Tianchen sneered. Although his battle with Songzon Kongying was a little difficult, it wasn't a complete defeat. Furthermore, he still had the black submerged flag. Therefore, he wasn't in a hurry. As long as his younger brothers could defeat Wu Yu and the others, Songzon Kongying would definitely die. Killing Songzon Kongying would be equivalent to cutting off an arm of the Earth Infant tribe. It might even cause the Forbidden Area's Divine Clan to panic. At that time, the Forbidden Area's Devil Clan might blow the horn to launch an all-out attack. At that time, his father would definitely reward him handsomely. Following the continuous waving of the black submerged flag, a wild gale rose in the entire mountain cave. Countless corpses were crushed by the wild gale and turned into ashes. Countless mountain rocks were turned into dust, causing one's heart to tremble. However, at this moment, the myriad chi cauldron in Jiangchen's body and the broken Eastern Emperor bell that didn't even have a trace of divine power started to vibrate. Jiangchen raised his head and looked at the Five-Finger Mountain. At this moment, the Five-Finger Mountain started to crack inch by inch from the top. The mountain rocks kept rolling down. The entire winding mountain range was shaking, the earth was roaring, and the wind was blowing violently. How could this be? Jiangchen frowned. The vibration of the myriad chi cauldron and the Eastern Emperor bell meant that something strange must have happened. The myriad chi cauldron was a peerless treasure passed down to him by the craftsman god. According to him, it was even better than the heavenly dragon sword in his hand. As for the Eastern Emperor bell, it was needless to say. It was the life-divine weapon of the Eastern Emperor Tai Yi in the Archean era. Its terror was self-evident. Even if the Eastern Emperor Tai Yi had died hundreds of millions of years ago, even if the Eastern Emperor bell had completely shattered, it was still undeniable that the Eastern Emperor bell was one of the most terrifying divine weapons in the world. Brother Songzon, look. The statue of the ancestor has actually shattered, Jiang Mingho exclaimed. His expression changed abruptly. The body of Fuxi was also slowly disintegrating at this moment. In the end, it turned into pieces of rocks and rolled down the mountain peak. The Five Fingers Mountain, as well as the entire mountain range, shook violently, as if doomsday had arrived. The black submerged flag fluttered wildly, causing sand and pebbles to fly and yellow leaves to fall. The entire gate of the divine court seemed to be on the verge of collapse. Roar, a deafening roar burst out from the ground. It was like a rage that had been sealed for hundreds of millions of years. The roar was so terrifying that it almost broke the hearts of everyone present. Jiang Chen and Yu Jingxian had no choice but to protect their bodies and retreat continuously. On the mountain peak, even the statue of the ancient ancestor god Fuxi had been shattered. It was a tragic scene. The statue of the ancestor has been shattered. Should we not have come to the gate of the divine court? It was said that once the gate of the divine palace was opened, the path to hell would turn into a vast ocean. Countless demons and monsters would come out from the path to hell. However, was it really just a legend? In the divine tomb, in the northernmost region, the originally calm tomb started to shake at this moment. It seemed like the entire divine tomb had become extremely excited. No one knew what was happening. In the tombs, skeleton-like figures slowly crawled out. Countless demonic clouds gathered above the tombs. Bolts of lightning appeared out of nowhere. The demonic clouds turned from black to red, then from red to purple. Rays of light appeared above the tombs. As the light and shadow blurred, souls burst out from the tombstones, as if they were trying to break free from the shackles. A hunchbacked old man coughed lightly. His pale face was as haggard as usual. His eyes were cloudy, no one knew what he was thinking. This world is not going to be peaceful again. One epoch, another epoch. But you guys are still not peaceful. His hoarse voice was filled with helplessness and sorrow. The old man seemed to be extremely indignant as he stared at the countless corpses and divine souls crawling up from the tombs. Although he sighed in his heart, he was like an outsider, silently watching everything. Myriad Saint Mountain, the gate of the divine palace. This roar is really strange. What is it? Xianxia frowned his brows. His expression was extremely solemn. He could feel the Eastern Emperor bell and the myriad chi cauldron in his body shaking more and more violently. The roar was like a wild horse that had broken free from its reins. It was trying to break free from the shackles and fly to the 9 heavens. Could it be that there are people from the ancient divine clan or the demon clan in the gate of the divine palace? Xianxia said cautiously. She was afraid that what she said would come true. However, her worry was not without reason. Previously, the ancestor god of the ancient humanities, Fuxi, had manifested his spiritual body. Although he disappeared in an instant, it was enough to prove that the gate of the divine palace was unusual. It's very likely that he's a member of the demon race. Xianxia said in a low voice. His guess wasn't groundless. The black submerged flag seemed to be an extremely large ceiling formation. Once the black submerged flag was broken, the entire 5-finger mountain started to shake. Even the divine statue of Fuxi ancestor god that was kneeling on one knee on the ground was completely shattered. However, Xianxia felt that it didn't seem to be the real Fuxi ancestor god. It was only a strand of Fuxi ancestor god's will. However, he should have died in the ancient times. Otherwise, the strand of will that he left behind would not have completely disappeared in such a hurry. Beneath this incomparably large mountain range, there should be an ancient giant demon that he had sealed and suppressed. It was very likely that this roar had come from underground, from within the mountain rocks. Ha ha ha, could it be the ancestor of my demon race? It seems that our devil race will eventually rule this land. Your forbidden land's divine race should also vanish into thin air. Xianxia laughed maniacally. His deafening roar was filled with boundless rage and arrogance, as if it was going to rise from underground. Damn it. At this moment, Xianxia was a little worried. Previously, Fuxi ancestor god had warned him not to pull out the black submerged flag. However, it was still pulled out by Xianxia in the end. Even though Xianxia didn't believe it, he couldn't deny that a surging demonic aura was surging out from the ground and rising into the sky. Brother Xianxia, what should we do? Yeah, could it be that there's really an ancient giant demon under the 5-finger mountain? We're currently in an abyss of suffering. If there's really a giant demon, then we'll really be doomed. The faces of the trio were filled with shock and horror. It was very likely that they would die, and what was even more terrifying was that the divine race of the Forbidden Land might be completely annihilated. If an ancient giant devil had really escaped from the bottom of the 5 Fingers Mountain, then they would be the sinners of the world. The black submerged flag has been pulled out by that bastard. Perhaps we can only stop this from happening if we take back the divine submerged flag. Xianxia said in a low voice. His gaze landed on the black submerged flag. Right now, the black submerged flag was the only thing that could suppress everything. It was also their only hope. How could Xianxia not see through Xianxia's thoughts? The black submerged flag was definitely the core of suppressing the 5-Finger Mountain. Otherwise, it would be impossible to pull out the black submerged flag and cause chaos in the 5 directions. Jiangchen squinted his eyes and silently looked at the five-finger mountain. The roar from the bottom of the mountain was getting more and more ear-piercing and shocking. He knew that he had to take action. If there was really an unparalleled ancient giant demon under the ground, then the world would really be in chaos and the people would be plunged into misery and suffering. Jiangchen wasn't confident and he didn't want to take the gamble. If he lost, then countless people would suffer because of it. For the ancient ancestor god to value it so much that he wouldn't allow Songzan Kongying and the others to pull out the black submerged flag no matter what, it was enough to foresee that the one being suppressed under the ground was not an easy opponent. Do you dare to make a bet with me to snatch the black submerged flag? Jiangchen looked at Yu Jingxian. You're crazy. If you take action now, you'll definitely be killed by them. Yu Jingxian looked at Jiangchen suspiciously. Could it be that this guy has gone crazy because of the divine weapon? If we don't put the black submerged flag back and seal the monster under the ground, we might all die. Jiangchen gave Yu Jingxian a serious look. Yu Jingxian was slightly startled. It seemed like she had wronged him. Things weren't as simple as she had thought. The five-finger mountain had started to shake and it was going to collapse at any time. At that time, the world would be plunged into chaos once the demonic beasts and devils came out from the underground. Jiangchen was stunned. You help me lure that guy. Shanzhan, I want to take the black submerged flag from him. Jiangchen said. Are you sure? Won't the two of us be cannon fodder? Yu Jingxian said with lingering fear. As a half-step divine emperor, it was extremely dangerous for them to fight against these divine emperors. Moreover, Jiangchen wanted to take the black submerged flag from Louis Tianchen. It was simply a fantasy. With Songzan Kongying here, we have a chance. Louis Tianchen can't even take care of himself now. Jiangchen sneered. He didn't have time to say anything and immediately took action. Yu Jingxian dared not delay either. Their goal was clear, they wanted to take the black submerged flag from Louis Tianchen. Yu Jingxian's blade flashed across the sky, causing Louis Tianchen and the others to be startled. They didn't even have time to think before they struck out with their palm, forcing Yu Jingxian to retreat. On the other side, Songzan Kongying was shocked, but this was a good opportunity to defeat Louis Tianchen. Louis Tianchen was distracted and was forced to retreat by Songzan Kongying. Jiangchen took the opportunity and soared into the sky. His goal was clear, to obtain the black submerged flag. Jiangchen casted the Great Void technique and instantly closed in on Songzan Kongying. He formed a seal with his hand and struck out with his palm, causing the mountains and rivers to rumble with lightning. Louis Tianchen had never thought that there would be someone eyeing him covetously after Songzan Kongying and this girl. Louis Tianchen's expression drastically changed as he retreated. This palm was not any weaker than a divine emperor's attack. Even Yu Jingxian was shocked. This young Master Jiang is really powerful. No wonder he dares to snatch food from the mouths of divine emperor experts. This strike caused Louis Tianchen to panic and throw away the black submerged flag in his hand. Jiangchen held the black submerged flag in his hand. At this moment, he could feel the divine submerged flag in his body becoming restless. This black submerged flag was indeed domineering. Return my black submerged flag. Louis Tianchen roared in anger. He did not retreat, instead, he charged forward. However, at this moment, Songzan Kongying had already closed in on Louis Tianchen. Watch him, I'll return the divine submerged flag. Jiangchen roared in anger. At this moment, Songzan Kongying didn't have the time to ask who he was. The surroundings were shaking more and more violently. More than half of the five-finger mountain had already collapsed. At this moment, everyone felt as if there was a huge rock pressing down on their hearts. All right. As Songzan Kongying nodded, she completely blocked Louis Tianchen's path. Louis Tianchen's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He had never imagined that the black submerged flag would be snatched away by someone else. Moreover, the ancient devil suppressed by the black submerged flag was about to be released. He had actually made a mistake in the nick of time and even lost the black submerged flag. Bastard, I'll definitely kill you. Louis Tianchen roared furiously. Although Yu Jingxian was not at the divine emperor realm, Songzan Kongying had already suppressed Louis Tianchen completely. She only needed to add some extra power to her attacks. Xianxia held the black submerged flag in his hand. At that moment, he was really unwilling to put the black submerged flag back into the ground. This black submerged flag was definitely a peerless divine weapon. Moreover, when combined with the black submerged flag to form a formation, it would definitely be able to kill everything in its path. However, Xianxia knew what was more important. If he didn't plant the black submerged flag back now, it was very likely that it would lead to a great disaster. It was not impossible for the people to be plunged into misery and suffering. However, just as Xianxia was about to plant the black submerged flag back into the Five-Finger Mountain, a sudden change took place. The entire Five-Finger Mountain completely cracked from the center. A huge horn was pulled out from the mountain ridge, directly tearing the middle of the Five-Finger Mountain apart. Following that, a peerless giant with a single horn on his head appeared on the peak of the Five-Finger Mountain. The single-horned giant was a few hundred zhang tall. His eyes were filled with a blood-red light. He was majestic and domineering. He stood on the peak like a peerless demonic monarch. At this moment, everyone's expression changed completely. Xianxia was a little stunned. He did not expect the single-horned giant to really climb out from the Five-Finger Mountain. His domineering aura was incomparable. His blood-red eyes caused everyone's heart to tremble. Everyone was pushed back by the aura of the single-horned giant. Xianxia raised his head and looked at the giant. However, he was still standing on the peak of the mountain, holding the black submerged flag in his hand. He was indifferent as he looked at the single-horned giant. What a terrifying fella. This fella, I am not his match. Xianxia knew that this person's strength was not something that he could contend against. Moreover, he did not have any strength to resist at all. If it wasn't for his heaven-defying Tao accumulation supporting him, even he would not be able to remain calm in front of this single-horned giant. I, Wuyin, am finally out again. Fushi, you've suppressed me for 13,800 years, what can you do to me? Ha ha ha. The single-horned giant burst into laughter. His voice reverberated 1,000 li away. Xianxia was pushed back by the sound of the gigantic wave. His face was a little pale. The single-horned giant before him had an aura that could cover the sky. This fella was definitely not just in the Divine Emperor realm. Could it be that he's actually an Emperor realm expert? Xianxia's heart skipped a beat and his expression changed drastically. Although he knew that it was impossible, the single-horned giant before him was too strong, too terrifying. Moreover, after being suppressed by Fushi ancestor god for 13,800 years, he was still able to return in such a domineering manner. Welcome back to the world, Demon Lord. We are the descendants of the demon race of the Forbidden Land. We are willing to serve the Demon Lord wholeheartedly. Louis Tianchen and the others immediately knelt down before the Five Fingers Mountain and declared their stance. The demon race of the Forbidden Land? That should be the descendant of Louis I, one of my descendants. The single-horned giant said indifferently. His eyes were like torches that wreaked havoc in the sky. No one dared to go against his words. The faces of Songzan, Kang Ying, and the others turned extremely ugly. They knew that they had caused a great disaster in the gate of the divine court. The unparalleled single-horned giant was the ancient demon that their ancestor, Fushi, had suppressed. It could be said that they had punched a hole in the sky. Songzan, Kang Ying and the others retreated in fear. Their faces turned pale. They were completely powerless in front of the single-horned giant. They were forced to kneel on the ground by the invisible pressure. You're not afraid of me? The boundless demon lord looked at Xianxia and said calmly. However, his words were filled with an unquestionable domineering aura. This was the second time Xianxia had seen such an aura that disregarded everything in the world. The first time was when he saw the man in the ice. In that case, I will kill all of you here. The boundless demon lord's voice was cold as if it was a judgment from hell. Xianxia's face did not look too good either. Other than Louis Tianchen and the others, everyone could feel the terrifying pressure from the boundless demon lord. Even with the support of the heaven-dominating Tao, Xianxia was still unable to do anything. A mighty emperor expert bullying the weak. How despicable. He he he. A cold laughter reverberated in the void. The boundless demon lord slowly raised his head and saw a figure appear not far away from Xianxia. It was the Fuxi ancestor god who had disappeared without a trace. You've been dead for so many years. Why won't you rest in peace? Do you really think that you can overturn the heavens? Do you think that you still have the ability to suppress me? If I hadn't been tricked by you back then, I wouldn't have been suppressed by you for 138 million years. Do you think that I'll be afraid of a mere remnant soul? Fuxi, from the moment I returned, you were no longer my match. Even though I've been suppressed by you for billions of years, even though I only have the strength of an emperor now, you still can't seal me. The era of gods has long ended. Millions of years of suppression had weakened his strength. But even so, he still had the strength of an emperor realm expert. How strong was he before this? Xianxia couldn't help but feel shocked. He wasn't the only one who was shocked. An expert that was above the emperor realm, how terrifying was that? I could suppress you back then. I, Fuxi, can still do it now. Even though I'm only a remnant soul now. Fuxi said with a faint smile. He was still brimming with confidence. Ha ha ha. What a fool's dream. You managed to suppress me back then with your little tricks. Let's see how you're going to fight me now that you're only a remnant soul. The boundless demon lord laughed maniacally. He might only have the strength of an emperor, but he wasn't afraid of Fuxi's remnant soul. Then let's see who'll have the last laugh. Fuxi's gaze turned solemn. He stretched his hand out and a white jade zither appeared in his hand. He flicked his finger and terrifying waves of air surged out, sending countless boulders flying. The heavens and earth were in chaos. Storms gathered in the void. It was a terrifying scene. Xianxia could only retreat quickly. At this moment, everyone was as though they were facing a great enemy. The battle between the two was a clash between Emperor Realm experts. The slightest mistake could send them flying or even kill them. The Emperor Realm was the most terrifying existence in the entire divine world. From what they knew, Emperor Realm experts had long gone extinct. Thousands of years ago, the last Emperor Realm experts in the divine world were the 5 great emperors. Only Xianxia knew that the 5 incomparably powerful Emperor Realm experts were only the guardians of the ancient Yuan clan. From that moment onwards, Xianxia knew that the entire world, the entire divine world, was much, much bigger than he had imagined. Emperor Realm experts weren't the only ones. Just as the boundless demon lord had said, even though his strength had been suppressed for countless years, causing his strength to degenerate to the Emperor Realm, he was still not someone that anyone could go against. Xianxia knew that the moment the Emperor Realm expert, the limitless demon lord, stepped out of the gates of the divine court, it would be the greatest calamity in the history of the divine world. Insignificant tricks. Your Fuxi's ether is no longer as glorious as it was back then. You want to suppress me with a damaged divine weapon? Ha ha ha, what an idiot. The boundless demon lord roared and struck out with his palm. The mountains and rivers shattered, the wind blew, rocks flew, and the rain hit the duckweed. The entire gate of the divine court seemed to be on the verge of collapse. The battle between the emperors was clear to see. The two of them clashed with each other and unleashed their ultimate techniques. At this moment, everyone could see that the Fuxi ancestral god's figure was getting dimmer and dimmer. However, the boundless demon lord was getting stronger and stronger. It was clear that the boundless demon lord was the one who was the stronger one. A broken soul, a broken weapon, how are you going to fight against me? The boundless demon lord struck out 9 palm strikes in a row. The sky darkened and the wind and rain swayed. Xianxia and the others were pushed back again and again. The oppressive might of an emperor expert had shocked them greatly. Xianxia, Yu Jingxian, and even Songzan and Konging knew very well that if the Fuxi ancestral god lost this battle, they would vanish from the divine court's gate and the world would descend into chaos. Don't come to a conclusion so easily until the very end. A broken soul is enough to seal you for 500 years. Fuxi said in a deep voice. You want to wait for the next reincarnation? Haha, then I shall prepare myself before the reincarnation of heaven and earth. I shall not destroy the reincarnation shall not be able to do anything to me. The boundless demon lord roared in anger. He punched out with his fist, creating a huge crater in the ground. The Fuxi celestial race was pushed back again and again. Where is Zhonghun? Suppress him. Fuxi clenched his fist and a dragon soul descended from the skies. It was a gigantic golden dragon that descended from the sky, piercing through the layers of clouds and roaring. However, the golden dragon looked deeply at Xianxia. At that moment, Xianxia felt extremely uncomfortable. Why was the dragon's soul looking at him? Divine weapon soul? Was it this move again? Even if you have the soul of the divine weapon and your broken weapon, it's impossible to suppress me. The limitless demon lord broke through the suppression of the dragon's soul once more, wreaking havoc in the skies as he struck out consecutively. The dragon's soul was severely injured by the limitless demon lord as it smashed heavily onto the mountain ridge. A deafening rumble rang out as the body of the dragon's soul was already riddled with wounds. Breaking the zither with a single finger. Fuxi roared in anger. The Fuxi zither in his hand changed several times. Invisible strands of zither intent turned into flowing lights and colorful rainbows that filled the skies, enveloping the boundless demon lord completely. The seas are silent, the earth is boundless. Who can do anything to me? The boundless demon lord broke through the net of zither and shot up into the skies, his aura shaking the heavens. The boundless demon lord's unparalleled demonic might finally forced the Fuxi celestial race to retreat. I've said it before. You're not my match. The era of the gods has ended. I, boundless demon lord, shall reign supreme from now on. Ha 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 ha. Boundless demon lord slammed down with his palm. He wanted to destroy the last remnant soul of the Fuxi celestial race. Lad, lend me your divine weapon. Bell, cauldron. At this moment, Fuxi looked at Xianxia and said in a deep voice. Xianxia was stunned. He knew what the ancestor god Fuxi was referring to. At this moment, Xianxia was not stingy at all. If the ancestor god Fuxi couldn't suppress the boundless demon lord, they would all die without a burial ground. Hence, there was nothing he couldn't give up. Take the cauldron. Xianxia waved his hands. The myriad chi cauldron and the bell of the Eastern Emperor appeared in Xianxia's hands. Although he was extremely shocked that Fuxi knew about the existence of the myriad chi cauldron, he didn't have time to care about it at this moment. The golden dragon shall return, the Eastern Emperor shall come. Fuxi bellowed. The golden dragon let out a roar and flew up to the 9 heavens, fusing with the bell of the Eastern Emperor. Xianxia's expression turned solemn. So, that golden dragon was the spirit of the bell of the Eastern Emperor. The moment the golden dragon and the bell of the Eastern Emperor fused together, Fuxi's eyes lit up. He kept the myriad chi cauldron and the bell of the Eastern Emperor. With the divine weapon in his hand, he struck out forcefully. The divine cauldron was unparalleled, blotting out the sky. The divine bell was extinct, piercing through the ages. The cauldron and the bell completely suppressed the boundless demon lord. At this moment, the boundless demon lord's face turned extremely ugly. He cried out in shock and wanted to escape. However, it was already too late. The Fuxi zither in Fuxi's hand had already smashed down from the sky. 3 divine weapons. How is this possible? How is this possible? I can't accept this. Fuxi, if you have the ability, fight me for 500 rounds. The divine weapons descended from the heavens. The 3 peerless divine weapons completely suppressed the boundless demon lord. It was impossible for him to break through the dome of the heavens. The 3 divine weapons glowed with golden light and layers of gravity, pushing the boundless demon lord back into the 5 Fingers Mountain. Fuxi, you bastard. You can't kill me. You can only suppress me. You hypocrite. I'll fight you to the death. The boundless demon lord's roars rang out incessantly, but Fuxi didn't give him a chance to resist. He wasn't in the mood to fight with him either. Fuxi's figure grew dimmer and dimmer. 500 years from now, the cycle of reincarnation will begin. It'll all depend on your luck then. He he he. Fuxi chuckled, but the boundless demon lord was already struggling to breathe under the pressure. 500 years, 500 years, in 500 years, I, the boundless demon lord, will return to the world. The heavens will never be able to hide my eyes again. The boundless demon lord's enraged voice reverberated through the void. At this moment, Louis, Tianqian, and the others were completely dumbfounded. The boundless demon lord that they were so proud of was actually being suppressed once again. This was simply too dramatic. They originally thought that the demon race of the Forbidden Land would have the chance to charge out of the Divine Continent and into the Central Region Divine Land. But from the looks of it now, it seemed that as the demon race grew, the Tao grew 10 feet. Their boundless demon lord was still being sealed once again. It's over. The demon lord has been sealed once again. Our hopes have been dashed. Louis Tianqian's face was ashen. Their initial hopes had been dashed. They had wanted to follow the demon lord and charge out of the divine race Forbidden Land to achieve unparalleled feats. But now, everything was gone. What accompanied them was an incomparably terrifying attack. Fushi's expression was solemn. He held the 3 divine weapons in his hands and looked at Xianxia and said, I'll use the last strand of my soul and the Fushi's ether to seal boundless demon lord for 500 years. I'll return the Shenong cauldron to you, and the bell spirit of the Eastern Emperor Bell will be your reward. Hee, kid, not bad. You've condensed a strand of Tao now. I hope that you'll be able to come back in 500 years and seal him again. I believe that you'll be able to do it in 500 years. Fushi looked at the sky with a smile, and his figure gradually became blurry. 2 divine weapons flew directly towards Xianxia. The myriad Qi cauldron and the Eastern Emperor Bell instantly appeared, attracting the attention of everyone. Those were peerless divine weapons that even ancestor gods feared. They were peerless weapons that could suppress the boundless devil lord. How could anyone not be moved by them? Fushi ancestral god, why is my myriad Qi cauldron called the Shenong cauldron? Jiangchen's heart was filled with confusion. He looked solemnly at Fushi's figure, but Fushi and the Fushi's ether were already gradually merging together. No one answered him. Jiangchen frowned. What was the relationship between the myriad Qi cauldron and the Shenong cauldron? The bell spirit of the Eastern Emperor Bell had already returned. However, Jiangchen knew that the current Eastern Emperor Bell had yet to reach its peak power. That was because this bell spirit seemed to be only half of it. As for where the other half was, even Jiangchen had no idea. In the end, Fushi defeated the boundless devil lord and sealed him again. Jiangchen knew that the black submerged flag was no longer of any use to him. Now, it was time for him to own it. However, he had too many questions that he wanted to ask Fushi. However, things didn't go as he wished. The disappearance of Fushi also caused the situation in the gate of the Divine Court to become delicate again. Can the 2 of you lend me a hand to kill this bastard? No matter where you are from, I, Songzan Kongying, will not pursue this matter. After all, Mr. Fushi had helped my ancestor to seal the ancient devil lord. I, Songzan Kongying, am very grateful for your kindness. Songzan Kongying said with a solemn expression. Jiangchen nodded. He had long since found Louis Tianqian to be an eyesore. He had almost died at the hands of this bastard, and had almost allowed the ancient devil to reappear in the world. All of this had been caused by this bastard, and if he wasn't killed, it would be difficult to appease the common people. Instantly, Louis Tianqian and the others' faces fell. Because they knew that this half-step divine emperor fella had 2 divine weapons protecting him. Those 2 divine weapons could suppress the ancient giant demon. How could they not be afraid? Not only that, they had also witnessed the might of the divine weapon earlier. Although they coveted it in their hearts, the current situation was no longer something they could control. Not to mention that Songzan, Kongying and the others were also eyeing them covetously. This battle was going to be a tough one. You want to kill me? It's too simple. Humph. Louis Tianqian snorted coldly. The 4 brothers glanced at each other and instantly fled. However, at this moment, Louis Tianqian and Jiangchen had already caught up. You want to leave? Don't even think about it. This is the ancestral land of our divine race. It's not a place where you can come and go as you please. Songzan Kongying shouted angrily and charged forward. At this time, both of them understood that this battle was unavoidable. At this moment, Jiangchen had already launched an attack with the Eastern Emperor Bell in his hand. Without any hesitation, the divine golden bell enveloped Songzan Kongying. Although Jiangchen's strength had not reached the Divine Emperor realm, it was enough to shake a Divine Emperor realm expert. Even Songzan Kongying didn't expect this half-step Divine Emperor to be so terrifying. He was also silently speculating about the background of this person. How could he possess such shocking means and 2 divine weapons? who wouldn't be envious of him? However, they knew that they should fight against the enemy together. They would never let Louis Tianchen and the others leave safely. Once they knew that there were pioneers of the demon race in the gate of the divine palace, they would definitely not let it go. They might even launch a large-scale attack. At that time, the demon race of the Forbidden Land would launch a full-scale attack. This would definitely be a terrifying thing for the war between the demon race and the divine race of the Forbidden Land. Therefore, Songzhan Kanying, Wu Yu and the others had already made up their minds to not let them leave this place. Even Jiangchen was shocked. He did not expect Songzhan Kanying and the others to be so desperate to kill Louis Tianchen and the others. Jiangchen held the Eastern Emperor bell in his hand. Compared to Songzhan Kanying, he was not any weaker. Under the attack of the two, how could Louis Tianchen survive? In less than the time it took for an incense stick to burn, Jiangchen, Songzhan Kanying and the others had completely annihilated Louis Tianchen and the others in the gate of the divine palace. All of them had suffered different degrees of injuries. For a moment, the atmosphere in the gate of the divine palace became extremely cold. Thank you for your help, Mr. I was able to kill Louis Tianchen and the others. But, the black submerged flag in Mr.'s hand seems to belong to our Forbidden Land divine race. I hope Mr. can return it. Songzhan Kanying said with a smile, his eyes filled with arrogance. Even Jiangchen did not expect that Songzhan Kanying would turn hostile faster than flipping a page. He had just helped him kill Louis Tianchen and now he was asking for the black submerged flag. It was ridiculous. The black submerged flag already has an owner. Plus, it doesn't belong to your Forbidden Land divine race. If you want it, come and get it yourself. Jiangchen said faintly. Undoubtedly, it was a declaration of war against Songzhan Kanying, implying that if Songzhan Kanying wanted it, it would depend on his own ability. Since Mr. is so stubborn, then I will have to ask for it. Songzhan Kanying took a step forward, closing in on Jiangchen. Jiangchen held the Eastern Emperor bell in his hand and unleashed the God sealing formation, sealing Songzhan Kanying's movements. Songzhan Kanying didn't gain the upper hand in this short exchange of blows. Ha ha ha, Mr., good move. Songzhan just wanted to befriend Mr., please don't be offended, please don't be offended. Songzhan Kanying said with a smile, completely different from before. He knew that it was impossible for him to defeat this half-step divine emperor in a short period of time. His heart was filled with fear. If he fought with Jiangchen to the death, then the situation would be out of his control. Therefore, he could only watch the black submerged flag being handed over to Jiangchen. However, he was thoroughly shocked after entering the gate of the divine court this time. He even saw the battle between the Emperor realm experts and found out about his ancestor. What worried him the most was the ancient giant demon that was once again sealed under the ground. 500 years. His ancestor only sealed him for 500 years. What would happen after 500 years? The entire Forbidden Land divine race might fall into a state of panic. Mr., would you be willing to return to the Forbidden Land's divine clan for a chat? Songzhan should thank you for saving his life. The Forbidden Land's divine clan and the common people of the world are all reliant on Mr.'s efforts. Otherwise, it would be impossible to seal such a peerless demon. Songzhan Kanying's face was plastered with smiles, but how could Jiangchen not know what he was up to? Let me stabilize myself first. Perhaps the black submerged flag in my hands, the myriad chi cauldron and the Eastern Emperor bell are the things that he really cares about? There's no need. I like peace and quiet. Jiangchen said faintly and quickly left the forbidden area with Yu Jingxian. Brother Songzhan, do you think this person will betray us? Jiang Mingho said in a low voice, looking at Jiangchen's back with some suspicion. I don't think so. I hope he can be reasonable. Let's not talk about this matter for the time being. Since he could help Fuxi ancestor god to suppress the demons, he shouldn't be related to the Forbidden Land's devil clan. As long as he doesn't affect our great plan, it's fine. Songzhan Kanying waved her hand and said. In fact, the main reason was that they had no means to deal with Jiangchen. Otherwise, how could he let go of the treasure that was already in his mouth? At this moment, Songzhan Kanying's heart was bleeding. However, this matter could not be disobeyed. What he should be thinking about the most should be what they should do after 500 years. Time passed like a song, and the lantern was always lit. 500 years passed in the blink of an eye. Their future was now an unknown. At the foot of the myriad Saint Mountain, Xianxia looked at Jiangchen's back silently. Her eyes were filled with confusion and she couldn't tell what it was. Why did you lie to me? My beloved Mr. Jiang? Xianxia's words were like pearls. Her eyes were filled with tears. She bit her red lips tightly and her body was trembling. Jiangchen sighed. Even though he tried his best to cover himself up, he was still exposed in front of Xianxia. All of this did not mean much to him, but he did not want to hurt Xianxia any further. Why didn't you show your true face to me? Why did you leave without saying goodbye? Why didn't you say a word to me even though you were by my side? The furthest distance in the world should be when you were by my side, but you refused to rely on me, right? Answer me, why? Do you really like to run away? But why did you come back to me? Why do you want to bring back my memories? Jiangchen was speechless. He knew that in terms of friendship, he did not owe Xianxia anything. However, in terms of love, he was just a humble practitioner. The things that he carried on his back were not something that Xianxia could understand. He did not want to put pressure on her. However, could all of this really be over? Perhaps from the beginning, when Jiangchen left without saying goodbye, it was already irreversible for Xianxia. But now, she finally understood what an ill-fated relationship was. It was the sorrow of separation. If it was love, it should be in his heart. If it was hate, he should blame her for abandoning him. If it was the sorrow of separation, it should be over after so many years. Are you still hating me? Hating me for leaving you alone? I'm sorry. Jiangchen understood Xianxia's helplessness. However, the self-blame in her heart would never disappear. In order to obtain the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart and to save her father, she had abandoned Jiangchen. Although he survived, the person who had been through life and death with her, Jiangchen, whom she could trust with her back, would never be here again. It was because she had betrayed him. Xianxia had always been looking for Jiangchen. She wanted to apologize to Jiangchen. At this moment, she finally let out all the suppressed feelings that she had accumulated for many years. That kind of carefree and sorrowful feeling was constantly intertwined. The pain of separation was something that she did not want to experience again in her life. She loved him but she could not help herself. She understood him but she hid it well. Xianxia cried like a tearful person. Ever since Jiangchen left the clan, she had been chasing after him. She had been asking questions and searching for Jiangchen's whereabouts. Finally, she became the princess of the Green Feather clan. Because she was the descendant of the 9 generations of Yu clan, her strength was very strong. She had been breaking through constantly. She thought that she would finally have the chance to find Jiangchen. However, she did not expect that he would be by her side. Xianxia could not understand, but she believed that as long as she kept thinking about it, there would be an echo. After a long separation, their hearts were connected. Jiangchen's indifference and calmness made her realize how sad and ridiculous she was. But she knew that it was all her own fault. If it was her, perhaps the hatred would be engraved in her heart for the rest of her life. Jiangchen trusted her the best, but she gave him the cruelest way to kill him. Xianxia knew how painful it must be for him to be reborn from the ashes, to be completely disheartened. This was something that she had never experienced before, but Jiangchen knew it very well. Xianxia's heart was filled with torment. She knew that no matter what she said now, it would be useless. Jiangchen shouldn't have forgiven her. She should be the one to bear the consequences of her wrongdoings. Actually, I don't hate you anymore. Jiangchen shook his head and said in a low voice. He felt lonely and depressed. He could not bear to see a woman cry. Xianxia's words made him ask himself again and again, was his heart really as still as water? Han Yan asked him to look for Xianxia. Did he not have any hope in his heart? Jiangchen should have thought of this earlier. Paper could never keep fire. He would expose himself sooner or later, especially in front of the meticulous Xianxia. Jiangchen knew that everything was wrong from the beginning. The moment the two of them met again, they were destined to be entangled with each other forever. Jiangchen didn't know that Xianxia was right. Really? Yu Jingxian was shocked. She did not ask for too much. She only wanted to look at him quietly from afar. She would be satisfied if he really did not hate her anymore. Everything she did was worth it. She would have no complaints and no regrets. Yu Jingxian knew that she wouldn't be so magnanimous if she was in Jiang Chen's shoes. It wasn't easy for Jiang Chen to bury the hatchet with her. She knew that it was a gift from the heavens for him to appear in her life again. Ever since I found out that you had a life and death duel with me for your father, I no longer hated you. Everyone has their own path in life, and everyone has their own beliefs and pride. When I went to your family, if it wasn't for you, perhaps I wouldn't have stayed there. But life is never perfect. Even now, I am still the same. I have too much hatred that I need to resolve. I have too many debts that I need to make. I have too many relatives that I need to find. If I could live a peaceful life, who would be willing to wander from place to place? Jiang Chen said with a bitter smile. The bitterness at the corner of his mouth made people feel helpless. Yu Jingxian knew that she still did not understand Jiang Chen. But she was willing to use the rest of her life to change for Jiang Chen. If you love someone, you must be willing to sacrifice yourself. I am willing to wait for you until the end of time, until the sun never rises, until you and I are never separated. Yu Jingxian said in a low voice. Her eyes were full of determination. Since she had made up her mind, she would chase after him at all costs. Her fate had been determined when she left her family. In this life, she must find Jiang Chen, no matter where he was or whether she would be separated by life or death. That day, I don't know when it will be. I hope that you can wait until that day. I hope that I can reach that day. Jiang Chen slowly turned around and saw Yu Jingxian's tearful face. He opened his arms and gently embraced her. At that moment, Yu Jingxian cried tears of joy. She had been waiting for this moment for too long. She could not believe it. At that moment, she felt like she was dreaming. She really threw herself into Jiang Chen's arms. At that moment, she did not care even if the sky fell and the earth collapsed. Jiang Chen knew that she was carrying too many things on her back. He could not make a promise to Yu Jingxian. He could not let Yu Jingxian go through life and death with him. If that was the case, he would look very selfish. After a long time, they finally separated. Yu Jingxian could not help but ask, you must have a purpose for coming here. Is it related to the divine race in the forbidden area? Jiang Chen shook his head and said, no, I'm here to look for the heavenly thunder. You mean the mother and son? I just found out about the mother and son not long ago. My purpose is the heavenly thunder. I want to fuse with the heavenly thunder. However, the heavenly thunder is guarded by 2 divine emperor experts and there's an ancient formation. It's almost impossible to break through it in a short time. If the entire divine race in the forbidden area is attracted, I won't be able to turn the situation around. Jiang Chen sighed. I know. So you thought of me. You want to follow me to the divine race in the forbidden area to find a way to enter the land of heavenly thunder. Yu Jingxian's eyes lit up. That's right. I hope that Songzhan Kongying can enter the land of heavenly thunder as soon as possible to find the mother and son. I'll need to rely on you for that. Jiang Chen smiled and said. All right. I won't let you down. The corner of Yu Jingxian's mouth curled up, revealing a playful expression. The most important person in her life was already here. Even if it was a matter of life and death, she would not hesitate at all. One must enjoy life to the fullest. Let's not waste any more time. Let's go back as soon as possible. I think the entire divine race in the forbidden area is in danger now. Songzhan Kongying will not let us go easily. He will definitely investigate this matter thoroughly. Jiang Chen said with a serious expression. The two looked at each other and no longer hesitated. They quickly rushed back to the forbidden area. In the tomb of the god of sin, countless divine souls and countless corpses were crawling out of their graves. Countless demons were fighting for supremacy. The entire northernmost area of the tomb of the god of sin seemed to have experienced an unparalleled war. However, after the divine tomb trembled for a long time, everything returned to normal. The gate of the divine hall was completely sealed, but there were some things that had already appeared. Once it was opened, there might not be any way to reverse it. Countless demons rose from the ground. The old and hunchbacked tomb guard silently watched all of this. His mission was to guard the divine tomb in this barren land. However, the sudden change made him surprised and shocked. Another epoch, another reincarnation cycle. We can't hide from it. It looks like the world is destined to become interesting again. Even if the vast expanse divine mausoleum can hold on for another 100 years, so what? During the reincarnation, I'm afraid that no one can escape the judgment of the heavens. The divine tomb should be silent forever, forever. The old man murmured. But at this moment, his figure turned into ashes and was blown away by a gust of cold wind in the divine tomb, disappearing from the divine tomb. In the forbidden land of the divine race, Xianxia opened up a cave and started to refine a divine tool in the middle of a mountain. Xianxia held the black submerged flag in his hand and a solemn expression appeared in his eyes. The black submerged flag was much more powerful than the divine submerged flag. Moreover, the majestic feeling it gave off was shocking. Although there was a dense demonic aura lingering around it, it was undeniable that it was a true divine artifact. The black submerged flag had completely reached the level of a primal origin treasure, and it had surpassed a mid-grade primal origin treasure. It was much more powerful than an ordinary primal origin treasure. Xianxia liked it more and more the more he looked at it. However, it was impossible for him to alter the black submerged flag with his current ability. However, he could alter the divine submerged flag a little. At the very least, he could increase the quality of the divine submerged flag. With the black submerged flag, the power of his formation would be more effective. Otherwise, Xianxia's divine submerged flag would be useless. The 33 divine submerged flags. Xianxia had already made the best preparations. It was not an easy task to increase the quality of all 33 divine submerged flags from a heavenly god artifact to an origin god artifact. Even to the current Xianxia, it was rather strenuous. Because the divine submerged flag was not a pure divine artifact refined by himself, it was a demonic artifact used for sacrificial rituals in ancient times. Hence, if Xianxia wanted to completely increase the quality of the divine submerged flag to an origin god artifact, it would depend on whether the divine submerged flag could withstand the test of the heavenly lightning and earthly fire. Xianxia was in the depths of the Zulong Tower. The flow of time was relatively slow, which was very beneficial to Xianxia's long and boring process of forging. Through the continuous refinement of the 3 types of heavenly lightning and the azure lotus starfire, the 33 divine submerged flags were finally refined to a peak origin god artifact. However, only Xianxia knew the pain and suffering he had gone through during this period of time. The black submerged flag moved and the 33 divine submerged flags rose with the wind. In an instant, Xianxia's formation changed again. Black submerged whirlwind formation, it was not inferior to the azure sword formation. Once the black submerged whirlwind formation was formed, there would be an unparalleled hurricane that would constantly blow. The world would spin, as if it was the end of the world. The hurricane would wreak havoc. Although it was only a preliminary formation, Xianxia could already feel how terrifying the black submerged whirlwind formation was. Even I am unable to fully control this black submerged whirlwind formation. The evil aura within the black submerged flag and the divine submerged flag is too strong. Looks like suppressing it will be an arduous task. Xianxia murmured. Although the black submerged flag and the divine submerged flag were divine weapons, the terrifying submerged evil chi was also extremely powerful. Once the 34 flags were activated, the formation would change. The submerged evil chi would rise to the sky, just like a peerless demon appearing in the world. Xianxia would be easily mistaken as a member of the demon race. Moreover, the submerged evil chi would greatly affect Xianxia's cultivation. Therefore, unless it was absolutely necessary, he would not use the black submerged flag and the black whirlwind formation. Xianxia stretched out his hand and held the 3 parchment scrolls tightly. The 3 galloping thunder diagrams were completely held in Xianxia's hand. However, he could not figure out what the secret of the galloping thunder diagram was. However, he knew that with the galloping thunder diagram in his hand, he would definitely benefit greatly in the fight for the sky lightning. Just as Xianxia was carefully observing the 3 galloping thunder diagrams, the 3 galloping thunder diagrams merged into one and finally formed an invisible web. This invisible web was similar to a spider web. Moreover, there were tiny lightning snakes on the spider web. As the lightning snakes flickered, they were faintly discernible. Xianxia did not know why, but this spider web must be of great use. After keeping the spider web formed by the 3 galloping thunder diagrams, Xianxia received a message from Xianxia the moment he came out from his seclusion. She said that Songzhan Kongying was ready to enter the Sky Lightning grounds and had invited her along. Needless to say, the purpose of this invitation was for the sake of Lei and his mother. What I want really comes true. I must obtain the 1,000 flame annihilation lightning. Xianxia directly followed Xianxia and the others to the Sky Lightning grounds. For Xianxia, he was already somewhat impatient. As long as he entered the Sky Lightning grounds, he would have the opportunity to obtain the 1,000 flame annihilation lightning. Once the 4 types of Sky Lightning were merged, Xianxia would be able to erupt an extremely terrifying power. Moreover, it would not be difficult for him to break through to the Divine Emperor realm. At this moment, within a towering mountain forest in the surroundings of the Sky Lightning grounds, a purple-robed man with a golden crown on his head had a drastic change in expression as he abruptly stood up. The surrounding green stones and ancient trees were instantly turned into dust. The 3 people around him were also forced to retreat. Their faces were solemn as they looked at the purple-robed man before them with slight disbelief. "Third Prince, what's the matter? Why are you so angry?" Kong Ledi asked in shock. Louis Zhenyi's expression was extremely ugly. Kong Ledi had to pluck up his courage to ask this question. If the 3rd prince was enraged, he would have to retreat and be severely injured. Han Yan and Ling Qianqian looked at each other. Both of them were confused as well. They had no idea why Louis Hen would be so furious. They couldn't figure it out. Louis Zhenyi took a deep breath and said word by word with a solemn expression. Tian Chen and the others died in the forbidden area of the Divine Clan. Father is furious and he wants me to investigate this matter thoroughly. I must find out who killed Tian Chen and the others. Louis Zhenyi's words made the 3 people's expressions change drastically. This news was simply too shocking for them. The 4 of them were not ordinary people. 4 Divine Emperor realm experts, and they were the princes of the Devil Clan in the forbidden area. However, they were killed mercilessly. This news was indeed very sad for Louis Zhenyi. Even they were extremely shocked after hearing it. How powerful must the person be to be able to kill 4 Divine Emperor realm experts? Only the most powerful experts of the Divine Clan in the forbidden area could do it. Ordinary people would not be able to find them. Prince Tian Chen, Prince Di Chen, Prince Xianchen, Prince Huang Chen. The 3rd prince and I will definitely avenge you. Kong Ledi said while gritting his teeth. His expression was quite unpleasant at this moment. Even if he was putting on an act, he still had to act extremely sad. Han Yan's eyes were filled with disdain. This Kong Ledi was just a henchman. Although Han Yan thought of Jiang Chen, there were 4 Divine Emperor realm experts after all. Even Jiang Chen might not be able to kill them. After all, they were no longer in the 9 regions immortal world. The gap between experts was getting smaller and smaller. Especially after reaching the Divine Emperor realm, there was a chance for them to step into the Emperor realm. No Divine Emperor realm expert could be killed so easily. The most eye-catching existence below the Emperor realm was definitely not an ordinary person. This is not a trivial matter. It seems that the news of us entering the land of heavenly lightning has been leaked. Ling Qianqian said in a low voice. They didn't know whether the other princes would leak the news of them entering the land of heavenly lightning or not. Even if it wasn't leaked, the fact that the 4 princes were killed in the territory of the Divine Clan in the forbidden area was definitely worth considering. Qianqian is right. Your Highness, it seems that we have to be more careful. Kong Ledi agreed while Han Yan looked indifferent. He had never been a talkative person. Not to mention the 3rd prince, even the patriarch of the Devil Clan, Louis XVII of the forbidden area might not be able to make Han Yan talk so much. This was his nature. He would only open his heart completely when he was with Jiang Chen. Don't let me find out who he is. Otherwise, I, Louis Zhenyi, will crush you to pieces even if I have to give up my cultivation. Louis Zhenyi reached out his hand and crushed the supreme grade jade stone that he had been playing with for dozens of years. It showed how furious he was at the moment. The death of Louis Tianchen and the other 3 princes was a great sorrow for Louis Zhenyi. It was also a matter of the glory of the Devil clan in the Forbidden Area. Louis would never allow such a thing to happen again. Furthermore, his father had ordered him to investigate this matter thoroughly. He would spare no effort to find the culprit and make him suffer the greatest pain in the world. Lung Mo, go and guard the entrance of the land of heavenly lightning. Report to me immediately if there is any disturbance. Louis glanced at Han Yan and said in a low voice. All right. Han Yan didn't say much and turned to leave. This matter was a great blow to Louis, and it was related to the glory of the Lewis family and the direction of the war against the demon race. Han Yan couldn't be bothered to discuss these things with them. I'll go too. After Xianxia finished speaking, she quickly caught up with Han Yan. This bastard. Louis was very angry. Han Yan even dared to steal the woman he liked. Although Han Yan didn't really fight with him, he always looked at him with disdain, which made Louis very unhappy. Xianxia liked him, so how could Louis not be angry? In the forest, Han Yan walked carefully in the Thunder Rush mountain range outside the Sky Thunder grounds. Xianxia caught up with Han Yan and followed beside him. Is there something on your mind? Xianxia asked. How could I have anything on my mind? Han Yan shrugged his shoulders. His face was as calm and indifferent as ever. Don't doubt a woman's sixth sense. It's very accurate. Xianxia smiled faintly. She rarely smiled, but her smile was enough to topple a city. Han Yan was startled and his face turned red. He looked at her and shook his head. Maybe we are not from the same world. Han Yan's words made Xianxia even more confused. They were both from the Forbidden Land, grew up together, and worked together for the Lewis family. If they weren't from the same world, then who could be? Are you worried about Louis? Don't worry, he won't interfere with us. Even if he's the prince of the Forbidden Land, he can't. Xianxia said in a low voice. I hope so. Han Yan also smiled faintly. Xianxia rarely saw Han Yan smile. Ever since he started cultivating in the Forbidden Land, he had only seen it 3 times. If I betray the Forbidden Land one day, will you think that I'm an ungrateful person? Why do you ask? We were both saved by Demon Lord Louis of the Forbidden Land. Isn't the Forbidden Land good? Why do we have to betray him? The Demon Lord treats you better than anyone else, and it's the same for me. Even the third prince is jealous. I don't know how big the outside world is, but the Forbidden Land's devil race is my forever home. Why are you thinking so much? Life and death, love and hate, shouldn't they all just be a part of our lives? If we live, we must live to the fullest. Who cares about our reputation? Xianxia smiled elegantly. In her heart, the Forbidden Land's devil race was her home, and Han Yan was her love. It was that simple. The outside world is very exciting, but it's also very helpless. Ha ha ha, I hope that day won't come. Han Yan laughed. His whole person became incomparably free and easy. He seemed to have understood something. Xianxia's words had given him a great inspiration. For the Forbidden Land's devil race, Han Yan didn't have an unbreakable love, but an irreparable friendship. Louis XVII had saved him, so he had done many things for the Forbidden Land's devil race all these years that he was unwilling to do. Now that little Xianxia had come, his life path had begun to fluctuate. He had to go to the outside world eventually. The Forbidden Land's devil race was just a small place, it couldn't trap him. However, Han Yan was a person who valued friendship. He couldn't do something like cutting off his friendship. At least in these years, Louis XVII had put him in an important position. For Han Yan, he had to distinguish the gratitude of saving his life. He had done enough for the Forbidden Land's devil race all these years. It was time for him to leave this place. Han Yan glanced at Xianxia. To him, love was too extravagant. He didn't know if there would be a day when he would spend the rest of his life with the one he loved. The Forbidden Land's devil race's schemes and his yearning for the outside world had made him turn a blind eye to Xianxia's love. Han Yan was afraid that once he left, he would never return. He was afraid that he would become a fetter in her life. The Forbidden Land's devil race was a worry that they couldn't get rid of. At this moment, Han Yan slowly stopped in the vicinity of the Sky Thunder grounds. More than 10 figures were constantly descending from the void. Among those figures, Han Yan also felt a trace of familiar aura. Someone's coming. Xianxia and Han Yan looked at each other. Both of them could feel that there were people closing in on them, and their strength was definitely not ordinary. Go and tell the third prince that I'm here waiting for him, Han Yan said in a low voice. All right. Han Yan and Xianxia's eyes met. They brushed past each other and went their separate ways. At this moment, Han Yan also felt Jiangchen's presence. There were 4 divine emperors and the rest were half-step divine emperors. There were 11 of them, including Jiangchen and the princess of the Green Feather clan that he met previously. Looks like little Chenzi is not in a good situation this time, Han Yan thought. There were 4 divine emperor experts. Besides him and the princess of the Green Feather clan, the rest were from the Forbidden Land. It would not be easy for Jiangchen to obtain the heavenly lightning. This time, he must rely on Han Yan's strength. Although Han Yan could not change the situation by himself, he was from the Forbidden Land. It would be easy for him to start a fight since he was from the Devil race. Your Highness, this is the land of heavenly lightning that was guarded by the Forbidden Land during the era of the Divine race. There is a terrifying heavenly lightning here. The lightning mother and child are formed once every million years. They are comparable to a divine-grade pill, Songzong Kongying said with a smile. At this moment, 3 silhouettes appeared not far from them. They were the 3 divine emperor experts that Jiang Chen and Yu Jingxian had seen at the gate of the divine court, Wu Yu, Zhu Qianqian and Jiang Mingho. At this moment, Jiang Chen's countenance slightly changed. This fellow really wanted to make sure that nothing would go wrong. Not only did he bring 3 divine emperor elders from his clan, he even brought Zhu Qianqian and the others here. It seemed like he was determined to get the mother and son this time. Or perhaps, he did not intend to give the mother and son to Yu Jingxian at all. He just wanted to show her how powerful the divine clan of the Forbidden Land was. Yu Jingxian glanced at Jiang Chen. Both of them knew that it was impossible for them to get the lightning mother and child with Songzong Kongying's current situation. 7 divine emperor experts and 7 half-step divine emperor experts. This force could even do whatever they wanted in the central region divine land. It seems like your highness is not confident in getting the lightning mother and child. You actually sent so many people here. He. Yu Jingxian covered her mouth and laughed. Her eyes were filled with a hint of mockery. Ha. Your highness, you might not know that the lightning mother and child are not that easy to get. If you make a mistake, you might lose your life in the land of heavenly lightning. Songzong Kongying laughed and ignored Yu Jingxian's words. He brought Yu Jingxian here to teach her a good lesson, to let her know how powerful the divine race was. He also wanted her to understand that the mother and son would never be given to her. However, if she wanted to marry into the Songzong clan, she could consider it. Songzong Kongying laughed. Oppressing others with force. That was what Songzong Kongying meant. While they were talking, a group of more than 10 people had arrived at the land of heavenly lightning. Other than Jiang Chen and Yu Jingxian, the rest were all from the Forbidden Land. 9 of them were from the Infant Earth clan. Wu Yu and the other 2 were just here to support them. Greetings, Old Ancestor Songzong, Old Ancestor Ju Ming. Songzong Kongying stepped forward and clasped his hands to greet the Old Ancestor. 1,000,000 years passed by in the blink of an eye. To think that you've grown so big. The younger generation will surpass us in time. Songzong Kongying, did your father say when he would come out from his closed-door cultivation? A white-haired old man stepped out from the void, his eyes burning like torches as they landed on Songzong Kongying. Reporting to Old Ancestor Songzong. My father is still in closed-door cultivation. He did not say when he would come out. Thank you for your concern. Songzong Kongying said. Your father is a peerless martial maniac. I wonder if he can break through the shackles this time. Looks like he's determined. It's rare for him to go into closed-door cultivation. Old Ancestor Songzong nodded and said with a solemn expression. Since you're here, let's start. Get ready. The lightning mother and child will be condensed in half a day. At that time, the 2 of us will suppress the heavenly lightning. You just need to take the lightning mother and child. Old Ancestor Ju Ming said. Yes, I will follow the Old Ancestor's order. Songzong Kongying said solemnly. He was only one realm away from the two old ancestors. However, this realm was something that some people might not be able to cross in their lifetime. The Mid-Divine Emperor realm was an unparalleled realm that Songzong Kongying had always looked up to. He had broken through to the Divine Emperor realm for more than 300,000 years, but it was extremely difficult for him to take another step forward. Not to mention the Mid-Divine Emperor realm, he couldn't even reach the peak of early Divine Emperor realm. From this, it could be seen that the two Mid-Divine Emperor realm old ancestors were unreachable. When Xianxia saw the two of them again, he felt a great pressure. He might have a chance against one of them, but if he had to face two old ancestors who guarded the heavenly lightning grounds at the same time, Xianxia knew that he wouldn't have the confidence to win. There must be a reason why the two of them could guard this place for millions of years. They were powerful and loyal. At this moment, the lightning snake spider web in Xianxia's hand trembled a little. A terrifying aura could be felt from the canyon in the distance. Everyone's eyes were fixed on that direction. It was like a huge furnace that could explode at any time. Even Songzong Kongying and the others were extremely cautious, not daring to make any movements. Among the group of people, only old ancestor Songzong and old ancestor Ju Ming could maintain their composure. The two of them had been guarding this place all year round and had a deep understanding of the heavenly lightning. Everything has a spirit. The heavenly lightning has already developed a spirit of its own. Its strength is terrifying. If it wasn't for the ancient formation that trapped it and the fact that it was heavily injured in the past billions of years, it wouldn't be able to stay here quietly. Old ancestor Ju Ming said in a deep voice. There was a tinge of fear in his voice. It was imaginable how terrifying the heavenly lightning was. Even a mid-divine emperor realm expert had to keep it a secret. How long has the heavenly lightning been here? Yu Jingxian couldn't help asking. Old ancestor Ju Ming glanced at Yu Jingxian and said in a low voice. Xianxia squinted his eyes and was shocked. This heavenly lightning had existed for hundreds of millions of years. In other words, this heavenly lightning grounds had existed for a very long time. The ancient formation here was extremely strange. Even Xianxia couldn't see what was so special about it. It seemed like it was left behind during the ancient times to seal the heavenly lightning. Otherwise, the heavenly lightning would have already charged out like a wild horse. Half a day later, the lay mother and son will be completely formed. You must be careful and not be reckless. There was once a disciple of my clan who lost his life while trying to snatch the lay mother and son because he was anxious. This is not a legend. Ancestor Songzong's eyes were cold as he said solemnly. Xianxia looked around and saw that the people around him were all ready for battle. It was almost impossible for him to strike now. It seemed like Songzong Kongying was well prepared and there wouldn't be any accidents. Xianxia glanced around and saw that the people around him were all ready to fight. At this moment, Yu Jingxian glanced at Xianxia with a sigh in her eyes. She transmitted her voice to Xianxia. Xianxia, don't act rashly. Otherwise, you won't be able to escape with so many people around you. Xianxia smiled and nodded. Yu Jingxian was also worried that Xianxia would act rashly. If that happened, he would definitely be buried in this heavenly lightning grounds. However, Xianxia wasn't that impulsive. Without absolute confidence, Xianxia wouldn't act. Xianxia could only wait silently for an opportunity. He had already sensed Han Yan's presence. His soul power spread out. The soul of an emperor realm expert was definitely stronger than any of them. Xianxia discovered Luizhini and the others. However, Luizhini didn't notice Xianxia's presence at all. Tell the prince of Lui clan that Lui Tianxian and his brothers were killed by Songzong Kongying. Wu Yu, Zhu Qianqian, and Jiang Mingho are all here. You should know what to do, right? Ah Yan. Xianxia said through his spiritual sense. The corner of Han Yan's mouth curved into a smile. What Xianxia meant was to let them fight each other, only then would he be able to reap the benefits. With Xianxia's strength, it was naturally impossible for him to face these people head-on. Whether it was the divine race or the devil race, he had no chance of winning. Therefore, he could only let them kill each other. The death of Lu Yi, Tianxian, and the others was the best catalyst. Once both sides were enraged, the entire land of heavenly lightning would become an excellent battlefield. At that time, the heavenly thunder and earthly fire would be ignited, and both sides would not give in or retreat. The true chaotic battle would definitely begin at that moment. Han Yan didn't disappoint them. Before he could turn back to help Ling Qianqian and the others, they had already rushed over. Did you find anything? Leng Yimo Luizhini glanced at Han Yan indifferently. There's a major discovery. I don't know if Leng Yimo should say it. Han Yan whispered. Luizhini frowned and said coldly, haven't you always been known for your outspokenness? If you have something to say, just say it. Don't be so wishy-washy. It's not the style of the devil race in the Forbidden Land. I heard those people talking about Prince Qianqian's death. Luizhini's face darkened when he heard Han Yan's words. He stared at Han Yan and said, go on. Among these people are the murderers of the Tianshan fourth prince. They are Songzan Kongying from the Earth Infant tribe, Wu Yu from the Earth Bull tribe, Zhu Qianjin from the Wuming tribe, and Jiang Mingho from the Earth House tribe. Han Yan said word by word. His expression was calm and composed. Did you hear it clearly? Luizhini continued to ask. Their eyes met. Han Yan was not afraid at all. Absolutely. Good, good, good. Songzan Kongying, the divine race of the Forbidden Land. So it's you. Looks like we'll have to fight to the death today. Luizhini said while gritting his teeth. His purple cloud cloak was fluttering and the golden crown on his head was trembling. The murderous intent in his eyes was terrifying. Even so, don't forget that the two guardians of the heavenly lightning land are mid-divine emperor realm experts. We're not sure if we can take them down, Kong Ledi said while gritting his teeth. At this moment, he became more quick-witted. As long as the mother and son are mature, the two mid-divine emperor realm guardians will definitely resist the heavenly lightning and let the people of the divine clan of the Forbidden Land take it. That will be the best time for us to take action. Han Yan said in a deep voice. What do you mean? Are you trying to send me to my death? Even so, if the two mid-divine emperors were to turn their spears around, wouldn't we be dead for sure? We must take revenge for Prince Tianshan and the others, but we must know how to judge the situation and not act rashly. Kong Ledi said with dissatisfaction. His eyes flickered coldly across Han Yan. It's hard to achieve great things if you're afraid of the slightest thing. Are we going to be cowards? Once the two guardians go to suppress the heavenly lightning, they won't be able to get away in a short period of time. If we don't strike now, it'll be more and more difficult to make a decision. The opportunity is right in front of us. Do you think there's a better chance for us to strike now? Furthermore, the mother and son are right in front of us. I think the third prince is determined to get them. As long as we kill Songzan Kongying, the infant earth tribe will lose their leader. The entire divine race of the Forbidden Land will definitely fall into chaos. That's what the Devil Lord wants. As for the mother and son, they're just a bonus in his heart. Han Yan's expression was as clear as a mirror as he said indifferently. Luizhini's eyes lit up. He couldn't help taking another glance at Han Yan and nodded. You're worthy of being the Emperor Father's most trusted subordinate. It's not unreasonable for Father to trust you. It's a rare opportunity. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. But, Kong Ledi wanted to say something but was interrupted by Luizhini. Leng Yimo is right. This is our only chance. Get ready for battle. Once the two guardians go to suppress the heavenly lightning, it'll be our time to strike. Tianshan, I'll definitely take revenge for you today. Luizhini closed his eyes and his expression was cold. Han Yan, Ling Qianqian, and even Kong Ledi knew that revenge was inevitable. However, the most important thing was to achieve something at this moment. Only then would they be able to gain the merits and achievements of the devil race in the Forbidden Land in the future. Luizhini would definitely not let go of such an opportunity. Kong Ledi's heart was beating like a drum. However, Leng Mo's words were reasonable and he couldn't refute him. It seemed like this revenge battle was inevitable. Kong Ledi was very depressed because Louise Hen didn't believe him and didn't listen to his advice at all. But then again, Leng Mo's suggestion wasn't bad, but he felt that he should be more cautious and not be too reckless. However, this was indeed a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Once Songzan Kongying and the others were killed, the devil race of the Forbidden Land would definitely sound the horn to counterattack. At that time, the infant Earth tribe would be like a group of dragons without a leader, and the divine race of the Forbidden Land would be in deep trouble. Then, the devil race of the Forbidden Land would definitely take the opportunity to sweep away all the obstacles and occupy every inch of the divine land. Although Louis Hen was very strong and smart, the only thing he had was his desire for grandiose achievements. No one else had such a good opportunity, but he got it. If he went deep into the enemy's territory and fought desperately, it would definitely be effective. Although he didn't like Leng Mo, he had to admit that Leng Mo's suggestion was very good. And it was exactly what he wanted. Leng Mo. Once we succeed, I'll remember your great merit, Louis Hen said in a deep voice. Kong Leti glanced at Leng Mo and felt a little uncomfortable. But now that Louis Hen had made up his mind, he couldn't change the situation. Thank you, Third Prince, Han Yen said faintly. He had always been like this. However, in Kong Leti's eyes, this guy was obviously trying to mystify things, and he might even be feeling complacent in his heart. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. This is a heaven-sent opportunity, we must seize it. Listen to my command, you must kill Songzong Kongying. He's the first. If there's a chance, then we'll kill them all. My father will definitely be shocked, ha ha ha. Louis Zheni strode forward calmly and confidently. In this battle, he would definitely make a name for himself. In order to inherit the throne of the devil race in the Forbidden Land in the future, Louis Zheni would definitely become the king of this battle at all costs. Once the stalemate between the devil race and the divine race in the Forbidden Land was broken, he would become the pioneer of the devil race in the Forbidden Land. He would be remembered as the pioneer of the devil race in the Forbidden Land. After all, the two races had been fighting in the divine land for countless years, but they had never been able to break the balance. Leng Xianxia followed behind Han Yan. At that moment, Han Yan's expression was calm. He knew that he had achieved his goal. Now, it was time for them to fight. However, they still had to wait for the Forbidden Land's Protoss to reveal themselves before Louis Zheni could rush forward. This kind of opportunity was indeed hard to come by. If it wasn't for Han Yan and Jiang Chen adding fuel to the fire, then the result would be unpredictable. At this moment, in the Sky Thunder Field, the roar of the Sky Thunder Field became louder and louder. The entire canyon seemed to be filled with deafening thunder. Ancestor Songzan and Ancestor Zhu glanced at each other, then the two of them soared into the sky and headed straight towards the Sky Thunder Canyon. Are mother and son finally going to come out? Jiang Chen murmured. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Now, it was time to see how messy they could make this place. The more chaotic they were, the faster the devil race would come. At that time, Jiang Chen would be able to retreat and reap the benefits. He must obtain mother and son. It would definitely be a great help for him to fuse with the Sky Thunder. Jiang Chen already had a slight understanding of the Thousand Flame Destruction Thunder. However, its terror was self-evident. Even with the suppression of the ancient formation and two mid-divine Emperor realm experts, they could barely control the situation. It was imaginable that it would be extremely difficult for Jiang Chen to devour the Sky Thunder. Protect me, I'll go get mother and son. Songzong Kongying said in a low voice. The people of the Songzong clan and Wu Yu's group of 3 were on guard, fearing that something might happen. Songzong Kongying had so many experts to protect him. He wasn't worried that the princess of the Cyan Feather clan would take action because she was too weak. She wouldn't be of any help at all. He asked her to come here to have a look. He wanted her to witness his strength and the strength of the Infant Earth clan. Don't get close to them later. If it doesn't work, we'll just avoid them. These guys are not easy to deal with. What I'm most worried about is the Sky Thunder that has turned into a spirit. Jiang Chen glanced at Yu Jingxian and said with a telepathic message. He couldn't help but feel a little worried, or it could be said that his great divination art had an ominous premonition. He didn't know what would happen at this time. However, according to Ancestor Songzan and Ancestor Zhu, they were sure that they would win. After all, they had been guarding the Sky Thunder Field for millions of years. I know. You have to be careful too. Yu Jingxian looked at Jiang Chen. She didn't care about the mother and son anymore. As long as she could live well with Jiang Chen, it was all up to God's will. She had found her true love. Everything else was just fleeting clouds. Rumble, rumble, the sound of thunder rolled thousands of miles away. Everyone's heart was incomparably heavy, especially Songzon Kongying. This was the first time he came to take the mother and son. He didn't know how dangerous it would be. However, the two ancestors told him to be careful. This meant that it wouldn't be as easy as he had imagined. Up in the sky, Ancestor Zhu Ming and Ancestor Songzon had already rushed into the Sky Thunder Canyon. Bolts of lightning pierced through the sky. The two ancestors continuously forced the lightning back, shrinking the space where the lightning could strike. The terrifying power of the sky thunder made even Xianxia feel incomparably serious. Even he didn't dare to underestimate it. It seemed that the sky thunder was much stronger than he had imagined. Hurry up and take the mother and son. What are you waiting for if not now? Ancestor Songzon roared. Songzon Kongying didn't dare to be careless and quickly rushed into the Sky Thunder Canyon. At that moment, everyone's gaze was focused on the canyon. Songzon Kongying was especially excited. In the middle of the canyon, there was a place with the densest thunderbolts. Lightning spiderwebs filled the gaps and an oval blue gem the size of an egg appeared in front of Songzon Kongying. Songzon Kongying's face lit up with joy, and her eyes were filled with excitement. I found it, Ancestor. Songzon Kongying tried to make a move several times, but was blocked every time. The terrifying electrocution descended from the sky, causing Songzon Kongying to be in a difficult situation. Songzon Kongying tried to make a move several times, but was repelled by the heavenly lightning. The blue gemstone, which was the lightning mother and son, was clearly right in front of her, but it was so far away that Songzon Kongying couldn't get her hands on it. Layers upon layers of heavenly lightning curtains spanned across the valley, blocking Songzon Kongying completely outside, making it difficult for her to move forward. Don't be afraid. You must break through the heavenly lightning barrier to obtain the lightning mother and son. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Only by enduring hardship can you achieve great things. Old Ancestor Songzon's voice echoed in the canyon, causing Songzon Kongying's expression to turn even more solemn. He clenched his teeth and charged into the heavenly lightning barrier. That was because Songzon Kongying knew that he had to obtain the lightning mother and son in order for the entire infant earth tribe to stand above the Forbidden Land, the divine continent, and even establish his prestige among the Forbidden Land's divine clans. He had to take this step. Even if he was seriously injured, he wouldn't hesitate. Moreover, with so many people protecting him, what was there for him to worry about? What a terrifying heavenly lightning barrier. Songzon Kongying is going to suffer a little, Xianxia said with a smile. The heavenly lightning barrier had completely isolated the space between him and the lightning mother and son. How could it be that easy to break through the heavenly lightning barrier? Even Xianxia wouldn't dare to say that he could snatch the lightning mother and son without any resistance, let alone Songzon Kongying, who didn't have any strong resistance against the heavenly lightning barrier. Songzon Kongying tried to break through the barrier several times, but he was struck by the heavenly lightning barrier. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth, but the heavenly lightning barrier was still in front of him. It didn't change at all. Songzon Kongying's expression became more and more unsightly. He even thought of retreating. However, he didn't want to give up. He knew that he couldn't take the risk himself. He needed everyone's strength to break through the heavenly lightning barrier. That way, he would have a greater chance of snatching the lightning mother and son away. Wu Yu, the rest of you, come over here. Help me block the lightning. Songzon Kongying said in a deep voice. Wu Yu and the other two changed their expressions. However, they had no other choice. If they chose to retreat at this time, they would undoubtedly betray Songzon Kongying and their days in the future wouldn't be good. They still needed Songzon Kongying's help in the future to occupy the throne of their respective clans. If they lost Songzon Kongying of the Infant Earth tribe, they would definitely fall into a predicament as the second in command of the Infant Earth tribe. Collusion of benefits was often the most trustworthy. Songzon Kongying knew that they would definitely make a move, no matter how unwilling they were. The four divine emperors took action at the same time and charged into the lightning barrier. The three of them blocked several bolts of lightning in succession and guarded the first step for Songzon Kongying. However, the terrifying lightning was also extremely dangerous for the three of them. Any slight mistake could cause them to fall into eternal damnation. Therefore, they were extremely careful. Now's the time. Songzon Kongying squinted his eyes. The pressure on Songzon Kongying was reduced a lot after the three of them blocked the impact of the lightning barrier. Although there were still bolts of lightning striking down, it wouldn't be a problem for her to resist them for a short while. Songzon Kongying gritted his teeth and reached out to grab the lightning mother and son. At this moment, the aqua-blue lightning mother and sun became overflowing with colorful flowing lights like rippling water. Songzon Kongying didn't have much time to think and directly grabbed the lightning mother and sun. However, 9 bolts of lightning struck down furiously, severely injuring Songzon Kongying and the other 3. The scene was hair-raising. Although Songzon Kongying had seized the lightning mother and sun, he felt that all the lightning in the entire canyon seemed to be pouring down towards him. The tide-like attack made Songzon Kongying's expression change. Run! Songzon Kongying's eyes almost popped out. Wu Yu and the other 2 naturally wouldn't stay here and wait to be struck by the lightning. Songzon Kongying rushed out for the first time, but the lightning seemed to have locked onto him. Bolts of lightning fell from the sky and locked onto Songzon Kongying. F*CK my ancestor, isn't this 2F*King weird? Songzon Kongying wanted to cry but had no tears. At this moment, Wu Yu and the other 2 had already retreated from the boundary of the Sky Thunder Canyon, but Songzon Kongying couldn't move an inch. Holding the lightning mother and son in his hands, Songzon Kongying's heart was filled with anger. He had risked his life to get them. He would never leave them behind. Xianxia and Xianxia looked at each other with a smile on their faces. At this moment, Songzon Kongying was in great pain. Xianxia couldn't help but laugh at the sight of his embarrassing situation. However, his eyes were still on Songzon Kongying's hands because the lightning mother and son were there. Old ancestor, I can't hold on any longer. Songzon Kongying shouted in a deep voice. The heavenly lightning had completely blocked his way out. The bolts of lightning were like punishment from the heavens, leaving Songzon Kongying with no way out. Old Ancestor Zhu Ming and Old Ancestor Songzon were also in a difficult situation at this moment because they were also entangled by the heavenly lightning. They wanted to retreat, but they realized that there was no way out. The 2 mid-divine emperor experts had fallen into a passive situation. Their situation was even more terrifying than Songzon Kongying's. This damn thing's strength is much stronger than it was back then. Old Ancestor Zhu Ming exclaimed. The seal of the ancient formation must have weakened. That's why this fella is so unscrupulous. It wants to trap and kill us here. Old Ancestor Songzon's face became more and more gloomy. They originally wanted to resist the attack of the heavenly lightning and let Songzon Kongying find a chance to seize the lightning mother and son. But now, they were in a dilemma and the situation was extremely dangerous. Xianxia squinted his eyes. His chance was not far away. I will take the lightning mother and son from Songzon Kongying later. Be careful. We are not the only ones here. Xianxia was stunned by Xianxia's words. She immediately understood what Xianxia meant. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Although she did not know who it was, the battle had just begun. Hurry up and help me resist the heavenly lightning. Songzon Kongying said with a pale face. At this moment, everyone had joined the battle, including the half-step Divine Emperors, Wu Yu and the other 2. Except for Xianxia and Xianxia, everyone else had joined the battle to help Songzon Kongying block the terrifying heavenly lightning. Otherwise, Songzon Kongying would probably be trapped in a difficult situation. Old Ancestor Songzon and Old Ancestor Zhu Ming were controlled by the 1,000-flame destructive lightning. Songzon Kongying and the others were also in danger. At this moment, the entire Sky Thunder Canyon became cold and solemn. Here's our chance. Xianxian and Leng Mo, you 2 go and seize the lightning mother and son from Songzon Kongying. It's time for us to start a massacre. Humph. Songzon Kongying was powerful, but she was still troubled by the heavenly lightning barrier even though she had joined hands with several Divine Emperor experts. Everyone's faces turned pale as they fell into a passive situation. They did not know how to deal with the terrifying heavenly lightning at all. Fortunately, the 2 old ancestors were keeping the heavenly lightning spirit busy. Otherwise, they would have been completely annihilated here at any time. At this moment, although Songzon Kongying and the others were in a dangerous situation, they were finally stabilized. The only people that they needed to worry about were old ancestor Songzan and old ancestor Juming. They were originally fighting against the heavenly lightning spirit, but now, they were being suppressed by the heavenly lightning spirit. It was easy to imagine the fury of the heavenly thunder spirit that its million-year-old crystal had been stolen. Moreover, with the passage of time, a crack had appeared in the ancient formation. As a result, the power and methods that the heavenly thunder spirit could use had become increasingly terrifying. That was why Ancestor Songzan and Ancestor Juming had been trapped by the heavenly thunder spirit. They had fallen into a deadlock for a time, unable to advance or retreat. Will the two old ancestors be devoured by the heavenly lightning spirit? Yeah, I'm also worried that the old ancestors will be in danger. Don't talk nonsense. The two old ancestors' strength has reached the peak. We can't be compared to them. As long as we escape from here, they will definitely break free immediately. That's not necessarily true. I think the two old ancestors are also in a very difficult situation. Everyone was incomparably worried, but right now, it could be said that they couldn't even protect themselves. This result was completely unexpected, even for the two old ancestors. They didn't know that a crack had appeared in the ancient formation. After 1,000,000 years, the heavenly thunder spirit had become a lot stronger than before. That was why they were trapped in the formation and couldn't get out of it in a short period of time. Xianxia and Xianxia were just sitting on the mountain and watching the tigers fight. Both of them were too weak, only at the half-step divine emperor realm. Therefore, Songzan Kongying didn't care about them at all. A skinny camel is still bigger than a horse. Compared to her, the princess of the Green Feather clan was just a little girl. Why would Songzan Kongying care about her? Songzan Kongying, how have you been? Ha ha ha, Louise Hen, am here. A deafening roar reverberated through the void. The surrounding heaven and earth seemed to have darkened. Demonic chi rose up, and sorcery clouds covered the sun. The atmosphere was heavy. Songzan Kongying's expression changed. He had never expected that the devil race would appear at this time. He had been very secretive, but the news was still leaked in the end. Songzan Kongying couldn't help feeling gloomy. They were in a predicament now. The appearance of Louise Hen was more terrifying than the heavenly lightning. In the past, Songzan Kongying had fought with Louise Zheni. If the two of them weren't almost the same in strength, Songzan Kongying would have won the battle. In the end, both of them suffered heavy losses and were forced to retreat 3,000 li. Both of them were old acquaintances. Therefore, from the moment Louise Zheni appeared, Songzan Kongying knew that he would have a hard time today. Louise Zheni was not a hothead. Songzan Kongying had never been able to gain the upper hand against him. Now that Louise Zheni was waiting for an opportunity to ambush him, Songzan Kongying knew that Louise Zheni must have been prepared for this. It's you. You're really cunning. You even came to the heavenly lightning land. Aren't you afraid of being consigned to eternal damnation? Humph. Songzan Kongying shouted in a deep voice. His eyes were sharp and unforgiving. Haha, I'm afraid that it's someone else who will be consigned to eternal damnation today. Now that you're in such a sorry state, it's time for me to take over this battle. Louise Hen stood proudly and stared at Songzan Kongying. Those people were all heavily injured, so it was impossible for them to escape from the attack of Louise Hen and Kongying. Louise Hen, do you really want to fight to the death with me? Don't forget what kind of place this heavenly lightning land is. It's the territory of our divine clan. When our people come, I'm afraid that you won't be able to escape. Songzan Kongying said in a deep voice. He had no confidence in dealing with Louise Hen. Is that so? I'd like to see where your reinforcements are. Haha, when they come, I'm afraid that you'll all be dead by then. Are you trying to play tricks with me? You're still too young. I thought that the two old ancestors of your divine clan would be able to fight against the heavenly lightning, but I didn't expect that the two old ancestors of your divine clan would be wrapped up by the heavenly lightning and lose their chance. Are you going to wait for them to come and save you? Right now, they should be like clay bodhisattvas crossing the river, unable to protect themselves, right? Luozen's eyes were cold as he said in a deep voice. Since he had come here, he was determined to kill Songzan Kongying. He wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to deal a heavy blow to the infant Earth tribe. Louise Hen, how dare you? Once the two old ancestors come out, all of you will die. Songzon Konging took a step forward and shouted fiercely. In my opinion, you're just a paper tiger. You should know better than anyone else that you don't stand a chance anymore. Luozen's lips curled up slightly. Everyone's expression became extremely ugly. Luozen's current strength was indeed enough to defeat them. Under the impact of the heavenly lightning, he had lost most of his combat strength. Now that Louise Han had come, they could only try their best to deal with him. Attack. Kill without mercy. As soon as Luozen's voice fell, Kong Ledi, Ling Qianqian and Han Yan immediately took action. Although the three of them were only half-step divine emperors, Songzon Konging and the others were shocked the moment they took action. Even Wu Yu and the others were dumbfounded. The three of them were definitely comparable to divine emperors. Even if they were at their peak, their chances of winning would not be more than 50%. Therefore, this battle had become extremely difficult. The show is finally about to begin. Xianxia smiled faintly. Louise Han and the other three immediately rushed into the battle. Even though there was a heavenly lightning barrier in front of them, they were not afraid at all. They only had one goal, to rush into the heavenly lightning barrier and kill the two half-step divine emperors of the infant earth tribe. They didn't care who the heavenly lightning would strike, as long as it didn't strike them. Under the heavenly lightning barrier, Songzon Konging and the others were extremely cautious in their attacks. Louise Han held his spear in one hand and his body was like a hook, treading across the sky and killing two half-step divine emperors from the infant earth race. Fresh blood sprayed across the sky, splashing onto Songzon Konging's face. He knew that this was going to be a tough battle, and their chances of winning were slim. Now, he could only hope that the two ancestors could break through the encirclement of the heavenly lightning as soon as possible. Only then would they have hope. Han Yan and Xianxia looked at each other and smiled. They then moved towards Songzon Konging together with Ling Qianqian. They only had one goal, to take Lei and his mother away. The dreadful heavenly lightning was still striking down unceasingly. Blood-curdling screams resounded incessantly in the entire Sky Thunder Canyon. The experts of the infant earth tribe couldn't withstand Louis dreadful attacks at all. They were all heavily injured. Louis, who was at the Divine Emperor realm, had crushed everyone. Adding on to the fact that all of them were heavily injured, it was a one-sided battle for Louis. No one could compete with him. On the other side, Han Yan and Ling Qianqian had already rushed towards Songzon Konging. The two of them quickly took action. Songzon Konging's expression changed. He quickly retreated and wanted to dodge. However, Han Yan and Ling Qianqian had already prepared for this. How could they let him escape? Han Yan's strength was on par with Xianxia in a bare-handed battle. It was enough to show how dreadful he was. Even if he hadn't reached the Divine Emperor realm, his strength wasn't inferior to Xianxia's. Ling Qianqian had also cooperated with Han Yan countless times. The tacit understanding between them was needless to say. She directly blocked Songzon Konging's way of retreat. Under the pincer attack of the two, Songzon Konging was in a dilemma. Han Yan's terrifying fist aura was like Mount Tai pressing down on Songzon Konging. Songzon Konging was being suppressed by Han Yan's terrifying fist aura. Ling Qianqian took advantage of the situation to chase after Songzon Konging, causing her to suffer unspeakably. As for the people of the infant earth tribe, it was even more difficult. Even with Wu Yu and Zhu Qianqian fighting against Louis, they were still in a passive position. Bastard! You bunch of evil scum of the demon race. I, Songzon Konging, will definitely kill you all. Songzon Konging roared in anger. However, he still couldn't resist Han Yan's storm-like pressure. He was in a difficult situation. His face was pale as he held the mother and son tightly. They were his last hope. Now, Songzon Konging could only place his hope on the two old ancestors. He didn't know how they were doing. If they were also unable to resist the heavenly lightning spirit, he might really die here today. Han Yan and Ling Qianqian were like a hot knife cutting through butter. Even Songzon Konging at his peak might not be a match for them, not to mention that he was already at the end of his tether after enduring the round after round of heavenly lightning strikes. Songzon Konging's entire body trembled as his injuries worsened. Furthermore, the lightning mother and son pair were also pushed back by Ling Qianqian and were snatched away by Han Yan. Songzon Kongying's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. His face was ashen as he continued to retaliate, trying to charge out of the divine lightning region. Being attacked from both front and back, the surging lightning made it extremely difficult for him. Lei and his mother were already in his hands, but Han Yan was not in a hurry at this moment. Instead, he and Xianxia continued to fight against Songzon Kongying and the others. Although Louis Zhenu was defeated, he still needed to be careful when facing 6 early divine emperors alone. After all, it was extremely difficult for him to fight against 6 early divine emperors alone. A divine emperor was not to be underestimated. How could they be underestimated? Louis Zhenu's peerless godly spear was unstoppable. He was able to deal with the 6 divine emperor realm experts with ease. Wu Yu and the others were in great pain. 2 divine emperor realm experts were completely defeated by Louis Zhenu. They could barely fight back. Xianxia squinted his eyes. Now was not the best time for him to take action. Only when Han Yan betrayed them would it be the best time for him to take action. At this moment, he would let them exhaust each other. Luozin's side had the absolute upper hand. Xianxia did not know whether the 2 old ancestors would be able to walk out alive. However, if the 2 mid-divine emperors were to die, Xianxia would have to think about whether he would be able to devour the 1,000-flame destructive lightning. Although Xianxia was full of expectation and excitement, he would not act blindly. Judging from the current situation, the 2 old ancestors would not be able to gain any advantage over the heavenly thunder spirit. Therefore, Xianxia should be more clear-headed and understand that the battle was far from over. He must preserve his strength. Yu Jingxian was a little anxious. She looked at Xianxia and said, "Isn't that the young master Leng Mo that we met before? He's here too. Shouldn't we take action now?" "Don't worry. That young master Leng Mo is definitely not a match for me," Xianxia said with a smile. "But that divine emperor expert is too powerful. We might not be able to achieve the best result if we take action now," Yu Jingxian said in a low voice. Xianxia did not take any action. She just stood behind him quietly. Time passed by. Kong Ledi also attacked aggressively and killed all the half-step divine emperors. At this moment, Songzon Kongying was already panicking. The 3 divine emperors were killed by Louis Zhenu. Although he was gradually stabilizing the situation, it was almost certain death for him. "Ancestor, oh ancestor, when will you come out?" Songzon Kongying was struggling in her heart. If all the people of the Earth Infant tribe, including herself, were to die here, it would be the day when the Devil clan of the Forbidden Land would attack. Now, it was equivalent to her controlling the fate of the divine clan of the Forbidden Land. The reason why the Earth Infant tribe had never been defeated was because of her. If she was killed, the Earth Infant tribe would be in chaos and the Devil clan of the Forbidden Land would be in chaos. "It's impossible for the 2 of you to kill me." Songzon Kongying rushed out of the heavenly lightning grounds. Her fight with Han Yan and Xianxia became a lot easier. The heavenly lightning grounds gradually thinned, and Songzon Kongying became more at ease when facing the 2 of them. After all, she was the substitute clan leader of the Earth Infant tribe. If she didn't have the strength, how could she be the leader? Although his position was not stable yet, his father was in closed-door cultivation and his big brother had yet to return. He was the only pillar of the Earth Infant tribe. Han Yan and Xianxia's expressions didn't change either. Songzon Kongying, who had broken free from the suppression of the heavenly lightning, finally displayed her terrifying power. No wonder she was an expert on par with Louis Zhenu. The young experts of the Forbidden Land's divine race weren't weak either, and Songzon Kongying was one of them. "Get out of here." Songzon Kongying held the serpent spear and attacked the peak of the firmament. Han Yan and Xianxia retreated. He was unstoppable. He was determined to take back the mother and son from Han Yan. "Kong Ledi, come and help!" Xianxia shouted. Kong Ledi had just arrived. The 3 of them joined forces to fight against Songzon Kongying. Songzon Kongying fell into a difficult battle. Songzon Kongying, to think that you would have such a day. Haha. The Forbidden Land's divine clan will definitely tremble under the feet of my demon clan. You so-called descendants of the gods are just a joke. Luozin's spear was boundless and domineering as he pointed it at Songzon Kongying. Songzon Kongying's face changed drastically. Everyone had been killed, and he was the only one left. He couldn't do anything by himself. Songzon Kongying's qi and blood were tumbling in his body, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale to the extreme. He was so flustered that he was forced to retreat again and again by the three of them. Although he was still able to stabilize the situation, Luozen's bloodthirsty spear had already locked onto him. Even if I die, I will drag you guys down with me. Songzon Kongying was covered in blood. He was furious. It was impossible for him to kneel down and beg for mercy. All right, then I will fulfill your wish. From today onwards, the Infant Earth clan will no longer have a patriarch. Ha ha ha. Louise Hen roared as he raised his spear. Facing Songzon Kongying, he slammed his spear down without any hesitation. The sky darkened. Brat, how dare you! A loud roar resounded from the sky as an oar rippled. Two figures instantly appeared and blocked the spear. They were Ancestor Songzon and Ancestor Juming. However, the two of them had clearly suffered heavy injuries. They had used all their strength to barely escape from the heavenly lightning spirit. They were already heavily injured. Even if they managed to block Luozen's spear, their situation was still extremely dangerous. Old Ancestor! You guys are finally back. Songzon Kongying cried tears of joy. The two old ancestors had finally escaped from the heavenly lightning canyon when he was at his most desperate moment. However, the two old ancestors had clearly suffered heavy injuries and the situation did not look good. But to Songzon Kongying, the current situation was pretty good. At least he did not need to fight alone anymore. The two mid-divine Emperor realm old ancestors were definitely not that weak. As long as they were here, there was still a chance to turn the situation around. Those two old farts are actually still alive? Haha, looks like you guys are really lucky. However, you guys are already like arrows at the end of your flight. Even if you survive, what can you do? Lu Yizhani looked down on the crowd, his heroic spirit did not diminish. He faced Ancestor Songzon and Ancestor Juming without any fear. Kid, you talk big at such a young age. Even if your ancestor, Louis XVII, was here, he wouldn't dare to say such words. Today, you dared to start a massacre in my Forbidden Lands territory, so you should understand that no one can save you. Ancestor Songzon bellowed. Is that so? I would also like to see if the two patriarchs are as powerful as the rumors say. Luozenii said proudly. If our strength hadn't been damaged, would you still dare to say such words? But even so, I don't need to go through much trouble to deal with you. Ancestor Juming said with a gloomy expression. The smile on Jiang Chen's face became even more gratified because the two of them were able to escape from the heavenly lightning spirit. This meant that the heavenly lightning spirit's strength should not be stronger than theirs. Now that the two of them were seriously injured, the heavenly lightning spirit would definitely not be in a good state. Otherwise, the heavenly lightning wouldn't have weakened. Jiangchen knew that his chance had finally come. Compared to the mother and son, he was more interested in the heavenly lightning. As long as he could obtain the heavenly lightning spirit, the mother and son were not as important as the heavenly lightning spirit. However, Jiangchen had other plans for the mother and son. Now that everything was ready, he only needed one thing. As long as the crisis here was resolved, he could rush into the Sky Thunder Canyon without fear. At that time, whether or not he could resist the Sky Thunder spirit would depend on his luck. Jiangchen had to take this step, even if he knew that the Sky Thunder Canyon was full of danger and that he might not be able to return. Heavenly lightning spirit, you must be mine. Jiangchen clenched his fists tightly. His face was cold and indifferent, but his heart was filled with emotions. This kind of opportunity was very beneficial to him. The facts have proven that the two of you are still alive. You still want to fight with me? Ha ha ha, you're dreaming. Lu Yizhani was not afraid of them at all. They were seriously injured. If he still did not dare to fight with them, then he would have lost today's battle. As long as Songzon Kongying did not die, then everything would be in vain. Lu Yizhani was very clear that if the two of them had the ability to kill him, then it wouldn't have been as simple as blocking his spear just now. They would have definitely suppressed him with a thunderous method. The facts proved that they must have suffered considerable injuries, which was why they became so timid. Boy, it seems that you won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Today, I will definitely turn your bones into ashes. You're a survivor of the Devil Clan in the Forbidden Area. Ancestor Zhu Minglingling said. Lu Yizheni raised his saber and said in a deep voice, I'll accompany you to the end. Alright, I'll fulfill your wish. Ancestor Songzan sneered. After all, a skinny camel was still bigger than a horse. Although their strength had been greatly reduced, they were still mid-Divine Emperor experts. Although they were not as strong as before, they were still mid-Divine Emperor experts. Songzan Kongying was looking forward to the result. If the two old ancestors could not defeat Lu Yizheni now, then he would definitely die. The reason why Lu Yizheni dared to act so arrogantly was because the two old ancestors had lost their strength. Otherwise, he would have already escaped far away. However, Songzan Kongying still trusted the two old ancestors. The difference between a mid-Divine Emperor and an early Divine Emperor was like night and day. Only a true expert would be able to understand just how great the gap between the two of them was. Lu Yizheni's heart was also incomparably heavy. He was fighting against two mid-Divine Emperors at the same time, but he was still nervous. He hoped that they were injured and no longer as brave as they were in the past. Otherwise, he would only be able to escape. The three of them clashed in an instant. Lu Yizheni, Ancestor Songzan, and Ancestor Zhu Ming began to probe each other's strength because they didn't have the confidence to kill each other. However, their strengths were almost on par with each other. Both of them could only retreat at the last moment. This was the result that Xianxia wanted to see. For Xianxia, the final outcome would be a lose-lose situation. He had already made a foolproof plan. As long as one of them was defeated, it would be time for him to display his might. No one could stop him from pursuing the heavenly lightning, not even a god. Lu Yizheni was extremely courageous. He did not slack off when facing the two mid-Divine Emperor realm experts. After all, they were severely injured and their strength was almost at their peak. At this moment, Lu Yizheni was fighting against two mid-Divine Emperor realm experts at the same time. Songzan and Kongying were extremely worried, but they did not dare to slack off. Facing Han Yan, Ling Qianqian, and Kong Ledi, any small mistake could cause them to be beaten up or even be severely injured. Old Ancestor, oh old Ancestor, you must hold on. The Infant Earth clan cannot be defeated. The Divine Clan of the Forbidden Land cannot fall. Songzan Kongying was extremely sorrowful. At this moment, he seemed to be able to see the fox grieving for the rabbit's death. Every inch of the forbidden land of the divine race seemed to be dyed in blood. Everyone had despair in their eyes as they helplessly looked at the sky. Overlord Purple Golden Spear. Luosan's Chi soared into the Milky Way. His divine spear was matchless. His terrifying might swept across the sky. On the summit of the valley, old Ancestor Songzan and old Ancestor Zhu Ming could only defend passively. However, the two of them were extremely stable at this moment. Even if they were being suppressed, they were still able to deal with the situation with ease. After all, they were mid-Divine Emperor experts. Their battle prowess and means were superior. Therefore, even if they were heavily injured, it would not be easy for Louise Hen to defeat them. In the darkness, two silhouettes flashed continuously. Their eyes were filled with incomparable cold-blooded light. Looks like we've come at the right time. We're just in time for the final battle. The matter between the Divine Clan and the Devil Clan of the Forbidden Land is not something that we can interfere in. A silver-haired man said faintly with a hint of disdain. His entire body was shrouded in darkness, fusing with the rocks in the valley, hiding in the void. Hee hee. Can these few fellows be considered as real experts? It was a little shabby. However, the battle between the Forbidden Land's divine race and the Forbidden Land's devil race has indeed been going on for many years. Those two old fellows aren't weak, but it's a pity that their strength has already been depleted. Even if it's 2 against 1, they won't be able to gain the slightest advantage against that brat from the Forbidden Land's devil race. We just have to sit back and reap the benefits. The other yellow-haired man said calmly. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. These few fellows can only be considered to be clowns. The thing that they want is likely that so-called lay mother and son. The young man pondered for a moment before saying. That should be the case. With their abilities, wanting to move the heavenly thunder spirit is just wishful thinking. It's completely impossible. Sun Jian, you keep an eye on them. Our goal is to kill all of them. Their existence will only become our stepping stones. The yellow-haired youth said in a low voice. Got it. Brother Yuan, don't worry. These few fellows can't do much. They're just a bunch of kids playing house. Haha. If it wasn't for you stopping me, I would have beaten them up long ago. Sun Jian said with a smile and shook his head. His eyes were filled with disdain. Don't act rashly. Although those two old fellows have lost their strength, they're still mid-divine emperor experts. We should be careful to avoid any accidents. Our goal must not change in the slightest. Otherwise, it won't be something that you and I can control. This time, the heavenly thunder spirit is what we should be concerned about. We don't want to care about the matters between the Forbidden Lands divine race and the Forbidden Lands devil race. However, none of the people here can leave alive. Sun Yuan said quietly. The sharpness in his eyes was also filled with killing intent. His goal was to get rid of all the obstacles here at this moment. At this moment, the battle between Lui Zhini and Old Ancestor Songzan and Old Ancestor Zhu Ming had reached its climax. Although Lui Zhini's strength was not bad, he was not on the same level as the two Divine Emperor experts. The two old fellows had recovered some of their strength through the battle. At this moment, Lui Zhini had fallen into a passive position. The battle between the three of them became more and more intense. The valley was filled with dust. Lui Zhini's expression became more and more unsightly. On the other side, Songzan and Konging had fallen into a desperate situation. Han Yen, Songzan, come and get me. Lui Zhini shouted in a deep voice. He was already in a desperate situation. If he didn't seek help now, he would definitely die. All right. Kong Ledi's eyes narrowed slightly. He immediately responded to Lui Zhini's call and quickly went to help. Songzan Konging finally took a deep breath. However, facing the attack of the two mid-divine emperor experts, even with the help of Han Yen and the others, the two mid-divine emperor experts were still as stable as Mount Tai. Damn it. These two old fellows are really cunning. They actually fell into his trap. Lui Zhini was defeated one after another. He was already on the verge of a crisis. They can't fight against the two old ancestors after all. Songzan Konging let out a long breath. At this moment, he was finally able to get rid of the desperate situation. Otherwise, he would be the one in the most danger. Your Highness, these two old farts are too strong. We can't fight against them. Kong Ledi's expression changed. It was difficult for the four of them to fight against the two mid-divine emperor experts. The balance of victory was gradually tilting towards the Forbidden Lands side. We can't go against them. Let's go. Lui Zhini's face turned pale. He clenched his teeth tightly. He could feel the crisis at this moment. If he dragged it on, they would be the ones who would lose. Moreover, he might even die here with a grievance. For the sake of the overall situation, he could only retreat temporarily. Songzan Konging was the substitute patriarch of the Earth Infant clan of the Forbidden Land. It wouldn't be easy for him to kill him. Lui Zhini could only blame it on his bad luck. If the heavenly lightning spirit could kill the two old farts or make them lose their fighting strength, he would be the biggest winner today. Want to leave? Hee, it won't be that easy. You're not qualified to destroy the bloodline of the divine clan in the forbidden area. Old Ancestor Songzan sneered. The two of them retreated in order to advance, using the battle to nurture the battle, completely delaying Lui Zhini. As the saying goes, the older the wiser. At this moment, the sinister and cunning of these two old fellas were completely revealed. Zhu Ming, let them see who is the real expert. Old Ancestor Songzan looked at Old Ancestor Zhu Ming with a cold and decisive gaze. The two of them looked at each other and a terrifying aura spread out, covering everyone. Shit. Run. Lui Zhini and the others' expression changed, but it was already too late. Old Ancestor Songzan and Old Ancestor Zhu suppressed many people with their peerless aura. Even Han Yen was affected, but Lui Zhini was the first to be affected. Lui Zhini's body trembled as he was attacked by the two old fellas. A terrifying gale swept up the sky, causing the entire space to freeze. Lui Zhini pierced the void with his spear. The surrounding void was shattered, but he still couldn't escape from old ancestor Songzan and old ancestor Ju's hands. Louis Genie's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He wanted to break free, but his spear had already been crushed under the suppression of the two old fellas. Even his divine soul was severely injured. No, the shock in Louis Genie's eyes was also completely replaced by fear. In the next moment, he could already feel the aura of death filling his entire body. There was not the slightest bit of life force that could allow him to escape. "Your Royal Highness." Kong Ledi's body trembled. He, Han Yan, and Leng Qianqian were sent hundreds of zhang away, all of them were severely injured. The two old fellas immediately attacked Louis Genie. Louis Genie's divine soul was destroyed in an instant. Han Yan held Leng Qianqian's hand as they were severely injured by the two mid-divine Emperor realm old men. On the other side, Kong Ledi was completely dumbfounded. His master was dead and he was scared out of his wits. These two old men were too terrifying. Kong Ledi spat out a mouthful of blood. His expression was cold, and his entire body was trembling. At this moment, he was already an arrow at the end of its flight. If the person that the two old ancestors were dealing with was him, even if he had 10 lives, he wouldn't be able to survive. Even so, Kong Ledi and the other two old ancestors' expressions were extremely unsightly. Their strength was greatly reduced, and it was impossible for them to continue. "Ancestor is mighty." Songzan Kongying's eyes lit up. Louis Genie's death was undoubtedly the greatest benefit to him. The reputation of the God clan in the Forbidden Land was preserved, and their territory was protected. As long as he was there, the infant Earth clan would never fall. Patriarch Songzan and Patriarch Ju Ming looked at each other and let out a long sigh of relief. Killing Louis Genie had greatly damaged their strength and caused their faces to turn pale. The summit of the canyon had become extremely messy. Dust was flying everywhere, rocks were flying everywhere, and the sky was dark and gloomy. Jiangchen squinted his eyes and said with a smile, "Now, it's time for us to show up." Yu Jingxian smiled elegantly. Her smile was as beautiful as the blooming flowers of the 4 seasons. She had been waiting for this moment for a long time. The heavens will not disappoint those who wait. Finally, it's time to reap the rewards. Yu Jingxian and Jiangchen stood side by side. At this moment, the two of them soared into the sky. On the other side, there were also two figures that turned into a ray of light and flashed across the void. Jiangchen was stunned. He actually met two people head-on. When the two of them saw Jiangchen and Yu Jingxian, they were slightly startled. The 4 of them looked at each other. Jiangchen thought, "Shit, these two should have been waiting for a long time." The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. They seem to have come out a little too early. "Two half-step divine emperors, how dare you appear here? You're courting death. Get lost." Sun Jian roared in anger and struck out his palm, colliding with Jiangchen's. Jiangchen did not show any mercy. Both of them stared at each other across the sky. 10 miles of the sky was filled with explosions. "Be careful, Jiangchen." Although Yu Jingxian knew that Jiangchen was strong, she was still worried about his safety. At this moment, Jiangchen and Sun Jian were equally matched. Both of them took a step back. Sun Jian's face was filled with shock. He didn't expect that his punch wouldn't be able to kill this reckless kid. Instead, he was forced to take a step back by the impact. Such a terrifying half-step divine emperor. Sun Jian's heart shuddered. He had used at least 80% of his strength when he punched Jiangchen. He wanted to kill Jiangchen with a single strike, but the final result was unbelievable to him. "It's him?" Old Ancestor Songzan and Old Ancestor Juming were shocked. They recognized Jiangchen. This fellow wanted to enter the land of heavenly lightning, but he was forced to retreat by them. They did not expect this fella to want a share of the Thunder Rush mountain range. At this moment, the Thunder Rush mountain range was truly a gathering of heroes. "This kid is so terrifying," Songzan Kongying said with incomparable shock. She had originally thought that he was just a small attendant of the princess of the Cyan Feather clan. But from the looks of it now, she was gravely mistaken. The Cyan Feather clan definitely had a huge conspiracy and had long since wanted to seize Lei and his mother. No matter how many calculations we made, we did not expect this fella to be here. The Green Feather clan is really cunning, Songzan Kongying murmured. However, he no longer had the strength to fight back. Even the two old ancestors could only lament their incompetence. Given their current situation, they could be killed at any time. The two Divine Emperor realm experts were stronger than Louis Zheni. This half-step Divine Emperor had hidden his strength very well. No matter who they were, they all wanted to take the initiative. Then, the war would not stop for a second. Sun Yuan squinted his eyes. Lung Ling said, "Little fella, interesting. To be able to take a punch from Sun Jian. Seems like an interesting person." Xianxia stood proudly without backing down. Although he had come out a little too early, if he didn't deal with these two men, he was afraid that he would be killed by them sooner or later. "Who are you? This is not a place where you should be. A half-step Divine Emperor, do you really think that you can do whatever you want in the Thunder Rush mountain range?" Sun Yuan said faintly. "At least, no one can take away what I want," Xianxia said with a smile. "Such arrogance. Are you not afraid of losing your tongue? Do you really think that you can escape from here? No one dares to be so arrogant in front of me. Boasting shamelessly in front of me, looks like you're tired of living and want to die. Do you think that you can touch the things here? Do you really think that you're a deity from the 9 heavens?" Sun Jian's face was filled with coldness. That punch just now had made him extremely unhappy. This fellow was able to block his punch, he did have some ability. However, this fellow was not qualified to be on the same level as him. What you want should be the heavenly lightning soul, right? I also have the same intention. If you leave now, I can treat it as if nothing has happened. Otherwise, I will not be lenient towards you. Xianxia said with a faint smile and crossed his arms. How did you know? Could it be that you also want the heavenly thunder spirit? Sun Jian squinted his eyes and said in a deep voice. Sun Yuan remained calm and collected. At this moment, Xianxia's words had obviously shocked them. The heavenly thunder spirit was extremely terrifying, they did not have absolute confidence. Yet, Xianxia dared to be so arrogant, aiming for the heavenly thunder spirit. Was he not afraid of being struck into ashes by the heavenly thunder spirit? Even Ancestor Songzan and Ancestor Zhuming were heavily injured. Even Sun Jian did not dare to say that he was their opponent. Yet, Xianxia still dared to say that he wanted the heavenly thunder spirit. Sun Jian felt like he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Your courage is commendable. However, you don't have the qualification nor the ability to do so. Arrogance is a very sad thing. Sun Yuan looked at Xianxia and said with a faint smile. The arrogant one might be you. Xianxia said coldly. These two were not weak, but Xianxia was confident that he could fight against them. This was not arrogance, but confidence. Sun Jian, I'll leave him to you. After he dies, he will understand how stupid he is. Sun Yuan said. He did not want to fight against an arrogant person like Xianxia. He had more important things to do. You're still so flirtatious, still so strong. Han Yan smiled and said in a low voice. What did you say? Leng Qianqian's expression changed slightly. She had originally thought that they were doomed. However, it seemed that Leng Mo's surprise was not just limited to this. It's nothing. Han Yan shook his head. To be able to die together with you, I, Leng Qianqian, am satisfied. Leng Qianqian said in a low voice as she bit her red lips. All these years, she had always wanted to tell Leng Mo something from the bottom of her heart. However, she found it difficult to say it. After all, she was a woman. Moreover, if she revealed her love for Leng Mo, he would definitely be besieged by many geniuses of the demon race. Therefore, she would rather bury her love in the bottom of her heart. However, Leng Mo had always ignored her. Although the two of them were in love with each other, neither of them had managed to break through that layer of window paper. However, to Leng Qianqian, this was a matter of life and death. Her life was hanging by a thread. She had already sunk into despair. She would no longer continue to hide this love of hers. Who said that we will definitely die? Han Yan narrowed his smile. At this moment, Han Yan knew that he could no longer conceal his love for Leng Qianqian. Moreover, the girl had already expressed her love for him to such an extent. If he continued to pretend to be indifferent, he would perhaps regret it for the rest of his life. Han Yan knew that although he yearned to pursue the path of a supreme expert, he gradually understood that at this moment, he was the only one left in Xianxia's eyes. He could no longer ignore Xianxia's tenderness. The human heart was made of flesh, and his own love could no longer suppress the obsession in his heart. The reason why humans were human was because they had 7 emotions and 6 desires. No one was perfect. A truly emotionless person would never be able to reach the pinnacle. Because even if he did reach the pinnacle one day, if he looked around and there was no one who could share it with him, it would be an indescribable feeling of desolation. At this moment, the cold and emotionless Han Yan also had a chivalrous and tender side. Are we really not going to die? Xianxia's body trembled. She was not afraid of death. It was her last wish to die with Mo. However, who would be willing to die if they could live? Even an ant would want to live. Because he's my brother. Han Yan looked at Jiang Chen and the smile on his face became brighter. At this moment, Xianxia was completely stunned. That half-step Divine Emperor Realm man, the one who shook a Divine Emperor Realm expert with a single punch, was actually his brother. Wasn't he unattached and alone in the world? Xianxia's heart was filled with questions. She had never seen Han Yan smiling so happily before. Xianxia felt that the current Mo was a real person with flesh and blood. The current Mo was worthy of her pursuing for the rest of her life. Xianxia looked at Mo with a passionate gaze. The love between them had reached a new level at this moment. The two of them looked at each other. Although they didn't say a lot, they could see the adoration and appreciation in each other's eyes. As long as Jiang Chen is here, everything is possible. He has never let me down. He's my good brother for life. Han Yan held Xianxia's hand and said softly. Xianxia blushed as she looked at Jiang Chen. That man with his arms crossed gave off an unparalleled domineering aura. Although this man was unfamiliar to her, he was extremely powerful. Moreover, he was able to remain calm when facing the attack of a Divine Emperor Realm expert. This kind of spirit was not something that an ordinary person could possess. These 2 Divine Emperor experts were obviously not easy to deal with. The Divine Emperor expert who fought with Jiang Chen was even stronger than Lui Zhini. Sun Zhan and Sun Yuan looked at each other and sneered. They shook their heads and said, "Looks like you really think that you can turn the situation around. Do you think that you can stand on the same level as me just because you exchanged a punch with me? Killing you is as easy as taking something out of my pocket. If I wanted to kill you, it would be no different from crushing an ant." Jiang Chen looked at Sun Zhan coldly without any fear. His domineering words made Sun Zhan even angrier. This fella really doesn't know what's good for him. Looks like there's no need to waste any more time with him. You're courting death. In this Thunder Mountain range, no one dares to talk to me like this. You're the first and the last. Sun Zhan said angrily. He didn't know what kind of situation he was in. How could he think that he could look down on everyone? At this moment, Sun Zhan felt like mocking Jiang Chen. You talk too much. If you want to fight, let's fight. Today, no one can leave this place alive. Jiang Chen's eyes were as cold as ice. His eyes met Sun Zhan's. A battle was about to break out. Fella, you asked for it. Hee, I'll play with you today. Where did this guy come from? I'm afraid there's no such powerful expert outside the forbidden land of the divine continent that we don't know about. Han Yan looked at Xianxia and said in a low voice. Could it be that he's from that place? Xianxia looked at Han Yan in surprise. She was also confused and did not know where these people came from. But other than this explanation, it was hard to convince them. If he's really from that place, it seems that today's matter will be even more difficult to solve. Perhaps our situation will become unpredictable. Han Yan narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice. That place was the place that the Forbidden Land Divine Clan and the Devil Clan did not want to provoke. That was the Slaughter Tower. That was one of the most terrifying places in the Divine Realm, and it was not far from the Forbidden Land of the Divine Continent. These 2 people did not belong to the Forbidden Land of the Divine Clan or the Forbidden Land of the Uncomfortable Forbidden Land. Their identities were somewhat obvious. No matter what, I will always be by your side. Xianxia said in a low voice. To her, following her heart was her biggest dream. To her, the devil clan of the Forbidden Land did not belong to her. If she was not saved by Louis XVII of the devil clan, perhaps she would have left the devil clan long ago. But now, it seemed that she had done enough for the Forbidden Land divine clan. Hence, she did not want to be controlled by the devil clan anymore. Han Yan wanted to pursue his dream, and so did she. I hope that little Xianxia can hold on. These two people are obviously not easy to deal with. Han Yan was worried. But at this moment, there was no turning back. Only by taking one step further would there be a chance of survival. Xianxia and Sun Jian clashed together in an instant. Waves of horrifying qi rolled out. Above the vast sky, dark clouds filled the sky. The giant axe split the sky, shocking the world. The giant axe shadow that fell from the sky covered the sun and the sky, shrouding everyone within it. Xianxia's expression turned solemn. He raised his hand and the heavenly dragon sword drew out a sword light. It pierced through the void and collided with Sun Jian's terrifying axe shadow. A bright light was drawn out and a deafening sound was produced. The sound of metal colliding was so loud that the birds and beasts in the forest were startled. Han Yan and the others were forced to take a few steps back. Their faces were pale and their expressions were solemn. The collision of the sword and the axe formed a series of terrifying ripples, constantly changing between Xianxia and Sun Jian. Both of them were facing the challenge with incomparable determination in their eyes. Limitless sword, 15th blade. Xianxia's eyes were cold and his qi soared to the sky. He attacked aggressively and seized the initiative. Sun Jian did not expect that Xianxia would take the initiative in this battle. The scariest thing was that Xianxia's sword qi made his heart palpitate. It was as fast as a gust of wind and as shocking as a swan. When it moved, it was like a gust of wind breaking through the waves, and when it fell, it was like a leaf being cut by the autumn wind. In the hands of Xianxia, the realm of sword art was simply an unparalleled killing weapon. Except for Sun Jian, no one could feel the terror of Xianxia. That invisible throbbing was the unique aura of Xianxia's sword qi. The limitless sword, the sword art was endless. This was the true essence of the limitless sword. It was beyond the realm of the unity of man and sword, and the realm of the unity of heart and sword. Such a horrifying technique. Sun Yuan squinted his eyes. He knew that this man's strength was on par with Sun Jian's. As soon as the two of them exchanged blows, they both displayed their unparalleled strength. Especially that sword, it emitted a cold light that caused people's hearts to palpitate. As soon as the sword shadow appeared, it shocked everyone. It was not surprising that Xianxia could fight Sun Jian to a draw and even had the upper hand in the battle. However, Xianxia was only a half-step divine emperor and he managed to suppress Sun Jian. This was the most shocking thing. His sword qi swept across 100,000 li reincarnation axe. Sun Jian was domineering. He did not retreat but counterattacked. Both of them were facing each other with their auras clashing against each other. That kind of absolute domineering aura made the spectators' blood boil. The sky-splitting giant axe smashed down, causing the void around Xianxia to collapse. It was simply the punishment of the heavenly god. Above the sky, lightning and thunder rumbled. The axe shadow slashed towards Xianxia from all directions. There was almost no blind spot for him to escape. Divine golden bell, God sealing prohibition. Xianxia's eyes turned cold and he shouted in a deep voice. At this moment, his divine golden bell was invincible. Facing Sun Jian's horrifying attack, the axe shadow kept hitting the divine golden bell. However, it could not cause any damage to Xianxia. Because the Eastern Emperor bell had recovered half of its power. Although it could not reach its peak, it was still a primal origin treasure. What kind of divine weapon is this? How could it be so horrifying? Sun Jian's countenance changed. The axe shadow was completely blocked by the divine golden bell. The invisible pressure was instantly added to his body. Sun Jian's face turned gloomy. The reincarnation axe was one of his most powerful techniques. However, it could not even shake Xianxia. This guy is still as strong as ever. I'm not as strong as him. Han Yan smiled bitterly and shook his head. Xianxia had never thought that Han Yan would say something like this because he had always been a man who would never admit defeat. Xianxia had never seen anyone who could make him bend his back. But now, this brother of hers, Jiangchen, could be considered as one of them. Xianxia had never seen anyone like that before. The golden divine bell protected Jiangchen tightly. Rays of golden light shot out in all directions, blinding people's eyes. That kind of supreme majesty and domineering aura made the divine golden bell's deterrence even stronger. Eastern Emperor Limitless Art. Jiangchen's eyes were cold. Both of his hands were constantly moving. Countless axe shadows were shattered. Sun Jian's countenance was extremely solemn. The divine golden bell quickly changed its direction and continued to expand. It was like a huge mountain, crushing down with an unparalleled momentum, shocking Sun Jian. Sun Jian rapidly retreated. His face was filled with shock. He swung his axe horizontally, hacking on the golden bell shadow of the Eastern Emperor bell. Deafening clanging sounds rang out unceasingly. However, it was unable to shake Jiangchen's Eastern Emperor bell. That kind of supreme emperor might wasn't something that any divine weapon could possess. However, the Eastern Emperor bell was able to prevent the axe from unleashing its true strength. The pressure of the divine golden bell was unrivaled. It heavily injured Sun Jian's body. Blood gushed out from Sun Jian's mouth, splashing onto the divine golden bell. Sun Jian retreated again and again. The axe in his hand had already started to break into pieces. His arms were trembling unceasingly. Sun Jian knew that he had already lost this battle. It's him. He knew who this person was. That day at the gate of the divine court, it was him and his Fuxi ancestor god that suppressed the evil demon. Sun Yuan wanted to stop him, but he couldn't do anything about it. To think that he would appear at this moment. However, Songzhan Kongying knew that he had lost the ability to compete with Yi Shiwen. Moreover, Yi Shiwen's strength was not something that he could compete with. The divine clock seemed to be his natal divine weapon. Even Sun Jian's face turned pale. To think that a half-step divine emperor could possess such divine might. It was truly frightening. Songzhan Kongying knew that Songzhan Kongying had lost the ability to compete with Yi Shiwen. Interesting. The divine golden bell was just an illusion. However, Songzhan Kongying knew that it was the real divine bell behind the illusion. Eastern Emperor Sex Eastern Emperor Limitless Art. Looks like you're from the northern cold divine region. Interesting. Sun Yuan said faintly as he looked at Jiangchen with a solemn expression. The Eastern Emperor sect was once a great sect. Even though it was not one of the top sects in the Central Region Divine Land, it was still one of the pillars of the Northern Cold Divine Region. Even though it had declined, no one would ever forget the existence of the Eastern Emperor sect. There was once a supreme expert who stood at the peak of the divine world. Even though it was only a legend, and even though not many people had actually seen it, it was undeniable that the Donghuang Bell was the foundation of the Donghuang sect, and the ancient god of war, Donghuang Tai, had been revered by countless people in ancient times as one of the strongest gods. You know the name of the Eastern Emperor sect, and you still dare to show off? What a pity. The Eastern Emperor Bell has lost its ancient war god, Eastern Emperor Tai. Without the Eastern Emperor Bell, the Eastern Emperor sect is just a second-rate or third-rate sect. The Eastern Emperor Limitless Art will never reach its peak without the support of the Eastern Emperor Bell. Although the Eastern Emperor Limitless Art is powerful, it depends on each other. This is the reason why the Eastern Emperor sect declined. A disciple of a declining sect wants to rise in the divine land? Sun Yuan shook his head and said. Although the Eastern Emperor sect has declined for countless years, the Eastern Emperor Limitless Art is more than enough to deal with you. Jiangchen smiled and looked at Sun Yuan. You're quite arrogant. No wonder you were so confident earlier. It turns out that you have something to rely on. However, in my eyes, that reliance of yours is too simple. Sun Yuan didn't agree. What Jiangchen was relying on was the Eastern Emperor Limitless Art. If he had the Eastern Emperor Bell, the Eastern Emperor Limitless Art would definitely be one of the top 10 peerless arts in the Central Region Divine Land. However, if he didn't have the Eastern Emperor Bell, the Eastern Emperor Limitless Art could only be considered as a low-grade art. Whether or not I can kill you, I'll know once I try. There's no need to say anything else. Don't tell me you're a noob like him? Jiangchen looked at Sun Yuan suspiciously. Sun Jian's face was livid. But at this moment, he was stopped by Sun Yuan. Arrogant and conceited. One day, you will suffer the consequences of your actions. Today, I will end you. I want to see how much of a storm you, a disciple of the Eastern Emperor sect, can create in my hands. Sun Yuan said with a smile, looking very confident, as if everything was under his control. It's hard for you to enter the Hall of Elegance with words. Let me see how strong you are. I'm actually very weak, but it should be enough to kill you. However, I'm also curious. What are you relying on? Xianxia said Lung Lung. You can know it now. In fact, everyone can know it now, because next, all of you will die. Sun Yuan said domineeringly. His eyes were filled with disdain as he glanced at everyone. At this moment, Sun Zhan's eyes were incomparably sinister. They only had one goal, and that was to kill everyone here. Not a single one of them would be able to escape. This place would be their burial ground. Could it be that you're from the Divine Pagoda? Ancestor Songzhan and Ancestor Juming's expressions changed. They had already guessed it, but they didn't dare to confirm it. At the edge of the Divine Land, there was still someone who dared to interfere in the battle between the Forbidden Divine Land and the Forbidden Divine Land. Only someone from the Divine Pagoda would dare to do so. Although they had always hoped that the two of them didn't come from the Divine Pagoda, it was obvious that their hopes had been dashed. You two old men seem to be very smart. However, you're still going to die. The heavenly lightning spirit should have been exhausted by you guys. Is it really worth it for a lay mother and son? Ha ha ha. Sun Yuan laughed crazily as he sneered at Ancestor Songzhan and Ancestor Juming. The two of them looked at each other and sighed. Although Sun Yuan's words were a little sarcastic, it was undeniable that he was right. Both of them, mid-divine emperors, had to suffer such a great calamity for a mere mother and son. This was no different from buying the casket and returning the pearls. To the divine clan of the Forbidden Land, this would definitely be a fatal blow. Songzhan Kongying could not help but lower her head. This was the biggest mistake that their Earth Infant tribe and even the Forbidden Area's God clan had made in the past 10,000 years. Because no one knew that the situation would develop to such a state. The Forbidden Area's Devil Clan and Buddha's Pagoda had appeared at the same time, and it was practically impossible for them to change the formation. It's really them. Han Yan and Ling Qianqian looked at each other. Their guess was right. Jiangchen was going to face two people from the Divine Pagoda. In the entire central region Divine Land, no one dared to touch the people from the Divine Pagoda. Perhaps, this is our fate. Old Ancestor Juming looked at Old Ancestor Songzhan. The two of them had guarded the heavenly lightning grounds for countless years. Now, they were going to be defeated by an early divine emperor. It was a great humiliation, but at least they were defeated by the people from the Divine Pagoda. The Divine Pagoda. It's the Divine Pagoda. Jiangchen squinted his eyes. Yan Qingqing's departure was closely related to the Divine Pagoda. That Yun Gayao was even more abominable. The Divine Pagoda was the place that Jiangchen hated the most. Although he didn't have the strength to reverse the Divine Pagoda, Jiangchen could kill these two people here. Since you're from the Divine Pagoda, then the two of you can forget about leaving here alive today. Jiangchen said coldly, staring at the two fellas. Could it be that you're related to the Divine Pagoda? Hee, looks like enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road. No matter what enmity you have, you won't remember it from now on. Because the dead can't talk. Sun Yuan raised his blade and his eyes were sharp. He finally had the intention to fight against Jiangchen. Fine. Since you want to die so much, I'll fulfill your wish. Otherwise, I'm not used to someone fighting for the heavenly lightning spirit with me. The Divine Pagoda might be powerful in the eyes of others, but it's nothing in my eyes. Arrogant scoundrel, how dare you look down on my Buddha Pagoda? I think you're tired of living. You'll die today. Sun Zhan shouted in a deep voice. His face was ice cold. The glory of the Buddha's pagoda was not something that anyone could touch. The existence of the Buddha's pagoda was like an unshakable sun in the central region Divine Land. A defeated general dares to speak so boldly? Trash, it's better for you to keep your mouth shut. Jiangchen sneered. Sun Zhan was speechless for a moment. Indeed, he was a defeated opponent in Jiangchen's eyes, but this defeated opponent wasn't someone that anyone could stand in front of. The glory of the Buddha Pagoda is not something that a small half-step divine emperor like you can change. To the Buddha Pagoda, you're just a useless trash. Brat, prepare to die. Sun Yuan stared at Xianxia. At this moment, he was ready to fight. All right. Today, I, Xianxia, shall slash the Buddha Pagoda in anger. Xianxia sneered. He drew his sword and clashed with Sun Yuan. Sun Yuan held a long saber in his hand and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Both of them clashed with each other. Sun Yuan's aura was unstoppable. He was indeed much stronger than Sun Jian. Xianxia's expression turned cold. He was fearless. A mere early divine emperor could not do anything to him, even though this fellow's strength was not ordinary. Xianxia slashed with his sword, causing the heavens and earth to change color. He clashed with Sun Yuan continuously. His battle chi soared in the sky, extremely overbearing. The saber light and the sword shadow converged, forming a halo that lingered on the peak of the canyon, above the heavenly lightning. Each of Sun Yuan's attacks was deadly. There were no fancy moves in his hands. His blade was unsheathed and he only aimed to kill. Every step he took was filled with a majestic aura. His blade technique was incomparably exquisite. The light of his blade shuttled through the void, forming a terrifying astral wind that engulfed Xianxia. Xianxia was completely suppressed by Sun Yuan. Although it seemed like he was on the passive side, Xianxia knew that Sun Yuan's saber art was indeed powerful and unparalleled. At least among the divine emperors, Sun Yuan could be considered as a terrifying existence. However, in Xianxia's eyes, Sun Yuan was just ordinary. Blood Rain Saber Art. Blood rain turns blue. Sun Yuan seized the opportunity to pursue Xianxia. He wanted to take Xianxia down with a spurt of energy, but he had never thought that Xianxia's resistance would be so strong. His blade turned into rain and his chi engulfed thousands of miles like a tiger, pushing everyone back. Compared to Sun Jian, Xianxia's chi was much stronger. Your friend seems to be on the passive side. Xianxia said in a low voice. Her beautiful eyes were sparkling. Of course, she didn't want Xianxia to be defeated. But at this moment, Sun Yuan had the upper hand. At this moment, Xianxia was fighting and retreating. He didn't launch any fatal attacks, but was entangled by Sun Yuan. Little Qinzi hasn't even used his dragon transformation yet. This brat is already unable to do anything to him. Looks like this is going to be another battle without any suspense. Han Yan was full of confidence in Xianxia. He believed that Xianxia had not used his full strength yet. Xianxia would definitely not put a mere early divine emperor in his eyes. In the past, he was able to fight against enemies who were a few levels higher than him. Now, this brat was just a drizzle. Ah? Really? Xianxia did not really believe it. However, Han Yan's tone was unquestionable. Xianxia's eyes turned cold. This guy actually started to attack crazily. It seemed like he didn't want to leave any chance for Xianxia to survive. He couldn't continue to show his weakness to the enemy. He had to be decisive and kill him as soon as possible. He couldn't let the heavenly thunder spirit have any strength to resist. Roar, Xianxia roared furiously. Under the effect of the dragon transformation, his strength had once again become incomparably powerful. He no longer had any fear when facing Sun Jian. He advanced and retreated, punching and slapping, causing Sun Yuan to feel pressured. God-sealing prohibition. Xianxia executed the Eastern Emperor limitless art. However, Sun Jian's face was filled with determination. It's the same as before. I've said it before. Your Eastern Emperor limitless art is just a low-class martial art. It's not worthy to be on this stage. Sun Yuan said in disdain. Go ahead and try. Xianxia smiled slightly. At this moment, the Eastern Emperor bell became bigger and bigger along with the divine golden bell, soaring up to the sky. Terrifying waves of air rolled over and covered the sky. Sun Yuan's expression slightly changed. Is this guy's Eastern Emperor limitless art really that powerful? He didn't have such a powerful aura just now. This? Impossible. Sun Yuan's facial expression changed. He quickly retreated because the Eastern Emperor bell had already smashed down. Sun Yuan could feel the aura of death. Although he had slashed out 81 times, he still couldn't withstand the might of the divine golden bell. All the blade radiance seemed extremely weak under the divine bell. In the end, Sun Yuan was sent flying by the divine bell. Golden shadows filled the sky. Everyone held their breath. At this moment, looking at Xianxia who was holding the golden bell, he was like a god. They couldn't help but feel the urge to worship him. The one who was the most shocked was Sun Yuan. He was confident in himself. However, when the divine bell smashed down on him, Sun Yuan almost lost his battle strength. He didn't look down on Xianxia. However, the might of Xianxia's counterattack was too shocking. Was that really the power that the Eastern Emperor Limitless Art could unleash? Sun Yuan's face was filled with doubt and solemnity. Brother Yuan. Sun Jian's facial expression changed. He quickly caught Sun Jian who was sent flying. At this moment, even he was sent flying. The two of them looked at each other with a solemn expression. If they didn't join forces, it seemed that they wouldn't be able to fight against Xianxia. Kid, you asked for it. The person that my Buddha pagoda wants to kill will definitely not be able to escape from our hands. Sun Yuan's eyes were dark. He smeared and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He was full of battle intent. Still want to fight? Hee, you really don't know what's good for you. Xianxia smiled and shook his head. Did these two guys really think that he only had this little ability? Sun Jian, this time, we must kill this bastard. The two of them nodded at the same time and attacked together. The giant axe and the long blade intersected and slashed down, making it impossible for Xianxia to hide. When the two of them joined forces, the effect was not 1 + 1 = 2. It was even stronger than 1 versus 1. Go to hell. Sun Yuan shouted angrily. Everyone broke out in cold sweat for Xianxia. Xianxia sneered. Looking at the sky full of shadows, the blade light and the axe shadow overlapped each other. Xianxia snorted. He held the Eastern Emperor bell in his hand and activated the Eastern Emperor Limitless Art. When the bell smashed down, the sky and earth changed color. Wind and clouds gathered, lightning flashed, and ghosts wailed. In an instant, both Sun Yuan and Sun Jian were seriously injured and nearly had their bodies smashed to pieces. Both of them had become crippled. Under the golden bell, the two's faces were deathly pale. Xianxia looked at their miserable faces. Leng said, Now, I finally know why you're so confident in him. Leng Qianqian couldn't help but take a cold breath, her expression became extremely solemn. Xianxia's strength was too terrifying, 2 early divine emperors couldn't even withstand his attack. The mightiness of the cauldron shook the heavens and earth, causing people to shiver. Xianxia's divine mightiness had shocked everyone on the scene. The domineering aura of a monarch was unparalleled in the world, it was shocking to everyone. Looks like we've underestimated him. Old Ancestor Zhu Ming and Old Ancestor Songzan looked at each other and let out a sigh. Xianxia's strength made them feel threatened. He was not a half-step divine emperor expert. That kind of supreme divine might had made them, mid-divine emperor experts, palpitate. Especially the might of the divine bell, it seemed to have reappeared the peerless Eastern Emperor sect in the past. The divine golden bell looked down upon the world. Looking at her beloved man's peerless back, a smile flashed across Yu Jingxian's lips. Her man was destined to be an expert who stood at the peak of the 9 heavens. In the divine land where experts were everywhere, the young experts of the divine race and demon race of the forbidden land were unparalleled. Even the experts of the Buddhist tower could only be ruthless. Xianxia's strength made Yu Jingxian feel proud. Little Qinzi will always be Little Qinzi. He's one of our brothers and also the most terrifying one. A dog, a monkey, and a monk who drinks and eats meat. Only Little Qinzi is normal. But the most abnormal thing about him is that you never know where his bottom line is, Han Yen said with a smile. Xianxia had never disappointed him. From the Saint Origin world to the 9 regions immortal world, and now to the divine world, Xianxia had overcome all obstacles along the way. However, Han Yen knew that Xianxia's strength must have reached a rather terrifying level to be able to reach where he was today. However, before Xianxia's rise, he must have suffered an incomparably great pressure. To be able to stand here, Xianxia must have experienced much more pain and training than Han Yen. He's the most terrifying expert I've ever seen. Perhaps in the entire forbidden land of the demon race, only Lord Demon Lord can compete with him. Lung Xianxia said confidently. However, no one knew if Xianxia could become a supreme expert like the demon lord of the devil race in the forbidden land. No matter how strong Xianxia was, he was only a half-step divine emperor. Even Louis XVII may not be a match for little Qinzi. A meaningful smile appeared on Han Yan's face. What do you want to do? If you dare to kill us, you will not have a good ending. We are from the Buddha Pagoda. Kid, don't ruin your future. Otherwise, you will die for sure. Sun Jian shuddered. Looking at Xianxia taking a step forward and dashing towards them, he could feel the threat of death looming over his head. Really? Is the Buddha Pagoda very powerful? I don't think so. Perhaps one day, I will step into the Buddha Pagoda and let you know what true terror is. Jiang and Lung Ling said. Boasting shamelessly. If you have the ability, then kill us. Otherwise, you will regret it. Sun Yuan said coldly, looking at Jiang in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. Do you think that I won't dare to kill you? Hee, the Buddha Pagoda. What a Buddha Pagoda. I, Jiang hate the Buddha Pagoda the most. Jiang slapped Sun Yuan and Sun Jian's faces. At that moment, both of them felt a burning pain on their faces. The pain was not intense, but it was undoubtedly a great humiliation to them. Sun Yuan and Sun Jian's faces turned gloomy. They were extremely angry. Jiang was humiliating them. You'll definitely pay for what you've done. You'll regret it. Sun Yuan continued to speak. He clenched his teeth and his eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. Slap. 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 Jiang expression was ice cold. He kept slapping Sun Yuan and Sun Jian's faces. This kind of anger was the greatest humiliation they had ever received in their lives. As members of the Buddha Pagoda, they were actually bullied like this. What's the difference between killing you and letting you go? If I kill you, the Buddha Pagoda will not forgive me. If I let you go, won't you take revenge and make a comeback? Do you take me for a fool? Or are you the idiots? Jiang snorted disdainfully. These two people were absolutely shameless. However, after being slapped so hard by him, they actually gave up resisting and became silent. What a young hero. He actually dared to touch the people of the Buddha Pagoda. Looks like this guy is really tired of living. The corners of Ancestor Songzan's mouth curled up into a faint smile. Even if it was him, he would not dare to bully or even kill these two people from the pagoda in his peak condition. The pagoda would definitely not let this matter rest. No one knew where this guy came from. He might even have appeared out of nowhere. However, he was destined to pay for his actions. It was just that now was not the time. Yun Gaiyao, you should know her, right? Jiang said coldly. You know Yun Gaiyao? Sun Jian said with a gloomy face. Although Yun Gaiyao did not belong to the same Buddha pagoda as him, she was also an extremely powerful disciple. She was also rather famous in the Buddha pagoda. Sun Jian could not be compared to her. Sun Jian did not expect that this guy in front of him would actually know of Yun Gaiyao's existence. You know her? Jiang eyes narrowed and his face became increasingly gloomy. Because Yun Gaiyao had kidnapped Yan Qingqing, Jiang must find her no matter what. At this moment, he had finally found the people of the Buddha pagoda. Naturally, Jiang would not let them go so easily. Shut up, Sun Jian. Don't talk nonsense. Sun Yuan shouted angrily. Sun Jian's face changed and he nodded heavily. However, Jiang slapped Sun Yuan's face again. Sun Yuan was completely enraged. This was a great insult to his character. Since he doesn't want to say, then you will say it. Who is Yun Gaiyao, and where is she? Jiang said in a deep voice. His eyes were extremely cold. He could no longer control himself. Jiang even wanted to kill the two of them. I won't say anything even if you beat me to death. Don't even think of getting a single bit of information about the Buddha pagoda from us. Sun Yuan said indifferently. Even though he was repeatedly insulted and attacked by Jiang, he was still indifferent. You have a very strong backbone. Hee, I, Xianxia, am the least afraid of tough bones like you. I want to see if you can withstand the pain of 10,000 souls devouring your body. If you can withstand it, consider yourself lucky. Xianxia's eyes narrowed slightly. Sun Yuan's body trembled. He clenched his teeth and remained calm. Great Yu soul-forming light. Xianxia extended his hand and the Great Yu soul-forming light appeared in his hand. He then threw Sun Yuan into the Great Yu soul-forming light. Instantly, an incomparably miserable shriek was heard from the Great Yu soul-forming light. Even Sun Jian could hear it clearly. The miserable shriek made Sun Jian's heart palpitate. Sun Jian's body trembled when he heard it. That was the tearing and agitation from the depths of his soul. It was an incomparably terrifying aura. Sun Jian's face turned green and his eyes lost focus. Although he was not thrown into the Great Yu soul-forming light, he could feel Sun Yuan's pain and how terrifying it was. Kill me. I beg you. Kill me. Sun Yuan's voice was filled with despair and deathly stillness. However, he couldn't die even if he wanted to. As long as Xianxia didn't allow him to die, he would never die. It's not a good feeling to be in a state where you can't die. Xianxia smiled and said. The pain in his heart was not something that Sun Yuan could understand. For Qingqing, he would not let them feel good even if he turned into an evil spirit. Now, are you going to tell me or not? Xianxia looked over at Sun Jian. At this time, Sun Jian's spirit had completely collapsed, because he didn't want to end up like Brother Yuan, being thrown into the terrifying divine lamp and being unable to live or die. That was the most painful thing, because his life and death was no longer under his control. At that time, despair could no longer represent the struggle in his heart. I'll tell you everything. Just ask me. I'll tell you everything I know. I'll tell you everything I know. Sun Jian could only choose to compromise in order to live and not to end up like Brother Yuan. I'll tell you too. Please let me out or kill me. Sun Jian's voice became incomparably weak, but he couldn't die at all. The 10,000 souls were devouring his soul, causing his soul to suffer unparalleled damage. Do you want to tell me now? It was too late. Now, you shall endure the burning for 100 years in the Great Yu soul-forming light. When I think of you again, I might be merciful and let you go. Haha. Xianxia's laughter made Sun Yuan, who was in the Great Yu soul-forming light, feel hopeless. Sometimes, death isn't scary. What's scary is that you can't die even if you want to. Instead, you have to suffer unparalleled pain. Xianxia, my Buddha's pagoda will surely not let you off, it will surely not. Sun Yuan's voice disappeared from the Great Yu soul-forming light. Sun Jian could not help but shiver and looked at Xianxia with a pale face. To be honest, I won't throw you into the Great Yu soul-forming light. If you don't listen to me, it's another matter. He won't die. As long as I don't want him to die, he will continue to enjoy the journey in the Great Yu soul-forming light. I'll set a small target for him and lock him up for 100 years. Let's see if he'll still be honest. Xianxia's threat worked perfectly. Even Sun Yuan had fallen into Xianxia's trap. However, Xianxia didn't want to listen to him anymore. Who is Yun Gayao? How strong is she? Tell me. Xianxia took a deep breath and stared at Sun Jian. Yun Gayao is the second disciple of Buddha Longxiong. She is extremely strong and has a high position in the Buddha's pagoda. Although Sun Yuan and I are both Stupa's disciples, we aren't core disciples. There are only 2 true core disciples in every stupa. The eldest disciple is usually the last disciple, and the second disciple is usually the strongest representative left behind by each stupa. Sun Jian said in fear. He was afraid that Xianxia would throw him into the Great Yu soul-forming light. How many Buddhas are there in the Buddha's pagoda? How strong are each stupa? Xianxia continued to ask with a frown. There are 8 Buddhas in the Buddha's pagoda. Every Buddha is the symbol of the Buddha's pagoda. However, the Buddha will never show up in the world. I heard that the last time a Buddha appeared was more than 30 million years ago. The first disciple of the Buddha rarely shows up in the Buddha's pagoda. However, there are 8 great elders in the Buddha's pagoda. They are the representatives of each Buddha and their strength is not to be underestimated. These 8 people are the real rulers of the Buddha's pagoda. 8 Buddhas. Looks like the Buddha's pagoda is really powerful. Xianxia murmured with a hint of shock on his face. The Buddha's pagoda is so powerful. They are just some of the disciples in the Buddha's pagoda. Looks like the hidden strength of the Buddha's pagoda should not be limited to this. Even if the 8 Buddhas did not show up, the entire Buddha's pagoda could still be the absolute overlord in the central region Divine Land. They could even be on par with the Marshal Dan Palace. If the 8 Buddhas revealed themselves, wouldn't they become the only absolute force in the central region Divine Land? Where is Yungaiyao now? How powerful is she? Xianxia continued to ask. Yungaiyao's strength should be around the mid-divine emperor realm. However, she is not in our Buddha's pagoda. The Buddha's pagoda is divided into 8 divisions. We belong to the first Buddha Venerable. Sun Jian said in a low voice. He did not even dare to raise his voice. Xianxia was even more shocked in his heart. He did not dare to guess how terrifying the Buddha's pagoda was. Could there be an emperor realm expert in the Buddha's pagoda? One must know that there was a rumor in the central region Divine Land that emperor realm experts were already extinct tens of millions of years ago. However, Yungaiyao's strength was at the mid-divine emperor realm. Moreover, she was only the second disciple of Buddha Venerable. Wouldn't the eldest disciple be even stronger? How could the 8 Buddhas Venerable's strength be weaker than an emperor realm expert? Xianxia did not dare to guess blindly. However, at this moment, he became extremely solemn. Where is Buddha Venerable Longxiang sect? I don't want to listen to your nonsense. Where can I find Yungaiyao? South of the central region Divine Land, Qianghua Mountain Peak, Lingyun Cave. That's where Yungaiyao cultivates. Sun Jian said. Xianxia revealed a smile at the corner of his mouth. He could finally go and find Yan Qingqing. You might not be able to go there. Qianghua Mountain Peak, Lingyun Cave. It's not a place you can go just because you want to. A deep voice resounded in the sky. Sun Jian's face suddenly lit up. He was finally going to be saved. The two of them originally didn't have the strength to seize the heavenly thunder soul. They were originally the vanguard. A true expert had finally appeared. Thunder rumbled in the sky. A green-cloaked figure slowly descended from the sky. His long hair fluttered in the wind, his face was cold and indifferent. His bright eyes were filled with coldness, as if he was looking down on the world. It was as if no one existed in his eyes. The green-robed man gave Xianxia a cold glance with an indifferent expression, as if he didn't have any feelings for Xianxia. To him, Xianxia was like a wisp of air, a wild beast, or a drop of rain. Xianxia wouldn't be able to stir the green-robed man's heart. Sun Jian's eyes were filled with splendor. He had been struggling to survive because he was waiting for this person who could save his life. Sun Yuan thought that he was unyielding, but in the end, he was still thrown into the great soul-forming light by Xianxia. Enduring the torture of being devoured by thousands of souls was the most painful thing. Sun Jian knew that a wise man submits to circumstances. At least he was still alive and well, waiting for his senior brother's arrival. Sun Jian's mouth was cold. At this moment, Xianxia was definitely going to die. He and Sun Yuan were just the vanguard to clear the obstacles for their senior brother. He did not expect that they would encounter Xianxia and be taught a lesson. But now, his chance had come. He no longer had to act like a coward in front of Xianxia. Haha, little bastard, just wait for your death. My second senior brother is here. You will not be able to escape. My Buddha pagoda is not a place that anyone can go against. Sun Jian said with a sneer. He had been frightened by Xianxia just now. Now, he would never give Xianxia another chance. Let's go. Let's go. Xianxia sneered and shook his head. From his point of view, Sun Jian was only a clown. He was too lazy to care about him. Sun Jian was far inferior to Sun Yuan. Even if he died, it would not be a pity. The land of heavenly lightning is not a place you should come to. Let Sun Yuan out and I will leave your corpse intact, Lu Chongtian said indifferently. Lu Chongtian said flatly. His expression was cold and arrogant, as if he didn't want to talk to Xianxia anymore. Who do you think you are? Ha ha ha, pretending to be a wolf with a big tail? You don't have the qualifications. If you had Yungaiyao's strength, perhaps I would give you some face. Leave me an intact corpse. You don't need to do anything. I can do it myself. However, if you kneel down and kowtow to me 3 times, I might consider handing Sun Yuan over to you. However, he will only be a corpse. Xianxia crossed his arms in front of his chest and smiled. His aura was not weak at all. He met Lu Changtian's eyes. Xianxia would not give him such a chance. This guy was too full of himself and thought he was a supreme emperor. You are the first person who dares to speak to me like this, and you will be the last. Lu Changtian was not angry. Instead, he smiled and nodded slightly. In my opinion, you are also the first person to put on such an embarrassing act. Since you want the spirit of heavenly lightning, you will have to get through me first. I would like to see what you are capable of making me, Xianxia, bow down before you. I will kill every person from the Buddha Tower on sight. Today, none of you will be able to leave this place alive. Xianxia looked at Lu Changtian with a smile. Their gazes had already clashed several times. Neither of them took a step back. This Xianxia is really a newborn calf that is not afraid of the tiger. Interesting. Sun Yuan and Sun Zhan were both defeated by him. However, this Lu Changtian makes me more curious. Who will come out on top? Said old ancestor Songzan with a smile. What he hoped now was that both of them would be injured. Only then would he be able to profit from the battle. Otherwise, they would be in a very dangerous situation. No matter who won, the outcome wouldn't be optimistic for them. Looks like it's going to be a fierce battle. Hee hee. Old ancestor Juming nodded slightly. Both of their eyes were extremely sharp. They could tell that the two of them were on par with each other. Previously, Xianxia had defeated 2 of them in a row. Both of them were quite powerful, but this Lu Changtian was obviously more calm and composed. This battle would be more interesting. The people from the Buddha's pagoda are truly too shameless. It will be quite difficult for little Chinzi to deal with this guy. Han Yen frowned, his face was solemn. This person was much stronger than the previous 2. Xianxia was only a half-step divine emperor after all. It would be quite difficult for him to fight against him. I really don't know where you get your confidence from. A mere half-step divine emperor dares to show off in front of me. Lu Changtian sighed and shook his head. A half-step divine emperor is enough to kill you. Xianxia stood upright with his hands clasped behind his back. His aura was like a sharp sword that was showing off its edge. All right, I will fulfill your wish then. Lu Changtian's expression turned cold. He took a step forward and punched out fiercely. His aura swallowed the heavens and tore the void apart. Your life ends here. This punch was so powerful that it shook the heavens and earth. Everyone held their breath and focused their attention, not daring to look at Xianxia. They were afraid that Xianxia's soul would be shattered by this punch. Kid, this is what you get for going against the Buddha Tower. Humph. Sun Zhan harumphed coldly, looking at the void with a sneer. Xianxia was fearless. Under the dragon transformation, he clenched his fist and collided with Lu Changtian's fist. Xianxia was pushed back for more than 10 steps while Lu Changtian remained unmoved. At this moment, Xianxia felt a tremendous pressure. This fellow was really strong. Although he had yet to reach the mid-divine emperor realm, he should be at the peak of the early divine emperor realm. He was almost on par with old ancestor Songzan. He was worthy of being a member of the Buddha pagoda. You're too weak. You're no match for me. I don't want to waste time. Kneel down now and I'll leave your corpse intact. Otherwise, just wait for your soul to scatter and die. Lu Changtian said coldly. Do you people from the Buddha Tower talk so much? Xianxia frowned. His expression was as cold as ice. He clenched the heavenly dragon sword and pointed it at Lu Changtian. Since you insist on dying, I'll have to go through some trouble. Lu Changtian's face was cold and his eyes were sharp. He held the heavenly halberd in his hand and attacked fiercely towards Xianxia. Go to hell. Lu Changtian waved the heavenly halberd and smashed it into the void, creating a loud rumbling sound. Xianxia's expression turned cold. Both of them continued to rush forward. The heavenly halberd turned 9 times and struck out a domineering sharp light that cut through the sky. Xianxia's sword shadow broke through the wind and lightning in the sky. His sword was like a dragon that shot out in all directions. It roared and roared furiously as the shadow of a dragon soared into the sky. 16th Sword. Xianxia did not dare to be careless. After all, the opponent he was facing was not an ordinary expert. Gale Absolute Slash. Well done. Ha ha ha, good job, senior brother. Sun Jian kept shouting and cheering for Lu Changtian. Xianxia was forced to retreat step by step. He was even heavily injured by Sun Jian. The might of the heavenly halberd was fully displayed. A strong wind was blowing. The fatal slash swept across thousands of years. Xianxia took each step carefully. He held the Eastern Emperor bell in his hand and swung his blade horizontally, cutting through the sky. Divine Golden Bell. God-sealing prohibition. As soon as the golden bell was raised, Xianxia was slashed down by the rays of sharp light. Within the Eastern Emperor bell, Xianxia's perimeter was trembling. However, the divine golden bell was still able to withstand the gale-exterminating breath slash and the heavenly halberd's imposing matter. However, the Eastern Emperor divine bell was trembling and its mightiness was unstoppable. Although Xianxia was suppressed by Lu Changtian in terms of strength, he still managed to maintain his dignity. There was an insurmountable gap between the half-step Divine Emperor realm and the Divine Emperor realm, let alone the peak of the early Divine Emperor realm. The gap was so huge that it made people speechless. However, Xianxia was not afraid at all. He knew that he would be defeated in this battle, but he would never back down. Get lost. The last strike landed on the golden bell fiercely. Xianxia was pushed back more than 10 steps. However, the golden bell did not dissipate even after a long time. Although Xianxia's qi and blood were surging and he was pushed back by Lu Changtian was incomparably angry. He could not break through Xianxia's defense. This was a great humiliation to a peak early divine emperor like him. Such a terrifying technique. Is the Eastern Emperor limitless art of the Eastern Emperor sect really that powerful? Lu Changtian murmured in his heart. The Eastern Emperor sect had been in decline for hundreds of millions of years. It was already a miracle that they could still exist. But now, he could not break through the defense of the Eastern Emperor limitless art. You have completely infuriated me. Now, I will not give you any chance. I want to see how many of my attacks you can block. Lu Changtian shook his head and said. He tightened his grip on the heavenly halberd, and his eyes were filled with sharpness. Xianxia was no match for him. If it wasn't for the Eastern Emperor limitless art, he would have died over 800 times. Sword of Solitude, sword shakes the winds and clouds. Xianxia took the opportunity to attack. Being passive would only put him in a more difficult situation. Xianxia retreated as he fought. At this time, there were many divine burying flags in his hands. He had to trap and kill Lu Changtian with the tactical matrix. Xianxia also wanted to see how terrifying his dark tornado formation was. Whether he could kill Lu Changtian depended on this move. Facing Lu Changtian head-on, Xianxia could only retreat temporarily. With the heavenly halberd in his hand, Lu Changtian was like a god of war. His aura was not any weaker than Xianxia's. Xianxia had to use his absolute strength to fight against Lu Changtian, and at the same time, he set up the tactical matrix when Lu Changtian was unprepared. His situation became more and more difficult, and it was reasonable that he was gradually suppressed by Lu Changtian. However, even if Xianxia was seriously injured, he would never retreat. He would live and fight to the death. This was his way of conquering the heavens. The heavenly dragon sword and the heavenly halberd intertwined, and the flames were wantonly piercing through the void. Every move and every style, the weapons met each other in close combat. Although Xianxia was always at a disadvantage, his aura was not weak at all. His injuries were more serious than Lu Changtian's. Lu Changtian did not gain any advantage from Xianxia. Xianxia was exchanging blows with him, which was totally a self-inflicted injury. Although Lu Changtian knew this, he was not willing to give in. After all, his strength was stronger than Xianxia. Even if he could exhaust his opponent, he would still be able to kill him. What was there for him to be afraid of? Heavenly soul-extinguishing halberd. Lu Changtian roared and rushed up to the clouds to exchange blows with Xianxia. He repelled Xianxia's heavenly dragon sword 3 times, and Xianxia was sent flying. His perlique was torn, and blood was dripping down. However, the bloodthirst in his eyes was getting stronger. The injuries on Xianxia's body were quite serious. However, his dark whirlwind formation was gradually being completed. Do you still want to overturn the sky? Humph, you can't escape from my palm. Lu Changtian looked at Xianxia coldly. A half-step divine emperor is just SOSO. Trash will always be trash. If you still have the ability, just use it. Otherwise, this halberd in my hand will not be merciful. Lu Changtian said proudly. At this moment, Xianxia was gasping for breath, and his body was bleeding non-stop. Everyone could see that Xianxia was an arrow at the end of its flight. Under Lu Changtian's powerful attack, Xianxia, a self-proclaimed genius of the half-step divine emperor, could only die. The gap in strength could not be made up by talent. Really? Let's see if you can escape from my palm first. Xianxia kept his heavenly dragon sword and moved his palm. The black burying flag was grasped tightly in his hand and he waved it in the air. 36 divine burying flags that were at the peak origin divine tool realm instantly filled up the mountainside. The black burying flag was waving in the air and the banners were fluttering in the wind. In an instant, the entire heavenly thunder grounds was swept up by a violent gale. The wind and thunder were rolling and the black whirlwind was blowing continuously. It brought with it many terrifying sharp blades. The valley was filled with killing intent once again. Is this a formation? Lu Changtian squinted his eyes and said in a deep voice. His expression became serious. He felt that the formation was a little tricky. Even old ancestor Songzan and old ancestor Zhu Ming, who were watching from the side, looked at each other in shock. They knew that they might not be able to withstand this formation. This half-step divine emperor kid was too terrifying. As soon as the formation was cast, the heavens and earth changed. The black whirlwind blew strongly, and the wind blades were like a rain of swords, sweeping across the sky. Lu Changtian's expression was solemn, and he kept retreating to avoid the sharp blades. However, Xianxia would not give Lu Changtian the chance to do so. Xianxia's purpose was to kill Lu Changtian. Only by killing Lu Changtian could he get rid of all the obstacles in his way. At that time, it would be his chance to attack the Sky Thunder Spirit. Trying to kill me? You're too naive. Good timing. Lu Changtian roared and kept rushing down to fight with Xianxia. The dark whirlwind formation was constantly changing. With Lu Changtian's skills, he could not break out of the range of the dark whirlwind formation. Instead, he became more and more flustered. The black hurricanes, like giant ghost faces that could devour the starry sky, began to crush Lu Changtian. Every time the hurricanes tore the void, Lu Changtian's face turned pale. Although he advanced and retreated steadily, he could not withstand the power of Xianxia's black submerged flag. The hurricanes were like wind blades. Lu Changtian suffered severe injuries one after another. At this time, he also realized that he was in danger. Now it seemed that his preparation was not enough. He was trapped by Xianxia's formation. No, I have to get out of here quickly. Otherwise, this formation will trap me alive. Lu Changtian's face changed. Xianxia's dark whirlwind formation was more terrifying than he had imagined. He could not resist it at all. The divine spirit chi in his body was almost torn apart. He was in extreme pain and his injuries were getting worse. Lu Changtian's body trembled and his expression froze. At this time, he knew that his situation had become extremely dangerous. River setting sun, divine halberd disrupts the wind and clouds. Lu Changtian exerted all his strength to break out of the formation. But Xianxia did not give Lu Changtian any chance. At this time, the black submerged flag in his hand burst out in extremely terrifying power, constantly suppressing Lu Changtian. The dark whirlwind formation began to shrink gradually. Lu Changtian's situation became more and more difficult. His body was constantly pierced by the hurricanes, and the wound on his chest was getting deeper and deeper. This attack made the sky dim and the clouds change color. Although Xianxia had withstood it, he was also seriously injured. The dark whirlwind formation was almost torn apart by Lu Changtian. Fortunately, Xianxia defended the formation with all his might. Lu Changtian's body trembled and he staggered back, his face extremely pale. Puff, fresh blood spurted out, and the divine halberd fell. His figure almost fell down. He knelt on one knee, and his expression was cold. Danger lurked in every direction, and the hurricane around him tore apart, forcing him into a dead end once again. Bastard! Damned formation, do you dare to fight me? Lu Changtian roared crazily. His meridians were all damaged. No one could feel the deathly stillness in this desperate situation. It was a fear that Lu Changtian had never felt before. This dark whirlwind formation will be your burial ground. No one will be able to save you. Xianxia coldly said as he defended the black whirlwind formation with all his might. However, at this moment, there wasn't much time left for Xianxia. The black whirlwind formation was extremely draining on Xianxia. You coward, you don't even dare to fight me head-on. You only know how to use such despicable methods. I can't accept this, I can't accept this. Lu Changtian kept hitting the formation, trying to rush out, but the result was like ripples on the water. Like a stone sinking into the sea, no waves could be stirred up again. Life and death are decreed by fate. What qualifications do you have to be arrogant? You're going to be a dead man soon. Do you really think you're a match for me? Xianxia sneered, his eyes surging with killing intent. Although the black whirlwind formation was not enough to kill Lu Changtian, under the Do formation technique, Lu Changtian would definitely die. Do formation technique, activate. In the face of Lu Changtian's desperate attack, Xianxia finally used the Do formation technique. This would be Lu Changtian's final performance. Under the effect of the Do formation technique, the black whirlwind formation had completely changed. It was a few times stronger than before. The wind blades were like blades, sweeping across the place, leaving no place for Lu Changtian to hide. At this moment, he finally realized Xianxia's killing intent. In this black whirlwind formation, he was completely at Xianxia's mercy. You can't kill me, I can't accept this, I can't accept this. Lu Changtian was still desperately attacking, but at this moment, he could not withstand the overwhelming wind blades. His whole body was instantly torn apart, cut into pieces, and turned into ashes. No matter how unwilling he was, it was all in vain. No matter how much he shouted, it was all useless. Now, he had already turned into a pile of dust, dispersing into the air. The so-called experts of the Divine Pagoda, the true peerless experts, the peerless prodigies of the early Divine Emperor realm had also turned into a fleeting cloud. 7 breaths, only 7 breaths, Xianxia directly killed Lu Changtian. Lu Changtian's body was smashed into pieces, and his soul was also sucked into the great soul-forming light by Xianxia, never to be reincarnated. Everyone was incomparably solemn. Xianxia's ultimate kill made everyone see how terrifying this guy was. The black flag was fluttering even though there was no wind, as if it was declaring its power and terror. Songzan Kanying squinted his eyes slightly. The black whirlwind flag was supposed to be his, but in the end, it was obtained by Xianxia. That was originally the possession of the ancestor of the divine clan, Fuxi, in the forbidden area. Sun Jian was also dumbfounded. Xianxia's unparalleled and unstoppable move made Sun Jian truly understand what it meant to be invulnerable. Now, he knew that he was in a desperate situation, and no one could save him anymore. This is the little Chinzi that I know. Ha ha ha, Han Yan said proudly. Han Yan's expression was one of arrogance. It was as if he had participated in this battle as well. His eyes were filled with pride. Yu Jingxian's beautiful eyes flickered. When Xianxia and Lu Changtian were fighting, her heart was tightly clenched. She was afraid that Xianxia would be defeated. If Xianxia really died, perhaps she would not choose to live alone. Yu Jingxian was clear that Xianxia had become an indispensable part of her heart. However, after defeating Lu Changtian, Xianxia's situation was extremely dangerous. The black whirlwind formation had almost consumed all of his divine origin qi. At this moment, it became extremely difficult for him. Although Lu Changtian was dead, Xianxia's footsteps were far from stopping. Xianxia looked at the land of heavenly lightning from afar. His heart was filled with great ambition. This time, he must break through to the Divine Emperor realm. Ancestor Songzan and Ancestor Zhu Ming looked at each other. At this moment, they knew that Xianxia was already an arrow at the end of its flight. He no longer had the strength to fight. They must take this opportunity to take him down. Otherwise, they would not have the chance to do so in the future. Although Ancestor Songzan and Ancestor Ju-Ming's strength was damaged, they were still mid-Divine Emperor experts. They had recovered a little, and although they were far from their peak state, they were still not to be underestimated. Boy, I have to say that you are indeed very strong. But now, no one can leave this place alive. The dignity of the divine clan in the Forbidden Land cannot be violated. You want to snatch the Lightning Mother and Son and kill the Heavenly Lightning Spirit? That's simply wishful thinking. Hand over the Heavenly Lightning Spirit and Mother Lei. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless. Ancestor Ju-Ming said faintly. He looked at Han Yan and Xianxia coldly. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Although they were not the oriole yet, they would be the final winner. It's too early for you to be happy. You're already at the end of your tether. Do you still want to stir up a storm? Hee, us two brothers have been guarding the land of heavenly lightning for millions of years and we have never lost it. Unless you step over our dead bodies, don't even think about entering the land of heavenly lightning. Old Ancestor Songzan said coldly. He had already recovered some of his strength and was not afraid of Xianxia at all. After all, they were both mid-Divine Emperor experts. They were much stronger than everyone else. Your blind confidence is giving me a headache. You're about to die but you still want to struggle. I'm speechless. Xianxia snorted and sneered. Let's see what else you have up your sleeves. Eat my palm first. Old Ancestor Ju-Ming stretched out his hand and rushed towards Han Yan. The killing intent in his eyes became more and more intense. His palm was like lightning and thunder rumbled. Han Yan wanted to take a step forward but he was pushed back by old Ancestor Ju-Ming. Han Yan's face was extremely gloomy. Little Chinzi, catch. Han Yan threw the mother and son to Xianxia. Xianxia reached out his hand and caught the mother and son with a faint smile on his face. Old Ancestor Songzan stared at Xianxia. Looks like it's time for him to take action. A mere half-step Divine Emperor wants to fight me? Trash. Old Ancestor Ju-Ming's aura was at its peak. Han Yan's expression turned solemn as he took action. Xianxia's strength had suffered a great blow. Han Yan must not let Xianxia take action. As old Ancestor Ju-Ming's brother, it was his duty to take action at this moment. Be careful, Xianxia Xianxian was already prepared. She followed closely behind Han Yan and the two of them attacked old Ancestor Ju-Ming. Old Ancestor Ju-Ming fought two people at once. Me too. Old Ancestor Songzan quickly joined the battle. Yu Jingxian didn't stay idle either. Xianxia was severely injured. As a woman, she couldn't just stand by and watch. She finally knew that Xianxia was Xianxia's brother. No wonder Xianxia left without a trace and Xianxia escaped unscathed. Since then, they never talked about each other again. She was the princess of the Green Feather family and the reincarnation of the 9-generation Ju family. Her strength was not to be underestimated. Before this, she did not attack because she wanted to hide her true strength. But now, for Xianxia's sake, she decided not to hide anymore. Her jade-like hands formed a series of palm seals. Flames burst out from her palms, pressing towards old Ancestor Songzan. The battle between the two of them was getting more and more exciting. Xianxia's eyes turned cold. He raised his hand and the flying immortal sword appeared in front of Songzan Kongying. At this moment, Songzan Kongying's life was in Xianxia's hands. Brat, how dare you kill me? The Forbidden Area Divine Clan will not let you go. Songzan Kongying said fiercely. She almost wet her pants because of Xianxia. Her face turned pale. There's no need to use a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. I even killed the people of the Buddhist pagoda. Do you think you can survive in my hands? I didn't want to kill you at first. The Forbidden Area Demon Clan will definitely launch a large-scale attack if I kill you. At that time, the balance of the Divine Land will be lost. The Forbidden Area Divine Clan and the Forbidden Area Demon Clan will fight each other. Countless people will die. Moreover, your old ancestor seems to be very dissatisfied with me and won't let me enter the Sky Thunder Canyon. So, I can only kill you. What does this have to do with me? Let's go to hell. I want to enter the Sky Thunder Canyon and kill anyone who dares to stop me, Xianxia said in an incomparably domineering manner. Songzan Kongying was terrified in an instant. Then what do you want? If you kill me, the Forbidden Area Divine Land will be in chaos and the people will be killed. This is what your Earth Infant tribe asked for. You can't blame others. The two old men have already attacked me. How can I just sit back and wait for death? So, go to hell. Jiang Chen's eyes turned cold and the corner of his mouth turned cold. The heavenly dragon sword in his hand turned into a stream of light and soared into the sky. The limitless sword had a threatening sword aura and directly cut through the sky. Songzan Kongying's eyes gradually widened. However, he was already seriously injured and could no longer escape from Jiang Chen's palm. Bastard! Old Ancestor Songzan roared angrily and his eyes almost popped out. Songzan Kongying was the leader of the Earth Infant tribe and the only one who could support the situation among the four clans. Once he died, it would affect the entire Forbidden Area and the Divine Land would be in chaos. Do you want to leave too? Jiang Chen looked at Kong Ledi who was not far away. Kong Ledi wanted to escape when no one was paying attention to him, but he did not escape Jiang Chen's eyes. I'm with Leng Mo. Do you want to kill me too? Kong Ledi's face turned pale and he shouted in a deep voice. Little Chenzi, there's nothing to regret about killing him. If he runs back to the devil race in the Forbidden Area, it's likely to cause unnecessary trouble. Han Yan looked at Jiang Chen and said coldly. Bastard, Leng Mo, Demon Master Louis will kill you if you do this. How can you face Demon Master Louis? Kong Ledi's body trembled. He knew the combat strength that Jiang Chen had shown previously. Under Jiang Chen's attack, he had nowhere to hide. I never planned to return to the devil race in the Forbidden Area. So what if you die? What does it have to do with me? Han Yan sneered. Jiang Chen also nodded slightly. It seemed that he had nothing to worry about. Kong Ledi was a sinister and cunning person who deserved to die. Not to mention that he was a member of the devil race in the Forbidden Area. Although he didn't think that the divine race in the Forbidden Area was any better, no one was allowed to speak of what happened today. Jiang Chen cut the Gordian knot and directly blocked Kong Ledi's way. Kong Ledi's soul almost left his body. He desperately tried to escape, but in the end, he was mercilessly obliterated by Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's eyes were incomparably cold. He looked at the remaining two protectors. It was time to give them a fatal blow. Dragon Rider Heavenly Guards, set up the formation. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes. With a wave of his hand, 7 Dragon Rider Heavenly Guards descended from the sky and formed a formation, trapping Old Ancestor Zhu Ming in the middle. The 7-man formation completely trapped the Old Ancestor Zhu Ming. At this moment, Yu Jingxian was like a hot knife cutting through butter. With the help of the 7 Dragon Rider Heavenly Guards, she rapidly approached Old Ancestor Zhu Ming. Old Ancestor Zhu Ming's expression was stern. He wanted to retreat, but it was already too late. The formation of the Dragon Rider Heavenly Guards had restricted his movements. Yu Jingxian's flames burned him, causing him to melt. Soul trying to escape? You're thinking too much. Jiang Chen's great Yu soul-forming light firmly trapped him. Without any suspense, Old Ancestor Zhu Ming was sucked into the great Yu soul-forming light. Old Ancestor Songzan was also shocked. He didn't expect that a mid-divine emperor like him would die in such a humiliating manner. Now that Old Ancestor Zhu Ming was completely obliterated, his death was not far away. To think that I, the old ancestor of the divine clan of the Forbidden Land, would die here. I am unwilling. Old Ancestor Songzan's face was pale. Under the combined attack of Han Yan, Ling Qianqian, the 7 Heavenly Guards and Yu Jingxian, he was completely suppressed and death was approaching. You guys should not have stopped me. The people from the Divine Pagoda are already dead, but you guys still want to kill me. I did not have any intention to kill, but you guys forced me to do so. Therefore, you have only yourselves to blame for your deaths. Jiang Chen's eyes turned cold. The 7 Heavenly Guards soared into the sky and killed Old Ancestor Songzan with their spears. At that moment, the entire valley became quiet. Sun Zhan and Sun Yuan were suppressed by Jiang Chen in the Great Yu soul-forming light. Lu Changtian died tragically in the Dark Whirlwind formation. Old Ancestor Songzan and Old Ancestor Zhu Ming died without a burial. At this moment, only Jiangchen, Yu Jingxian, Han Yan, and Ling Qianqian were left. Good brother. Jiangchen and Han Yan gave each other a big hug. After a long while, the two of them separated from each other. The brothers worked together in this battle, and it was a hearty battle. Although there were a few dangerous moments, they still managed to kill everyone in the end. Little Chinzi, let me introduce you. This is Ling Qianqian, she's my woman. Han Yan said softly. Ling Qianqian's face turned red and she nodded. Nice to meet you, big brother Jiang. This is Yu Jingxian. You two can keep each other company. Jiangchen said with a smile. Now, it's going to be the most difficult part. Han Yan retracted his smile and met Jiangchen's eyes. No matter how dangerous it is, I must go. With my current strength, it should not be difficult for me to fight against experts below the mid-divine emperor realm. But if I meet someone stronger, I'm afraid I'll have to surrender. The strength of the Slaughter Pagoda is not something we can imagine. As one of the strongest forces in the Central Region Divine Land, they are ranked as the strongest forces in the Divine World along with the Martial Dan Hall. How can they be so weak? Now that Qingqing is in the hands of the Slaughter Pagoda, if I don't quickly increase my strength and become stronger, we will have to face even more terrifying dangers. Jiangchen said in a low voice. If it wasn't for the Heavenly Thunder Spirit heavily injuring Ancestor Zhu Ming and Ancestor Songzan, he wouldn't have such an opportunity. It was likely that the Heavenly Thunder Spirit had suffered a great blow. Now was the best opportunity, he couldn't miss it. The Heavenly Thunder Spirit could crush two mid-divine Emperor realm experts to this extent. Are you really prepared? Yu Jingxian said in a low voice. She didn't want Jiangchen to go because Jiangchen might not be able to return. The two mid-divine Emperor realm experts almost did not come back. It was imaginable that the most terrifying thing was not the people they killed, but the Heavenly Thunder Spirit in the bottomless Sky Thunder Canyon. But Yu Jingxian was also very clear that once Jiangchen had decided on something, it was impossible to change his mind. Only he knew how persistent he was. She's right. Little Chinzi, you have to think it through. We don't need to tell you how dangerous this trip will be. We can take it slow. You need to improve your strength step by step. It's very dangerous for you to devour the Heavenly Thunder Spirit forcefully. Han Yan had always been fearless. He also knew that Jiangchen would not be able to change his mind once he made up his mind. But hearing the word dangerous from his mouth, it was enough to foresee that none of them had the slightest confidence in dealing with the Heavenly Thunder Spirit in the canyon. I know what I'm doing. Jiangchen smiled and looked at them. But he knew better than anyone else that the Heavenly Thunder Spirit was the most terrifying existence in the Thunder Mountain Range. This trip might be a life-or-death one. However, Jiangchen could not back off. The thousand-flame destructive thunder in the Thunder Canyon was much more terrifying than any of the thunderbolts that he had encountered before. It was enough to prove that the two Divine Emperor realm experts were afraid of it. However, with danger came great benefits. If Jiangchen could devour the Heavenly Thunder Spirit, not only would he be able to break through to the Divine Emperor realm, it was highly possible that the four Heavenly Thunders could fuse together and make Jiangchen soar to the sky. He would become an invincible existence in the Divine Emperor realm. Jiangchen was very worried, but he could not show it. He still had no idea how powerful the thousand-flame destructive lightning was. Therefore, he was the most nervous one. However, he could not put the pressure on Han Yan and Yu Jingxian, or else they would not be able to eat and sleep well. Jiangchen was worried. Be careful. If there's another attack from this mountain range, don't worry about me. Just leave. Jiangchen said. He took a step forward and went straight into the canyon. Jiangchen. I'll wait for you. You must come back alive. Yu Jingxian shouted towards Jiangchen's back. A tear appeared on her face uncontrollably. Han Yan's expression was stern. He closed his eyes and said indifferently, he will definitely come back. Jiangchen took a step into the valley. The dark valley was filled with a cold and murderous aura. Yellow leaves were piled up everywhere, and it was as cold as frost. Is this really the place where the thousand-flame destructive thunder is located? Jiangchen frowned. An invisible pressure made him feel depressed. If it wasn't for the fact that the two old ancestors of the God clan had come here and suppressed the heavenly thunder spirit for a short period of time, he would not have believed that the heavenly thunder spirit would be in this place. Kacha, a deafening sound came from the 9 heavens. Lightning flashed and thunder roared, lighting up the entire void. Xianxia squinted his eyes and looked forward. In the canyon, a huge mountain appeared in Xianxia's eyes. There was a gully that looked like the Milky Way in the middle of the mountain. Lightning flashed continuously in the gully, lighting up the entire canyon. Amidst the thunderbolts, the sound was extremely penetrating, causing people to feel a sense of desolation in their hearts. In Xianxia's eyes, the heavenly lightning seemed illusory. Lowly human, you bunch of bastards. You coveted my mother and son. If it wasn't for the ancient formation, what could you do to me? A deep voice was heard. Xianxia frowned. Xianxia felt the pressure from the voice. Is this the heavenly thunder spirit? You're the heavenly thunder spirit? Xianxia said. So what? You're just a half-step divine emperor. How dare you enter my territory? You're courting death. The heavenly thunder spirit's voice sounded in Xianxia's ears again. It sounded like it was coming from all directions. I'm looking for you. I'm here to take you. End of chapter 3346. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.